Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 6147 to Chapter 6331. Do you remember what Zhonglimu taught us? Mo Yunjue suddenly asked. Hearing this, Bai Liyan-che seemed to have thought of something. The light calendar's power in his body quickly surged and formed a square-shaped barrier around his body. Initially, he had been resisting Xiao Yanlong's attacks. Now, he was using all of his power to build a barrier. Under everyone's gaze, the barrier that enveloped Bai Liyan-che kept shrinking. As the barrier shrank, the aura coming from it became more and more shocking. The light that was released also became brighter and brighter. Bai Li Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with worry. She did not know if this would be effective. Previously, when Zhonglimu had practiced this on the waterfall, they had also learned it. However, after a few seniors had appeared, they had deepened their guidance on this foundation. Since then, they had understood that if they could control this power to a certain extent, they could use the most condensed power to form a layer of armor on the surface of their body. The effect of an armor made from power was very strong. Most importantly, if one could condense their power to a certain extent, they would be invulnerable to swords and spears. After knowing this, everyone tried to practice it. This was because they knew that cultivating this point was not only used to make armor, but also to increase one's control over power. Previously, when they had practiced sword chi, everyone had already had a certain foundation. Therefore, when they practiced this point, everyone's speed was much faster than before. However, they did not know if this would be effective in blocking Xiao Yanlong's attack. Ling immediately transformed into her human form and landed on the ground. Vigorous light calendar's power covered her body. As this power continued to condense and shrink, it finally formed a human-shaped armor on the surface of her body. It's effective. A trace of a smile appeared in Bai Liyan-che's eyes. As the armor became more and more condensed, the life force that was being extracted also became less and less. In the end, the effect was almost negligible. After Xiao Yanlong sensed this change, a thick sense of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This move of his was not only effective against cultivators with a low cultivation base, but even cultivators with a high cultivation base would have no choice but to surrender under this move. Back then, his illustrious reputation had spread because of this move, but he had never thought that it would fail when dealing with these little fellows. Yujue, who was originally very worried, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Bai Liyan-che and the others had actually countered this move. These little guys were really amazing, and even he had to admire them. After seeing this scene, Luo Qinghao was completely dumbfounded. He desperately dragged Yujue out. In this short period of time, there were many more wounds on his body. However, Xiao Yanlong was actually blocked by these little fellows. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Crack! As the first crack appeared on the trapping array, it was followed by more cracks like a spider web. In just a breath's time, the trapping array was completely shattered. The trapped cultivators rushed out one after another, full of hatred as they attacked Bai Li Hongzhuang and the dark cultivators. Just one trapping array and poison had caused many of them to fall. When Xiao Yanlong saw that this move could not achieve the desired effect, his figure dashed out once again, and a fierce attack directly attacked Ling. Previously, Ling was in her dragon form, so it was not so easy for him to attack her directly. However, this was an excellent opportunity. Noticing Xiao Yanlong's attack, Ling's figure dashed out, and at the same time, a ball of elemental energy violently attacked. Bang! Xiao Yanlong's fist directly pierced through the ball of elemental energy, and his figure chased after her like a ghost. Since he had already attacked, he must take her life. Otherwise, it would be a real joke. Xiao Yanlong's speed was very fast, and the advantage of his powerful cultivation was completely displayed at this moment. After noticing this scene, Bai Liyan-che also quickly charged forward. However, Xiao Yanlong's speed was also very fast, and his reaction speed was not weak either. He clearly did not plan to pay attention to Bai Liyan-che, and planned to defeat them one by one. Ling's continuous attacks were all broken by Xiao Yanlong. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Yanlong's palm landed on Ling's back. Ling's figure immediately flew out in a parabola, and landed heavily on the ground. A metallic taste came from her mouth, and Ling clutched her chest, her breathing weakened. You go to hell first. The others will join you soon. A trace of cruelty flashed across Xiao Yanlong's eyes. These fellows were Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang's wings. After this, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang's emotions would be greatly affected. Just as Xiao Yanlong's attack was about to land, he suddenly turned around, because Bai Li Yanchei's figure had already rushed over. I never thought that the relationship between these two contracted beasts would be so deep. Xiao Yanlong chuckled, "You're clearly a beast king, yet you want to become a human's contracted beast, don't you feel ashamed? It's better than shamelessly living in this world like a guy like you." Bai Li Yanchei did not care about this at all. Thinking back to when he first knew about this moment, many people had such thoughts. However, he had never felt regretful about this. On the contrary, he felt that this was a gift from God. Otherwise, as a beast king, what was the point of living alone and powerful? "Master, we can't hold them off." Xiao He and Xiao Bai tried their best to stop the cultivators, fearing that they would affect Di Beichen and the others. However, there were just too many of them. Even with the help of the cultivators from the Di family and Lin family, the cultivators from the 5 major guilds were just like ferocious beasts. After all, the Beast King, the Beast, he was the Beast King, the Beast the Beast King, the Beast was the Beast King. This move was about to succeed. Huang Futing and the others looked at Di Beichen, who was in the center. Dense dark energy enveloped him, and a mysterious and obscure incantation came out of his mouth. At this moment, he felt that Di Beichen was not their young master, but a god that they looked up to. This kind of power was not something that they could possess. Not only Huang Futing, but Nangong Yuqing and the others also saw it clearly. Di Beichen is summoning an army of skeletons. Nangong Yuqing recognized at a glance. Back in the immortal cloud realm, Di Beichen had used this move. At that moment, he was like a demon god, looking down on the world with disdain. That kind of aura was still engraved in Nangong Yuqing's mind. Because it was too shocking, it was impossible to forget. Summoning an army of skeletons? The Nangong family head looked at Di Beichen in surprise. After seeing how long it took for Di Beichen to use this technique, he was curious. What kind of technique would require the power of so many people? It wasn't until he heard this that he finally understood. Everyone knew that dark attribute cultivators could summon an army of skeletons. However, it had been too long since a dark attribute cultivator had appeared, so they had never seen this technique before. That's right. When I first saw Di Beichen use this technique, it was the same. Now that I think about it, Bailey Hongshuang must have transferred her power to Di Beichen. Nangong Yuqing narrowed his eyes. At that time, he had never thought that Bailey Hongshuang also had the dark attribute. Now that he thought about it, he finally understood. Bailey Hongshuang raised the poison powder in her hand again, and the cultivators quickly retreated. They had already seen how powerful the poison powder was. Many people had died because of it, and they didn't want to experience it again. Seeing that the cultivators had retreated, Xiao He and Xiao Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Even if it was only for a moment, it would be good. Seeing the injuries on Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Bailey Hongshuang felt a little distressed. Fortunately, the two of them had already taken the pills, so it would take some time for them to recover. Don't worry. Di Beichen is fine. Bailey Hongshuang said. Hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's faces lit up with joy. They were completely relieved. That's good. Otherwise, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. At this moment, Di Beichen's summoning ritual was completed. The dark attribute cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that they could trust each other enough to do this. However, they were more curious about what their young master had done. That was because they didn't see any special changes in their surroundings. Di Beichen's complexion was somewhat pale, but his pair of black eyes were sparkling, bright and dazzling. In the past, he only needed the strength of a few people to summon the skeleton army, but this time, there were too many opponents, so he had to use more strength to summon the surrounding skeletons. Only in this way would there be a good effect. Lei Ming and the giant beast were fighting fiercely. After seeing that Di Beichen had finished, their faces turned ugly. He didn't expect the other party to have so many people backing them up. They were able to forcefully stop all of this. How hateful. Bang! Di Beichen's leg landed on Xiao Yanlong's body. Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing, these two shameless old fellows, had always maintained a sanctimonious image. Today, they could no longer hold it in. Bewitching. Xiao Yanlong's face darkened. He turned to look at his surroundings and saw that the battle had reached its climax. He never thought that this battle, which he was sure to win, would end up in this situation. You've been using it for so long but there's no movement at all. Don't tell me you've failed? Xiao Yanlong chuckled. Bang, bang. Two more figures appeared not too far away. Xiren and Shang Guaniying's figures were sent flying. Jun Hongqing's figure flashed and arrived next to Xiao Yanlong. He had been delayed by Xiren and Shang Guaniying for a while, but he had quickly found a way to deal with them. They're just deliberately mystifying things. Rumble, a series of muffled rumbles resounded from all directions, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Tap, 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 it was the sound of orderly and hurried footsteps. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that this team was very large. However, almost all the forces from both sides had gathered here. Who else would come? After hearing this series of sounds, Lei Ming's eyes shone with a trace of joy. Previously, he had been restrained by Bewitching and the others, so he had specially ordered a practitioner to go to the guild and recruit people. In the entire upper realm, besides the mercenary guild, the large guilds had the most practitioners. However, most of the people who had watched today's ceremony were from the top forces of the upper realm, so they would not participate in this battle. Apart from these people, there were more ordinary practitioners. As long as the guilds were willing to give them some benefits, they would definitely join the battle without hesitation. Now that so much time had passed, perhaps the reinforcements had arrived. Now, they still had a certain advantage. Once the reinforcements joined, the D family and the Lin family would definitely be defeated. Among everyone, only Namgong Yuqing and the others who knew about Bewitching's situation knew that this movement was most likely caused by the skeleton army. Heavens, it's actually a skeleton army. This mountain is filled with skeletons. So many skeletons, isn't it a little too scary? So this is what Bewitching has been doing all this time. He can actually summon a skeleton army. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they saw Bewitching gathering everyone's strength to prepare this move, they were very curious about what kind of shocking killing move it was. Why would it take so long to prepare? However, they did not expect that Bewitching was actually summoning a skeleton army. Even in the upper realm, there was no one who did not know about the skeleton army. However, due to the decline of dark attribute practitioners, no one had ever seen anyone who could truly summon a skeleton army. However, today, they really saw it. How could this be? Lei Ming stared blankly at the skeletons coming from all directions. They were clearly white bones, but at this moment, they were rushing over with their heads held high like warriors. With a single glance, he was certain that the number of skeletons that had appeared was greater than the number of people they had. The reinforcements didn't come, but the enemy's reinforcements did. No wonder Bewitching needed to gather so much dark energy. Just the sheer number of skeletons was enough to shock anyone. The cultivators from the D family and the Lin family were already struggling to hold on. When they saw the skeleton army, they almost lost their balance. Young master's methods are too terrifying. I've never seen anything like this before. What's there to be afraid of? Now, these skeletons all listen to young master's orders and are our allies. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Normally, when they saw the skeleton army, everyone would run as fast as they could, because these guys' fighting strength was very strong, and they didn't know pain, nor did they know fatigue. They were simply fighting machines. They had never thought that one day, they would be able to fight side by side with the skeleton army. Just thinking about it made them feel that this situation was too interesting. So the rumors are true. The dark attribute can really summon an army of skeletons to fight. Facing these skeletons, the crowd was not afraid at all. On the contrary, they couldn't help but feel excited. They had never known that the dark attribute could be so powerful until they saw Bewitching's strength. They also never knew that there were so many ways to use the dark attribute, especially its terrifying summoning power. In the past, they could only learn about it from ancient books. They even thought that it was so powerful that it didn't seem real. Only now, after seeing it with their own eyes, did they understand that it was all real. An unprecedented hope and expectation spread in the hearts of the crowd. They had been bullied for too many years. They hoped that one day, they could become a true powerhouse and not have to bear the disgust and discrimination of others. The young master is simply too handsome. Such means are simply crazy. Even if I'm a man, I have to admit that the young master is really too handsome. Many cultivators were already injured. However, at this moment, everyone's heart was only filled with pride and endless longing for the future. Perhaps, they could really win today, even if the 5 major guilds didn't agree, their dark sacred assembly could still be established. What should we do? Luo Qinghao was completely dumbfounded. As his injuries worsened, he could no longer hold Du Yujue back. He had hoped that the battle would end soon, but he didn't expect that the original advantage would no longer exist. On the contrary, the opponent had gained an even greater advantage. With so many skeletons, he could sense that these skeletons were not weak. Once they joined the battle, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. I didn't expect this brat to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Feng Youxian's face was ashen. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Last night, they had clearly discussed everything. However, they didn't expect so many changes to occur. Moreover, all of them were beyond their expectations. Facing so many skeletons, even she couldn't help but feel afraid, let alone ordinary cultivators. Once they charged, they might be able to leave safely. However, it would be impossible for the other cultivators. If they didn't have reinforcements, they might be completely annihilated here. Lei Ming, didn't you say that you sent people to look for help? Where are they? Feng Yuxian asked through voice transmission. Lei Ming's face was already extremely ugly. At this moment, when he heard Feng Youxian's question, his face became even uglier. I did send people to look for help. However, they haven't arrived yet. Then what should we do now? Yan Ye's voice was slightly deep, his face extremely solemn. Once this army of skeletons joined the battle, the situation on the battlefield, this was not something that could be done by stalling for time. In fact, under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to stall for time. As guild leaders, they might be able to block these skeletons, but what about the cultivators? They couldn't resist these attacks. Bei Chen, the number of skeletons you summoned this time is quite astonishing. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around with a smile. Now that she was facing these skeletons again, she no longer had the fear and worry she had before. On the contrary, there was a very warm feeling. If it were other cultivators, they wouldn't be able to find a stronger helper before their own strength reached a certain level. However, it was different for dark cultivators. The cultivation of the skeletons they summoned was linked to their strength when they were alive. Just like in the upper realm, many of the skeletons they summoned were powerful existences. With such helpers, the situation would change greatly. This was the biggest trump card they had prepared. This was because they rarely used it. Even if Nangong Yuqing and the others had seen it before, they wouldn't have thought that it would be on such a large scale. Even if the major guilds came to stop them, Emperor Cloud City was still the D family's territory. The number of cultivators they brought wouldn't exceed a certain range. Therefore, even in terms of numbers, they wouldn't be inferior in the slightest. Bei Chen's methods are really amazing. Lin Wenlan sighed with emotion, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such methods. Kill without mercy. After the skeleton army arrived, Bei Chen suddenly shouted. His loud voice echoed throughout the square, and the determination contained in it made everyone's heart tremble. Bei Chen, are you going to fight all the guilds to the end? Lei Ming's face was gloomy. With the appearance of the skeleton army, he keenly noticed that many cultivators' faces had become pale and nervous. They even vaguely had the idea of escaping. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't let this happen. He knew very well that in such a situation, once the first cultivator left, the other cultivators would follow closely behind and leave. At that time, they would be utterly defeated. If only the 5 of them were left here, it would be a real joke. Listening to Lei Ming's words, Bei Chen couldn't help but laugh. Lei Ming, are you joking? It's obviously you who have been targeting us and trying to kill us. Now you're saying the opposite. Could it be that after becoming a guild leader, your face has become thicker than the city walls? In the face of Bewitching's merciless mockery, Lei Ming was extremely unhappy, but in the face of the current situation, he had to think of something. As long as their reinforcements arrived, they might still have a chance to turn the situation around. Bewitching, about this. Attack. Without waiting for Lei Ming to speak, Bewitching had already interrupted his words. After the previous interaction, he already understood that this so-called President Lei was a completely shameless person. The change in attitude now was only because they were at a disadvantage. He didn't want this matter to become even more complicated. From the moment Lei Ming said that he wanted to kill all darkness attribute cultivators, they had already decided that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at his unswerving determination. They were responsible for the lives of the dark attribute cultivators, and they had to eliminate all unstable factors. Ouyang Jifeng also gave him an affirmative look. This guy is really cool when he's decisive. The skeleton army joined the battle. Under Bewitching's guidance, they charged towards the cultivators from the guilds. These skeletons still retained the battle consciousness they had when they were alive. Even if they had fallen, their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Kill, kill, kill. As far as the eye could see, there were skeletons everywhere. The dark sacred assembly was completely surrounded by an army of skeletons. Not only that, but everyone could also hear the footsteps in the distance. Obviously, more skeletons were rushing over. The spectating cultivators felt their scalps tingle when they saw the army of skeletons. When they encountered the army of skeletons in the past, they already felt that the number of skeletons was astonishing. But compared to the scene before them, it was nothing. Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but shrink his neck. He felt that it wasn't easy for him to stay alive after offending Bewitching for so long. He decided that he would never offend Bewitching in the future, otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for him at all just based on his perverted methods. What's more, Bewitching still had Bailey Hongshuang by his side. Even President Lei couldn't do anything to her. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went to look for trouble? It wasn't just Nangong Yuqing. All the young cultivators present had the same thought in their minds. Everyone was around the same age. How could Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang be so abnormal? Blood mist filled the sky. The previous scene of the dark cultivators being chased had been completely reversed. On the contrary, the cultivators of the 5 major unions were being chased. The strong smell of blood spread in the air. The army of skeletons unconditionally obeyed Bewitching's orders. In their eyes, Bewitching was the supreme king. Huangfu Ting and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Without the pressure of being pursued, they could be considered to be at ease at this moment. The 5 major union leaders didn't expect that they would have so many helpers. Even if they brought a lot of cultivators this time, it was obviously not enough in front of the endless skeletons. Previously, he had been very worried. He didn't expect the young master to have such a big killer move and reverse everything. As cultivators fell one after another, the dark cultivators didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. This was because if the situation hadn't changed, they would be the ones being slaughtered. Previously, in just a few short breaths, many of their cultivators had fallen. Right now, he was merely seeking revenge. After all, this hatred had been piled up on them by cultivators of other attributes from the very beginning. They had never taken the initiative to hate the other party, but the other party was not willing to give them a way out, so they could only follow the young master and fight their way out. At this moment, as they looked at the 2 celestial-like figures, there was only worship left in their hearts. When the endless skeletons had appeared, the cultivators from the 5 major guilds had already turned pale. After exchanging blows and understanding the strength of these skeletons, their faces had turned deathly pale. Too strong. Altogether, these skeletons were even stronger than some dark attribute cultivators. The scariest thing was that these skeletons didn't know the concept of exhaustion, nor were they injured. On the contrary, the injuries on their bodies continued to worsen, and they were unable to display their original strength due to fear. Originally, they had thought that they would be able to slaughter their way through the guild's forces and obtain the guild's rewards when they returned. Never had they imagined that the situation would be completely different from what they had imagined. President, what should we do now? President, you have to save us. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The group of cultivators desperately resisted the attacks of the skeletons, and at the same time, looked at the 5 presidents for help. If they did not think of a way to stop these skeletons, they would all be annihilated. By then, forget about obtaining benefits, they would even lose their lives. However, when they turned around, everyone realized that the 5 presidents could not even protect themselves at this moment, and their hearts instantly turned cold. When Lei Ming and the others heard the cultivators begging for mercy, they were also extremely anxious. However, in the current situation, they could not even take care of themselves. It was too difficult to stop Bewitching, unless they agreed to let Bewitching establish the Dark Sacred Assembly. However, in this way, the reputation of the 5 guild leaders would be completely lost. After all, they had tried their best to stop him in front of everyone, and did not leave any room for negotiation at all. They even threatened to kill all the Darkness Attribute cultivators. Now that they were no match for him, they changed their stance. Moreover, they did it in front of so many forces. Wasn't this a slap to their own faces? After today, how would they have the face to face others? Diyujue was in a good mood now. He was no longer as anxious as before, and he was not in a hurry to leave. He also began to teach Luo Qinghao a lesson with great interest. Hasn't this guy been pestering me and not letting me take the opportunity to leave? Now, I'll deal with him calmly. After noticing Dijujue's expression, how could Luo Qinghao not understand what he was thinking? He instantly felt even more depressed. Today was simply a hellish day, not to mention the cultivators who were fighting the skeletons. Even he could not protect himself. If this continued, his life would be in Bewitching's hands. Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong's feelings at this moment were as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. Most of it was frustration and despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. Today was clearly an opportunity to change everything, but for some reason, the situation had changed again. Not only them, even the 5 guild leaders would be defeated by the D family. At this moment, they felt as if God had been helping the D family. Ever since Bewitching appeared, it was as if God had been helping them. They thought that they had the upper hand, but God gave the D family and the Lin family an even bigger advantage. This feeling was like a cooked duck flying away. Every time they were happy for a moment, they would receive a cruel blow. This feeling was even more despairing than the initial disappointment. It was precisely because of this that they fell into a predicament step by step. But thinking about it carefully, their calculations were not wrong. It was just that the other party was more skilled. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were still working together to think of a way to resist Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing. However, ever since the appearance of the skeleton army, they had also escaped from that situation. Looking at the skeleton who was fighting with Xiao Yanlong, Xiao He could not help but sigh. Master, this skeleton was really a first-class powerhouse when he was alive. According to their understanding, after a cultivator had fallen, the skeleton would still have a certain amount of strength and fighting instincts, but it would still degenerate compared to when he was alive. However, the degenerated skeleton could still fight on par with them. This showed how powerful he was. The strong smell of blood spread in the air, and the entire dark sacred assembly was dyed red with blood. Bang! Luo Qinghao's figure flew out and fell into the skeletons. He was instantly surrounded by skeletons. Diyujue glanced coldly at Luo Qinghao, then landed in front of Jun Hongqing. His handsome face was filled with indifference, and his pair of black eyes seemed to have frost that couldn't be melted. Jun Hongqing, your plan seems to have failed again, and you've implicated many of the family's cultivators. With his familiarity with the Jun family, he had already seen the cultivators of the Jun family and the Xiao family in the guild's team. These 2 guys were worried about the 1-year agreement, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to them. Jun Hongqing's face was ashen. Looking at the face in front of him that was younger than him, all the unwillingness in his heart exploded. Over the years, he had schemed and schemed to defeat the D family. Later, he indeed formed an alliance with the Xiao family. However, he never thought that the final result would be that the 2 families would be defeated by the other party even after joining forces. How ironic was that? Diyujue, don't be too arrogant, Jun Hongqing said coldly. Diyujue chuckled, you've always been the one who planned step by step, but in the end, this is the result. If I kill you today, what do you think will happen to the Jun family's future? As soon as these words came out, Jun Hongqing's eyes narrowed, but he saw the strong killing intent in the latter's eyes. Even the last time they met, he had never seen Diyujue with such strong killing intent. It seemed that this time, he was really determined to make a move against the Jun family. A trace of fear inexplicably appeared in his heart. It had nothing to do with his life or death, but they were already at a disadvantage today. Once the Dark Sacred Assembly was successfully established, the D family's strength would increase again, and it would be easy to destroy them. Moreover, with so many skeletons, once they rushed into the Jun family's residence, coupled with the power of the D family, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. His heart turned cold at this moment. He began to regret everything he had done in the past. If his family was exterminated because of his decision, then he would be a great sinner of the Jun family. Don't forget that the secret key is still in my hands, Junhongqing said coldly. Right now, his only bargaining chip was the secret key. Even if the land of heritage can never be opened without the secret key, so what? Dyujua's expression was calm. The land of heritage was indeed very important to them. It would be best if they could open it, but if they couldn't, the status of the D family would not be affected. Anyway, the land of heritage had not been opened for so many years, and the life of the D family was not affected in any way. Junhongqing's expression froze, but he didn't know what to say. Dyujua's words were indeed reasonable. No matter how one looked at it, he was destined to be the loser. When Lei Ming rescued Luo Qinghao from the group of skeletons, Luo Qinghao's body was already in a mess, and he didn't have the slightest image to speak of. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and there were countless wounds of various sizes. The skeletons didn't show any mercy, and some of the hideous and terrifying wounds even made one's heart tremble. Luo Qinghao's face was extremely pale. If Lei Ming had been one step slower, his life would have been completely lost here. President Lei, we can't continue like this, or else all of us will die here. Although the situation of Feng Yuxian and the others was slightly better than Luo Qinghao's, it was not much better. Everyone, who had already begun to retreat, wanted to end everything even more after hearing this. There were still some cultivators fighting against the skeletons. However, judging from the situation, as long as Bewitching was not willing to stop, these cultivators would be wiped out sooner or later. By then, the skeletons would be surrounding them. Moreover, Di Linxian and the others were not weak. They had already used all their skills to deal with them, but they were still unable to keep them in check. As for Luo Qinghao, his opponent, Dyujue, was already terrifyingly strong. Since he was already seriously injured, no matter if he stayed in the group of skeletons or continued to face Dyujue, only death awaited him. If Dyujue had not shifted his attention to Junhongqing, Luo Qinghao might have already died. Lei Ming, we can't go on like this, Feng Yuxian also said. She was already regretting it to the extreme. If she had known that this would happen, she would have either brought more people or not objected at all. It would be a pity to lose her life for the sake of the guild. Lei Ming looked at the wavering crowd. In fact, his heart had already begun to waver the moment the skeleton army appeared. In the face of such a terrifying force, the few of them were clearly too weak. However, he could not say such a thing. His pride did not allow him to do so. In my opinion, Bewitching's means are so strong that it's inevitable for him to rise. If he wants to establish the Dark Sacred Assembly, it's useless even if we stop him. Even if he gives up on establishing the Dark Sacred Assembly on the surface and develops it into an underground force, wouldn't it be more terrifying? Xianxia's expression was solemn. He had never thought of this possibility before. However, after seeing the cultivators' fanatical worship for Bewitching, he figured it out. If the Dark Sacred Assembly was established, they could still control it more and use the regulations that the major guilds had to follow. However, once the other party developed into an underground force, all the restrictions would be useless. If that was the case, it would only be more terrifying. Lei Ming and the rest had not thought of this point. After hearing Xianxia's words, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Indeed, compared to establishing the Dark Sacred Assembly, this was a more terrifying outcome. In that case, everyone has the same idea? Thunder's gaze swept across the other four guild leaders. After seeing the four of them nod in agreement, he confirmed his answer. I understand. Lei Ming sighed faintly. His original imposing manner instantly became dispirited. He had been smart all his life, but he never thought that he would lose his dignity in front of a junior today. However, he had no way to change all of this. He was the one who initiated this matter. Now that he had chosen to give up, it was only natural that he would take the lead. Even if it was embarrassing, for the sake of everyone's lives, he had no other choice. Yingming, it seems that your judgment is correct. When Shui Feng saw the ugly expressions of the 5 guild leaders, he could already guess their decision. He could not help but inwardly sigh. It seemed that his son had really grown up. Whether it was in terms of foresight or boldness, he was stronger than him in these matters. President, they're planning to change their minds. Chu Yingming's voice was calm. This result was not beyond his expectations. From the very beginning, he felt that Bewitching would win. Although they were young, they were actually very meticulous. Before they did anything, they had already made detailed plans. The head of the D family had always been a highly respected figure. His wisdom and methods were outstanding even among all the family heads. He was willing to support Bewitching because he felt that this matter had a chance of success. If I'm not wrong, they're already thinking of retreating. Shui Feng sighed, I shouldn't have stopped you. Previously, when Chu Yingming proposed to help the D family, Shui Feng thought about it again and decided not to take the risk. This was because if the D family failed, their Chu family would also have to pay a huge price. He didn't think that the result would be the same as what Chu Yingming had predicted. They also lost a great opportunity to befriend the D family. If they missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult to befriend them in the future. Thinking of this, Shui Feng couldn't help but envy the Jiang family and Murong family. Their families also had 2 good sons. Although this decision was very risky, if they won, their future gains would definitely not be small. With the D family's temperament, after this matter was over, the Jiang family and Murong family would become their best allies. With the friendship of the younger generation, their relationship would become even stronger. Lei Ming pondered for a moment before looking at Bewitching. His ugly face revealed an awkward expression. Bewitching, in my opinion, we should reconsider this matter. Bracing himself to say this, Lei Ming felt as if all the strength in his body had disappeared. Even if Lei Ming didn't say it clearly, everyone present understood that he was admitting defeat. Nangong Yu's hand trembled. Sure enough, this kind of scene still happened. From now on, no one in the younger generation would be able to compare to Bewitching. Following Lei Ming's words, Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, Ouyang Jifeng, and Mo Yunjia's eyes slightly changed. They all had different thoughts in their minds. Bewitching chuckled and looked at Lei Ming with ridicule. President Lei, what do you mean by reconsidering? This guy isn't our opponent right now, so he wants to reconsider. Why didn't I hear him say that before? Xiao He didn't mind the anger on his face. Previously, they had always been respectful to the various guild leaders. However, they had been pressuring them step by step, not giving them any room to breathe. If they were the ones at a disadvantage, then Lei Ming and the others would have killed them all without hesitation. President Lei Ming, isn't this shameless? From the moment he put on that face, it was already obvious. Xiao Bai shrugged. Although the 5 presidents were all enemies, it was clear that President Lei was the most annoying. Lei Ming originally thought that Bewitching would happily end all of this after he said those words. He never thought that Bewitching still felt that he wasn't clear enough and purposely made him say it clearly. Wasn't this just to embarrass him in front of everyone and make him unable to raise his head again? How despicable! Lei Ming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he looked at Bewitching. He felt as if he was going to go crazy from anger. What I mean is that we no longer object to your establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly. Lei Ming took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he uttered the words that made him feel extremely humiliated. Recalling his resolute rebuttal earlier, this was simply a slap in the face. It was not just Lei Ming. Even Feng Yuxian and the others, who had strongly urged Lei Ming to change his words, felt humiliated. They were guild leaders after all and were well-known figures in the upper realm. However, what they had done today was truly unsightly. After today, this matter would probably become a stain in their lives. Who knew how many people would laugh at them? As soon as these words were spoken, Huangfu Ting and the other dark attribute cultivators' faces lit up with excitement. Heavens, they've agreed to let us establish the Dark Sacred Assembly. This means that we don't have to lower our heads in the future. In the future, we can openly state our attributes. Isn't this all because of the young master? If the young master hadn't used such a trick, they wouldn't have changed their words at all. Everyone knew very well that Lei Ming and the others had been forced to change their words because they could not resolve the situation before them. However, at the same time, this was also the rule that everyone understood. In this world, the rules were set by the strong. As long as one was strong enough, no matter how absurd the things one wanted to do were in the eyes of others, one would be able to succeed. Everyone present could not help but feel shocked. From today onwards, the structure of the upper realm would really change. In the past, everyone had always looked down on dark attribute cultivators. However, after witnessing Bewitching's methods today, no one dared to look down on him so easily. This was because such methods were simply too difficult to deal with. Xianxia and the others looked at Bewitching with joy. Although the process today had been very tortuous, the final result was still very good. However, just as everyone thought that the battle was completely over, Bewitching's words shocked everyone. How can I believe the words of a person who goes back on his words like you? Bewitching's expression was cold. Even though they had only interacted for a short period of time, he had already understood that this President Lei was not the upright gentleman that everyone thought him to be. On the contrary, he was narrow-minded. Making such a decision at this moment was only because they were forced to do so. If they were allowed to lead peacefully like this today, no one knew what the final outcome would be. Earlier, Lei Ming had said that he wanted to kill all darkness attribute cultivators. Now, he had changed his mind and agreed to the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly. What if this guy went back and said that he was forced to say such words and took the opportunity to attack the Dark Sacred Assembly again? Wouldn't that be terrible? Anyway, for those who had already lost face, losing face again was not important to them at all. Lei Ming's mood was already extremely bad. When he heard Bewitching's sarcastic words, he suddenly felt his blood boil. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was already good enough that he agreed. What else did Bewitching want him to do? Could it be that he wanted him to swear in front of so many people? Luo Qinghao and the others' faces alternated between green and red. Their emotions were extremely complicated. However, Bewitching's words were not without reason. They had no way to refute him. Bewitching. Lei Ming's tone became heavier, mixed with thick anger, but he forcibly suppressed it. I've already said so much, what else do you want? What else do I want? Bewitching sneered, his expression indifferent. From the beginning to the end, I should be the one asking you what you want, right? Is it great that you've said so much? I've said so much before, in the face of so many people's pleas. Didn't you completely ignore them? You used your selfish words to shut all of us up. The reason is that you're stronger. Now. Bewitching's voice was loud and domineering. We're stronger than you, why should we listen to you? The one who should shut up is you. It's you. A cold shout filled with an aura caused Lei Ming to be stunned on the spot. What did it mean to shoot yourself in the foot? This was it. At this moment, Lei Ming was about to die of anger. As an elder, it was normal for him to preach, but Bewitching used these words at this moment to counter him, making him unable to refute. Even if the Dark Sacred Assembly was successfully established, the fact that Bewitching had become the president would be criticized by others. It would always be talked about, and there was no way to change it. Didn't you plan to kill us all? Bewitching was extremely cold. His dark eyes were bottomless, as if they contained endless coldness, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Killing all the dark attribute cultivators, destroying my family, and killing my friends, wasn't that your plan? Bewitching spread out his hands, indicating to the cultivators behind him. You can do the same thing to us, but you think that we can't do it? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with disgust. Now, she really hated these people's hypocritical faces. They looked high and mighty, as if they were superior to others. Other people's lives were like ants in their eyes, but their own lives were incomparably noble. Wasn't that ridiculous? Feng Yuxian was silent. She suddenly understood why Bewitching was so persistent. It was not only for her, but also for his family, friends, and all the dark attribute cultivators who believed in him. He was seeking justice for everyone, because if he agreed so easily, he would not be able to face these people who risked their lives to help him. Feng Yuxian's feelings were extremely complicated. This kind of responsibility was hard to find even in many older people, but she found it in Bewitching. Even if she was very dissatisfied with everything Bewitching had done, she had to admit that he was indeed a very outstanding young man. The reason why so many people were willing to lose their lives for him was probably because he treated them with sincerity. The 5 presidents did not say anything else. Faced with Bewitching's resolute attitude, they knew very well that no matter what they said, it was useless. Today, they could only fight to the end. The sounds of killing filled the sky, and the surroundings of the dark sacred assembly had become a terrifying battlefield. Blood spurted out, and miserable screams were endless. However, from the beginning to the end, those skeletons did not harm any of the cultivators who came to watch the battle. In the beginning, everyone was a little worried when they saw those skeletons appear. Once they were surrounded by those skeletons, even if they wanted to escape, it would be very difficult. Fortunately, these skeletons did not treat them as targets and did not attack them. While everyone was impressed by Bewitching's ability to distinguish between kindness and hatred, they were even more shocked by his ability to control the skeleton army. These skeletons didn't seem to be dead at all. Instead, they seemed to be real humans who obeyed Bewitching's orders. Lei Ming and the others had no choice but to continue fighting after failing to communicate. However, their hearts were filled with despair. If this continued, they might really lose their lives here. Ta ta ta. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded from behind. Hearing the footsteps, Lei Ming's eyes lit up, and a strong sense of hope appeared in his eyes. Now that the skeleton army had arrived, there was only one possibility for the cultivators to arrive: reinforcements. It must be their reinforcements. Luo Qinghao was also shocked. Regardless of how useful these reinforcements would be, it would be good as long as they could get some help. Just as Lei Ming and the others had guessed, a group of reinforcements had arrived. Everyone's footsteps were firm, and victory was written all over their faces. When the reinforcements arrived, they did not immediately see the 5 guild leaders. The first thing they saw was a horde of ferocious skeletons. The skeletons at the back turned around when they heard the footsteps behind them. They raised their weapons and were obviously preparing for battle. The reinforcements, who originally wanted to perform well today, were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Could it be that they came here today to deal with skeletons? What kind of joke was this? There were skeletons everywhere. They simply did not have enough people. Looking at the orderly skeleton army staring coldly at them, everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Normally, these skeletons were the last thing they wanted to meet, okay? Am I seeing things? A cultivator said in a daze. His tone was filled with uncertainty. Didn't they say they were going to deal with dark attribute cultivators? Could they be skeletons? The leader was completely dumbfounded. When he left earlier, he did not know that there were so many skeletons here. Based on this situation, it was obvious that the guild leader and the rest were completely surrounded by skeletons. My stomach hurts. I'm in a bad state. I'm afraid I can't help today. I'm really sorry. I'll make a move first. I wouldn't have felt it if you didn't say it. Now that you mention it, my stomach hurts too. I must have eaten something bad during lunch. I can't fight in this state. I'll make a move first. After the first cultivator found an excuse to run away, the other cultivators also found an excuse to run away. Continue to stay here? Unless they were stupid, with so many skeletons around, the moment they entered, they would definitely die. Moreover, according to their judgment, the guild members must have been surrounded. They could not escape even if they wanted to. If they rushed in, they would be courting death. Just as Thunder turned around and was about to summon a group of cultivators to help, he realized that the cultivators had run away as soon as they arrived. They ran away. Thunder was stunned. Why did they run away when they had just arrived? The sudden scene was beyond everyone's expectations. However, the scene of them running away like birds and beasts made them laugh uncontrollably. These guys are not stupid. They knew the current situation and ran away as soon as they could. Actually, under such circumstances, even if rushing in can temporarily alleviate the situation, the end result is still death. 5 guild leaders, you've truly made the wrong decision today. Even if you don't lose your lives here today, you'll still lose all your face. The faces of Yan Yi and the others turned ashen as they felt a burning pain on their faces. It's over, it's all over now. Luo Qinghao's expression was dull, and his eyes were filled with despair. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, he definitely wouldn't have appeared here today. It was no wonder that Chairman Liu had agreed to this matter. Perhaps Chairman Liu had already known all of their methods and knew that this matter was unstoppable. That was why he had agreed on the first day. In fact, even if they were in other places, it would be very difficult for them to deal with such methods, let alone in Emperor Cloud City. More and more cultivators died, and even Thunder was injured. Let alone them, the cultivators from other guilds were the ones who had truly broken down. Blood splattered everywhere, and a familiar scream was heard. Everyone turned to look and realized that guild leader Luo had died at the hands of a skeleton. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with fear and disbelief. It seemed that he did not expect to die here today. Guild leader Luo! Feng Yuxian exclaimed. Even though she was exhausted from dealing with the situation and realized that she might end up in a miserable state, she did not believe that she would die here. Only when Luo Qinghao died in front of her did she realize that death was really close. Bewitching's determination was really terrifying. Because of their previous attitude, Bewitching also had the same intention of killing them. Yan Yi and the others were completely dumbfounded, and their hearts were in turmoil. Originally, Luo Qinghao had already been severely injured after his battle with Di Yujue. Coupled with the fact that they were unable to split themselves up, there was no way for them to help him. Who would have thought that the extremely weak Luo Qinghao would die at the hands of the skeleton just like that? For a moment, everyone's hearts were in chaos. When the guild's cultivators who were still alive saw that their guild leader had fallen, the last string in their hearts was completely pulled taut. I don't want to stay here. I want to leave, only death awaits me if I stay here. The cultivators fled as if they were possessed. They were all going to die, but perhaps there was a chance of survival if they fled. In an instant, the group scattered like scattered sand. Everyone wanted to run for their lives, and the despair that came from the bottom of their hearts made them feel like they were about to collapse. Apart from that, some cultivators even knelt down and begged Di Baichen for mercy. Young Master Di, I beg you, if you give me a way out, I will never do such a thing again. I swear, as long as I can live, I will leave the guild and have nothing to do with it anymore. At that moment, everyone was in tears. This was the worst decision they had ever made. Even if there was a risk of losing their lives during the training, the scene before them had destroyed all their hopes bit by bit, causing them to lose their confidence. Everything in front of them was dark and gloomy. Fear was magnified infinitely. The feeling of watching death getting closer and closer was the real torture. However, they did not have the courage to die. In such a dilemma, they were going crazy. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the scene before her. In fact, these cultivators did not have any enmity with them, it was just that they had different standpoints. In the face of such begging, they didn't feel good either. At that moment, Bai Lianche whispered a few words to her. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned slightly, and she nodded slightly, understanding. No one noticed this scene, but everyone noticed that the giant beast summoned by Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly went crazy and attacked Lei Ming. Lei Ming's strength was originally on par with this giant beast, and neither could do anything to the other. However, after so many things had happened, his mind had long been in a mess. Luo Qinghao's death had given him too much of a shock. Coupled with these hysterical cultivators, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Most of them were thinking about how to get out of this predicament. That enormous force seemed to have shifted his internal organs, and a few of his ribs were broken. His entire body felt like it was falling apart as he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Lei Ming's figure fell into the group of skeletons. These skeletons did not show any mercy, and their attacks were ruthless. Lei Ming only felt that he had not even had the chance to catch his breath when countless fists came flying towards him. Bang, bang, bang. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Even the famous President Lei was somewhat exhausted at this moment. Save me! Lei Ming shouted. If he could not escape now, he was afraid that he would follow in Luo Qinghao's footsteps. The Earth Elemental President Hu Heipo was the closest to Lei Ming. After seeing that Lei Ming was seriously injured, he quickly rushed to his side. The elemental energy in his body surged out, and the tyrannical force was like a gust of wind, directly blowing away the skeletons around Lei Ming. Seeing this, the badly battered Lei Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he had a chance to catch his breath. However, At this moment, Feng Youxian's extremely sharp voice suddenly rang out, "President Lei, be careful." Lei Ming was slightly startled. Before he could understand what Feng Youxian meant, he saw a huge mountain flying towards him, his eyes widened, and his body seemed to have lost control at this moment. He could only stare blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he did not dare to believe that all this was real. Hu Heipo had wanted to save Lei Ming, but after hearing Feng Youxian's reminder, he turned his eyes to the side. He saw the terrifying giant beast charging towards him like a thunderbolt. Its mountain-like body was extremely terrifying. Even though he had dodged at the first moment, he was still sent flying by the impact. At the moment of impact, he felt as if he had been crushed by a ferocious beast, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Such terrifying strength was simply shocking. They were simply no match for such a huge beast. Everyone present stared blankly at this scene. The giant beast's move was simply too shocking. President Hu had only been hit once, and he had already become like this. Then, what would President Lei look like after being crushed by the mountain? A question mark. Everyone's mind was filled with a question mark. They didn't even dare to think about that tragic scene. If they hadn't guessed wrongly, the chances of President Lei surviving in such an environment were too slim. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw this, she breathed a sigh of relief, and her whole body relaxed. Among the 5 presidents, Lei Ming and Luo Qinghao were the ones who objected the most. Therefore, no matter what, these 2 presidents had to be dealt with. Only with the death of these 2 guild leaders would the rest of the matter become easier. Otherwise, these 2 fellows would definitely become a threat in the future. At the same time, Bewitching also let the cultivators who were begging for mercy go. To put it bluntly, these people were just pawns being used from the beginning to the end. Just by looking at the way they were crying, it was easy to guess that they wouldn't dare to go against them in the future. The people who begged for mercy did not expect Bewitching to really agree. They were just really broken down and wanted to find a way to vent their emotions. In that endless fear, they felt worse than death. When Bewitching let them go, they immediately felt grateful to Bewitching. Just as the crowd was wondering what President Lei would look like under the gigantic beast, the mysterious door beneath Bailey Hongzhuang's feet reappeared once again. The gigantic beast slowly walked back after seeing the mysterious door. It looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of admiration and respect. However, as the gigantic beast slowly left, the crowd finally saw the real situation clearly. With one look, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. President Lei's figure was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a pile of flesh and blood. Rumble. The mysterious door closed and the gigantic beast disappeared from the crowd's sight. Everyone was dazed for a moment as they stared at the mysterious door which had completely disappeared. It was as if that ferocious and terrifying gigantic beast had never appeared in the first place. The crowd was filled with fear as they stared at the enchanting and proud figure. This was the first time they had seen such a technique. This woman was simply a mysterious and terrifying existence. Even the leaders of the various organizations did not dare to underestimate Bailey Hongzhuang. Because no one knew how many gigantic beasts she could summon. In addition to the Beast King and the Dragon Clan, this woman's techniques were already terrifying enough to send chills down their spines. At the same time, Bewitching was also a man with shocking potential and extremely terrifying potential. The union between these 2 could be said to be a match made in heaven. However, this was a complete disaster to the rest of the crowd. Initially, it would be a good thing to have a clear understanding of the D family's true power. Everyone would be able to make a rough estimate of their power after seeing their trump cards. However, after having a true understanding of their power, everyone gave up on the thought of going against them. That would really be digging their own graves. Hongzhuang, what's that gigantic beast's name? This is the first time I've seen you summon it. Shangguan stared curiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Every time Bailey Hongzhuang summoned a gigantic beast, she could not recognize it. It was very interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head in response to Shangguan question. Actually, I don't know either. As she gradually became more proficient in her summoning technique, she realized that she could not only summon the demonic beasts that she had seen before. However, every time she tried to summon a beast, she would succeed as long as she thought about the characteristics of the beast she wanted to summon. The only thing that didn't change was that the stronger the demonic beast he summoned, the more mental energy he needed to summon it. She was now able to summon many demonic beasts with the same cultivation level as her, but today's battle clearly required more powerful demonic beasts, so she tried her best to summon such a big fellow. Reality proved that the effect was very good. You don't know either? Shangguan Yingying was slightly stunned. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a helpless smile. It doesn't matter what species it is, as long as it's strong enough. That makes sense. Bewitching quietly turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had also noticed the private conversation between Bai Li Yanche and Bailey Hongzhuang. After this conversation, Hongzhuang had quickly taken care of President Lei. There must be some connection between them. Noticing Bewitching's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly but did not reply. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 5 presidents were left. The defeat was set. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time. As long as Bewitching was willing, the remaining 3 presidents would all stay here. Bang! Jun Hongcheng's figure fell heavily to the ground. Di Yujua's face was indifferent, and the corners of his lips curled into a sarcastic arc. You've been focusing on scheming all these years. Your cultivation hasn't improved much. Jun Hongcheng's face was extremely ugly. In fact, he had always known in his heart that his cultivation talent was not as good as Di Yujua's. Even though Di Yujue had spent a lot of time looking for Bewitching over the years, he still couldn't catch up with Di Yujua's cultivation. In fact, it was precisely because he knew that he had no hope in terms of strength that he began to look for other ways. As the head of the family, strength was very important, but so was strategy. Indeed, now it seemed that he had failed. Head of the family. The cultivators of the Jun family were anxious. Di Yujue, so what if you are stronger than me? If it weren't for your better luck, you would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, Jun Hongqing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his approach. It was just that God had been helping Di Yujue. If Bewitching hadn't come back, the Di family would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from behind. Look, isn't that President Liu and President Song? There are also cultivators from the Di family and the Ouyang family around them. It seems that they were the ones who found President Liu and Song Qinghao. Everyone knew very well that the 2 presidents didn't come before not because they were uncomfortable as President Lei and Song Qinghao had said, but because they had used some means to prevent them from coming. This was probably the result of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. If President Liu and Song Qinghao had come earlier, Lei Ming and Luo Qinghao wouldn't have died. Feng Yuxian and the other 2, who had fallen into despair, suddenly let out a sigh of relief after seeing President Liu's figure. They only felt their whole body relax. For the first time, they felt that President Liu was their savior. Lu Hongwei and Song Langtian were very anxious all the way, for fear that something would happen to Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang if they were late. They were also very angry about what happened yesterday. They never thought that Lei Ming and the others would go so far and do such a hateful thing. Last night, when they told Lei Ming and the others about their idea, the 5 of them didn't object too much. Although they were a little unwilling, they still agreed in the end. Originally, they felt that it was a little strange and thought that it would take some time to convince them, but they didn't expect that everything would go much smoother than they thought. However, they did not expect that they would be drugged unconscious that very night, so that they would not be able to attend today. If someone hadn't found them, they probably wouldn't have woken up today. Along the way, a complicated feeling of regret and depression spread in their hearts. It was all their fault for being too relaxed, resulting in such negligence. However, when they arrived and saw the skeletons all over the mountains and plains, and Di Beichen's party completely occupying the advantage, their hearts were incomparably shocked. This situation seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. Song Langtian and Lu Hongwei couldn't help but look at each other. So Di Beichen's group had the advantage now? President Liu, are Di Beichen's group so strong? Song Langtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the face of such a large number of skeletons, he could no longer maintain his image as the president calmly. This is the first time I know about it. Why are we only seeing the 3 presidents? Where are President Lei and President Luo? Song Langtian was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for President Lei and President Luo to be absent at this time. Lu Hongwei was also puzzled. This situation was unexpected. Looking at the sorry state of Feng Yuxian and the other two, it seemed to be very difficult. Feng Yuxian saw Lu Hongwei and Song Langtian standing there in a daze, seemingly shocked by the situation in front of them. She immediately shouted, "President Lu, save us! Save us!" Lu Hongwei was dumbfounded. Feng Yuxian was actually asking him for help. At the same time, Bewitching turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Yanqi again. He suddenly understood why Hongzhuang had made such a decision earlier. Obviously, with Yanqi's mental strength, he had probably sensed that President Lu and the others were approaching. Once President Lu arrived, they would not be able to kill Lei Ming unscrupulously. Therefore, they had to take Lei Ming's life before President Lu arrived. Although Lu Hongwei still did not understand the situation in front of him, he still said, "Stop. Everyone, stop." Seeing this, Bewitching also stopped the skeletons. He could ignore other people, but he could not do so in front of these two presidents. Because these two presidents had supported them from beginning to end. His principle of doing things had always been that if people respected him, he would respect them tenfold. If others were good to him, he would naturally be good to them. Under Bewitching's command, the skeletons neatly opened a path for Lu Hongwei and the others to pass through like soldiers. Looking at such a shocking scene, everyone could not help but be shocked again. These skeletons did not seem to be dead at all under Bewitching's control, and such a uniform action was even more shocking. This was the first time Lu Hongwei saw a dark attribute cultivator controlling skeletons, but he had to admit that such control was indeed very powerful. Soon, Lu Hongwei had arrived in front of them. Feng Yuxian and the other two could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the skeleton army stop. After fighting for so long, they were also very tired. Linshan and the others also stopped and stood beside Bewitching. Today's matter was not their problem from beginning to end. If the 5 presidents had not gone too far, things would not have developed to this point. What the hell is going on? Lu Hongwei's face was livid. As soon as he opened his mouth, the deterrence of a high position for a long time directly erupted. Feng Yuxian quickly said, "President, Bewitching and the others are too much. President Lei and President Luo have already died. You must seek justice for the 2 presidents." As soon as these words came out, Lu Hongwei and Song Langtian both trembled, their faces filled with disbelief. For a moment, they even wondered if they had heard it. "President Feng, are you saying that President Lei and President Luo have fallen?" Song Langtian couldn't help asking. Feng Yuxian nodded. "Yes, it's all thanks to them." Lu Hongwei's expression instantly became complicated. He never thought that the 2 presidents would die like this. This matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. How could this be? Lu Hongwei's face was pale, and his heart was filled with regret. "President Lu, we can't just listen to one side of the story." Linshuan's face was slightly cold. He didn't think much of the 5 presidents before, but after seeing their faces today, he no longer had any respect for them. Today, the 5 presidents stopped the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly and even threatened to kill all the dark attribute cultivators. Now, we can only blame ourselves for falling to this point. Linshan, you. Yan Ye's face was livid. Although he also understood that Linshan was telling the truth, they had lost face today. "Are you the only ones who can make a move and we have to passively take a beating?" Yujua's face was arrogant and indifferent, and his dark eyes were filled with killing intent. Facing that pair of terrifying eyes, Yan Yi couldn't help but shut his mouth. Now, facing these people again, he no longer had the confidence he had before. "You actually threatened to kill all the dark attribute cultivators?" Lu Hongwei looked at Feng Yuxian and the others in disbelief. He thought that they just wanted to stop this matter, but he didn't expect them to go so far and want to kill the other party. Feng Yuxian said weakly, "This decision was made by President Lei suddenly. Don't you know how to stop it?" Lu Hongwei was also furious. He thought that it was bad enough that they couldn't come today, but he didn't expect them to do such a thing. Even if it was just a few words, he roughly understood the whole process of the matter. With Lei Ming's simple and violent character, he must have wanted to take this opportunity to kill them all, but he didn't expect the D family's background to be so terrifying. Instead, he was controlled by the other party and even lost his life. Feng Yuxian and the others looked embarrassed. They opened their mouths and wanted to explain, but they didn't know what to say. In fact, they didn't expect Lei Ming to make such a decision because Lei Ming didn't discuss it with them beforehand. When Lei Ming said it, they were already in such a situation, and they couldn't object, so it went on inexplicably like this. Lu Hongwei took a deep breath. After understanding all the situation, his mind was in a mess. This situation was too complicated, and the most important problem was how to deal with it. Song Langtian didn't know what to say at this moment. In just half a day, the situation had fallen to such an irreversible point. Strictly speaking, this was indeed the fault of the 5 guild leaders. Even if they opposed the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly, they shouldn't have made such a crazy decision. However, killing 2 guild leaders was not an easy task. After a while, Lu Hongwei turned to Bewitching and said, Bewitching, can you let these skeletons leave first? Being surrounded by a sea of skeletons was not a pleasant feeling. Even if they had made a decision, it seemed that they had no choice but to do so under the threat of the skeleton. Bewitching stared at Lu Hongwei. He didn't want things to escalate to this point, but there were many things that he had no choice but to do, so he didn't regret it. He respected Chairman Lu because of his tolerance and understanding of him. However, if President Lu was the same as Lei Ming and the others, he would not back down either. For the people he cared about, he had no way out. What happened today must have crossed Bewitching's bottom line. The look in his eyes was completely different from the one he saw yesterday. Looking at the corpses on the ground around him, he understood that this battle had been very torturous. Both sides had suffered casualties, but the 5 major guilds had suffered more. He still remembered that yesterday, he had confidently guaranteed that this matter would not be too big of a problem. However, he did not expect something like this to happen today. It was normal for Bewitching to have such an attitude. Once bitten, twice shy. Even he could not easily let these skeletons leave under such circumstances. Otherwise, the entire D family would not have any protection. The next moment, Lu Hongwei looked at the surrounding cultivators and suddenly said, I hereby announce that from today onwards, the Dark Sacred Assembly is officially established. From today onwards, there are no longer only 7 major guilds in the upper realm, but 8 major guilds. Following Lu Hongwei's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Even though they had already guessed that this would be the result today, they could not help but feel touched when it really happened. This meant that from today onwards, the structure of the upper realm had begun to change. They had no reason to discriminate against dark attribute cultivators. Bewitching was no longer just the young master of the D family, but also had another identity, the president of the Dark Sacred Assembly. At this moment, no one doubted Bewitching's ability anymore. He had used his actions to prove that he was worthy of this title. Feng Yuxian could not help but feel anxious when she saw Lu Hongwei directly announce this result. President Lu, how could you announce this directly? After experiencing today's events, she was very depressed and had also suffered a certain blow. However, after President Lu appeared, she only hoped that he could change everything. She did not expect President Lu to directly announce this result. This also meant that the 5 presidents had completely failed in front of Bewitching. Hearing Feng Yuxian's words, Lu Hongwei's expression was calm and unmoved. This was my decision yesterday. If you hadn't knocked me out and prevented me from coming, this wouldn't have happened today. The dignified voice was filled with unconcealable anger. Lu Hongwei was very angry. The whole thing clearly did not need to be like this, but it had become so difficult to even clean up the mess. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. The smart people present had already guessed that Lu Hongwei and Song Langtian's absence must not be because they were uncomfortable, but they didn't expect the 5 presidents to be so bold as to knock them out directly. Feng Yuxian, Yan Yi, and Hu Heibo's expressions turned ugly. They all understood that this matter had truly angered President Lu. Under such circumstances, they didn't have the confidence to say anything else. If it wasn't for President Lu's appearance, they might have already lost their lives. After announcing this decision, Lu Hongwei turned his head and looked at Bewitching. Bewitching also understood that this matter had nothing to do with President Lu. It was just that no one had expected Lei Ming and the others to do something so outrageous. Retreat. Beichen's loud and clear voice resounded, and the group of skeletons respectfully saluted in his direction, as if they were subjects submitting to Beichen. The aura was vast and the scene was spectacular. Thud thud thud, everyone looked at the orderly skeleton army and could not calm down for a long time. This scene was too spectacular. At this moment, everyone could not help but envy Beichen's ability. If they could also summon such a skeleton army, how awe-inspiring would that be? The few guild leaders heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the skeleton army leave. Previously, when they were surrounded, even their breathing was suffocating. Seeing this, Lu Hongwei's eyes revealed a trace of relief. He had always known that Beichen was an upright and kind person. If it was not for today's events that forced him to this point, he would not have done such a thing. Guild Leader Lu, how should we account for the deaths of Guild Leader Lei and Guild Leader Luo? Xianxia's face was ashen. The deaths of two guild leaders was a big matter. If it was any other day, it would be a serious crime for someone to kill a guild leader. Today's matter was a conflict between guilds. Life and death are up to fate. Since they have died, it means that they were not strong enough. We will not pursue this matter further, Lu Hongwei said. Guild Leader Lu, how can this be? Hu Heipo was stunned. How could such a big matter be resolved so casually? Then what do you want to do? Lu Hongwei raised his eyebrows. If Guild Leader Lu did not take the initiative to kill all darkness attribute cultivators, things would not have developed to this stage. Now that both sides have suffered so many casualties, are you saying that you want to exchange a life for a life? Are the casualties not enough? Lu Hongwei was already in a fit of anger. With so many things happening, he was extremely unhappy. Hearing the other three guild leaders' incessant questions, he felt even more irritated. With such a large number of casualties, it would definitely be a blow to the reputation of all the guilds. Today's matter had reduced them to a joke, but now that things had developed to this stage, the only way was to stop the losses. Continuing to cause trouble would not benefit either side. Lu Hongwei's words blocked Hu Heipo's mouth. Hu Heipo could not answer a single word. The three guild leaders looked at each other helplessly. Guild Leader Lu was originally biased towards Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Now that Lei Ming had died, they had no right to speak in such a situation. Therefore, they could only let President Lu make the decision. From now on, I hope that everyone will no longer discriminate against dark attribute cultivators. They are the same as everyone else. Lu Hongwei's loud voice rang in everyone's ears. Similarly, I hope that everyone won't hold a grudge over what happened today. Every major decision will be accompanied by blood. This is a change in the upper realm structure. At the end of his speech, Lu Hongwei's gaze fell on Beichen and the three guild leaders. Although you've met on the battlefield today, as guild leaders of your respective guilds, it's inevitable that you'll cross paths on a daily basis. After today, I hope that you can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, and write off all these grievances. President Lu, don't worry. I will. Beichen's cold face finally showed a faint smile at this moment, but this smile was not for the three presidents, but for Lu Hongwei and Song Langtian. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough time, he wouldn't have minded killing all three of them at once. Learning from his mistakes, he believed that these three presidents were not stupid people. If they were to stir up trouble again, they might not be as lucky as they were today. Even though Feng Yuxian and the other two were furious, they understood that they had no choice but to lower their heads. Yujue and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Fortunately, President Lu was not like Lei Ming. Otherwise, this matter would have never ended. Linxian heaved a sigh of relief as a gratified smile appeared on his face. This decision, which everyone had thought to be incomparably crazy, had actually succeeded. Beichen had relied on his own power to change the situation in the upper realm and had also won a chance for a peaceful life for the darkness-type cultivators. All the darkness-type cultivators could not help but cheer at this moment. Many of them were crying tears of joy. They had been waiting for this day for a long time, they had even prepared themselves to lose their lives today. However, their wish had come true, they no longer had to endure the gazes of others and could live openly. Master, this is great. Xiao He could not help but jump up. So many twists and turns had happened today. Only now could she truly feel at ease. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She knew that Bewitching would definitely be able to do it. Before she had made this decision, she had already thought of many possibilities. She had even thought that if there was no way to reverse the situation in the end, she would do everything she could to invite Granny Hua and the others over. This was because she could not accept the fact that the people she cared about had left just like that. Fortunately, the situation was not that bad. After gathering the power of so many people, Bewitching had summoned an incomparably large number of skeletons. Xianxia lowered his head dejectedly. His entire being seemed to have received a huge blow. Even his hair seemed to have turned white at this moment. They had thought of so many ways, but they never thought that they would fail at the last moment. This feeling was simply too unbearable. The rise of the D family was unstoppable. After witnessing today's events, it was likely that no one would dare to make an enemy out of them. Yujue had made it very clear that he would destroy their family and the Jun family. Thinking of this, Xiaoyanlong felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, bringing with it extreme despair and regret. He raised his head slightly and looked at Yujue's cold and indifferent face. He understood that all of this could no longer be changed. "Looks like I'm quite lucky." Jiang Wenyan chuckled. "I didn't lose my life in this competition." "Young master, does what you said before still count?" The cultivators of the Jiang clan could not help but ask. "What words? You said you're not going to be the young master anymore?" Jiang Wenyan spread out his hands and raised his eyebrows slightly. With an innocent look, he said, "You must have heard wrongly." At the same time, the cultivators from the Morong family also asked the same question. Morong Jing chuckled and said, "Are you kidding me? It wasn't easy for my father to hand over the position of young lord to me. How can I give it up so easily? Am I such an irresponsible person?" Everyone looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Just like that, the Dark Sacred Assembly's founding ceremony came to an end, and the 5 guilds returned in defeat. Lu Hongwei spoke a lot about the changes after the Dark Sacred Assembly was established, the various considerations he had made, and the reasons for his final decision. It was not because he was forced by the situation, but the result of careful consideration. Not only that, but he also reprimanded Feng Yuxian and the others for their actions this time and prevented similar situations from happening in the future. Feng Yuxian and the others did not say anything before leaving. They were exhausted and only hoped to go back and rest quickly. Of course, another more important reason was that they had lost all their face today. They really did not want to face other people's gazes. Lu Hongwei also left after explaining some things. The Dark Sacred Assembly was a newly established guild, and Bewitching and the others must have set up many rules themselves. What he explained was nothing more than some common rules between the 8 guilds, as well as some rules that needed to be followed on a daily basis. Although the 8 guilds usually operated independently and did not have much contact with each other, the safety of the entire upper realm was related to them. Therefore, under some special circumstances, they could not avoid working together. Bewitching naturally did not have any objections to this. In this battle, whether it was the D family, the Lin family, or the Dark Sacred Assembly, all of them had suffered significant losses. During the battle, everyone's hearts had never been calm. However, when they were cleaning up the mess, they felt even more sad. Facing the fallen cultivators, Bewitching felt very guilty. His expression was very gloomy all day, and he exuded a faint sadness. "Beichen, none of us wanted to see this happen, but this was forced by the situation. Everyone can understand." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with concern. Bewitching had not said much all day, but she could understand Bewitching's thoughts with just one look. Normally, they would often fight, and they had seen many deaths and injuries. However, when all of this was related to the family members they cared about, they could not help but feel sad. Bewitching nodded slightly. "I understand. Everyone understands. Otherwise, everyone would not be so determined to help me. It's just that I can't help but feel guilty when I see the sad faces of the deceased cultivators' loved ones." He was the young master of the clan, and his responsibility was to protect the cultivators of the clan. However, he was also the one who had caused so much damage to everyone. In fact, after he had decided to do this, he had hesitated, worried that his family would be affected by his actions. but at the same time, he was also very clear that his strength alone was not enough. Bailey Hongzhuang hugged Bewitching from behind. Her lips curled into a faint smile. She could feel all of Bewitching's guilt and sorrow. She thought that the reason why she liked Bewitching so much was not only because of his handsome appearance and powerful strength, but also because of his sense of responsibility. Compared to the selfishness of Jun Lingxuan and the others, his sense of responsibility to carry everything on his shoulders was the biggest shining point, and also the biggest difference between them. I understand what you're thinking. This kind of grief from the death of your loved ones is very difficult to bear, but have you noticed that everyone never looked at you with the slightest bit of blame? This was because these sacrifices were for a better future. The stronger the clan, the better the protection of the clan's descendants in the future. For this point, Bailey Hongzhuang had only discovered it a while ago. In the past, they had always fought alone and had never implicated the entire family. Originally, she didn't know how to face those gazes. It wasn't until she noticed that there wasn't the slightest bit of resentment in everyone's eyes that she understood that this was the feeling of a family. Their small family had indeed been hurt, but they understood that the big family had a better future, therefore, she understood at that moment. For a big family to be able to stand tall, this kind of thing had definitely happened more than once or twice. Everyone had already prepared to sacrifice themselves for the family, just as the family would always protect them. This was the cohesion of a family. Bailey Hongzhuang's gentle voice walked into Bewitching's heart, bringing a trace of sunlight to his heart that was shrouded in darkness. That trace of sunlight gradually grew stronger, dispelling the surrounding darkness and bringing light and warmth. Bewitching suddenly turned around. Hongzhuang, I want to go out and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded, okay. Walking on the family's road, one by one, the disciples passed by them. Noticing that the crowd not only didn't have the slightest bit of criticism, but instead, their gazes were filled with admiration, Bewitching suddenly understood what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. Young master is really too amazing. He actually established the Dark Sacred Assembly. He's really great. From now on, no one will dare to provoke our family anymore because everyone knows how powerful our young master is. You don't know how proud I was of the family when I felt their gazes on me at that time. A group of 14 to 15-year-old cultivators gathered together. They didn't participate in this battle, but they saw it. Look, everyone is proud of you. Bailey Hongzhuang's face bloomed with a spring breeze smile. Looking at these children who hadn't been cultivating for long, she couldn't help but think of herself. Bewitching's expression gradually eased, and his heart gradually relaxed. Not far away, some of the older cultivators were also walking over slowly. Young master, it's great that you're able to establish the Dark Sacred Assembly. My son is also a dark attribute cultivator. He won't have to feel inferior in the future. A man looked at Bewitching excitedly. Because the young master was also of the dark attribute, his son was not kicked out of the family because of this. However, it was inevitable that he would feel inferior. Now, everything had finally changed. This is what I should do. Bewitching's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, his heart was completely at ease. Indeed, there were many casualties this time, but in the future, countless darkness-type cultivators would benefit. All in all, it was all worth it. Noticing the change in Bewitching's expression, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face became brighter. After the battle ended, the D family first held a memorial ceremony for the cultivators who had fallen in this battle. Dujue also gave more compensation to the families of these cultivators. Every cultivator who had sacrificed themselves for the family was a hero. They were the pride that they would always remember. After everything was arranged properly, the D family held a celebratory feast to celebrate their success. This was not only the success of the Dark Sacred Assembly, but also the success of the D family. Since the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly, there would be cultivators arriving here every day. Unlike before, where they couldn't see the light of day, every practitioner was pleasantly surprised to register as a member of the Dark Guild and receive the Dark Attribute training method. This was a pleasant surprise for all dark cultivators. The cultivation method of the dark attribute had been lost for many years. Over the years, no one had been able to cultivate it. They never thought that they would have it all now. For a time, almost all dark cultivators worshipped Bewitching as a god. That kind of worship and reverence was not something that other guild leaders could have. Bewitching became the guild leader of the Dark Sacred Assembly without any surprise, and under his decision, Huang Futing became the vice guild leader of the Dark Sacred Assembly. Usually, he would not stay in the Dark Sacred Assembly often, and Huang Futing and Qin Wan'er had already planned to take root in the Emperor Cloud City, so he was undoubtedly the most suitable person to be the vice guild leader to deal with many matters of the Dark Sacred Assembly. Huang Futing did not expect that Bewitching would hand over such a heavy responsibility to him, and he was a little flattered. He originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Bewitching's various reasons, he did not refuse and accepted it. For so many years, he had been organizing dark cultivators to gather together, but to complete this pioneering work, they alone were not enough. The most fortunate thing was that his vision was not wrong. Choosing Bewitching as the young master was the wisest decision. Bailey Hongzhuang's current identity was also very magical. Since her dual attribute identity was exposed, she had become the Dark Sacred Lady. Lu Hongwei also clearly told everyone that he had never agreed to let Bailey Hongzhuang resign from the position of the Light Sacred Lady. No matter what she did in the future, the Light Sacred Lady would only be her. Bailey Hongzhuang knew Lu Hongwei's good intentions and did not refuse, not to mention that she was the true successor of the Light Sacred Lady. Therefore, under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang had a dual identity. Not only was she the Light Sacred Lady, but she was also the Dark Sacred Lady. However, no one objected to such a situation. In addition, Bewitching also selected a few deacons from some outstanding cultivators. At the same time, he also left some empty positions. If any of the new members were found to be outstanding, these positions would be reserved for them. Perhaps it was because the path of the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly was too difficult, but all the dark cultivators were obedient to Bewitching's orders. Therefore, the entire guild proceeded in an orderly manner. Yujue had also instructed Bewitching in this aspect. He believed that Bewitching had the ability to handle these matters, but he also knew that the young master was not the head of the family and would not understand many small matters. Most of the time, these small matters had a great impact. On this day, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had just returned from the Dark Sacred Assembly when they were informed to go to the assembly hall to discuss some matters. The two of them looked at each other, but did not stop. Instead, they hastened their footsteps and hurried to the meeting hall. Every time they went to the meeting hall, it was almost always an extremely important matter. Presumably, the head of the family had made a decision and wanted to inform everyone. When Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, they discovered that everyone was gathered here. Other than the heads of the Di family and Lin family, Lan Yunxiao, Situ Yan, and the others were also present. Beichen and Hongzhuang have also arrived. Seeing the two of them, Di Yujua's expression eased a bit, revealing a trace of a smile. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang bowed and sat down at the side. Since everyone is here, then I'll get straight to the point and talk about the purpose of calling them here today. Di Yujua's voice rang out. After the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly, I believe everyone is very clear about the Jun family and Xiao family's attitude towards us. As long as there's a possibility, they'll think of a way to deal with us. Hearing Di Yujua's words, everyone's expression sank. As early as the day, they were extremely angry with Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong's actions. These two fellows were constantly waiting for an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. As long as they were slightly careless, their memories could be stolen by them. This feeling was very unpleasant. That's right, the Jun family has been deliberately plotting to deal with us all these years. Now, the Xiao family has also been reduced to jackals of the same lair. Di Linchuan's eyes were cold. They had long wanted to remove these two malignant tumors. However, because the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't big, they had always been apprehensive. After all, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Before they had a foolproof plan, they couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, once the entire family was implicated, they would become sinners for all eternity. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Jun family had become more and more excessive over the years. Therefore, I've decided to remove this malignant tumor. Di Yujua's expression was solemn. He had already said ruthlessly that as long as his family didn't fall this time, he would definitely destroy the Jun family and Xiao family. He couldn't tolerate these fellows thinking of ways to secretly harm his family, and the only way to solve all of this was to kill them and eliminate all future troubles, even if he had to pay a price for doing so. From a long-term point of view, this was definitely a good thing. Although the Di family and the Jun family hadn't had any major conflicts in the past few years, there would always be many casualties due to the enmity between the two families whenever their disciples went out to train. As for the conspiracies and battles between adult cultivators, there were countless of them. They had never carefully calculated it, but the things they remembered in their minds were already a terrifying number. In the past, it was because they didn't have enough strength and confidence. But now, the Di family was no longer the same as before. In addition, the Jun family had been hit hard several times in a row. Their strength was no longer the same as before. Making a move now was also a very good opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that the matter with the Dark Sacred Assembly had just ended and he still needed some time to deal with the family matters, he would have taken action the next day. For a moment, no one spoke. They agreed with this idea very much. Everything that Xianxia had done over the years was unbearable and unforgivable. If they hadn't been lucky enough to turn misfortune into blessings every time, they really didn't know what would have happened to them now. They didn't want such things to happen again in the future. Things like luck couldn't be guaranteed. Even if they were unlucky once, it could be a devastating blow. "Father, are you going to make a move now?" Bewitching asked aloud. "Are we just going to give up on the land of inheritance?" Di Xiaofeng frowned. He was 100% in favor of exterminating the Jun family. It was just that the Jun family had always endured for the sake of the land of inheritance. With Xianxia's personality, if the Jun family suffered heavy losses, he would definitely put the secret key in a place where no one could find it. At that time, the Di family might never be able to open the land of inheritance. A trace of hesitation flashed through Di Yujua's eyes, and then they became resolute. "Even if the land of inheritance is never opened in the future, we can't let the Jun family continue to exist." The magnetic and loud voice was filled with determination and certainty. Di Yujua's expression was calm. He had already thought about this matter carefully before. In fact, Xianxia and Xiao Yanlong had been threatening him with this matter for a while. This feeling of being threatened was very uncomfortable. He didn't want the Di family to be kept in check like this, so he decided to go all out. As soon as the Hell Deity finished speaking, the expressions of everyone shook. They hadn't expected that Di Yujue would actually make such a decisive decision. This wasn't a small matter for the entire Di family. Di Yujue turned to look at Di Linxian. "Father, Xianxia and Xiao Yanlong are very clear that the secret key is our weakness. We already gave in once before, but they actually did something like this during the establishment ceremony of the Dark Sacred Assembly. It's clear that they have a trump card. If we give in again and again, it will only make their arrogance rise. If they can threaten us once, they can threaten us a second time. Rather than that, it's better to give up everything. If we can get the secret key, that's naturally the best. But if we can't, we'll have one less enemy to scheme against all day. It's a good thing for the entire family." Di Linxian fell into silence. The Di family's land of inheritance had been passed down for a long time. This was already an open secret of the entire Di family. He had always hoped that the land of heritage could be reopened, and Bachin was the one who could open it. He had never thought that things would develop to this point. Once the secret key disappeared, the land of heritage might never be opened again. Lan Yinxiao and the rest didn't say anything. This was the Di family's matter. The choice between passing down the family's legacy and eliminating their opponents was a difficult one. It wasn't an easy choice to make. "Old Lin, what do you think?" Di Linxian turned his head to look at Lin Wenlan. He understood that everything Di Yujue said made sense, but it was really a pity to let the land of heritage become a treasure trove that could never be opened. Lin Wenlan also understood the importance of the land of heritage, so she did not make any assertions immediately. After a while, Di Linxian said, "It is indeed a good decision to get rid of the Jun family as soon as possible. We have tolerated them for too many years. It would be a good thing if we can end them as soon as possible." Hearing this, Di Yujua's eyes lit up. "Father, you agree? Before we take action, you have to think of a way to get the secret key. Although the chances of success are very small with Xianxia's craftiness, we still have to try." Lin Wenlan sighed in relief when she saw that Di Linxian had made his decision. In that case, we have to prepare for battle again. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Neither of them expressed their opinions on this matter. In their hearts, Di Yujue had always been a very calm person. However, this series of events had really touched his bottom line. In fact, if Di Beichen hadn't summoned a large number of skeletons this time, the Xiao family and the Jun family might have caused them to lose everything. They clearly remembered Di Yujue's angry look at that time. It was obvious that he didn't want something like this to happen again. He didn't want this kind of variable to threaten the family's life. Even if he had to give up the land of inheritance, he wouldn't hesitate. Di Beichen felt that Di Yujue's decision was correct. Although the land of inheritance was very mysterious, it was also very important to the family. However, it hadn't been opened for so many years, and the family hadn't changed much. The only regret was that they all knew that once the land of inheritance was opened, the family's cultivators' talents would be increased. This was the most amazing thing about the land of inheritance. Fortunately, the Di family's position was very stable now. With the support of the Dark Sacred Assembly, the Di family's position would only get higher and higher in the future. Sometimes, giving up was necessary. In that case, you should make a plan. When do you plan to take action? We'll set off together. Di Linxian was also a person who acted quickly. After making a decision, he didn't hesitate at all. Since they had to deal with it sooner or later, it was best to deal with it as soon as possible. Jun Hongqing might have already predicted that we would take action, so he took the opportunity to transfer some of the cultivators out and leave the family's bloodline. Lin Wenlan slowly said. This kind of action was something that every family would do when faced with a calamity. So we will take action as soon as possible. I will arrange for some of the cultivators to set off first in these 2 days. After 3 days, we will officially take action. Di Yujue's tone was firm, strong, and decisive. Before he had gathered everyone, he had already made a comprehensive plan. If they wanted to destroy a family, the number of people needed would naturally not be small. If they rushed over on the same day, even with the teleportation array, it would still take a long time. After all, the teleportation array could only transport a limited number of people at a time. They simply did not have the time to waste on it. Therefore, they needed a certain amount of time to let these cultivators go in batches. When the time came, they would gather and begin the operation. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Di Linxian nodded. Seeing this, Di Beichen also said, I'll also go to the Sacred Assembly so that everyone can make some preparations. If it was just to deal with the Jun family, then the Di family alone would be enough. However, no one knew if the Xiao family would also be involved. Therefore, the more people that went, the better. Even if the outcome was inevitable, reducing the number of casualties was still their biggest goal. I'll have to trouble the cultivators of your guild. Don't worry, father. They will be very happy. Di Beichen smiled. Currently, the Dark Sacred Assembly was developing very well. Although it had only been a few days, the joyous and harmonious appearance of everyone was not just for show. He had confidence in his Sacred Assembly. Good. Di Yujue patted Di Beichen's shoulder with satisfaction. His face was full of joy. I'll leave it to you. For a time, the Di family began to get busy again. In a short period of time, many cultivators had already received the order from the family head. After hearing this order, everyone was stunned at first, then revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Really? Is the family head really going to attack the Jun family? That's great. I've been unhappy with the Jun family for a long time. Over the years, they've become more and more annoying. I can finally take advantage of this opportunity to vent my anger. That's right. Those guys who make people sick should have died long ago. The hatred accumulated over the years had been engraved in everyone's hearts. Now that they were finally going to have a decisive battle, everyone couldn't help but be excited. Not only some young cultivators, but even some older cultivators couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts at this moment. They were also people who had fought with the Jun family. Whether it was the young master's matter, the alchemy competition, or Di Kaiyuan, everything had poked at everyone's heart. Every time they learned that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Jun family, they couldn't wait to tear the other party into pieces. However, they also understood that the family couldn't attack without caring about anything, but they didn't expect it to happen now. Master, it seems that everyone really hates the Jun family. Xiaohei couldn't help but sigh when she saw the excited expressions on everyone's faces. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The things the Jun family has done over the years are indeed disgusting. It's normal for everyone to have such feelings. Bewitching had a lot of support in the dark congregation. After he said this matter, almost all the cultivators signed up without hesitation. Young master, you don't have to make a special trip to this matter. You just have to pass the message. As long as you need it, everyone will definitely respond immediately. Huang Futing smiled. Even if many people had already changed the title of Bewitching to president, he still maintained this title. This was because there was a contract between him and Bewitching, a contract that he was willing to sign. This title also proved that they were closer to each other. Bewitching smiled faintly. He had already guessed that no one would back down, but when he saw that everyone was more enthusiastic than he had imagined, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. If only Master could see this scene, it would be great. The dark cultivators had suffered a lot over the years, and now, the good times had come. Since it's such a big matter, I naturally have to come. Oh right, every participating cultivator will be rewarded. Help me take charge of this matter. Don't worry, young master. Leave this to me. After giving the orders, Bewitching returned to the D family. Beichen, can we take a look at the entrance to the Land of Heritage? Seeing that Bewitching had returned, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately voiced her thoughts. Hearing this, Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do you suddenly want to go take a look? We've been waiting for a chance to enter the Land of Heritage, but after this incident, we may never have the chance to enter again. So, I want to take a look at the entrance. I also want to know if there are any other ways to open the Land of Heritage other than the secret key. They all agreed with their father's approach, but they couldn't help but feel pity for such an opportunity. Bewitching's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly stretched out his hand. Since it's a place my wife wants to go, why not? Bewitching held her soft little hand and slowly walked towards the back of the mountain. He also wanted to see what the entrance to the Land of Heritage looked like. As a person with a cursed body, he had always been regarded as the only hope to enter the Land of Heritage. However, no one would have thought that this place would become a place where they could no longer enter. The D family's territory was very large. Even though they had lived here for so long, there were still some places that they had never been to. As the two of them walked to the back of the mountain, they realized that there were still cultivators from the D family guarding the place. Young master, madam. The guard bowed respectfully. Let's go up and take a look. Yes. The back of the mountain was very large and surrounded by mountain peaks. It was not very conspicuous among the mountains. However, this was an extremely important place for the D family to pass down their heritage. Today's sunlight was very faint. It was bright but not dazzling. As it shone on the body, it gave off a sense of warmth. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, the smell of grass wafted to the tip of their noses. It was comfortable and relaxing. Such good weather, it's really suitable for going out. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands and allowed the breeze to caress her body. It was as if her whole body could float with the wind. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and beautiful face, Bewitching's gaze became even gentler. Fortunately, he had such a cute person by his side all this time. Let's continue. Opening her eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally held Bewitching's hand. That warm feeling made her heart calm down. The smile on Bewitching's lips never disappeared. Even if he was just quietly looking at Bailey Hongzhuang like this, it was a kind of happiness. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Land of Heritage. In front of them was a circular altar-like existence. It was entirely made of white jade and faintly had a hint of Cyan antiquity. The entire altar was very large and gave off a sense of grandeur and magnificence. The moment he arrived, a heavy sense of history hit him in the face. Everything here had a sense of vicissitudes of history. Vaguely, Bailey Hongzhuang actually felt that everything here was very similar to when she had entered the Darkness Temple and Radiant Saint Hall. Even though everything here looked simple, the feeling it gave her was very similar. What a magical place. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Di Beichen looked at the scene in front of him and was also shocked. This altar looked very simple. There weren't many complicated totems, and it didn't have the mysterious aura of an ordinary altar. It looked simple and ordinary. Perhaps it was because it was too simple that it gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. The circular altar was enshrouded in white mist, and there was only a small round base in the center. This circular tray was very delicate. It was circular in shape, but it was split into two in the middle. However, there was a gap in the most important position, so the two halves were still connected. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. If I'm not wrong, this should be the place where the blood fuses, right? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Di Beichen nodded slightly. That should be the case. The two of them walked to the back of the altar. There was a huge stone door here. Obviously, this should be the place where the 3 keys were placed. Thinking back, it was really strange back then. The keys to your family's inheritance fell into the hands of the 3 families. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Thinking back, the 3 family heads should have been on very good terms. She didn't expect that after so many years, they would become enemies. If the 3 seniors knew about the current situation, they would be very disappointed. However, time had changed too many things. Even families that had always been very close would change because of some accumulated resentment. Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded slightly. I also think this is very interesting. Back then, it seemed that the ancestors of the 3 families had discovered this place together. However, in the end, it became our family's land of inheritance. However, the things in this land of inheritance are not only for our families. Although the land of inheritance hasn't been opened for many years, I've checked the previous records. It said that every time the land of inheritance opened, the 3 families would reap great rewards. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, so everyone's land of inheritance is a very good opportunity for the 3 families. Indeed. However, the gap between the opening of the land of inheritance became longer and longer. Perhaps it has something to do with the deterioration of the relationship between the 3 families. Di Beichen's gaze was distant. Because of this land of inheritance, the 3 families had developed to this stage. Thinking about how this land of inheritance might not be opened again in the future, he felt a little uncomfortable. The Jun family had been protecting the 3 great families for such a long time. From now on, the Jun family would completely disappear from this world. Their primary goal was to get rid of the Jun family. After that, the Xiao family would be the next step in their plan. After so many years of friendship, in just a few short years, it had deteriorated to this extent. But who could say whether it was right or wrong? Everyone stood on their own standpoints and made decisions for the good of the family. Just like how the Jun family and the Xiao family tried to deal with them, in order to protect their families, they could only destroy each other. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly looked at the totem in front of her. She only felt that the place where the 3 keys were placed was very mysterious. This totem had an indescribable aura of simplicity. Beichen, don't you think this totem looks familiar, as if you've seen it somewhere before? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She didn't know why she had such a feeling, but she couldn't control it. Di Beichen slowly walked closer and his gaze fell on the place where Bailey Hongzhuang was looking. With this look, his heart seemed to be touched for a moment. It was as if he had seen something that had been deeply imprinted in his heart many years ago. It was an indescribable sense of familiarity. Most importantly, the resonance from the bottom of his heart was a feeling he had never felt before. How could this be? Di Beichen stared at the ancient totem in a daze, his mind blank. He had no way to think about whether he had really seen such a totem before. What he was more curious about was why he had such a strong feeling. What happened? Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Di Beichen's expression was different from usual, and a look of concern appeared on her face. Di Beichen did not answer Bailey Hongzhuang, and simply stared at the ancient totem in the same posture. An indescribable sense of familiarity filled his heart. He felt as if he had once lost a piece of his heart. And the totem in front of him was related to the missing part. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Di Beichen. She did not understand why Di Beichen had suddenly become like this, but she also knew that the latter must have fallen into a strange state of mind. This situation was similar to the time when Bewitching suddenly had an epiphany in front of the gate of the darkness shrine. This was the inheritance of the D family, and Bewitching was the fated person who was most likely to unlock this inheritance. Hence, such emotions were not strange. However, why did Bewitching's expression look so sad? It was a kind of sadness that emanated from the bottom of his heart, as if it was an unbearable pain in life. Even despair would not be this bad. She slowly shifted her gaze away from Bewitching and looked at the totem again. There had always been a kind of complicated emotion in her heart, and she felt as if she had really seen this totem somewhere before. Most importantly, she did not know if she had been affected by Bewitching's emotions, but there was also an indescribable sadness that spread in her heart. She stared at the totem, and when she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly burst into tears. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It was clearly the first time she had come to this place, so where exactly did these emotions come from? At the same time, Bewitching also came back to his senses, and his eyes turned red. It was obvious that he had been suppressing the emotions in his heart previously. Bewitching turned his gaze, and found that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually crying, and his heart tightened. "Dear, what's wrong?" Seeing the concern on Bewitching's face, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw Bewitching's expression earlier, she suddenly felt that it was a little strange, and at this moment, he was the one who had always been by her side. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. I don't know what happened just now, but when I looked at this totem, my heart felt very sad." "You too, right?" she said in a certain tone, because Bewitching's expression from earlier was deeply imprinted in her heart. Bewitching did not deny it. "Looking at this totem, there is indeed a very strange feeling. Perhaps we have been affected by the emotions of the land of heritage." Back then, the three great clans were on such good terms, but in the end they ended up like this. That's why even the land of heritage felt sad. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang fell into deep thought. Was it really like this? She did not know. "Since we are already here, we see if we Bewitching's blood, we can't." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her willowy eyebrows, her eyes filled with interest. All this time, only the blood of the D family and Xiao family cultivators could light up the land of heritage. Once the blood successfully opened the land of heritage, then they only needed to place the 3 secret keys on it, and the land of heritage would open. Although they did not have the 3 secret keys now, if they were lucky this time, they might be able to gather all of them. This way, the D family would no longer need to be kept in check in the future. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's excited look, Bewitching smiled and replied, "All right." The dagger drew across, and the blood immediately dripped into the round tray. The blood on both sides gradually began to fuse through the gap in the middle. Gradually, the blood turned from its initial bright red color to a faint golden color, as if half of a gold leaf had been dissolved in it. It looked extremely dazzling. The more blood fused, the more intense the golden color became. In the end, all the blood had turned into a dazzling golden color and emitted a mysterious aura. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other as they watched this scene curiously. They had only heard from Yujia that there would be a certain change after the blood of both parties fused, but they never thought that it would be such a change. Wow, how magical! Xiaohei looked at the situation in the round tray in astonishment. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. It was indeed worthy of being called the land of inheritance of a large family. "Master, since the blood has changed, does that mean that we can use your blood to open the land of inheritance?" Xiaohei looked curious. It would be impossible for an ordinary person's blood to fuse into this place to cause such a change, right? Bewitching's face showed a thoughtful expression. "Although I have always said that I wanted to give it a try, because of the secret key, I did not come." Father also did not explain this matter too clearly, so I don't know what is considered a success. In fact, it had been hundreds of years since the last time the land of inheritance was opened. Everything could only be found in the ancient books of the family. I vaguely remember that when Big Brother mentioned it, he said that if the blood of both parties turned black after the fusion, it would be a success. Bewitching frowned and his eyes were filled with hesitation. "Maybe I remembered wrongly." "Black?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and felt a little disappointed. If it was black, then the color of their blood was obviously not right. Noticing the faint disappointment in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, Bewitching smiled. At that time, Big Brother only mentioned it casually, so I didn't remember it clearly. It won't be too late to ask father when we get back later. What do you think? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. All right. Piercing Wind City. Xiao Yanlong stood in the courtyard with a worried look on his face. Ever since the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly and his return, he had been worried about a problem. How was Di Yujua's attitude that day resolved? He was certain that Di Yujue had the intention to kill him. After being friends for so many years, he knew Di Yujua's character very well. He had always been a swift and decisive person. He hadn't made a move before, partly because he had many concerns, and partly because he hadn't made up his mind. When he was in the Dark Sacred Assembly, he clearly felt Di Yujua's killing intent. With his character, it was impossible for him to change his mind after making such a decision. Moreover, when he faced Jun Hongqing, Di Yujue had made it very clear that he would no longer be restricted by the secret key. In that case, Di Yujue would most likely take action very soon. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but panic. Facing the current Di family and the Dark Sacred Assembly, once they launched an attack, they wouldn't be able to stop them at all. After this incident, their former allies had unknowingly distanced themselves from them. Isolated and helpless, this was the true portrayal of their current situation. Just as Xiao Yanlong was thinking, he unexpectedly saw Jun Hongqing. Seeing Jun Hongqing's appearance, Xiao Yanlong already had a rough guess in his heart, but his face still showed a surprised expression. Jun Hongqing's mood was also very complicated. Ever since Bailey Hongshuang told him the news that day, he carefully calculated the time and asked some cultivators who had some understanding of this matter, but the results he got made him very suspicious. However, he didn't have the time to measure all of this now. At this critical moment of the Jun family's life and death, he only thought about how to get the family through this difficult time. Brother Xiao, I think you understand the current situation very well. Di Yujue is probably already preparing to take action. Jun Hongqing didn't say anything else, but went straight to the point. He came here today to ask for Xiao Yanlong's help. Ever since the incident with the Dark Sacred Assembly, he knew that this time it was really dangerous. If he couldn't find a way to get through this difficult time, perhaps the Jun family would really cease to exist in the future. He had never thought of this kind of result, and when this scene really happened in front of him, he also felt that it was very difficult to accept. Almost immediately, he had been looking for allies everywhere, but at this moment, those families who had a good relationship with him all pretended that they weren't familiar with him. Even if he proposed a very high reward, the other party's attitude was still resolute, and they weren't willing to relent at all. After repeated attempts, he found that the other party didn't want to take the opportunity to extort him, and his heart was filled with despair. The Di family's rise now made many families fearful, and everyone was worried that they would get into trouble. If their families were implicated because of this matter, that was something that no one wanted to see. On the other hand, it was also because Di Beichen had a good relationship with the young masters of the Jiang family and the Murong family. If he wanted to deal with the Di family, the risk he would have to bear was too great. In a situation where it didn't concern them, there were simply not enough benefits to attract them to do it. After thinking about it, he only had the Xiao family left as an ally. Hearing Jun Hongqing's words, Xiao Yanlong sighed in his heart. I also guessed this point. If the Di family takes action, the Lin family will definitely take action as well. As long as the Dark Sacred Assembly also joins in, with our strength, it will be really difficult. I know it's very difficult, but we have no way out. Jun Hongqing's face was serious and dignified. If this battle can't be avoided, we can only use all of our strength. Once our family disappears, the next ones to be dealt with will be you. His gaze was fixated on Xiao Yanlong's body. At this time, the Xiao family definitely could not leave just like that. Once the Xiao family also retreated, they would really be a dead end. Seeing this, Xiao Yanlong also nodded seriously. I understand what you mean. The Di clan is not only targeting you, but also me. This time, we have no choice but to fight. After hearing Zhao's words, the family's is, the family's is, and the family's is. This was rights, this was a blessing was the family's family. They were grasshoppers on the same rope, so the Xiao family would also go all out. Even if their chances of winning weren't high, at least it wouldn't be too bad. Brother Xiao, thank you. Jun Hongcheng's eyes were deep, and there was a flicker of light in them. If we use the secret key as our final trump card, will there be a chance for us to survive? Jun Hongcheng was a little uncertain. All along, they knew how important the secret key was to the D family. Every time the secret key was mentioned, Di Yujue would be very concerned. However, when Di Yujue said those words that day, the resolute expression on his face did not seem to be fake in the slightest. Speaking of which, we really took a wrong step this time. That's why we've fallen into this situation. Xiao Yanlong sighed. Di Yujue must be concerned about the secret key. It's only because our actions this time almost caused the D family to be completely wiped out that he made such a decisive decision. Who would have thought that Lei Ming and the others would be so useless? Jin Hongcheng's face was full of annoyance. At that time, everything was clearly calculated and the entire plan could be said to be flawless. However, he did not think that the 5 presidents would be so useless. If they had brought more experts with them at that time, things would not have been so bad. Although the skeleton is very scary, as long as we had stopped Bewitching's actions before, so many things would not have happened later. Failed at the last step, Jin Hongcheng could not help but regret the moment he thought of the situation that day. If he had known that this would be the result, he would never have done that. No matter what, we'll think of another way when the time comes. If the secret key can be exchanged for a chance of survival, that would be the best. Xiao Yanlong's expression was complicated. Faintly, he felt that the possibility of Di Yujue agreeing was very small. However, the land of heritage was still very important to the D family. Until that moment, no one would know what the result would be. Jin Hongcheng nodded slightly. This was the only thing they could do now. After Xiao Yanlong promised to lead the family's disciples to the Jun family tomorrow, Jin Hongcheng was completely relieved. In this kind of isolated and helpless situation, as long as they were not fighting alone, at least they would have more confidence. After seeing Jin Hongcheng leave, Xiao Sudong walked to Xiao Yanlong's side. Father, should I inform the elders to make preparations? Xiao Sudong's expression was complicated. In just a few days, he felt that his thoughts were completely different from before. This was because he realized that the family that he had always felt was incomparably strong could now disappear at any time. This feeling made him feel very panicked. Ever since he was a child, he had never thought that something like this would happen to him. Now, as the distance between him and Bewitching got closer and closer, he realized that the gap between him and Bewitching was so big. Whether it was Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, or his sister, they were all much more than he was. When they encountered such a situation, they would at least have their own opinions. But now, his mind was blank. He did not know what he could do for the family's sakes. The only thing he could do was to listen to his father's orders and do what he could. Xiao Yanlong shook his head. Sudong, I have a mission for you. How can I take everyone away at this time? Xiao Sudong found it hard to believe. Although he knew very well that he couldn't do anything for the Xiao family with his current strength, he had already thought about it. If all of this was destined to come, then he would persevere until the end. Even if he had to pay with his life, as long as he was with everyone, he would not be afraid. However, wasn't what his father wanted him to do now. Xiao Yanlong looked at Xiao Sudong seriously and said, Sudong, you are my only son and also the young master of the Xiao family. Perhaps after this time, the Xiao family will be completely removed from the upper realm, but as long as you are still here, and some of the young cultivators of our family are still here, at least the bloodline of our Xiao family still exists in this world. No, I can't agree. Xiao Sudong shook his head. I want to live and die with you. Looking at the determined Xiao Sudong, the corners of Xiao Yanlong's lips slowly raised into a smile. I know, I have never misjudged you. Ever since Sou's talent in the light attribute was discovered, I have been focusing on her cultivation. You are obviously my son, but you have never complained about what I have done. Until now, you still have the heart of a pure child. Xiao Yanlong was somewhat gratified. In the past, he had always felt that Sudong was not capable and could not be independent. Now it seemed that such simple emotions were more difficult for everyone to achieve. Father, I have never minded these things. Xiao Sudong's face was calm. Sister's talent is indeed more outstanding than mine. As long as the family can be good, I don't care about these things at all. Yes, if only I could have understood these things earlier. Xianlong sighed. If he could have listened to Sudong's thoughts earlier, perhaps they would not have reached this point. Unfortunately, the situation had already become like this, and he did not know if there was still a chance to change it. There was no point in regretting it. Father, I don't want to leave. Sister needs to be protected the most now. Let sister take everyone away. Xiao Sudong said. Your sister will leave. She is pregnant, and the Jun family will not let her stay here. Then isn't it fine? Let sister take everyone away. I want to stay here. Xiao Sudong said seriously. No. Xiao Yanlong's voice was resolute. You must leave. There is no doubt about this. Father. If you don't leave, from today onwards, you and I are no longer father and son. Xiao Yanlong's voice was cold and stern. His eyes turned red, revealing anger and pain that he was enduring. Looking at Xiao Yanlong like this, Xiao Sudong's eyes gradually became moist. How could he not understand that his father was doing this for him to survive? But this kind of life was not what he wanted. Sudong, for the entire family, the most important thing is to leave behind the bloodline. It was because he had done something wrong that he brought disaster to his family. As my son, you have an obligation to help me make up for this mistake. Hearing this, Xiao Sudong looked at Xiao Yanlong in a daze. Such words indeed made it impossible for him to refute. After a short while, Xiao Sudong nodded, and his voice was filled with reluctance and forbearance. Father, I'll definitely bring everyone out safely. If the Xiao family has the chance to escape this disaster, you can come back. Xiao Yanlong's lips curled into a smile. It was clearly a smile, but Xiao Sudong felt unusually bitter. After settling everything, Xiao Yanlong did not tell anyone and quietly left the family. The Di family. When Di Yujue heard the news from the cultivators, his expression became very complicated. Yujue, Patriarch Xiao came to look for you at this time. Could it be that they've already noticed our movements? Lin Yunqing's eyes were filled with thoughts. They had been very careful with their movements this time and hoped that they would not alert the enemy. However, they knew very well that with so many cultivators heading there, it would naturally be a big commotion. It would be very difficult for them not to be noticed. Di Yujue looked out of the house with deep eyes. He looked like he was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. He should have guessed my movements long ago. The reason why he came here today is probably to negotiate with me. Di Yujue slowly said. Do you plan to meet him? Lin Yunqing sized up Di Yujue's expression. She knew her husband very well. Usually, as long as it was Di Yujue who made a decision, he would never change it. No matter what Xiao Yanlong said today, it would be useless. Meet him? Why not? Di Yujue chuckled, but there was no smile in his eyes. Since he dares to come here alone, how can I let him come here for nothing? Lin Yunqing did not say anything else when she saw Di Yujue's strange expression. She clearly remembered the scene of Di Yujue and Xiao Yanlong drinking and chatting happily a few years ago. However, no one expected that in just a few years, the relationship between the two parties had deteriorated to such an extent. Now that she recalled the scenes from back then, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Soon, Xiao Yanlong's figure appeared in the Di family. When the cultivators of the Di family saw him, they could not help but feel puzzled. Patriarch Xiao? Why is he here today? They might be here to beg for mercy. With the strength of the Xiao clan, they are no match for us. It's useless to beg for mercy now. After doing so many terrible things, it would be too easy if he could be let off just by begging for mercy. Facing Xiao Yanlong, no one had a good expression. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing were passing by. When they noticed Xiao Yanlong's appearance, their expressions changed slightly. Hongzhuang? Isn't that the head of the Xiao family? Mu Lingbing was surprised. According to their plan, they were going to attack the Jun family in 2 days. According to their judgment, the Xiao clan would definitely help when the time came. Therefore, when the time came for them to take action, the two families would have to deal with them together. For Xiao Yanlong to appear here at such a sensitive time, his intentions were indeed worthy of consideration. Xiao Yanlong should also be very clear that once he fights with our clan, he will definitely lose, so he wants to seek peace. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She understood the tricks of these people very well. Doesn't that mean that he betrayed the Jun family? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In a life-and-death situation like this, it's normal for him to make such a decision. Noticing Mu Lingbing's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled softly. Her mother had never been a scheming person. Sometimes, it was hard to change one's nature. Even after experiencing so much pain, Mu Lingbing had always maintained her perseverance. If the head of the D family agrees to Xiao Yanlong's request for peace, then we only need to deal with the Jun family when we fight. If we use this method of taking them down one by one, won't we win faster? Mu Lingbing raised an eyebrow. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Mother, it's rare for you to come up with such an idea. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing was a little embarrassed. I've been listening to the fights between the mixed martial arts families, and I feel that it's impossible not to use some brains. It wasn't easy being the head of the family. Pulling one hair could affect the whole family. Once a wrong decision was made, it could affect the entire family. Actually, this is a good idea. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Although the Xiao family and the Jun family had always been in an alliance, she knew that this so-called alliance wasn't solid enough. Both of them were selfish people who had always been thinking for their own interests. As long as there was a better way out, they would abandon the other without hesitation. Therefore, if they wanted to take them down one by one, it would be very simple. But I don't think father will agree. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Why? Because father is fundamentally different from them. Inside the room, Di Yujue looked at Xiao Yanlong outside the door, his expression calm. He spread his hands casually. Sit, this is your favorite chrysanthemum tea. A simple and ordinary sentence touched Xiao Yanlong's complicated heart. He still remembered that every time he came, Di Yujue would always prepare his favorite tea. It was the same scene, but the situation was completely different. Xiao Yanlong didn't say anything. He quietly walked to the chair next to Di Yujue and picked up the tea with familiarity. After taking a sip, his expression relaxed. It's still the same taste as before. With just one sentence, the two of them had different feelings in their hearts. I didn't expect you to come to me at this time, Di Yujue said slowly. Actually, I didn't want to come either. Xiao Yanlong chuckled, the curve of his lips revealing a hint of ridicule, but when the family's life and death is at stake, I have no choice but to come. We've known each other for so long. You should know my personality very well. You should also know that my decision will not change. Di Yujue faintly glanced at Xiao Yanlong. After being friends for so many years, they still had this bit of tacit understanding. I know. Xiao Yanlong nodded and slowly put the tea aside. However, I still want to give it a try. In the next moment, Xiao Yanlong turned his head and looked seriously at Di Yujue, saying, Brother Di, we have been friends for so many years. For so many years, we have always supported each other. I know that I have done many wrong things in the past few years. I only hope that you can remember our old friendship and let us live. Di Yujue looked at the urgency on Xiao Yanlong's face and suddenly said, Actually, I also didn't expect that we would end up like this. Our two families have been friends for many years. For so many years, we have always helped and supported each other. Xiao Yanlong's expression was serious. During this period of time, I will find a way to make up for the losses caused to the D family. Make up for it? Di Yujue chuckled, things have already happened, there's no use in trying to make up for it. Back then, when Beichen broke off the engagement, I also said that I would find a way to make it up to you, but you refused without hesitation, didn't you? His deep eyes were filled with dark clouds. After being brothers for decades, he never thought that there would be a day when they would meet on the battlefield. However, the one who made this decision in the first place was Xiao Yanlong. Xiao Yanlong's voice faltered as he recalled Di Yujue's apologetic expression. Compared to what the Xiao family had done, the Di family's breaking off of the engagement was nothing. Xiao Yanlong opened his mouth, his face a little pale, I know that I was wrong. In fact, I've been regretting it since a long time ago. However, there's no medicine for regret in this world, and I have no way to change all of this. I can only continue to make mistakes step by step until I've made a terrible mistake in the end. Brother D, on account of our many years of friendship, can you be magnanimous and let us go? I promise that I'll never do anything to harm the D family in the future, never. Xiao Yanlong's face was serious. He did not tell anyone today and had come here alone. No matter what request Du Yujue made, he would find a way to satisfy all of it, as long as they could live. Du Yujue looked calmly at Xiao Yanlong's solemn vow and suddenly said, I'm very sorry that the relationship between our families has become like this, but I can no longer trust you. From the moment you stabbed Beichen and the others, there was no room for negotiation between our two families. He clearly remembered the scene of Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong trying to kill Beichen and the others that day. If it were not for the fact that these two children had amazing abilities, they might have lost their lives at that time. Xiao Yanlong's expression shook. Thinking about it carefully, he also felt very ashamed. Brother D, I can guarantee that such a thing will never happen again. I can guarantee it with my life. Xiao Yanlong's expression was serious. No matter what you need me to do, I can do it. In fact, your family's biggest enemy over the years has been the Jun family. As long as the Jun family disappears, everything will be resolved. As for what I have done, I will think of a way to make up for it. I will definitely not be your enemy in the future. I can give you all the things in our clan's resource room. Other than that, you can state any conditions you want. I can even give up my position as the Xiao clan's patriarch, as long as you let us live. Xiao Yanlong nervously looked at Du Yujue. He was already at the end of his rope. If Du Yujue did not agree, he was not optimistic about the upcoming battle. He had even thought of disbanding the family and letting everyone escape. However, the family had its dignity. Once he did that, the entire Xiao clan would become a complete joke. Unless they lived in seclusion forever and no longer used the surname Xiao, even if the Xiao clan really had the chance to rise in the future, they would not be able to establish themselves in the upper realm. How could he let all the fame that the Xiao clan had built up over the years be ruined just like that? Looking at the anxious Xiao Yanlong, Du Yujue sighed in his heart. Perhaps it was because he had been with Jun Hongqing for a long time, so he didn't even feel the slightest bit ashamed to say such shameless things. There's no need to say any more. I've already decided on this matter. Brother D. Du Yujue raised his hand and stopped Xiao Yanlong's words. Don't call me that. We're no longer brothers. If you really cared about our family's many years of friendship, you wouldn't have attacked Beichen. If the Dark Sacred Assembly hadn't been established successfully this time, you and Jun Hongqing would have crushed my entire family without hesitation. Do you think you would hesitate? Du Yujue stared at Xiao Yanlong. Before the latter could speak, his voice had already sounded. No, you definitely wouldn't. It's not that I haven't given you a chance. Don't you know that begging for mercy when you're at the end of your rope is the most meaningless? Don't say such useless words. It will only make me look down on you even more. Du Yujue's eyes were cold, and his resolute and fierce appearance no longer had the slightest bit of brotherly love from the past. No matter who it was, as long as they touched his reverse scale, they would die. He wouldn't let his family fall into a dangerous situation because of a plea. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't decisive enough when dealing with the Jun family, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns later. Xiao Yanlong stood in place in a daze. He didn't expect that he would get such an answer after throwing away his self-esteem to beg for mercy. A thick sense of humiliation began to linger in his heart. Du Yujue's every word pierced deeply into his heart. Okay, since you've made up your mind, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Xiao Yanlong nodded and put away his previous begging appearance. His expression once again returned to its usual deep state. Between us, there's only meeting on the battlefield. Today, I won't kill you. The next time we meet, you'll die by my hands. Du Yujue stared at Xiao Yanlong, and the scene of them meeting for the first time when they were young flashed in his mind. Now, it really felt like a lifetime ago. Xiao Yanlong's body trembled, and his leaving footsteps paused slightly. Then, he took another step and firmly left. The 3-day agreement arrived in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the cultivators of the D family, the Lin family, and the Dark Sacred Congregation were all rushing to the Jun family's residence. It was only on the last day that Bewitching and the others left with Dujue and the others. Bachin, I heard that the cultivators of the Jun family seem to have realized what was going to happen. That's why the Xiao family has been sending cultivators to meet up with them. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. The cultivators of the Dark Sacred Assembly were all over the upper realm. Now, they were very well informed. Di Bachin nodded slightly. Xiao Yanlong came to see father first. Although I don't know what they talked about, Xiao Yanlong should have already known about this at that time. So today's battle will be an all-out attack from both sides. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. She had never been to the Jun family before. She didn't expect to see such a scene on her first visit. Today, rivers of blood were destined to flow. The eyes of everyone present shone with a dazzling light. After so many years of enduring, they were finally going to have a good fight. In order to remove the Jun family from the upper realm, they had been preparing for too long. After the Bailey family learned about this situation, they also came. Jun family. Jun Hongqing stood at the back of the mountain. A gentle breeze blew, lifting up a corner of his clothes. Xiao Yanlong stood beside him, and both of their faces were indescribably dignified. If I'm not wrong, they should start taking action today. Jun Hongqing slowly said. Since he became the head of the family, he had always hoped that one day he would be able to kill the Di family, but he didn't expect that this scene would actually happen to him. It wasn't the Di family that was facing extermination, but them. Xiao Yanlong's expression was complicated. Ever since he talked with Di Yujue, his mood became even more complicated. They had to fight with their backs to the wall. They had no way out. If they couldn't withstand it today, the two families would be completely finished. Let's go down, everyone is waiting for us. Jun Hongqing nodded slightly. Sei Wu and the others have safely left, right? Don't worry, I have already arranged for them to leave. The place they found is very hidden. As long as they live in anonymity, they shouldn't be discovered. Xiao Yanlong's expression had a trace of gentleness. As long as Su Dong and the others were safe and sound, it could be considered as settling one of their worries. After Di Bachin and the others arrived, the cultivators who had arrived earlier rushed out and joined the team. In the blink of an eye, the team continued to expand, and finally, the momentum of an army was monstrous. After the cultivators of Junyang City saw the Di family and the Lin family's teams gather, their faces were filled with fear. I said that there were too many cultivators here in the past 2 days. I didn't understand at first, but now it seems that the Di family is preparing to attack the Jun family. A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. The hatred between the two families had lasted for too many years, and everyone had almost become accustomed to it. However, no one thought that there would be such a day. My God, then won't a war break out in the Jun family today? Perhaps after today, the Jun family will no longer exist? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This sudden situation was too terrifying. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This unexpected feeling made their hearts tremble. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Some cultivators had already started contacting their families. Based on this situation, they would not rest until one of them was dead. In order to avoid being implicated, it would be safer for them to leave Junyang City as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they were affected by the flames of war between the two families, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Di Yujue looked at the group of cultivators behind him. His dignified and handsome face was unprecedentedly serious. He stared at the familiar faces in front of him and spoke clearly into everyone's ears. The Jun family has been plotting against us all these years. I don't know how many cultivators have died in their schemes. For the sake of avenging the fallen cultivators, and for the sake of preventing the future descendants of the clan from having to face this kind of trouble, we must completely remove this malignant tumor today. Di Yujua's words were very simple, without any unnecessary embellishments. But it was these simple words that shocked everyone, and the blood in their bodies was instantly ignited. They knew very well how uncomfortable it was to be on guard all these years. As long as they could completely solve this problem, everything would be worth it. Remove this malignant tumor. Destroy the Jun family. The teams of the Di family, Lin family, and the Dark Sacred Assembly walked in the direction of the Jun family. The cultivators of the entire Junyang city scattered like birds and beasts, rushing to pass the news. They really came. Hearing the news from his subordinates, Jun Hongqing looked awe-inspiring. There was no emotional fluctuation on his calm face, but everyone knew that the family master was very uncomfortable in his heart. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the Jun family's door was blown open directly. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the destructive power of her bomb, and her eyes showed satisfaction. Ever since she came to the upper realm, she had rarely used explosives. This was because everyone was very strong, and the power of explosives might not be able to achieve good results. However, it was quite suitable to blow up other things. When the surrounding cultivators saw Bailey Hongshuang taking out the explosives, they were a little puzzled. They didn't understand what she was going to do. Explosives were rare in the upper realm. Except for some low-level people who might use them to build houses, they didn't use them at all. Because the power of explosives was too small for them. However, when everyone saw that Bailey Hongshuang threw an explosive and blew up the Jun family's door directly, their eyes showed surprise. This explosive seems to be a little different from the explosives in their impression? Sure enough, everything that second cousin-in-law takes out is different. Linny was very calm. She felt that a lot of common sense was useless on Bailey Hongshuang because the things in their impression were always different from the things that Hongshuang took out. Di Yujua's eyes also lit up after noticing the power of this explosive. Although this power was not enough for them now, it was still useful for cultivators with slightly lower cultivation. If they brought a few of these explosives when they went out for training, wouldn't it be a talisman? Not only Di Yujue, but Di Linxian and Lin Wenlan also had the same idea in their minds. When they returned, they had to bring up this idea. After all, these young cultivators were the future mainstays of the family. After the door was blown open, Bailey Hongshuang and the others could clearly see the Jun family's appearance. The structure of the Jun family was very similar to that of the Di family. In fact, the structure of the Jun family was very similar to that of the Di family. It was only due to the different preferences of the families that the styles differed. However, after everyone blew the door open, they found that the cultivators from the Jun family and the Xiao family were all holding weapons in their hands, ready to fight. Clearly, the other party already knew of their actions and was prepared to fight to the death. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Both teams stared at each other without blinking. Killing intent surged between the two sides. Everyone only had one thought in their hearts, and that was to kill each other. Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong's figures flashed and appeared in front of the group. Their gazes landed on Di Yujue and the others. We meet again. Di Yujue sneered at the corner of his lips, looking at the two with ridicule. Jun Hongqing stared at Di Yujue and the team behind him. His face was gloomy and dignified. I didn't expect, we are really going to fight. Jun Hongqing looked at the calm Di Yujue, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He had been looking forward to the day when the two sides would meet on the battlefield. He wanted to make a comeback and free himself from the relationship between the three great families that had always been suppressed. He wanted to surpass the Di family and become the family with the most authority. However, he never thought that the Di family would attack them in the end. What he didn't expect was that even after he roped in the Xiao family, they were still at an absolute disadvantage. Di Yujue, as long as you don't fight today, I can guarantee that I will never be your enemy in the future. After a long while, Jun Hongqing slowly said this sentence. Looking at the cultivators of the family, he couldn't help but feel distressed. He couldn't bear to see them die. Hearing this, Di Yujue chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. Haven't you always done this before? On the surface, you've never been our enemy, but behind our backs, you've always schemed against us. Thanks to you, many terrible things have happened to our family over the years. Jun Hongqing was silent. I know that what happened before was my fault. Now, I can swear that the Di family will never have any conflicts with the Jun family, whether it's on the surface or in the dark. Don't put on this show. It's useless to me. Di Yujue didn't give Jun Hongqing any more time to talk. He was tired of hearing these words. Just like what Xiao Yanlong said to him, it was meaningless to him, who had already made up his mind. His cold and resolute voice directly interrupted Jun Hongqing's words. His expression was very ugly, but it couldn't change. Anything. Even if I use the secret key in exchange? Jun Hongqing took out his last trump card. You should know how important this is to your family. I said, I don't care. Dyujua's lips curled into a cold smile. It's because I believed your nonsense that the D family was almost wiped out. Although the secret key has been passed down for a long time, without you, the D family would have developed very well. Jun Hongchang's complexion turned ashen. He regretted what he had done on the day the Dark Sacred Assembly was established even more. Dyujua's words made him understand that there was no turning back. His gaze gradually became malicious and ruthless. In that case, let's fight. Jun Hongchang glared at Dyujua. Do you really think that the D family is invincible? If we really fight, you will know that we are not easy to deal with. A bone is just a bone. No matter how hard it is to chew, it will be chewed up sooner or later, Dyujua said calmly. Jun Hongchang coldly snorted and quietly exchanged glances with Xiao Yanlong. Both of them nodded at the same time. Attack. Chase them all out. The battle began at this moment. The elders of the Jun family and the Xiao family came out in full force. The elders of the D family and the Lin family also rushed forward. After the family heads and elders began to fight, a group of cultivators also rushed forward, unwilling to be outdone. They had been waiting for this battle for too long, with so many people's elemental energy surging together, even the elemental energy in the air seemed to be affected. The hatred between the three families had accumulated for too many years. Whether it was the young cultivators or the elders, their killing intent towards each other had never disappeared. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure moved and directly rushed into the battle. She also didn't have any good feelings towards these two families. In just a few years, she had been schemed against by these two families many times. Now that she had the chance, she naturally wouldn't show mercy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai enlarged their bodies and sent a few cultivators flying with a punch. On the day the Dark Sacred Assembly was established, these guys had thought of ways to slaughter the cultivators of the D family and the Lin family. Every dog has its day. Now, it was finally their turn. Ling transformed into a dragon once again. With a sweep of her dragon tail, a large number of cultivators were sent flying as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. Boom. Boom. Boom, the power of the divine dragon tail whip was completely unleashed. Ling still remembered the grudge from last time. How could she not take revenge this time? Unlike last time, Jun Hongchang and the others couldn't deal with them at all. Just dealing with Dyujue and the others' attacks was already very difficult. They could only watch helplessly as their own cultivators were massacred. No matter how anxious they were, they couldn't do anything. Xiren, Shangguaningying, Mo Yunjue, and Ao Lingxiao were all killing in all directions. What goes around comes around. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they could only be crushed if they weren't strong enough. If they didn't have the power to protect themselves, they would have already died. They could only leave the upper realm and head to the immortal region with peace of mind if these guys completely disappeared from this world. Otherwise, they would have to deal with these poisonous snakes all the time. No one knew when they would be bitten. The momentum was monstrous. The sound of killing filled the sky, mixed with screams and cries of alarm. The Jun family's buildings collapsed one after another. In just a short time, the Jun family's buildings near the battle circle had become a pile of ruins. The thick smell of blood spread in the air. The ground was gradually dyed red with blood. Everyone's body was stained with blood. They couldn't tell if it was their opponents or their own blood. However, the burning determination in everyone's eyes never changed. Bewitching did not immediately join the battle. Instead, he began to summon skeletons again. When he first summoned it, he wasn't too familiar with it. After using it twice, he realized that he had become more familiar with it. Thinking about it, the more he used it in the future, the faster his summoning speed would become. Most importantly, with the help of these skeletons, the clan's casualties would be greatly reduced. Every single person was extremely precious to them. Although it was inevitable that some would fall in battle, it was also good to minimize the casualties. Huang Futing led a group of dark cultivators into the battle as well. These cultivators wanted to avenge the cultivators who died that day. Jun Hongchang's heart tightened when he saw Bewitching summoning the skeleton army again. In fact, this was what he was most worried about. In the next moment, he rushed directly towards Bewitching. As long as the skeleton army could not be summoned, everything was still possible. after seeing Jun Hongqing's actions, Di Yujua's figure flashed and directly blocked the latter's path. Jun Hongqing, with me here, you can't get close to Beichin. Jun Hongqing's face was gloomy. I'm going to kill you. Unfortunately, you still don't have the strength. Di Yujua's eyes were full of disdain. If President Liu hadn't appeared that day, you would have died at my hands. Di Yujua's figure flashed. His movements were as fast as lightning, and a terrifying attack directly attacked Jun Hongqing. Bang! Their fists collided, and both of them retreated 100 meters. The tyrannical energy burst out, and the buildings on the side collapsed. Jun Hongqing's expression was extremely ugly. He knew very well that if they really fought, he was indeed no match for Di Yujue. It was indeed too difficult for him to bypass Di Yujue and stop Di Beichin. Looking around, the cultivators of the Jun and Xiao family were almost all entangled with their opponents. Although each had their own advantages and disadvantages, it was obviously extremely difficult for them to clone themselves. Damn it! Jun Hongqing cursed inwardly. Even though he was depressed to the extreme, he was powerless to change all of this. With his mind in chaos, Jun Hongqing's combat strength was also affected. Di Yujue's attack landed fiercely on Jun Hongqing's weak spot. Bang! A heavy blow landed on Jun Hongqing's body. Jun Hongqing's figure was quickly sent flying. He stabilized his body in midair and stopped. However, from his flushed face, one could tell that this attack had made him very uncomfortable. After seeing that Jun Hongqing was injured, Xiao Yanlong also took advantage of the situation and rushed to Jun Hongqing's side. How are you? They absolutely could not fall now. Once the family head fell, their morale would be greatly affected, and they would be defeated in a short period of time. Even if today's ending could not be changed, at least they could not let the Di family and Lin family have an easy time. Jun Hongqing shook his head. I'm fine. You must hold on. Xiao Yanlong's tone was unprecedentedly serious. I understand. Jun Hongqing replied. His gaze quietly turned around, and he transmitted his voice, we can't continue like this. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, failure is only a matter of time. Xiao Yanlong's face darkened. I know the current situation, but other than that, we have no other way. As long as we capture an important person and threaten them, we might be able to change everything. Jun Hongqing narrowed his eyes. The Di family was indeed united. It was a good thing that they valued loyalty, but in a way, it was also a fatal weakness. As long as they could capture an important person, they could take the opportunity to blackmail the other party. Even if they couldn't change the ending, they could at least restrain the Di family. As Jun Hong Chang's voice fell, Xiao Yanlong also understood what he meant. With a thought, he had already thought of their goal. Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang's position in Di Beichin's heart was very important. After all the things that had happened during this period of time, they were well aware of it. Most importantly, once Bailey Hongshuang was captured, Di Beichin would definitely be distracted, and he might not be able to summon these skeletons again. Killing two birds with one stone, this was definitely an excellent opportunity. The two of them had the same idea, and both of them had locked their target on Bailey Hongshuang. Di Yujue did not expect the two of them to have come up with a plan in such a short time. However, he did not give the two of them any more time to communicate, and his figure charged forward once again, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as these two fellows were subdued, the remaining cultivators from the two families would be nothing more than a bunch of loose sand. They would not be able to do anything at all. After Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong had made their decision, they no longer hesitated. They were still at a disadvantage in the current situation. After all, the other party had more people than them. If they could seize the opportunity to control Bailey Hongshuang and grab hold of the other party's weakness, there was still a possibility of turning the tables. After Lin Wenlan had closed the distance between them, he immediately attacked. Xiao Yanlong continued to dodge and quickly widened the distance between the two of them. He was unwilling to face him head-on. Damn it, this fellow is like a loach. He's too hard to catch. Lin Wenlan cursed silently. He had wanted to subdue Xiao Yanlong as soon as possible so that he could get twice the result with half the effort. He never thought that it would be so troublesome. Xiao Yanlong tried his best to shake Lin Wenlan off by a certain distance before his figure flashed and charged directly towards Bailey Hongshuang's direction. The sudden turn of events had exceeded everyone's expectations. Jun Hongqing had also charged out at the same time. Clearly, the two of them had made up their minds to capture Bailey Hongshuang. "Hongshuang, watch out!" Di Yujue hurriedly reminded her when he saw this. He had already increased his speed to the maximum, but he was still unable to catch up. Hearing Di Yujue's cry, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes shifted slightly. She then noticed that Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing were charging towards her from two different directions. Most importantly, the two masters' cultivation levels were higher than hers. They had used their auras to lock onto her as they charged towards her. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for her to even move her body. It would be too difficult for her to take advantage of the situation and escape, Di Yujue and the rest explained as their hearts sank. Bailey Hongshuang was too important to them. Once Bailey Hongshuang was under their control, they could guess what kind of conditions Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing would propose. That kind of situation would be terrible. As they got closer and closer to Bailey Hongshuang, the smile in Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing's eyes continued to widen. As long as they seized this opportunity, they could use it to threaten Di Yujue and even Di Beichen. With Di Beichen's feelings for Bailey Hongshuang, it was not impossible for him to make such a decision. Bailey Yanche and the rest rushed over immediately, but they were too late to make it in time. In the next moment, Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing arrived at Bailey Hongshuang's location almost at the same time. Bang! Jun Hongqing directly attacked Bailey Hongshuang. However, just as Jun Hongqing was about to throw his punch, he suddenly realized that his fist seemed to have landed on thin air. He had not hit Bailey Hongshuang at all. The feeling of landing a punch on thin air was very uncomfortable. However, Jun Hongqing was not in the mood to think about all this at this moment. He was more curious about where Bailey Hongshuang had gone. Xiao Yanlong was equally shocked. Bailey Hongshuang had clearly been here just a second ago and he had locked onto Bailey Hongshuang's aura. However, in that short moment, he realized that Bailey Hongshuang's aura had disappeared. How could this be? Di Yujue and Lin Wenlan's faces were filled with astonishment as well. At that moment, they had even thought about how they would deal with the situation once Bailey Hongshuang had been captured. However, she had actually disappeared into thin air. Just as Jun Hongqing was in a daze, Di Yujue's figure followed closely behind him. Bang! A ferocious attack flew fiercely towards Jun Hongqing. Di Yujue was no longer careless and would not give Jun Hongqing any chance to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. Many cultivators around them were sent flying by the impact of their attacks. Even the cultivators who were fighting did not dare to stay on the spot when they saw this scene. Their figures flashed and they quickly left. Lin Wenlan's movements were not slow either. Just as Di Yujue and Lin Wenlan arrived, Bailey Hongshuang's figure once again appeared before everyone's eyes. What's going on? Seeing Bailey Hongshuang's sudden appearance, the cultivators from the four great families' eyes were filled with confusion. Regardless of whether it was her disappearance earlier or her reappearance now, they could not understand how Bailey Hongshuang had managed to do it. Bailey Hongshuang heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that her reaction was fast enough. When she realized that her aura had been locked onto and she was unable to move, she immediately entered the chaos ring with a single thought. Her aura had been locked onto and her body was indeed unable to move. However, her mental energy was not too affected, so she could still enter the chaos ring with ease. She only needed this short amount of time to do everything. With a single movement, Bailey Hongshuang retreated from the master's battle circle. Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong watched Bailey Hongshuang's departing figure. Their hearts were filled with vexation and helplessness at the same time. This Bailey Hongshuang really could not be judged using common sense. The battle between the two sides continued. After this incident, the battle between the two sides became even more intense. In the distance, some cultivators from Junyang City quietly observed the battle. After seeing the scene of blood flowing like a river, everyone's hearts were filled with endless emotions. A family that had stood tall in the upper realm for so many years was now facing a disaster. The world was unpredictable and no one could predict the outcome. Hongshuang, are you alright? Di Beichen's figure flashed and he came to Bailey Hongshuang's side. A smile appeared on Bailey Hongshuang's face. I'm fine. You've succeeded in summoning? Yes. Bewitching nodded. As the number of summons increased, my summoning speed gradually increased. Practice makes perfect. Now, everyone can relax a little. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly. The skeleton army's battle prowess couldn't be underestimated. Although the skeleton's army, the battles, they had already had the upper hand. Now, the appearance of the skeleton army, the battle's end. Tap, tap, tap. The skeleton army's speed was very fast. Not long after Bewitching's successful summoning, they had already appeared in a grandiose manner. Seeing the appearance of the skeleton army, the faces of Xianxia and the others turned extremely ugly. Even though this scene was within their expectations, they still felt an indescribable pain when it appeared. This was because these skeletons were very lethal. Boom! With a collision of energy, Xianxia's figure was directly sent flying. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Cough, cough, Xianxia fell into the deep pit. The sharp pain in his body and the blood that seeped out of his mouth made him cough uncontrollably. He coughed up blood clots. Up until now, although he had attacked Diyujue, the latter's strength was stronger than his, and his injuries were much more serious. Xianxia, go to hell. Dijujue's eyes were extremely cold, and a murderous intent spread from his heart. After waiting for so long, this day had finally come. He would definitely not show mercy. Seeing Dijujue's fist rapidly approaching, Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously prepared to run away. However, right at the instant that he fled, Dijujue's fist struck out once more, and it directly blasted Xianxia's figure out of the deep pit. Pfft! After being hit by Dijujue's all-out attack again, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and his aura quickly withered. Family head. The cultivators of the Jun family exclaimed when they saw that Xianxia was injured, and their eyes were full of anxiety. Diyujue, you, Xianxia looked at Diyujue, who was walking toward him step by step, and his face was full of horror. However, Dijujue's expression was extremely cold, and he did not pay attention to him at all. The fist came again, and Xianxia quickly moved backward, but this speed was useless. Bang! A tyrannical force burst out. Xianxia closed his eyes. He knew that he could not escape, but the expected pain did not appear. He opened his eyes and found that the Great Elder was in front of him. Great Elder! Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he looked at Xianxia nervously. Xianxia stood in front of Xianxia at the last moment. He was so anxious that he didn't have time to defend himself. He could only take the blow head-on. Family head, it's my fault. Xianxia's eyes were red, and he looked at Xianxia apologetically. He was the one who made many mistakes in the past. If he had not been so narrow-minded, many things would not have developed to this point. Xianxia's eyes were also red. In the entire family, the Great Elder was the one who had the best relationship with him. He never thought that one day they would fall into such a situation. Diyujue looked at the two people in front of him, but there was no sympathy in his eyes. These two heinous sinners should have died long ago. Chi! A sharp sword directly into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body twitched, and his face showed extreme pain. However, he soon lost consciousness. Xianxia is dead. You're next. Diyujue looked at Xianxia, his eyes as cold as ice. Xianxia stared at Diyujue, his eyes full of unwillingness. Diyujue, I admit that I have lost this time. However, a temporary victory does not mean that it will last forever. As long as the bloodline of the Jun family still exists in this world, sooner or later, the entire D family will be destroyed. Hearing this, Diyujue chuckled. I know that you have already sent people to take some of the young cultivators of the family away. However, do you think that I don't know about these arrangements? As soon as he said this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. His calm face suddenly changed. What did you do to them? As Dijujue's voice fell, Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. It was as if someone had taken away his last life-saving straw. He lost his mental support and became helpless and desperate. You found them? Xianxia couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. After sensing that such a dangerous situation would happen, He had already planned to let some cultivators with potential leave. Even if the Jun family was finished, as long as the bloodline was still there, they might be able to recover after many years. This kind of thing had happened in the upper realm before. However, he didn't expect that Du Jue would be able to find them. "I've been fighting with you for so many years. If I didn't have some understanding of your tricks, then I'd be too stupid." Du Jue chuckled and said. From the moment he decided to deal with the Jun family, he had the idea of catching them all in one fell swoop. How could he let the Jun family keep any cultivators with potential? Just like how Jun Hongqing worked hard to prepare for all of this, he also worked hard to make plans for the Di family. Jun Hongqing stared at Du Jue in a daze. He was surrounded by a thick sense of despair. He had become the sinner of the Jun family. How was he going to face the ancestors of the Jun family in the underworld now? "If you kill me, you'll never find the secret inheritance key. I don't need it anymore." Du Jue's expression was indifferent. The sharp sword in his hand suddenly pierced out. Chi! The sharp sword pierced Jun Hongqing's heart. Pfft! Without showing any mercy, Du Jue increased the strength in his hand and directly pierced Jun Hongqing's body. With this sword, he was avenging Beichen and the many cultivators of the Di family who had fallen. From today onwards, the Jun family would be completely removed from the upper realm. Family head. The moment they saw Jun Hongqing fall, all the cultivators of the Jun family shouted at the top of their lungs with red eyes. The head of the family had always been the pillar of the family. Now that this pillar had collapsed, the entire Jun family would no longer exist. When Xiao Yanlong saw Jun Hongqing fall, a trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. This scene still happened in the end, and it happened in such a way that it made people feel so uncomfortable. Compared to the pain of the Jun family's cultivators, the cultivators of the Di family and the Lin family were cheering, their faces full of excitement. Kill. Charge. The Di family's morale was high. Their skeleton army acted as the vanguard, killing anyone who stood in their way. No one could stop them. With the death of Jun Hongqing and Jun Xianxia, Di Linxian had no more opponents. With his strength, it was easy for him to deal with ordinary cultivators. Within a short period of time, the cultivators of the Jun family and the Xiao family were utterly defeated. That day was soaked in blood. The entire Jun family was in a terrible situation, and blood flowed like a river. The tragic atmosphere spread. Two great families with infinite glory declined just like that, and were completely removed from the upper realm. From now on, everyone would only remember that there had been two great families like this, but they had completely disappeared overnight. Du Jue was also very tolerant of the cultivators who came to participate in the battle. As a reward, all the cultivators who found treasures would belong to them. These treasures were their spoils of war. All the cultivators couldn't help but cheer when they heard this. As a great family, the Jun family was extremely rich in both cultivation resources and wealth. Not only the cultivators from the Di family and Lin family, but many cultivators from the Dark Sanctuary were also in the same situation. The group of dark cultivators were initially a little embarrassed, but after seeing Di Beichen nod his head in agreement, everyone's face was filled with joy. To them, who were mostly grassroots, these cultivation resources were simply too important. After the battle ended, Du Jue and the rest did not stop. Although the Jun family and the Xiao family's troops had been dealt with, they still needed to make a trip to the Piercing Wind City. "Father, I'll go with you." After knowing Du Jue's plan, Di Beichen immediately followed. After leaving a small group of cultivators to collect the spoils of war in the Jun family, the rest of the cultivators all headed to the Piercing Wind City. That place was also filled with treasures. The cultivators of Yang City watched as Du Jue and his group left in a grandiose manner. The thick smell of blood mixed with surging killing intent spread out from their bodies. Their cold eyes made people not dare to look at them directly. The Jun family and Xiao family are completely finished this time. From now on, they will be removed from the upper realm. The rise of the Di clan is simply too fast. Right now, there's no one who can stop them. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Jun family has a lot of treasures. I'm really envious just looking at them. What's the use of being envious? We have to wait until the Di family's troops have all left before we can go and see if there are any treasures that we have missed. If we run in now, we will definitely die. Everyone looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Now, whoever dared to offend the D family would be seeking their own death. I'm really envious of the dark cultivators now. A cultivator sighed faintly, causing everyone to feel the same way. In the past, the dark cultivators were despised by everyone. But now, with the support of the D family, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang working together, the dark cultivators' prestige was much higher than other cultivators, Piercing Wind City. When Bewitching and his entourage arrived, everyone in the Piercing Wind City was instantly attracted to them. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. After the cultivators of the Xiao clan poured out, everyone understood what was going to happen. When everyone saw the D family's team appear here, they understood the result. Most importantly, the thick smell of blood wafted in the air. It had already spread from the moment they appeared, and there was no way to hide it. Even though everyone knew that the D family now had the upper hand, they still found it hard to believe that the Xiao family and the Jun family would be wiped out just like that. Is the Xiao family really going to be finished? In my opinion, it's most likely over. In just a few years, the two families have changed so much. The Xiao family. After Bailey Hongzhuang threw out 2 sets of explosives, the door of the Xiao family was directly blown open. The Xiao family only left a small number of cultivators in the family. After hearing the commotion outside the door, the remaining cultivators shuddered as their faces turned pale and ugly. They had been living in torment for the entire day because they could not see the situation in the Jun family. They could only passively wait for the result. This feeling was really devastating. After seeing the D family's team, everyone's heart thumped as they had already expected this cruel reality. Following Du Yujua's words, the cultivators from the D family immediately charged forward. The remaining cultivators from the Xiao family had panicked when they saw the D family's team appear. Furthermore, the remaining cultivators were not strong cultivators in the first place. All the strong cultivators had already gone to the Jun family's residence. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was too easy for everyone to deal with this. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators had easily dealt with this matter. What was left was for everyone to search for the spoils of war. Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry to search. She did not care about the spoils of war the most. What she cared about was the whereabouts of the secret inheritance key. Beichen, do you think it's possible that the secret inheritance key is still here? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. The world was so big, they could not determine where Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing had hidden the secret inheritance key. Perhaps they felt that the most dangerous place was the safest place, so they hid the secret inheritance key in an inconspicuous corner of their respective family. Or perhaps they had decided to make the secret inheritance key disappear, so they threw it in a place that no one would expect. Di Beichen had a thoughtful look on his face. No one can understand the thoughts of these 2 old foxes, but we can look for it. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Now that Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong were both dead, no one knew where the secret inheritance key was. Looking for it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, they would not give up until they tried. Di Yujua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's serious expressions, and a smile appeared on his face. These 2 little fellows really did not have any utilitarian thoughts, and had always been thinking for their family. It was really rare. For 3 consecutive days, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen searched around the Xiao family's residence. Bai Li Yanche and the others were also helping to search. Their spiritual energy penetrated the ground, unwilling to let go of any possibility. However, no one gained anything. In my opinion, Xiao Yanlong and the others are so cunning. I'm afraid that they have hidden the secret key very far away. Shang Guanying frowned. Although the D family could give up on the land of heritage, they all knew how beneficial it would be to the D family. If he were to give up just like that, he would be somewhat unwilling. These 2 old fellows are really annoying, but we can't do anything about it. Wen Ziren sighed. It wasn't just the Xiao family. Many cultivators from the Jun family were also searching. No one was willing to give up. For 7 whole days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others turned the Xiao residence upside down but still couldn't find the secret key. They could only choose to give up and embark on their return journey. The Piercing Wind City was the place where the headquarters of the Radiant Sacred Assembly was located. It was also the city closest to the Xiao family. This once bustling place gradually became desolate following the fall of the Xiao clan. Many cultivators left one after another, and even some businessmen chose to go to other places. The piercing wind city gradually became a dead city. Junyang City was also in the same situation, but this was a story for later. After returning to the D family, the entire family began to celebrate. This time, they had achieved a complete victory. In the D family's meeting hall, the heads of the D family and the Lin family, as well as the various elders and even the outstanding younger generation, were all gathered here at this moment. The atmosphere was different from the usual. At this moment, the entire meeting hall was filled with laughter. Everyone's expressions were relaxed and they were in a good mood. For so many years, because they were constantly on guard against the other party's tricks, everyone's hearts had always been like a rock hanging in the air. Now that the rock had been put down, their mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. Although we won a great victory this time, we still missed a problem. After everyone's laughter, Di Yujua's voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes and looked at Di Yujue in confusion. Now, other than not being able to find the secret key to the land of inheritance, what other problem did they miss? The Jun family and the Xiao family both sent out their cultivators with potential at the first moment. Although I had already sent people to stop them at the first moment, and the Jun family's team was indeed destroyed, there were still people from the Xiao family who escaped. Was it Xiao Sou? Xiao Sou's figure instantly appeared in Bailey Hongshuang's mind. This woman had fought with her for so long, but she had to admit that she was also a person with great luck. Di Yujue nodded. Not only Xiao Sou, but also Xiao Sudong. Everyone frowned slightly. Everyone was disgusted with Xiao Sou from the bottom of their hearts. This woman was a troublemaker. No matter where she was, she could always cause some trouble. If it wasn't for Xiao Sou, their relationship with the Xiao family would not have fallen to such a state. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Sou and Xiao Sudong were most likely taken away by Shiyu, right? Di Linchuan's eyes were deep, and no emotions could be seen on his calm face. This time, in order to eliminate the root of the problem, the team they sent out this time was not weak. Under such circumstances, the other party could still escape. Other than Shiyu, there was probably no one else who could do it. That's right, it was done by Shiyu. Di Yujua's eyes turned gloomy. As Xiao Sou's master, it's not strange for Shiyu to take action when Xiao Sou is threatened. However, with Shiyu's protection, it will be very difficult for us to deal with them. Shiyu, the #1 expert of the upper realm. Although the D family's current strength was not to be underestimated, if they were to face Shiyu directly, they would definitely suffer great losses. Let's not rush into this matter for now. Shiyu only chose to protect Xiao Sou and the others and did not directly fight with us. This proves that he is somewhat wary of us. From another point of view, this is also a sign that he is not willing to be our enemy. If we take the initiative to look for trouble under such circumstances, I'm afraid we'll directly anger him. Di Linchuan's expression was solemn. Although a cultivator's strength was not very useful, when a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, their influence would not be small. As long as Shiyu was willing to join a force, it was likely that the other party would be willing to offend them for the sake of such an expert. Although the D family and the Lin family had won the battle, they had also suffered great losses. It would take some time for them to recover. Sigh, I never thought that Shiyu would protect them so much. The great elder sighed. This caused them to feel a trace of regret in their hearts. Based on Xiao Sou's personality, we'll meet again sooner or later. Xiao Sou would definitely not remain calm after knowing that her family had fallen into such a situation. Even if she did not have the strength to contend against them, she would not sit still and do nothing. It was only a matter of time before they clashed. When Di Yujue saw that everyone's mood was affected by this matter, he could not help but smile and said, "The reason why I mentioned this matter is to remind everyone. However, you don't have to take it to heart. Only 2 people from the Xiao family are left. They are not a threat to us." Everyone nodded and a smile appeared on their faces once again. Suddenly, Lin Wenlan's gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang. His gaze was filled with cordiality and curiosity. "Hongshuang, I saw that the explosives you used a few days ago were quite powerful. Did you make them yourself?" "That's right. The explosives are indeed very powerful. The explosives I have seen on a daily basis are not as powerful as this. Di Linxian also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. At that time, he wanted to wait until this matter was over before asking Hongzhuang about the explosives. When young cultivators went out to gain experience, their safety was always a concern. However, the price of having a trump card for them was too high. It was impossible to popularize it. If there was a method to make explosives, the cost should not be high. Moreover, everyone could bring a few with them. Who knows, it might be effective. Seeing the two family heads asking about this matter at the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She immediately smiled and said, "That's right. I made these explosives myself. I didn't expect you to have some research in this area." Lin Wenlan had an interested look on his face. He realized that Hongzhuang was really involved in many aspects. "Actually, these explosives have always been researched by my master's wife. If grandfather and maternal grandfather are interested, I can ask my master's wife to talk about it." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said. When Nangong Wu heard everyone mention explosives, she was very interested. One must know that she had always liked to research these things. Later, when Hongzhuang came to Limitless Palace, the two of them researched together. However, under Bailey Hongzhuang's research, the power of the explosives became even stronger. Although she had spent most of her time on cultivation after coming to the upper realm, she would still study it from time to time in her free time. She did not expect Hongzhuang to suddenly change the topic to her. "Your teacher's wife?" Lin Wenlan raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise. "That's right." Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and walked to Nangong Wu's side. "My master's wife has always been very interested in the study of explosives. The reason why I dabbled in explosives is because I learned from her." "So it's Miss Nangong." Di Yujue smiled. Nangong Wu felt a little uneasy when she was suddenly stared at by so many people. "Hongzhuang is more accomplished in this area than I am." "Master's wife, you are too modest." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She had already vaguely guessed the thoughts of the two family heads. This task was undoubtedly the most suitable one for her. "Miss Nangong, we feel that the power of these explosives is not bad. If we can make more of them and give them to the younger cultivators, they will have more protection when they go out to train. I wonder if Miss Nangong can help us with this?" Di Linxian asked gently. Although this matter came unexpectedly, Nangong Wu, who had a cheerful personality, quickly accepted it after a short period of restraint. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me." Nangong Wu was full of smiles. She was most interested in the matter of explosives. In fact, she had been itching to do this for a while, but because she was in the Di family, she was too embarrassed to do this research, and she didn't have a place to test it. Now that this task was handed over to her, she couldn't be happier. Yu Linfeng looked at Nangong Wu's happy appearance, and his eyes were full of love. In the past, when they were in the Limitless Palace, Nangong Wu had always been free to do whatever she wanted. Now, it was very rare for her to be able to cultivate quietly in the Di family for so long. Seeing Nangong Wu agree so readily, the smiles of Di Linxian and the others became more and more brilliant. "Miss Nangong is really straightforward. Then, we'll have to trouble you." "It's no trouble, no trouble." Nangong Wu waved her hand. "Since I came to the Di family, I've always been indebted to you for taking care of me. I can't do much, so I'm very happy to be able to help out a little. By the way, other than these explosives, I made a little toy myself. Maybe it will be helpful to the cultivators in our family." At this time, Di Beichen's magnetic and pleasant voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and looked at Di Beichen in confusion. "Young master, what did you do?" All the elders had curious looks on their faces, and their eyes were filled with deep satisfaction and joy. Now, facing this young master, they could only trust him from the bottom of their hearts. "What do you think of the formation I set up that day?" Di Beichen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on his unparalleled face. Everyone was stunned, and they thought of the formation Di Beichen used on the day when the Dark Sacred Assembly was established. It was because of that trap formation that blocked a group of cultivators, giving Di Beichen the opportunity to use the summoning technique. "You mean that trap formation?" Di Yujua's eyes lit up. Bewitching nodded slightly. The trap formation is very useful. If it can be used on a normal day, it will be of great help to cultivators. It's just that it's not easy to learn formations, and not every cultivator has talent in this area. Dyujua's face revealed a thoughtful look. It would be good if they could master the formation, but it was not realistic to let everyone learn it. After all, many people did not have enough energy. They did not have the time to study other things other than cultivation. Father, take a look at this. Looked Nangong of Nangong Yu. Nangong Nong Nangong Dyujua took the jade. It was a very simple piece of jade. It didn't even have any carvings on it. It didn't look special at all. However, after sensing it carefully, Dyujua found that there was some special power in the jade. What's in this jade? Everyone looked at the ordinary jade curiously. They all understood that Bewitching must have his reasons for taking it out at this time. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at Bewitching in confusion. In fact, she also noticed that Bewitching was busy fiddling with something when he was refining pills carefully. However, she didn't ask about it in detail because Bewitching wasn't just studying formations, he was also studying talisman arts. Could it be that you've engraved the formation into the jade? A thought flashed through her mind and Bailey Hongzhuang immediately guessed. She still remembered that Bewitching had told her before that the jade could carry the power of a cultivator, just like how rune techniques also carried some special power in various runes. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's face suddenly revealed a smile. You're really smart. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were not unfamiliar with formations, but there weren't many formation masters. Only when constructing family formations or teleportation formations would they think of formation masters. But at the same time, no one dared to look down on formation masters. Because a formation master could casually arrange a formation that could bring a lot of trouble. Cultivators of the same level would definitely not be a match for a formation master. Just like how Bewitching trapped so many cultivators with a trap formation. To do this, there were very few people who could do it except for formation masters. Recently, I've been studying formations and rune techniques. Runes are engraved with special runes to achieve a certain effect. Formations are completed through the arrangement of spatial nodes. I felt that there was some commonality between the two, so I tried my own idea. I didn't expect it to be successful. Bewitching's lips slightly raised. After a smile appeared on his handsome face, he became even more charming. His pair of black eyes were as charming as black diamonds. His wife was so good at so many methods. As her husband, how could he not know anything? Therefore, during this period of time, he also seriously studied formations and rune techniques. The reason for such progress was, on one hand, because of the books left by He Shenjun. The contents of the books were very precious and gave him a very deep understanding. On the other hand, the several seniors in the abandoned immortal forest saw that he was interested in these things and gave him a few words of advice. Although it was just a few simple words, it often made him feel enlightened. He could clearly think through the problems that he didn't understand before. Not only that, they also encouraged him to innovate. It was rare for Senior Yu to tell him so earnestly that since these things were created by cultivators, why couldn't they create something else? As long as it was theoretically possible, there was a possibility of success. He felt that these words gave him a lot of inspiration, so after this idea appeared in his mind, he began to study it. However, studying it was not an easy thing. He spent a lot of time and energy. He didn't even know how much jade was wasted. But the moment he succeeded, he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. After this success, he felt that he had some different understanding of formations and rune techniques. So you're saying that there's an array formation inside this jade stone? Dyujua asked. Bewitching nodded slightly. Father, you can try to activate it. Dyujua looked at the jade stone in his hand and sent a wisp of mental energy into it. Immediately after, an invisible barrier appeared in front of them, directly enveloping the few elders. The few elders stretched out their hands to feel it. Sure enough, this was a simple trapping array. After testing it with their strength, they found that the trapping array was able to withstand a lot of power. However, I believe that with some more time, the power of this array will increase. Bewitching's gaze landed on the trap array. His lips curled into a smile, showing his confidence. practice makes perfect. As long as he tried more, the effect would continue to increase. Yujue looked at Bewitching in amazement. He never thought that his son would become so multi-talented. Not only did he learn the art of arrays, he also learned the art of runes. Most importantly, he was able to combine the two together to create something like this. The power of this trap array is not weak. If it's used to escape or chase someone, it's excellent. Xianxia's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Bewitching, you're very qualified to be the young master. Grandfather, you're too kind. Bewitching chuckled. Good lad. Xianxia patted Bewitching's shoulder. His face was glowing with confidence. With these explosives and arrays, the younger generation of cultivators will have more means to protect themselves. I believe that our family will become better and better in the future. Don't forget that our Lin family has a share too. Lin Wenlan said. Don't worry. How could I forget about you? Xianxia rolled his eyes. After so many years, old Lin's stingy personality had not changed at all. Lin Wenlan looked at Xianxia with disdain. Old man, you're the one who eats everything for yourself. Nonsense. Seeing that the two people who were so dignified just a moment ago had returned to their normal selves, the laughter in the meeting hall became even louder. The news of the D family destroying the Jun family and the Xiao family quickly spread throughout the upper realm. No one was surprised by this news. This battle had long been within everyone's expectations. However, many people originally thought that the D family would be the ones to lose. They never thought that after going around in circles, the D family would rise so powerfully. Abandoned immortal forest. After the problems with the Jun family and the Xiao family were resolved, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' lives returned to normal. Everyone spent their days cultivating in the abandoned immortal forest. Under the guidance of the seniors, everyone's strength increased rapidly. The several seniors did not teach them any martial arts or powerful moves, but it was these very simple cultivation methods that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could feel the beauty of. They vaguely understood the meaning behind the seniors' words. What they pursued was not super powerful moves, but to turn every move they used on a daily basis into the strongest move. Returning to one's natural state was probably referring to this realm. Everyone had noticed this when they fought with Zhongli Mu. This was because Zhongli Mu didn't use any special moves. In fact, it looked like he was just using some simple punches and kicks. However, when they were fighting, everyone felt that his every move was very difficult to deal with. That valiant strength was enough to make cultivators of the same level unable to block it. His speed was also astonishing. Regardless of whether it was the strength of his palms, arms, or legs, Zhongli Mu was practically invincible under the guidance of the seniors. Towards Zhongli Mu's valiant performance, everyone was not discouraged at all. Instead, they felt that there was more to strive for. Because as long as they continued to cultivate like this, they would also reach Zhongli Mu's level in the future. Everyone has improved a lot recently. The gap between us and Zhongli Mu has narrowed a little. Isn't that so? Shang Guanying suddenly snickered. Yesterday, I heard from Senior Zhongli and Grandma Hua that Zhongli Mu has been cultivating even harder recently. I'm afraid he's feeling the pressure of us catching up. No wonder I feel that Senior Zhongli's attitude towards us has improved a lot recently. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. Among all of them, Senior Zhongli was undoubtedly the coldest. Usually, other than when Zhongli Mu was around, he rarely spoke. However, it didn't mean that he didn't want to talk to them. It was just that he didn't like to talk because of his personality. During this period of time, they all noticed that Senior Zhongli had been teaching them more and more. At first, everyone was flattered. Now that they knew the reason, they completely understood. Clearly, Senior Zhongli wanted to help Zhongli Mu improve even more, so he gave them pointers. Because of the pressure, Zhongli Mu wouldn't slack off. Sure enough, grandfather's love is very deep. Bewitching smiled faintly. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other. If Zhongli Mu knew about it, who knew how he would feel? Bewitching, Xianxia went to find Little Blossom again today? Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and didn't see Xianxia. She immediately guessed that it was possible. How persistent was Xianxia for Little Blossom? During this period of time, everyone had deeply experienced that no matter what, they would never leave the love that they had for each other. Should be. Master, Xianxia follows Little Blossom every day and doesn't cultivate with us. Will his cultivation fall behind? Xiaobai was a little worried. Everyone had been working hard to cultivate. Only Xianxia was busy chasing Little Blossom all day. It was fine if it was only for a short period of time. However, if it was for a long time, it would be inappropriate if his cultivation fell behind. Don't worry. Xianxia's recent increase in strength isn't less than ours. Bewitching smiled faintly. Ah? Xiaobai was slightly stunned. It hadn't seen Xianxia recently, so it wasn't clear about his situation. Xiren and the others also looked at Bewitching curiously. How could his strength increase by leaps and bounds when he didn't cultivate all day? It's because of Little Blossom. The calm voice didn't have any sympathy for Xianxia. Bewitching's figure flashed and began cultivating again. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. Little Blossom was stronger than Little Xuanzi. Xianxia's shameless appearance and Little Blossom's temper was unavoidable. It. On this day, when Bewitching and the others were cultivating, suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the front. That That. Could it be that someone is here? Shang Guanying's heart tightened. Zhonglimu had mentioned before that there would be cultivators from the immortal region who would come here to look for able-bodied men. In the past, they had been very cautious. However, after cultivating here for so long, they had never met anyone. Gradually, they felt relieved. Now, they suddenly heard such unfamiliar footsteps. Could it be that something like this really happened? After coming to this conclusion, the group did not hesitate and quickly flew backwards. Even though everyone's strength had increased by quite a bit, there was still a large gap between them and cultivators from the immortal region. Once they met, they would be in danger. However, just as Bewitching and the others were retreating, four figures suddenly appeared behind them. Trying to run? The man in the lead looked at Bewitching and the others mockingly, as if he was looking at prey. I heard some movement earlier. I didn't think that there would be people here. Big brother, they don't look like people from the forsaken immortal forest. Could they be here to play? Xianxia looked back and forth between Bewitching, Bai Lianche, and Mo Yunjue. The three of them did not look like abandoned people from the forsaken immortal forest, regardless of their appearance, clothing, or aura. Most importantly, such a handsome man was extremely rare even in the immortal realms. Fu looked at Xianxia's coquettish expression and understood what she was thinking. Don't be silly, carefully sense their cultivation. They're only at the heavenly moon realm. They can't possibly be cultivators from the immortal region. As soon as he appeared, he had already checked the other party's cultivation base. After all, if they really were cultivators from the immortal region, it would not be good for them to offend them. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. After carefully sensing their cultivation, her expression turned ugly. They're indeed only at the heavenly moon realm. It seems that they really are from the forsaken immortal forest. Xianxia sighed, her eyes filled with regret. How great would it be if such a graceful and elegant man was someone from the immortal realm, however, their powers were simply too weak. On top of that, they were abandoned people. They would never be able to enter the immortal region in this lifetime. What a waste of her feelings. As Fu and the others were talking, another four figures appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Fu, you're quite fast. You've actually surpassed us. The man smiled. From his casual attitude, one could tell that he was very familiar with Fu. How is it? Are these people the abandoned people? That's right. Fu's lips curled into a smile, revealing his white and neat teeth. Our harvest today is not bad. The hearts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sank. Although they did not know how strong these people were, they could tell that they were very strong from the way they spoke. If the strength of the heavenly moon realm was nothing in their eyes, then even if they took out all of their trump cards, they would still not be a match for them. What should we do? Shang Guanying's expression was extremely ugly. She was really unhappy when she saw these guys casually talking about them as if they were goods. However, she also understood that these people were very powerful. If she angered them now, it would not do her any good. The other party is stronger than us, and they have a lot of people. We won't have the upper hand if we fight back. Bewitching said solemnly, let's calm down and see what the other party wants to do first. They had been cultivating here recently, but the place where Zhongli occasionally cultivated was a certain distance away from here. Isn't there a shortage of people at the spirit-devouring mine recently? Many of the abandoned people have been captured, and now they are looking for people everywhere. Let's send these guys over, and I think we can exchange them for some resources. Fu was beaming with joy. They were resting today, so they wanted to come to the abandoned immortal forest to play. If they could find a few abandoned people and exchange them for some money, it would be a small profit. Just now, they were competing to see who could find the abandoned people, but they didn't expect that they would find them so smoothly and quickly. They really want to capture us to mine. Mo Yunjia's eyes were hazy. When he first met Zhongli, he had mentioned this point. Although Zhongli didn't say it in detail at that time, they vaguely understood that mining was not only hard work, but there seemed to be some unknown problems. In short, this was definitely a very bad job. Duanrong seemed to see that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were thinking about their own ideas, and he couldn't help but say, don't think about it anymore. I advise you to follow us obediently, so that you can suffer less physical pain. Otherwise, once you are injured by us and go to the spirit-devouring mine, your situation will be worse. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanrong's aura spread out directly, as if warning everyone. After feeling this tyrannical aura, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were shocked. This kind of cultivation was indeed much stronger than theirs. The strength of the cultivators in the immortal realm is indeed outrageous. Shang Guanying's face was pale. This kind of aura was obviously stronger than that of the D family's patriarch. They were indeed no match for him. At this moment, everyone gave up the idea of resisting. If they were seriously injured here, it would be very difficult to escape later. Instead of this, it was better to go to the spirit-devouring mine first. After noticing the change in the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Duanrong and the others also showed satisfied smiles on their faces. Only people in good condition who were sent to the spirit-devouring mine could be sold for a good price, and they would have another income today. Let's go. Under Fu's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others directly sat on their flying magic tool and flew out of the abandoned immortal forest. Seeing Fu's flying magic tool, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others carefully sized it up. They found that this flying magic tool was undoubtedly simpler and lighter than the ones in the upper realm, and its flying speed was faster. This was the first time they had seen people from the immortal realm. These people were truly heaven's favored children with a single glance. Shui sat on the flying magic tool, but she still couldn't help but look at D. I didn't expect him to be an abandoned person, what a waste of his good-looking face. Bewitching faintly glanced at Shui, his deep and handsome eyes were covered with frost. When Shui felt this gaze, she couldn't help but retract her gaze. Her expression was slightly awkward. Shui, why are you telling them all this? Fu raised his eyebrows. These fellows are quite smart. They knew that they were no match for us, so they didn't resist. You should know very well what happens to the people in the spirit-devouring mine. To put it bluntly, they are just coolies. These abandoned people shouldn't be alive in the first place. Now that we've asked them to help mine, we've given them a chance to show their value. Otherwise, it's meaningless for them to live. Duanrong laughed. It's funny. The abandoned people of the abandoned immortal forest never give up. Many of them want to enter the immortal region. They're really overestimating themselves. Fu shook his head. They don't even think about it. What right do they have to enter the immortal region with their status? Abandoned people are abandoned people. Even if they work hard to cultivate, their strength can't surpass the people of the immortal region. Duanrong's eyes were full of pride. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't say anything. They just listened to Fu and the others talk. These fellows clearly thought that noble blood flowed in their bones, and they looked down on everyone other than the immortal region. That kind of pride that seemed to be innate really made one speechless. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood why Granny Hua and the others chose to live in the abandoned immortal forest. Although the cultivators in front of them were very strong, it was obvious that they were nothing in front of Granny Hua and the others. With these seniors' abilities, it was definitely not difficult to enter the immortal region. Perhaps they couldn't stand the high and mighty attitude of the cultivators of the immortal region. After all, this kind of attitude was really disgusting. Not long after, the flying magic tool landed steadily. All of a sudden, the noise outside became noisy. "All of you, get out!" Nalan Fu shouted. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others slowly walked out of the flying magic tool, only to find that they were already near a black mine. The environment here was completely different from the abandoned immortal forest. Everywhere they looked was black. There was no green or vitality. These ores looked very hard, as if they had been polished. They were abnormally smooth. Spirit-devouring ores were probably referring to this place. Bailey Hongzhuang tried to use her mind power to touch the spirit-devouring ores, but found that it was very difficult to penetrate. This feeling was similar to the situation in the ancient battlefield. When she was looking for blood spirit stones, the ground was also very difficult to penetrate with her mind power. However, the resistance of this spirit-devouring ores was even greater than that of blood spirit stones. Bewitching and the others were also cautiously looking around. They were not too worried about the current environment. Although their strength was not a match for these people, it was not difficult for them to escape. Brotherly Duanrong waved at a big man in front of him with great familiarity. The burly man's figure was extremely sturdy. His entire body was filled with muscles. His skin was dark and his face was rough. It was obvious that he was tanned because he had been guarding the spirit-devouring ore here. "Young Master Duan, what brings you here today?" "Brotherly, these are the abandoned people we caught from the abandoned immortal forest. How much can you sell them for?" Hearing this, Li Wei was slightly stunned. His gaze immediately fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Looking at the bearing of these people, he thought they were friends of Duanrong and others, but he didn't expect them to be the abandoned people of the abandoned immortal forest. "Really?" Li Wei was stunned. "Young Master Duan, the abandoned people you caught are different from the ones you usually see." "Haha, I thought so too when I first saw it." Duanrong chuckled. "Big brotherly, these abandoned people have become smarter. I don't know where they bought their supplies from. If it weren't for their low cultivation, I would have thought that they were from the immortal region." Li Wei carefully checked the cultivation of Bewitching and the others. Only then did he relax. "I didn't expect there to be such a thing. No wonder these abandoned people have become more and more difficult to find recently." Duanrong chuckled. "Although these guys aren't very strong, they're still strong. I believe they can work here for a while." "No problem." Li Wei nodded. "Since you brought them here, the price will naturally not be low." Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Li Wei and Duanrong had walked to the side. Li Wei even took out some spirit stones and handed them to Duanrong. After seeing the blood-red spirit stone, Bailey Hongzhuang recognized at a glance that it was the blood spirit stone that they had obtained before. The ancient battlefield was indeed from the immortal region. These blood spirit stones were the spirit stones used by the cultivators of the immortal region. After receiving the payment, Duanrong smiled and said, "Brotherly, we'll take our leave first. If you find any abandoned people in the future, remember to bring them to me. I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Don't worry." After Duanrong left, Li Wei looked at Bewitching and the others and said, "You guys go over there and get your tools. From now on, you'll be mining here. Hand in at least 3 spirit-devouring stones every day. Otherwise, you'll end up like them." Looking in the direction that Li Wei was pointing at, everyone saw a tragic scene. Smack! Long whips ruthlessly lashed the bodies of several cultivators. They seemed to have been mining here all year round. They were skinny and their bodies were covered in wounds. After a few whips, they were drenched in blood. "You can't even hand in 3 spirit-devouring stones a day, you bunch of trash. Useless things, if you can't dig it out, then die. I'll beat you to death." The roars were mixed with pleas for mercy, causing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to frown. These cultivators must have come from the abandoned immortal forest, but they were captured by the people of the immortal region to mine here. From then on, they had no freedom and had to stay here all day. These bastards. Ling or cursed. Based on this, it could be seen that the people of the immortal region did not treat the cultivators of the abandoned immortal forest as humans. Fang Qing, these people will follow you. Tell them what you have to do every day. Li Wei waved his hand and summoned a young cultivator. The man looked to be in his 20s. Compared to those cultivators who were beaten up, he looked much better. Brotherly, don't worry. I will teach them well. Do your best. After Li Wei left, Fang Qing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, but after noticing the surroundings, she did not say anything. She only said, "Follow me." After receiving the bamboo baskets and shovels, they followed Li Wei into the mine. When there was no one around, Li Wei said, "You don't look like abandoned people. Are you from the Crossing Immortal Domain?" Crossing Immortal Domain. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard about this place from the third person. You know about the Crossing Immortal Domain? Bewitching asked tentatively. Fang Qing nodded slightly. Actually, I came from the Crossing Immortal Domain. I think you guys look very similar. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. If it was a normal ascension, they should have come to the immortal region through the Crossing Immortal Domain. However, they did not ascend at all. They came to the abandoned immortal forest through the Chaos Ring. Brother Fang, why were you captured to mine after ascending to the Crossing Immortal Domain? Hearing this, Fang Qing sighed. In the past, the Crossing Immortal Domain was the place where everyone ascended. If they could successfully ascend to the immortal domain, then they could be called immortals. However, ever since the spirit-devouring mine was discovered, the people of the immortal domain were unwilling to mine it themselves. However, they wanted the spirit-devouring stone, so they extended their claws to the abandoned immortal forest and the Crossing Immortal Domain. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood. When they asked Granny Hua about the matter earlier, Granny Hua only said a few words casually and did not explain it in detail, so they were not too clear. Now that Fang Qing said this, they understood a little. Originally, this spirit-devouring mine was mainly done by the abandoned people of the abandoned immortal forest. However, most of these abandoned people have been captured. They really can't find anyone to mine, so they thought of a way to find some people from the Crossing Immortal Domain. Sigh, speaking of which, it's really unlucky. We can only blame our bad luck for encountering this when we ascended. Fang Qing's face could not hide the gloominess. These days, I've been seeing the abandoned people of the abandoned immortal forest. It's rare to see people from the Crossing Immortal Domain, so I said a few more words. Don't take offense. Big Brother Fang, we still have to thank you for introducing the situation. If you didn't tell us, we really wouldn't know what was going on, Wen Xiren said. Originally, they were also a little curious as to why Fang Qing was so warm and familiar. It was only at this moment that they completely understood. It was probably because she had stayed in the spirit-devouring mine for a while but did not even have a familiar face, so she could not help but open her mouth when she met them. In short, it's bad luck to be caught in this spirit-devouring mine. Fang Qing secretly spat. We can't stay in this place for long. Big Brother Fang, what do you mean? Debachen's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. He vaguely felt that this place was very strange, but he could not feel where the problem was for the time being. The spirit-devouring stone is a kind of spirit stone that is very helpful in increasing spiritual power. The price is very high, but this spirit-devouring stone comes from the spirit-devouring mine. This spirit-devouring mine is different from the spirit-devouring stone. There are many benefits. This is a place of torture. If he wanted to dig out the spirit-devouring stone, he could only use his mental power to penetrate the ore. However, this spirit-devouring stone was very difficult to penetrate, so he could only see a little distance. Not only that, but the spirit-devouring ore will also continuously deplete one's spiritual energy. Fang Qing raised her eyebrows and subconsciously looked outside. You should have seen the cultivators who were beaten up earlier, right? They have stayed in the spirit-devouring mine for a long time and their spirits are low. The possibility of digging up spirit-devouring stones again is very small. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. If the spirit-devouring ore will constantly eat away at a cultivator's spiritual power, then after a long time, will the cultivator's spiritual power be completely eaten away? Of course. Fang Qing nodded, a trace of disgust in her eyes. This is the reason why the spirit-devouring mine has always lacked people. Those fellows in the immortal realm don't treat us as humans at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others fell silent. They could roughly guess what would happen to the cultivators who had lost their mental strength. The so-called spirit-devouring stones were exchanged with these people's lives. Everyone, let's start mining first. If we can't complete the goal every day, we'll be punished. According to Feng Qing's introduction, the location of the spirit-devouring stone was very scattered, so everyone could only use their mental strength to investigate. After finding the spirit-devouring stone with their mental strength, they used a shovel to dig it up. These shovels were also special. The spirit-devouring stone was very hard. Using other weapons to dig it would be very slow. After using this shovel, although the speed was not fast, it was at least a little faster than other weapons. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others found a quieter place and began to try to dig. Everyone used their mental strength to sense the situation in the spirit-devouring stone. Their mental strength penetrated the spirit-devouring stone with difficulty to observe the existence of the spirit-devouring stone. In the process of searching, they also found that their mental strength seemed to be absorbed by something. Although it was very small, they could still detect it if they observed carefully. This spirit-devouring stone is too strange. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She did not have the slightest good impression of the black spirit-devouring stone in front of her. This spirit-devouring stone can help cultivators improve their mental strength, but it is constantly eating away at the mental strength of the miners. Could it be that the spirit-devouring stone is absorbing it? Bewitching frowned slightly. This kind of feeding and reverse feeding state really made people feel complicated. Big Brother Feng said that the impact of mining in a short period of time is not great. Let's complete today's goal first and see what the spirit-devouring stone looks like. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Although they were in the spirit-devouring stone and not the real immortal domain, this place was already very close to the immortal domain. When I become stronger, I must find that Nailan Fu and say that he looks down on us. When my strength surpasses him, let's see if he can still say such words. Wen Xiren's face was filled with anger. Recalling the condescending look of Nailan Fu and the others made him very unhappy. Hearing this, a cold look flashed across everyone's eyes. As for these people, they would definitely meet again in the future. The distribution of these spirit-devouring stones is very scattered. Let's split up and search. Bewitching looked around and said slowly. Everyone nodded. According to Feng Qing's introduction, most of the cultivators in the spirit-devouring mine were abandoned people of the abandoned immortal forest. Although they were filled with anger towards the steward, they did not have any hostility towards the people who also came to mine. Because they were all in the same boat, they were already miserable when they came here, so they naturally wouldn't make things difficult for each other. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but sigh. The abandoned people in the abandoned immortal forest didn't do anything wrong. They were only treated like this because they weren't from the immortal region. The situation in the crossing celestial region wasn't much better. It seemed like the celestial region was much crueler than the upper realm. At this moment, everyone completely understood why Xiyu had returned to the upper realm after going to the crossing immortal region. In the upper realm, he was the #1 expert that everyone respected. However, after going to the crossing immortal domain, not only did he not have any advantage, he might even be captured to mine. Between the two, if it was anyone else, they would probably choose to stay in the crossing immortal region. However, Feng Qing's conversation with them was really too short. There were still many things that she couldn't ask. She could only wait for everyone to get familiar with each other before asking properly. After searching for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly lit up because she found a spirit-devouring stone in the spirit-devouring mine underground. After Xiaohei saw that there was no one else around, she also revealed herself and began to help Bailey Hongzhuang search and mine. When the shovel dug into the spirit-devouring ore, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why the number of spirit-devouring ores that everyone found every day was so limited. It was because the spirit-devouring ore was simply too hard. Even with a special shovel, it was abnormally strenuous to dig it up. At this moment, all elemental powers seemed to have lost their effect. The only thing that was useful was pure power. The immortal region is indeed the immortal region. Even mining is not something that ordinary people can do. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched. In any case, she was a cultivator of the heavenly moon realm, but she never thought that mining would be so difficult. If it was a cultivator with a weaker cultivation, the shovel might not even be able to pierce into the ground. Master, leave this kind of hard work to me. Xiaohei took up the heavy responsibility in a timely manner. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiaohei with a smile and said, then I'll leave it to you. I'll go look for other spirit-devouring ores. No problem. Xiaohei patted her chest and promised. Bailey Hongzhuang continued to search for the spirit-devouring ores in the surroundings. After searching, she found that the situation was just as Fang Qing had said. The spirit-devouring ores were too scattered. Even if she found one, it was only a single one. To find 3 spirit-devouring ores in a day, it did not seem like a lot, but it would take a lot of time. Fortunately, my mental power has always been paying attention to improving. The range of my observation is not very small. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. When she found the 3 spirit-devouring ores, the sky was already dark. Looking at the black fist-sized spirit-devouring ores in her hand, she could sense the energy fluctuations contained in them. This kind of energy fluctuation was different from the pure vitality in the spirit ores. It was a completely different kind of energy. Even if it was just a slight touch of mental power, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel that her mental power was being nourished. He had never experienced such a feeling before. It was no wonder that everyone wanted to obtain such a good item. I'll look for other spirit-devouring stones. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. This thing was indeed a treasure. If mining here would cause their spiritual power to continuously regress, then if they were to use the spirit-devouring stone to nourish their spiritual power while mining, would it be able to offset it? When this thought emerged, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't stop herself. She had to give it a try and see if it had such an effect. Not long after, Bewitching arrived at Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Wife, how's your search going? I'm digging for the 4th spirit-devouring stone. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head when she heard the voice. Her beautiful face was filled with a bright smile. She was indeed more beautiful than a flower. Looking at that smile full of healing power, Bewitching's mood unconsciously became better. His wife was really optimistic. She could still maintain such a good mood in such an environment. It was really admirable. How's your harvest? Bewitching smiled faintly. I found 5 spirit-devouring stones. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. You're very fast. It's not easy to find these spirit-devouring stones. It took me so much time to find the 4th one. I was lucky to find 2 spirit-devouring stones together. Soon, Mo Yunjue and the others returned one after another. Shang Guanying had a bitter face. This spirit-devouring mine is too complicated. I've only dug out 2 spirit-devouring stones after searching for so long. It's okay. I have an extra one here for you. Mo Yunjue took out a spirit-devouring stone and handed it to Shang Guanying. Seeing this, Shang Guanying took the spirit-devouring stone and said in shame, I've dragged you guys down. You might just be unlucky. The place you found today has fewer spirit-devouring stones. Mo Yunjue's voice was as emotionless as ever, but the comfort in his words washed away the chill and revealed a trace of warmth. Shang Guanying looked at Mo Yunjue with a gentle gaze. She knew that Mo Yunjue was actually cold on the surface but not cold on the heart. It's getting late. Let's go back, Bailey Hongzhuang said. She noticed that some people had already dug out the spirit-devouring stone and returned. They wanted to meet Fang Qing earlier so that they could get more information from him. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked out of the mine, Fang Qing was already waiting for them. After looking at the harvest of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Fang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately collected everyone's basket and handed it to Li Wei. However, when Fang Qing handed the spirit-devouring stone to Li Wei, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Fang Qing had secretly added an extra spirit-devouring stone. Li Wei quietly accepted the spirit-devouring stone and smiled at Fang Qing. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. No wonder Li Wei's attitude towards Fang Qing was different from the others. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. Sure enough, no matter when, buying people's hearts was an important method. Fang Qing walked over from Li Wei's side with a smile on her face. Then, she said to everyone, "Follow me." I'll bring you to the place where you'll stay tonight. Hearing this, everyone followed behind Feng Qing and walked inside. You guys did well today. You completed the mission on the first day. Many people don't understand this situation at all when they come here for the first time, or they don't care about it at all, so they are always beaten very badly. A trace of gloom flashed across Feng Qing's eyes, as if she had recalled some unpleasant memories. This is all thanks to Brother Feng's advice, said Bewitching. Usually, I don't bother to say much when I meet other people. It's just that it's rare to meet someone from the crossing celestial domain. We're all in the same boat, so I said a few words. In short, since you're already here, you should be mentally prepared. Unless you can leave this place, you will end up like those people sooner or later. A trace of sadness appeared on Feng Qing's face. Even though Li Wei and the others usually treated him well, he knew very well that it was just a relationship of use. Other than not being punished like the others, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and could hear the helplessness in Feng Qing's words. Big brother Feng, have you heard of a person called Xiyu? Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Feng Qing seemed to have a lot of things that no one could say, so she asked her own question. How do you know Xiyu? Feng Qing was a little surprised. She put away her original disappointment and a thick curiosity appeared on her face. Everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed that they had not asked the wrong person. Feng Qing really knew Xiyu. To be honest, we came from the same place as Senior Xiyu, so we've heard some things about him. Looking at the nervousness and curiosity on Feng Qing's face, Bewitching nodded. He went back. Feng Qing's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. In the end, there was a hint of relief. That guy is not only bold, but also very lucky. He actually succeeded in going back. Brother Feng, can you tell us about the situation at that time? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Since you know Xiyu, didn't he tell you? Feng Qing was a little puzzled. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. Although we know Senior Xiyu, we don't know him very well. We only heard some of his deeds. I see. Feng Qing understood. Back then, we were all in the crossing immortal domain. Actually, after we arrived at the crossing immortal domain, as long as we could successfully ascend, we could become a true immortal. However, the immortal domain closed the entrance to the crossing immortal domain, so we stayed in the crossing immortal domain. During that time, all of us were thinking about how to successfully reach the immortal domain because the cultivation resources in the crossing immortal domain were not enough, and there was a mysterious force suppressing us. Perhaps it was because one had to pay a certain price to become an immortal, and this price also had a time limit. If one did not succeed in the stipulated time, their cultivation would regress. Because of this pressure, all of us were thinking of ways. However, other than the entrance, it was too difficult to reach the immortal domain from the crossing immortal domain. Many cultivators tried to rush over directly, but in the end, they all lost their lives. At that time, we were all in despair. Xiyu was a very smart person. After he realized that he could not successfully ascend, he thought about how to go back. I remember that he spent a lot of time researching how to go back. In the end, one day, he broke through the manager's guard and disappeared. Feng Qing's gaze was distant. Her thoughts had returned to the painful and confused memories of the past. At that time, was Senior Xiyu the only one who broke through? Mo Yunjue asked. They had only seen Xiyu once, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. At that time, there were 3 other people who broke through with Xiyu. However, the 3 of them were not as lucky as Xiyu. The 3 of them were caught and died, while Xiyu disappeared. From then on, everyone gave up on the idea of going back. We all subconsciously believed that Xiyu was already dead, but we didn't expect that he actually succeeded. The corners of Feng Qing's lips curled up into a smile. If I had known earlier, I would have given it a try. Unlike now, I don't even have the chance to give it a try. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. Under such circumstances, they could not comfort Feng Qing. The spirit-devouring mine was indeed a place that made people despair. I'm afraid that Xiyu will never come back to the crossing immortal domain again. However, he shouldn't have done that. He knew that the crossing immortal domain is such a place, yet he didn't tell the junior about it. Feng Qing sighed faintly and patted Bewitching and Yunju's shoulders. Those who can come to the crossing immortal domain are all heaven's favored ones from their previous planes. I thought that I would have a better future after I ascended. Who would have thought that I would end up in such a situation? If I had known earlier, I would have stayed there peacefully. At least I would have lived a comfortable life. Big brother Feng, haven't you ever thought of running away? Suddenly, Bewitching's voice rang out. Beichen, you can't say such words in front of others. If you're not careful, you might lose your life, Feng Qing said nervously. Bewitching's lips curled up slightly. Brother Feng, we believe in you. Hearing this, Feng Qing was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled in relief, and her expression softened. I was wondering why I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you guys. It seems that we really hit it off. Looking at Feng Qing's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang keenly noticed that the former's gaze seemed to have changed. If there was still a trace of wariness in the trust before, then this trace of wariness gradually dissipated. It's very difficult to leave this place. I advise you not to have this idea for the time being. The spirit-devouring mine is not far from the immortal realm. With our situation, it's impossible to enter the immortal realm. The cultivators of the immortal realm all have their own identity cards. If they don't have an identity card, even if they pretend to be in, they will be discovered. At that time, their fate will be even worse. Other than that, the other side is the abandoned immortal forest. If we want to run, the only path is the abandoned immortal forest. However, we are not familiar with the abandoned immortal forest at all, and we don't know the situation inside. It's said that the cultivators in the abandoned immortal forest are very repulsive to the cultivators outside. Even if we go to the abandoned immortal forest, our days won't be easy. We can only live in that abandoned place for the rest of our lives. Feng Qing's expression was gloomy, and there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. I really didn't expect that I would end up in such a situation. Fate is really unpredictable. Everyone fell silent. In fact, they had always wanted to enter the immortal realm one day. However, it was so difficult to enter the immortal realm. It was also very difficult for them to complete it. You guys must be tired from digging for the whole day. Don't think too much. Since you're already here, stay here first. There won't be any problems for a short period of time. Feng Qing left after leaving this sentence. That thoughtful look revealed his mood. Clearly, the news of Shuyu's successful return had stimulated him quite a bit. Inside the house, the living environment was obviously extremely poor. Everyone shared a room. However, after their observation, they found that sharing a room was already very good treatment. The living environment of the others were even worse than theirs. Thinking about it, this was also what Feng Qing had fought for them. Speaking of which, Feng Qing's friendliness came out of nowhere, but no one doubted it. Some malice came for no reason, and sometimes some kindness came for no reason. In the next few days, they also understood why Feng Qing was so kind to them. This was because he was the only one in the entire spirit-devouring mine who came from the crossing immortal domain. The others came from the abandoned immortal forest. Therefore, he was the only one left behind. If he hadn't maintained a good relationship with Li Wei, he would have been in the most difficult situation. Now that they had appeared, Feng Qing felt a little more comforted. At least she was no longer alone. When Zhong Limu went to look for Bewitching and the others after his training, he found that they were all gone. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that something happened at home, so they left without saying a word? However, after Lil Xuanzi returned, he realized that something was amiss. Hearing Zhong Limu's words, the expressions of Granny Hua and the others changed slightly, and a complicated look flashed across their eyes. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Xiao Xuanzi became even more anxious. Why aren't you saying anything? Where is that place? That's the direction of the immortal domain, Zhong Limu said. Xiao Xuanzi was slightly stunned. With the current situation of his master and the others, it was impossible for them to take the initiative to go to the immortal domain. Therefore, there was only one reason why they left, and that was that they must have been captured. It seems that Hong Zhuang and the others might have been captured to mine. Granny Hua sighed. Recently, there have been people coming to capture people to mine. I'm afraid that this time, they just happened to encounter it. Granny Hua, what should we do now? Zhongli Mu's face revealed a worried expression. During this period of time, they had been paying attention to this point, but they did not expect that they would really encounter it. They should be in the spirit-devouring mine now, but you don't have to worry too much. Bewitching and the others are all smart people. Even if they are captured, they won't suffer a big loss. Yu Hong was relatively calm. Although the cultivation of Bewitching and the others was still very far away from the cultivators of the immortal domain, they were all very smart. In a situation where they could not win, they would not fight head-on. In comparison, Zhongli Mu was more worrying in this aspect. This kid was too simple and did not understand the twists and turns of the outside world. Then we'll go and save them now? Xianxia hurriedly said. He felt a wave of regret in his heart. If only he did not go to find Xiaohua today. Granny Hua thought for a moment, but before she could speak, Zhongli Sharon's voice rang out. Since they were captured, it's also fate. There's no need to worry for the time being. Let's see if they can come back on their own. Hearing this, Zhongli Mu's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, Grandpa, didn't you say that the situation in the spirit-devouring mine is very dangerous? Now that Big Brother D and the others have been captured, how can we sit back and do nothing? That old man Zhongli is right. We've been giving pointers to these kids for a while now. Although they went out earlier than we expected, it doesn't mean that we can't deal with it. Let's wait for the time being. Hu Shukong said faintly. Old woman, the abilities you've given to Hong Zhuang these days aren't bad either. What do you think? Granny Hua raised her eyebrows, and a trace of pride appeared in her eyes. The disciple that I have taught is naturally not bad. It's just that the time I have taught him is still a little short. Since that's the case, let's take a look at the adaptability of these little fellows. Seeing that the seniors had no intention of making a move, Zhongli Mu and Xiaoxuanzi couldn't help but look at each other. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Xiaoxuanzi's heart was filled with gloominess, but he couldn't say anything in front of these seniors. His heart immediately became even more gloomy. After the four seniors left, Xiaoxuanzi could not help but ask, Zhongli Mu, will my master and the others be in danger? I don't know either. Zhongli Mu frowned. I heard that the spirit-devouring mine is an extremely dangerous place. Previously, many cultivators in the abandoned immortal forest lost their lives there. That's why everyone hates the spirit-devouring mine to the bone. As soon as he said that, Xiaoxuanzi immediately became even more nervous. Then this can't go on. I have to go find them. Zhongli Mu felt a little helpless. The reason why he told his grandfather and the rest about this was so that they could help. He did not expect his grandfather and the rest to be so calm, as if they did not care about this at all. Then are we just going to wait here? Xiaoxuanzi was annoyed. His cultivation had indeed increased recently, but compared to the cultivators in the immortal region, the gap was still too big. Even his master was taken away, what more him? Xiaoxuanzi, don't worry. We can go take a look around the spirit-devouring mine, but we must be careful not to be caught by others. Zhongli Mu's eyes flashed with confidence. I believe in my grandfather and the rest's foresight. The reason why they are not worried is not because they don't care, but because they believe in Big Brother D and the rest's ability. There was a fundamental difference between the two. He believed that since Grandma Hua and the rest were so sure, then everyone would definitely be able to return safely. Alright then. Spirit-devouring mine. The next morning, everyone was awakened by the loud sound of a gong. Everyone, get up and go mining. If you don't get up now, you'll have to taste my whip. Hurry up, if you continue to dawdle, I'll whip you to death. The group of cultivators quickly walked out of the house under the manager's roar. No one dared to slow down, because once they slowed down, they could be whipped at any time. The whip did not taste good. A casual whip could split a person's skin and flesh. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest stood out among the group of skinny miners. Not only did they have to work hard every day to mine, but they also had to eat poorly. Fortunately, because they had to prepare good food for the seniors, they brought a lot of good food with them. Speaking of which, it was strange. They thought that the people here would take their Qianquan bags immediately, but they realized that Li Wei and the rest did not have that thought at all. However, they later understood that the cultivators in the abandoned immortal forest were just poor people in the eyes of Li Wei and the rest. They did not have anything useful at all. When they first came to the spirit-devouring mine, they were still interested in checking the Qianquan bags. After realizing that there was nothing useful, they did not bother about it anymore. It was just a waste of time. Holding the bamboo basket and shovel, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest walked into the mine once again. Compared to yesterday's confusion, everyone seemed much more familiar today. The speed of finding the spirit-devouring stone was very slow, but everyone was in good condition. Bailey Hongzhuang spent more than half a day to find 3 spirit-devouring stones. As for the rest of the time, she began to look for her own devouring spirit stone. This thing was so precious. It was said that every piece of devouring spirit stone was an extremely precious item in the immortal domain. This price was also completely explosive. Now that they were in the mine, they naturally prepared some for themselves. Although the process of searching would wear and tear her spiritual power to a certain extent, Bailey Hongzhuang also discovered that the continuous searching could also improve her spiritual power to a certain extent. This situation was similar to the improvement of mental strength. There was a certain effect, but the mental strength consumed by the spirit devouring or was more than the mental strength gained. As time went on, everyone's mental strength would only get worse and worse. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Once this thought appeared in her mind, it could no longer dissipate. Bewitching and the others were also working hard to find the spirit-devouring stone. After last night's research, the spirit-devouring stone did indeed have a lot of benefits. There were many uses for mental strength. Although they usually didn't pay much attention to it, the use of mental strength was everywhere, whether it was in a fight or other situations. Cultivators could improve their cultivation through cultivation, but it was very difficult to improve their mental strength. It was because of this that the cultivators in the immortal domain needed the spirit-devouring stone so much. After staying in the spirit-devouring stone for a few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also obtained some spirit-devouring stones. Although Li Wei and the others didn't care about what was in their Qianquan bag, they were very careful about the spirit-devouring stone. Every day, after handing over the spirit-devouring stone, everyone had to walk past a device. This device would check if the cultivator had hidden any spirit-devouring stones. In these few days, they had seen cultivators who were caught. Naturally, they were beaten up and even lost their lives. Fortunately, everyone put the spirit-devouring stone into the chaos ring, which allowed them to avoid being checked. At night, after Shang Guaniying absorbed the energy of the spirit-devouring stone, she found that her mental strength had increased a little compared to before. Immediately, a happy expression appeared on her face. Fortunately, we have the chaos ring. Otherwise, without the spirit-devouring stone, our situation would have gotten worse. Mo Yunjua nodded. The spirit-devouring stone is indeed a good thing. No wonder the mining continues even though we have to pay such a high price. It's a pity that the place where the ores are located is too scattered. It would be great if we could dig a hole where the ores are gathered together. Shang Guaniying started to daydream. The effect of these spirit-devouring stones was too good. It was a pity that they could only harvest 4 or 5 spirit-devouring stones in a day. Apart from the portion they needed to hand over, there was not much left. There's no other way. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. This is the situation with the spirit-devouring stone. However, I feel that if our mental strength becomes stronger, the range of our detection will be wider, and the speed of our search will be faster. That's right. I just need some time. Bewitching smiled faintly. The life of mining in the eyes of others was not very difficult for them. When Xiran's expression was relaxed, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile like a spring breeze. Previously, I thought that being caught here was a very tragic thing, but now I feel that it's not so bad. Even though this was the outskirts of the immortal domain, the elemental energy in the air and the laws of heaven and earth were stronger than in the abandoned immortal forest. Even though we don't have as much time to cultivate as before, the speed of our improvement hasn't slowed down by much. Coupled with the improvement of our mental strength, I think it's pretty good. Following Xiran's words, everyone smiled and nodded. This was also what they were thinking. Originally, after being captured, they were thinking about how to leave this place as soon as possible. But now, they weren't in a hurry to go back. The next day, when Bewitching and the others started mining again, they unexpectedly saw two figures. Bewitching, from now on, the two of them will follow you to mine. Fangqing patted Bewitching's shoulder and said with a smile. I don't have to worry about you. Fangqing's expression was relaxed. He thought that Bewitching and the others would fall into deep despair after coming here. After all, from a proud son of heaven to a miner, such a psychological gap was definitely not something that ordinary people could accept. However, the performance of Bewitching and the others completely exceeded his expectations. They didn't seem to feel that this job was hard at all, nor did they complain too much. They just completed the task on time every day. It was precisely because of their emotions that Fangqing felt that his mood had become a little more cheerful. Not to mention him, even Li Wei's attitude towards Bewitching and the others was not as harsh as his attitude towards the others. It was not for anything else, but because these people handed over the spirit-devouring stones that they should hand over every day. After Fangqing left, Bewitching let the two newcomers take the bamboo basket and shovel before walking into the mine together. Because their performance during this period of time had been good, the third mine had become their exclusive mine. It was not until they reached the depths of the mine that Bewitching said, Zhongli Mu, Xianxia, why are you guys here too? Didn't we ask Xiao He and Xiao Bai to tell you guys before? We don't have any problems here, don't worry. Bailey Hongzhuang also frowned. It was fine if it was Xianxia, but Zhongli Mu was the treasure of Senior Zhongli and the others. Now that he had come to the spirit-devouring mine, if Senior Zhongli knew about it, he would be very angry. We know. Xianxia nodded. I've always wanted to meet up with you guys. Coincidentally, Zhongli Mu also said that he was coming, so we came together. Although it was not a good thing to come to the spirit-devouring mine, he just wanted to be with everyone, even if it was hard work here. Zhongli Mu, have you told Senior Zhongli and the others about you coming here? Bewitching asked with concern. Zhongli Mu shook his head slightly, a hearty smile on his face. Don't worry, my grandfather and the others won't worry. Grandfather and the others said earlier that they believe that you definitely have the ability to lead the spirit-devouring mine. What does it matter if I come to find you? When the time comes, we'll leave together. Moreover, I'm also a little curious about this spirit-devouring mine. I don't know what kind of place it is, so I just happened to come and see it. Seeing Zhongli Mu's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. But this kind of character. You didn't go find Xiao Hua? Hearing this, Xianxia said with a serious face. Usually, I can chase after my wife, but at this time, Master is more important. In the abandoned immortal forest. Granny Hua looked at the spirit-devouring mine not far away with a playful smile on her face. Old man Zhongli, didn't you say that there's nothing to worry about? Why are you here today? Hua Shukong and Yu Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Bewitching and the rest were taken away, they couldn't help but worry even though they believed that Bewitching and the rest could handle everything. After all, these little guys had been with them for so long and were their disciples. They had feelings for them. Most importantly, without these little guys around, they had to eat the same food as before. It was a helpless feeling. Therefore, they secretly came to the spirit-devouring mine to find out more about Bewitching and the rest. They thought that they were the only ones who came, but who would have thought that they would find each other? At that time, Hua Yu Hong, and Hua Shukong looked at each other. After a short moment of shock, the three of them couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the three of them came here with the same idea. At that time, Zhongli Xiaoran noticed that the three of them came back sneakily and even mocked them. Now that Mu'er had gone to the spirit-devouring mine, Zhongli Xiaoran couldn't sit still anymore. I'm here to see what you guys are looking at all the time, Zhongli Xiaoran said casually. Hearing that, Hua Shukong and the rest couldn't help but laugh. They didn't believe him at all. Old man Zhongli, what's the point of putting on airs every day? If you're worried about Mu'er, just tell us. We won't laugh at you, Yu Hong raised his eyebrows and said. Zhongli Xiaoran glanced at him indifferently. I'm just wondering when this little brat will come back. Without him, there's no one to cook. Once he said that, Hua and the rest were stunned. They had neglected this problem. After Hong Zhuan and the rest left, Although Mu-Er's cooking skills were not as good as Hong Shuang's, at least there was someone to cook for them. Now that Mu-Er was gone, wouldn't it mean that only the four of them were left to stare at each other? Judging from this situation, we should let them come back as soon as possible, Hu Shukong said seriously. Granny Hua nodded slightly. That's right. Let's see what kind of method these little fellows will find to come back. If they come back too late, this old lady will be starved to death. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not know that the four seniors were so worried about them. They only thought that the four seniors were extremely calm and confident in them. They were not worried that they would not be able to leave this place. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to leave at all. After all, they had nothing to lose by staying here. On the contrary, they could even increase their spiritual power. It could not be better. On this day, Fong Qing was invited into the house by everyone. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Fong Qing could not help but be stunned. Her eyes flashed with deep surprise. Where did you get so much food? Everyone knew how bad the spirit-devouring or's food was every day. He had already forgotten how long it had been since he last saw such a feast. Brother Fong, we put some food in our cosmos bags earlier. We were lucky that it was not confiscated, so. Wen Ziren smiled brightly. Fong Qing immediately understood. I was wondering why you guys looked so good. It turns out that you guys live so freely every day. All of this is thanks to Brother Fong's care, so we wanted to come and show our filial piety to you today. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Fong Qing did not stand on ceremony and sat in front of the table. Actually, I didn't help you much. You're all smart people. Even if I'm not here, I believe you'll be able to do well. On the contrary, ever since you guys appeared, I feel that I have more to look forward to. Fong Qing laughed brightly. Come, Brother Fong, let me toast you with this glass of wine. Haha, let's drink together. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was slightly tipsy. Their faces were slightly red, but everyone's faces were brimming with smiles. Fong Qing then said slowly, I know that you guys should have your own way to absorb the power of the spirit-devouring stone, which is why you can maintain your current state. As soon as these words were said, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others immediately sobered up. They were not surprised by this. Even though they usually paid attention to disguising themselves, they understood that after a long time, they would not be able to disguise themselves even if they wanted to. Noticing the change in everyone's expressions, Fong Qing smiled and said, You don't have to be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to remind you that although the spirit-devouring stone can help us offset it, your methods are also very clever and have not been discovered by the steward. However, as time passes, it is inevitable that there will be a day when we will be exposed. Therefore, it is best to think of a way to leave this place. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. It seemed that Fong Qing had been thinking about how to leave the spirit-devouring mine. Initially, when they heard Fong Qing's words, they were still a little worried. However, at this moment, they also understood that Fong Qing really did not treat them as outsiders. In other words, Fong Qing was actually here to find allies. If they wanted to leave this place by relying on their own strength, it would be too difficult. They would definitely need to find allies for this plan to work. Brother Fong, have you found a feasible way recently? Bewitching said slowly. Fong Qing looked carefully at Bewitching and the others and said, Are you trustworthy? Brother Fong, since you are telling us this, doesn't that mean you believe us? Bewitching smiled. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Fong Qing looked at Bewitching calmly and seriously. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at this moment. After a while, Fong Qing suddenly smiled and nodded. That's right, I believe you. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting. When I met you guys, I hit it off very well. I always feel that you guys are the most trustworthy people. Fong Qing's honest expression was mixed with a hint of complexity. I don't know why, but I always feel that you guys seem to have your own confidence and are not afraid of the situation here at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also silent. Indeed, the situation of the spirit-devouring or was not that bad for them. From the beginning to the end, they had treated this place as a kind of experience, as a way to understand the immortal realm more. However, Fong Qing's thoughts were completely different from theirs. This was a place filled with despair. If he stayed here, he could lose his life at any time. Therefore, he was very anxious and only hoped to leave this place as soon as possible. Facing such a Fangqing, they could not help but feel a little moved. Even if it was only because of the care they had taken these days, they could not turn a blind eye to it. Facing Fangqing's sincere and serious look, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not turn a blind eye to it. If Fangqing had schemed against them during this process, they could still ignore it. However, from the beginning to the end, Fangqing had always treated them as trustworthy people and took care of them. She had not even said a word for so many days. Until today, he did not know if it was because he was drunk or because he had not drunk for a long time that he had let down all his defenses. Just from his conflicted look, it could be seen that Fangqing had been very conflicted about this matter during this period of time. It was only today that she made up her mind. "Brother Fang, since you came to us for help, do you already have a countermeasure in mind?" There was a hint of seriousness in Bewitching's eyes. They had not been in the spirit-devouring mine for a long time, so there were many things that they did not know enough about. At least, according to the situation they had learned so far, the entire spirit-devouring mine could be said to be heavily guarded. No matter which way they went, it would be very difficult to escape. The abandoned people in the abandoned immortal forest tried their best to leave almost every day. Even though they had only been here for a short period of time, they had already seen teams escape. However, the result was not good. They were directly caught by Li Wei and the others. Needless to say, the outcome was unavoidable. They were even punished. If it were not for the fact that they still needed to mine, they would have lost their lives. Therefore, without sufficient preparation, they absolutely could not rashly escape. Otherwise, perhaps they would be able to leave this place unscathed, but Fangqing would be in trouble. "I did make some preparations." Fangqing nodded, her expression a little more solemn during this period of time. "I have seriously understood the situation here." Every once in a while, Li Wei and the others needed to report the recent situation of the spirit-devouring mine to their leader. This day was equivalent to their summary and settlement day. At this time, the stewards would leave. Almost every day on this day, they would drink to their heart's content and be in a good mood. Of course, when they leave, they will arrange for more people to guard the spirit-devouring mine to prevent any problems from happening when they are not around, Fangqing said again. Mo Yunjia's eyes turned solemn. "Are you planning to take advantage of this day to escape?" Fangqing nodded slightly. "That's right. Today is a very relaxing day for Li Wei and the other stewards. Although they have arranged for many people to keep watch, after my observation during this period of time, I discovered that there is actually a blind spot." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. It seemed that Fangqing had indeed spent a lot of effort to successfully leave this place during this period of time. Ordinary people would be exhausted if they could complete their daily tasks here. At this time, he had to take advantage of the time to observe if there was any way to leave this place. He would have to spend a lot of energy. "I can take you to the mine tomorrow, but you must be careful not to be discovered by others." Fangqing's eyes were filled with nervousness and worry. This is the only feasible method so far. If it is discovered, it will be even more difficult to leave. Everyone nodded. "Big Brother Fang, don't worry. We understand." "Brother Fang, where do you plan to go after leaving the spirit-devouring mine?" Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Earlier, Fangqing had already told them that if they didn't have an identity token, they would be discovered even if they entered the celestial domain, and it was no different from a dead end. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Fangqing hesitated for a moment. Her eyes gradually became firm, and there was a resolute confidence in her. "I plan to go to the chaotic immortal realm." "The chaotic immortal realm?" Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. She had never heard of such a place in the chaotic immortal realm. Fangqing nodded slightly. The chaotic immortal realm is different from the crossing immortal realm. The crossing immortal realm is a normal place for cultivators to ascend. If the people of the immortal realm did not change the rules of the crossing immortal realm, cultivators who ascend to the crossing immortal realm would be able to enter the immortal realm as long as they pass the test. The realm of chaotic immortal was another place where one could ascend to immortality in an abnormal way. There were no rules there, and only strength was respected. However, the chaotic immortal realm is rich in cultivation resources. Therefore, many cultivators from the immortal realm would go there to plunder cultivation resources. Most importantly, the chaotic immortal realm does not care where the cultivators come from. As long as they can obtain the immortal realm's cultivator identity card and insert their own information, they can become a real cultivator of the immortal realm. Therefore, I want to give it a try. His dark and deep eyes were filled with an indomitable determination. Back then, I struggled for so long before I finally arrived at the crossing immortal region. I'm only a step away from the immortal region. If I don't give it a try, I really won't be satisfied. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others understood. They didn't know that there was a place like the chaotic immortal domain here. As expected, there was always a way to change the situation. As long as Fang Qing could make a name for himself in the chaotic immortal realm, he could still become a cultivator of the immortal realm. If they were in Fang Qing's shoes, they would probably do the same. I understand. Brother Fang, we will help you, Bewitching said seriously. Staying in a place like the spirit-devouring mine for a long time was just a waste of time. Only in a place like the chaotic immortal realm could cultivators grow faster. He had a feeling that Fang Qing could make a name for himself in the chaotic immortal realm. Fang Qing's eyes shone when he saw Bewitching and the others' serious expressions. In the cave, he did not say anything. Brother Fang, how long until the next gathering? Mo Yunjue asked. 7 days. Mo Yunjue nodded slightly. We don't know enough about the situation here. I suggest that we don't take action immediately after 7 days. Let's observe for a while. After we confirm that this path is feasible, we will wait for a month. His handsome and cold face was expressionless as usual. Only his eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, flickered with a calm light. Fang Qing was immortal realm. He could not guarantee immortal realm's cultivators. Immortal realm was immortal realmus they immortal realm was immortal realms was immortal realm was immortal realm was immortal realm. To immortals Fang immortals immortal. Immortal immortal realm. Immortal. Even though he was doing quite well in the spirit-devouring mine, only he knew how desperate he was under such circumstances. However, Fang Qing also understood that the reason why Mo Yunjue did this was to be foolproof. There really couldn't be any mistakes in this matter. Anyway, we've already waited for so long. What's the harm in waiting for another month? Fang Qing smiled. Let's take advantage of the opportunity in 7 days to understand the situation. Everyone nodded. They already had some plans in their minds. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others continued to mine as usual. They did not show any difference. Li Wei was very assured of Fang Qing. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could hand over the spirit-devouring stones on time every day, he did not make things difficult for them. After all, every new batch of cultivators was in a good state when they were mining. It was just that as time passed, they would get worse and worse. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were mining hard every day. They did not have much time left in the spirit-devouring mine. It was best to take advantage of this time to accumulate more spirit-devouring stones. Once they returned to the abandoned immortal forest, they would not be able to obtain such a treasure in a short period of time. On this day, Fang Qing brought Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to an abandoned mine. This mine is very old. It was once a mine with a high probability of producing spirit-devouring stones. However, as the number of spirit-devouring stones decreased, everyone gave up on this mine and turned to other mines. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the mine in front of them. The range of this mine was indeed not small. It was undoubtedly deeper than the mine they were digging now. It could be seen that the scene here must have been very lively back then. Then are there no spirit-devouring stones in this mine now? Shangguan asked curiously. There are still some, but it's harder to find. Moreover, it's more scattered. The same amount of energy will be gained here. It's not worth it, so we gave up. Fang Qing explained with a smile. So that's how it is. Shangguan understood and sighed. The spirit-devouring stone is really a good treasure. If it wasn't too difficult to find, I would really be willing to search here for a while. Even though mining every day consumed a lot of her spiritual power, under the nourishment of the spirit-devouring stone, her spiritual power actually increased to a certain extent. Don't look at this little increase. She could keenly sense many changes. Even during a battle, she was able to quickly discover the opponent's flaws. If he continued to stay here, even if he spent more time, his mental power would continue to grow. Because of me, your plan was disrupted. Feng Qing was a little apologetic. He understood that with the condition of Bewitching and the others, it would not affect them to stay here for a little longer. It was just that he really could not stay any longer. Big brother Feng Ying only mentioned it casually. Don't take it to heart. Xiran waved his hand. If we stay here for too long, it will inevitably arouse the suspicions of those in charge. 1 month is enough. That's right. If I don't go back now, my grandfather and the others will starve. Zhongli sighed. For as long as he could remember, the task of cooking had always been given to him. It wasn't until Hong Shuang came that the task fell on Hong Shuang. Now that he wasn't even by his side, it was really hard to imagine what grandfather and the others would eat every day. Looking at Zhongli Mu's simple appearance, Bailey Hongshuang and the others couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. Zhongli Mu, don't worry. Before you were born, how did Senior Zhongli and the others survive? Shangguaninging raised her eyebrows and asked. Hearing this, Zhongli Mu was slightly stunned. Ever since he could remember, he had always been the one cooking. He had never thought about this question. That makes sense. Then I don't have to worry? Zhongli Mu said in surprise. Of course. Shangguaninging nodded. Senior Zhongli and the others are very powerful. This kind of small matter is not a problem for them. You guys don't know, but Zhongli Mu spent a lot of time preparing food before he left. Xiao Xuanzi suddenly interrupted. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This kid was really amazing. From the looks of it, he must have calculated the days to prepare things. Zhongli Mu scratched his head in embarrassment. Hee, I've never been far away, so, no need to explain, we all understand. Feng Qing listened to everyone's conversation, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes, but more importantly, he felt relieved. In fact, he always knew that Beichen and the others had their own trump cards, but he didn't know what this trump card was. However, when he thought about how Zhongli Mu and Xiao Xuanzi actually came to the spirit-devouring mine to mine just because they were worried about their situation, he was especially impressed. This kind of place that was completely like hell in the eyes of others, they actually didn't put it in their eyes at all. Just from their indifferent and casual appearance, these guys were completely here to play and earn a sum of spirit-devouring stones. At this moment, listening to Zhongli Mu's words, he was even more certain that his judgment was not wrong. This situation was definitely like this. We'll try to complete the mission for the day before the steward and the others leave. Then, while everyone is eating, we'll pretend to return to our residence and sneak here. Feng Qing slowly explained his plan. Big brother Feng, no one comes to this abandoned mine, but we can't get out if we stay here. Shangguaninging was a little puzzled. This mine actually existed in a row with the other mines. If they wanted to get out of here, they would definitely appear in front of others. It was completely useless. I've been preparing for this plan for a long time. Feng Qing smiled faintly previously, I specially studied these mines. Because the probability of spirit-devouring stones appearing in this mine was very high, it was also dug the deepest. Therefore, this is the closest mine to the spirit-devouring mine. There are guards all around the spirit-devouring mine. It's impossible to leave from any other place. We'll definitely be discovered. The only way is to leave through the mine without anyone noticing. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other, and an unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. Big brother Feng, you didn't dig through this mine, did you? Bailey Hongshuang was speechless. They had already experienced how difficult it was to dig out the spirit-devouring Oregon. Even if this mine was the closest to the outside, the distance would still be astonishing. If Feng Qing dug through this mine, how big of a project would it be? Hearing Feng Qing's affirmative answer, everyone could not help but open their mouths wide. Their faces were filled with shock. Feng Qing was actually able to dig through such a long mine by herself. How much time and effort would it take? No wonder I can't see you usually. I finally understand now. Xiaoxuanzi's face was full of emotion. Feng Qing probably sneaked here to mine after completing her daily mission. Feng Qing spread her hands helplessly. This is the most suitable method that I've found after staying here for so long. The guards here are very strong. With our strength, we're no match for them. Although this method is very stupid, it's more feasible to implement. Everyone nodded. This was indeed the truth. An abandoned mine. Usually, no one would pay attention to this place. I don't know what method you used to successfully bring the spirit-devouring stones out. When I was digging the tunnel here, I would sometimes harvest some spirit-devouring stones, so I used these spirit-devouring stones. Feng Qing did not hide it. Even if it was an abandoned mine, under his continuous digging, there would naturally be a certain amount of spirit-devouring stones. If he did not have these spirit-devouring stones, he would not have been able to hold on until today. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. She originally thought that Feng Qing also had some kind of treasure that could avoid inspection. Otherwise, Feng Qing would not have such spirit after staying here for such a long time, even if she was slightly better than the others. So, this was his method. Let's go and see the farthest place we can reach. Let's confirm if we can really dig through it when we leave. Bewitching looked ahead and said. Everyone followed behind Feng Qing and slowly walked forward. Although this was a mine, it was very spacious. However, when everyone reached the deepest part of the mine, Feng Qing lifted the black stone slab on the ground. A tunnel that only one person could pass through appeared in their line of sight. Feng Qing was the first to enter the tunnel. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others followed suit. Finally, Xiaoxuanzi moved the stone slab over to cover the entrance of the cave. The entire pit was not big. Because there was only one person, Feng Qing only needed to dig it until it allowed one person to pass through. As they walked forward, everyone finally understood how long Feng Qing had been digging here. Just thinking about it, they could tell how many nights Feng Qing had stayed here. From this, it could be seen how strong his desire to leave this place was. Finally, after walking for an unknown amount of time, Feng Qing's footsteps stopped. It's here. Bewitching used his mental power to check the situation and nodded. Not bad, we're already very close to the outside. Bewitching sensed the aura outside after his spiritual power passed through a certain range of the spirit-devouring organ. Nevertheless, he withdrew his mental power in an instant. There were guards passing by the mine at all times. If their mental strength was detected by others, then their secret would be exposed. According to my observations during this period of time, there aren't many people guarding this mine because no one would think that someone would use this method to leave. Feng Qing lowered her voice. On the day the stewards go out to gather, the cultivators guarding the outside of the mine will enter to guard the cultivators in case anyone wants to escape. From the looks of it, this method is indeed feasible. Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. As long as they walked out of the mine, they would be in the abandoned immortal forest's range. At that time, they would only need to be careful not to be caught by others, and they would be able to return smoothly. Feng Qing was elated to receive everyone's affirmation. He had been mining for so long just for this day. Actually, it's a little difficult for me to get out with my own strength, so I need your help. Everyone's eyes shifted. Big brother Feng, what do you need our help with? So far, Feng Qing had already planned everything. It seemed like he did not need any help at all. There's a layer of restriction at the other end of the mine that has been dug out. Earlier, when I was chatting with Li Wei, I got some information from him. He said that it's impossible to pass through this mine without 3 cultivators of the Radiant Sun realm and above working together. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts sank. So, this was the most crucial problem. All of their joy seemed to have been dispelled at this moment. Bewitching frowned slightly. Big brother Feng, we're only at the Heavenly Moon realm. The difference between us and the Radiant Moon realm is too great. After Feng Qing's introduction, everyone already understood that only cultivators who had reached the Radiant Moon realm and had a certain understanding of the immortal Tao could ascend to the immortal crossing domain. Compared to the cultivation that could be increased with hard work, the understanding of the immortal Tao was the most important. This was an illusory feeling that could not be achieved with the help of outsiders. Only one day, when you suddenly had an epiphany and had a better understanding of the world's rules, could you see the entrance to the immortal crossing domain and ascend? It was only then that everyone understood why so few cultivators from the upper realm were able to ascend to the upper realm. That was because the second condition really depended on luck. Some people only needed a moment of epiphany after breaking through to the radiant sun realm, and some people who had already broken through to the radiant sun realm would never be able to ascend without an epiphany. The rules of heaven and earth were the higher realm. I understand. Fang Qing nodded. I'm a cultivator of the radiant sun realm. At the same time, I have a talisman. This talisman can simulate an attack from a cultivator of the radiant sun realm. Not only that, I heard that this restriction has been in place for a long time, and it is gradually fading. In such a situation, in addition to the fact that cultivators have been trying to break the restriction and leave for so many years, I believe that the power of the restriction is not as strong as before. As long as all of you combine your strength and attack it together, we might be able to break it. Fang Qing's gaze was serious. This was his only hope. If he couldn't escape this time, then he would never be able to leave this place. Although Bewitching and the others were not strong enough, they were the only ones he could trust in the entire spirit-devouring mine. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Fang Qing had been preparing for this matter for so long. If they could not succeed this time, it would be equivalent to breaking all of Fang Qing's dreams. Seeing that everyone had fallen into silence, Fang Qing could not help but become anxious. Without the help of others, it would be impossible for him to leave this place with his strength alone. Brother Fang, it's not that we're unwilling. We're just worried that if we can't break this restriction with our strength, it would be equivalent to destroying all your hopes. Bewitching's expression was solemn. Even though they had not known Fang Qing for a long time, they really hoped that Fang Qing could leave this place and successfully enter the immortal realm in the future. If they cut off Fang Qing's hope because they were not strong enough, this was obviously not an acceptable result. That's right, Brother Fang. Could it be that there are no trustworthy brilliant sun realm cultivators in the spirit-devouring mine? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. If there is, I believe that he will be willing to keep this a secret and leave together. Fang Qing shook her head helplessly. These days, because I have a good relationship with Li Wei, in the eyes of many cultivators, I am in cahoots with him. Other than you new cultivators who don't have any hostility towards me, no one else can get close to me. Under circumstances that are beneficial to both sides, they probably won't make such a choice, Mo Yunjue said slowly. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. I've tried before, but because both sides don't trust each other enough, I can't tell this secret to others. They're on guard against me being sent by Li Wei to test them, and I need to be on guard against them. Instead of working together in such a situation where we don't trust each other, it's better to give up. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. They could understand Fang Qing's thoughts. If they did not meet a friend who was trustworthy enough, it would be equivalent to handing their lives over to others. Don't worry. I've already summed up some experience from the cultivators who tried to escape. With your strength combined, you'll definitely be able to break through this restriction. Fang Qing looked at everyone nervously. I don't have any more time. Because this restriction is gradually loosening, Li Wei and the others have already reported this situation. In 3 months, the immortal realm will send out array masters to reinforce the restriction. When that time comes, I really won't have a chance. Everyone was slightly stunned. They did not expect all of this to happen so coincidentally. Looking at Fang Qing's expression, they understood that even without them, Fang Qing would probably want to give it a try. If they missed this opportunity, when the restriction weakened the next time, he would probably be like the other cultivators, with no chance of leaving. Brother Fang, we understand. Bewitching's eyes were deep. Since you trust us so much, we'll definitely do our best when the time comes. We'll definitely do our best. Thank you. Fang Qing looked at everyone's, even if they were not strong enough, it was better than nothing. It was worth it to gamble everything in exchange for a sliver of freedom. After understanding of the situation, Mo Yunjue said Fang Qing shuddered to the outside world, to the outside the restriction of the immortal realm. Fang Yunjue's Fang. All right. Xiao Xuanzi became the leader, leading everyone back the way they came. However, just as he was about to return, Beichen's footsteps suddenly stopped. Beichen, what's the matter with you? Bailey Hongzhuang saw Beichen stop and asked with concern. Beichen just stood there quietly. His black eyes were filled with shock and doubt. It took him a long time to recover. Wife, use your mental strength to sense this place. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little puzzled, but she still carefully sensed it. She couldn't help but widen her eyes when she sensed it. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with astonishment. How could this be? Previously, because the spirit devouring ore had the effect of exhausting mental strength, even if everyone came here, they had not used their mental strength. After all, other than mining, it was obviously not appropriate to waste mental strength in such a mine with an extremely low yield. Beichen only thought that Feng Qing had already dug this road so deep when he passed by. No one else had been here before, so there might be spirit devouring stones nearby. It was just that this discovery was a little unexpected. After everyone saw Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's reactions, they all used their mental strength to investigate. With this, everyone's reaction was the same. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Shang Guanying rubbed her eyes. She had never thought of such a scene. Unless all of us are seeing things, all of this is real. Bai Lianche said. Xiao He jumped excitedly on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Her huge round eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, are we rich? We are indeed rich. Her cherry-pink lips curled up slightly, and her gorgeous face became even more delicate and beautiful like a flower. Under the detection of their mental strength, there was a large number of spirit-devouring stones in front of them. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. These spirit-devouring stones were not scattered, but gathered together. They were also black spirit-devouring stones. If they were not careful, they would be treated as ores. However, the rich power emitted from them was obviously not fake. How is this possible? Feng Qing looked at this scene in shock. He had spent a lot of time digging this tunnel and would come here almost every day. However, he had never found so many spirit-devouring stones here. If Beichen hadn't discovered it, perhaps he wouldn't have known that there was a spirit-devouring stone vein here until they left. Bai Lianche chuckled. Big brother Feng, if you had moved your tunnel to the side, you would have found it. I really don't know if I'm lucky or not. Feng Qing could not help but sigh. She had almost discovered such a treasure land, but she had actually missed it just like that. Fortunately, he had brought everyone here today. Otherwise, they would have missed out on these spirit-devouring stones. The spirit-devouring stones here are really strange. There are so many of them gathered together. Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. Didn't you say that most of the spirit-devouring stones are scattered? The devouring spirit stones in the mine are indeed scattered, but there is also a situation where the devouring spirit stone veins appear. Only when the devouring spirit stone veins appear will a large number of devouring spirit stones appear together. This place is indeed worthy of being a pit with an extremely high yield of ores. Feng Qing sighed as he looked around. It's just that no one expected there to be a spirit-devouring stone vein below. Big brother Feng, I can only say that you chose a good place. Wen Xiren chuckled. There's still a month's time. We can take advantage of this time to collect the spirit-devouring stone vein. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Even though they didn't know enough about the Immortal Realms situation, just from how Li Wei and the others valued the spirit-devouring stone, they knew that this thing was also very precious in the Immortal Realms. In this way, they would at least have more confidence when they went to the Immortal Realms in the future. Moreover, with these spirit-devouring stones, their mental strength could also increase rapidly. Bailey Hongzhuang was very happy. Ever since she learned the summoning technique, what she needed the most was to increase her mental strength. This was because the stronger her mental strength, the more powerful and more demonic beast she could summon. However, it was too difficult to increase her mental strength. She had already used up all the pills she had refined back then. Now that there were so many spirit-devouring stones, it was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. After the joy, everyone did not delay and immediately began to move. With so many spirit-devouring stones, even if they were gathered together, they were still extremely deep. It would take a lot of time to dig them out. Compared to the usual mining, everyone was full of energy at this moment. The spirit-devouring stone vein was not far from where they were. After spending some time to open up this place, the first spirit-devouring stone appeared in their line of sight. Bewitching took out the first spirit-devouring stone, and more spirit-devouring stones appeared behind him. The range of the pit gradually expanded, and everyone began to dig around this area. One spirit-devouring stone after another was taken out. The treasures that were rarely seen were now being put into their bags like stones. Sweat dripped from everyone's foreheads, but no one felt tired at all. They only wanted to put these treasures in as soon as possible. After leaving this spirit-devouring mine, it would be difficult to find this spirit-devouring stone again in the future. It was not until the sky was about to brighten that everyone returned to the house when no one was paying attention. Looking at the devouring spirit stones in their respective Xianxia bags, everyone revealed a satisfied smile. With so many spirit-devouring stones, we don't have to worry about the erosion of spiritual energy. Xianxia couldn't hide the excitement on her face. I really want to go back and continue mining. Hearing this, everyone laughed softly. Ying, you really look like a little money grubber. Xianxia smiled. What's wrong with being a money grubber? This was a treasure. If I didn't have to worry about being discovered by others, I would have really wanted to stay there and mine. The space in my Xianxia bag is getting more and more full, and I feel like I'm getting richer and richer. After we enter the mine today, let's find a secluded corner to cultivate. Since we have to mine at night, let's not waste time in the mine during the day. We can't let our strength fall because of this. Bewitching's expression was serious. Ever since he met Nalan Fu and the others, he understood the strength level of the cultivators in the celestial realm. Even if it was just a low-level existence, it was still a formidable opponent for them. It could be seen that they still had too many shortcomings if they wanted to go to the immortal realm. Although the immortal realm of chaos was the way to get an identity card, according to Feng Qing's introduction, there were often cultivators from the immortal realm there. Since the cultivators from the immortal realm of chaos had the ability to kill cultivators from the immortal realm, then their strength was probably not inferior to the cultivators from the immortal realm. In that kind of environment, their strength might even be stronger than the cultivators from the immortal realm. The environment there was probably similar to the demonic abyss. In that kind of oppressive and bloody environment, if one did not have a certain level of self-protection, it was impossible to survive. All these situations made them deeply understand their current shortcomings. Because they were not strong enough, in the eyes of the cultivators from the immortal realm, they were just ants. Only by becoming stronger would they not be trampled on by others. Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone naturally understood what he meant and immediately nodded. We understand. Even if it's only a month, as long as we can improve our strength a little, the possibility of successfully leaving by then will be higher. Nalan Fu, when I become stronger, I will definitely go to the immortal realm to look for him. A cold light flashed in Xiren's eyes. That guy's arrogant appearance had hurt his self-esteem. When he became stronger, he had to trample all of this back. I hope that guy can live until then, Mo Yunjue said lightly. After dawn, everyone handed their cosmos bags to Bailey Hongzhuang and put them into the Chaos Ring. Only a divine tool like the Chaos Ring could avoid detection and be discovered by others. In the depths of the mine, everyone found a secluded corner and began to cultivate. Bewitching quietly set up a small vital chi formation at the side, causing the vital chi in the surroundings to become denser. However, because it was a small vital chi formation, the effect was not big and it was not easy to be noticed. Not only that, when building the small vital chi formation, Bewitching also added a small formation. If any cultivator came within 100 meters of this place, he would be able to detect it immediately. After everything was set up, Bewitching returned to the team. Now that they knew the location of the devouring spirit stone vein, they had to be even more careful. They could not be discovered by others too early. It would be a real pity if he was forced to leave this place. Seeing that Bewitching was becoming more and more proficient in setting up spirit arrays, everyone's hearts calmed down. Even though there was still a huge gap between them and the cultivators of the immortal region, it was fortunate that this gap was constantly shrinking. Whether it was cultivation or other aspects, everyone was making rapid progress. This was already the best situation. It wasn't until evening that everyone exited their cultivation state. Everyone placed 3 spirit-devouring stones in their baskets and slowly walked out. When Li Wei saw that everyone had completed their tasks, he didn't care too much about it. In his opinion, these people were a team. The reason why they were so evenly distributed was probably because they had helped each other. They didn't mind such a situation as long as they could complete their missions every day. However, they didn't know that compared to the spirit-devouring stones they handed over, the spirit-devouring stones they obtained were much more. In the dead of night, the sky was filled with stars. The abandoned mine was very quiet. Usually, no one would come here. However, when they went to the mine, they had to be careful to avoid being seen by others. It was not until they arrived at the mine that everyone quietly heaved a sigh of relief and quickened their pace towards the tunnel. They had been digging for spirit-devouring stones here for several nights, but the size of this spirit-devouring stone vein was almost beyond their imagination. Even though they had been putting away the spirit-devouring stones for the past few days, the spirit-devouring stone vein did not seem to have changed at all. The number of spirit-devouring stones left was still a huge number. If only we had discovered the spirit-devouring stone vein earlier. Now that I think about it, we really wasted time. When Xiran wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. Everyone nodded. They had indeed wasted too much time previously. A month should be about enough. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the pile of spirit-devouring stones in front of her. With so many of them working together, their speed was actually very fast. It was rare to encounter such a spirit-devouring stone vein. No one was willing to give it up. After all, if they wanted to enter the immortal realm in the future, this spirit-devouring stone would probably be of great use. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone could not help but think for a while. Then, their hands moved even faster. Although Xiao He and Xiao Bai were in the form of demonic beasts, as 2 money grubbers, their speed at this time was often beyond everyone's imagination. The claws of the 2 little fellows were even more agile than everyone's hands. They quickly moved the spirit-devouring stones into their cosmos bags. Every night, everyone gathered here tacitly. They did not rush back until the sky gradually brightened. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and no one discovered them. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Just as Fang Qing said, in the afternoon, all the stewards went out one after another. At the same time, the cultivators guarding outside the spirit-devouring stone vein also came inside one after another, on guard against any cultivators who would choose to escape today. Just based on the situation in front of us, the security is even stricter than usual. Bailey Yanche sized up the situation in front of him. Usually, there were already quite a number of cultivators guarding the place. Now that the cultivators outside had also entered, there was almost 1 person guarding the place every few dozen meters. Trying to escape under such circumstances was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because there were a few waves of cultivators who took advantage of this day to escape, gradually, every time this day comes, the spirit-devouring mine will be guarded very strictly. Fang Qing slowly said, because of the change in the guard situation, no one has thought of taking advantage of today to escape. Xiran nodded. If you still want to escape under such circumstances, wouldn't you be courting death? But with so many people gathered here, as long as we leave the mine, our every move will be clearly seen. Under such circumstances, it will be very difficult for us to sneak into the abandoned mine, right? Mo Yunjue furrowed his brows. Usually, because there weren't many people rarely paid attention to the abandoned mine. Therefore, they were able to sneak over in the dead of night. However, after seeing the way the guards were standing guard today, he felt that it would be more difficult to leave today than usual. That was because it was very difficult for them to even reach the abandoned mine. On the day of the gathering, we just need to think of a way to run to the abandoned mine. All the guards are inside. Even if we dig through the mine, they won't know for a while. When we blast open the restriction, they will need some time to react. As long as we can leave before they arrive, it will be fine. If it were any other time, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to dig through the tunnel in peace. If we are discovered as soon as we dig through, then we won't have any chance. Fang Qing explained his plan to everyone in detail. In fact, he had weighed the pros and cons for a long time before he made up his mind. No matter when, it would be very difficult to escape from the spirit-devouring mine. He had stayed in the spirit-devouring mine for so long and had seen many people try to leave, but so far, no one had succeeded. Therefore, he spent more time preparing for all of this. Even though he still couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate, this was already the best way he could think of to increase the chances of success. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others expressed their understanding. Thinking about it, every cultivator in the spirit-devouring mine was bought with money. Naturally, they were strictly guarded. If they escaped, their losses would not be small. According to my observations these days, the stewards will come back when it's dark. This was the most relaxed time in the spirit-devouring mine. They would all chat with each other because the miners had already returned to their residences. Therefore, what we need to prepare is to take advantage of this time to escape to the abandoned mine. If we can't escape, then it means that we have failed, Fang Qing said in a deep voice. Understood. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head lightly. After paying 3 spirit-devouring stones, she returned to her residence. On this day, everyone had been carefully observing the layout of the spirit-devouring mine. When night fell, they heard voices of conversation coming from the door. Li Wei and the others were obviously drunk and in a good mood, so their voices became louder. Sounds of conversation could be heard outside, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others took advantage of this time to tiptoe out of the residence, choosing a more secluded corner to observe the surrounding environment. With this look, they realized that Fang Qing was right. Compared to the meticulous patrolling from before, everyone was obviously much more relaxed now. Many people gathered around to listen to the news brought back by the stewards. Even though there were still many people patrolling the area, because their attention was on the other side, it was very likely that they would take advantage of this opportunity to escape. In order to determine if they could really succeed, everyone did so. The group of people who had changed into night clothes were not conspicuous under the cover of the night. With a sweep of their bodies, they quickly disappeared from the spot. The cultivator in charge of guarding the place only took a glance subconsciously and felt that something seemed to have flashed by just now. However, after noticing that there was nothing, he continued to listen to the steward's conversation. In the abandoned mine. Only when they reached the abandoned mine did they heave a sigh of relief. It was really quite dangerous just now. If I wasn't fast enough, I might have been discovered. Shang Guanyin took a deep breath. When she was running away, one of the guards had clearly looked over. At that time, she felt her heart skip a beat, but fortunately, she succeeded. If I'm not wrong, after the steward's return, it won't be long before the other guards return to their original places. Bewitching's expression became solemn again. How much time do we have in between? We have 2 incense sticks of time. Seeing that Bewitching had already guessed all of this, Fang Qing did not hide it and directly explained the situation. The cultivators in charge of guarding will have a short period of relaxation after talking to the stewards and will soon return to the outside of the mine. However, during this period of time, their attitude will be very relaxed. We ran from our residence to the abandoned mine, then ran to the tunnel, and then dug through the last of the spirit-devouring ores. All of this is really a race against time. Mo Yunjia's expression became solemn. Although everything was almost ready, it was not easy to complete all of this in the limited time. If everything went smoothly, the time of 2 incense sticks of time was very tight. If there was a small mistake in a certain segment that day, then the entire plan might be interrupted. Fang Qing looked embarrassed. There's nothing we can do about it. We only have this chance. Looking at the nervous Fang Qing, Bewitching smiled faintly and said, it's theoretically feasible to calculate all of this. We don't have to be too pessimistic. When the time comes, everything might go smoothly. Even though Bewitching tried to lighten the atmosphere, everyone understood that it was definitely not an easy task to complete all of this. When the time came, they had to exert their fastest speed. After arriving at the tunnel, everyone did not immediately dig. Instead, they went to the deepest part of the tunnel and dug the tunnel a little further forward. It was not until this distance was extremely short that they could completely dig through it with just a little bit of effort. Only then did everyone feel relieved. The spirit-devouring ores were very hard. Even if the inside had been dug through, nothing could be seen on the surface. There was no need to worry about it collapsing. This was one of the benefits. When everyone was ready, they found that the guards outside had returned. They could vaguely hear the sound of conversation. Seeing this, everyone held their breaths and slowly moved to the place where the spirit-devouring ores were and began to dig. In the next few days, everyone passed peacefully. They dug at night and cultivated during the day. Everyone's cultivation base was gradually increasing. Li Wei, don't you think that Fang Qing's subordinates are a little strange? Gu Chen moved to Li Wei's side and voiced his doubts. Hearing this, Li Wei could not help but frown. What's strange? These guys have been in the spirit-devouring mine for more than half a month. They can complete the mission on time every day, and from their state, they are not as pessimistic and depressed as the others. Isn't that strange? As the steward of the spirit-devouring mine, Gu Chen had been here for many years and had seen many cultivators. Almost everyone who came here had a look of unwillingness on their faces. Mining every day was a painful torture for them. In the beginning, they had to use whips to tell them that there was no other way out. Later on, their mental state would become worse and worse. What's so strange about that? Li Wei asked. Maybe they know that it's useless to resist. Instead of being beaten, they might as well complete their daily tasks obediently and avoid physical pain. That may be the case, but you know the situation of mining. How can they complete their tasks so smoothly every day? Gu Chen's eyes were full of thoughts. And I think their mental state is not as bad as other practitioners. Maybe they are secretly using the spirit-devouring stone inside. As soon as he said that, Li Wei, who had been indifferent, became serious. That's impossible, right? What's impossible about that? Gu Chen asked. Because other people can't complete their tasks every day, they don't have to worry about such a situation. However, these guys are strange. Plus, they are young and strong and have not suffered any physical pain. If they found more spirit-devouring stones and didn't hand them over, since they couldn't take them away, they might have directly absorbed them in the mine. If that's the case, it's terrible. Li Wei's eyes narrowed. They knew the value of the spirit-devouring stone very well. If the miners dared to use the spirit-devouring stone, it would be terrible. I think we'd better take the opportunity to go down and have a look. If that's the case, we must stop it early. Staying in the spirit-devouring mine, they had seen smart practitioners. Many abandoned people did not know that the spirit-devouring stone could improve mental strength. As long as they could absorb the spirit-devouring stone while mining, the effects of the two would cancel each other out. They had never told anyone about this, but if they were found out and the miners followed suit, it would be terrible. Okay. Li Wei's face darkened. If he found out that this was the case, he would teach these guys a lesson. How could these abandoned people be qualified to use something as precious as the spirit-devouring stone? As usual, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others chose a remote corner to practice. It was very hot in the mine. Fortunately, the vitality was rich. In order to practice, no matter how difficult the environment was, everyone could bear it. Li Wei and Gu Chen walked into the mine. Along the way, they saw a lot of people mining hard, but after looking for a long time, they did not see the figure of Bewitching and the others. The two gradually confirmed their conjectures. Could it be that these guys are really so daring? Li Wei's anger gradually surged. If this matter was confirmed, even if Bewitching and the others could complete their tasks on time every day, he would still execute them on the spot. Not only that, he also had to pay a hefty price to make Gu Chen shut up. After all, his subordinate had done such a thing. Once news of this spread, he would also be punished. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel irritated, and his anger exploded uncontrollably. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was very calm. The abandoned people are not that stupid now. I think that Fang Qing is also a smart guy. You'd better be a little better. It's not a big deal if I find out about this, but if others find out about it, it might be troublesome. Hearing this, Li Wei fell into silence, but his heart became even more irritated. Sure enough, the reason why this guy reminded him of this was because he didn't have good intentions. Bewitching, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a vibration in front of him, so he immediately warned everyone, "Be careful, someone's coming." As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stopped cultivating, picked up shovels, and began digging. Bewitching put away the formation at the same time, and everyone spread out a little. They pretended to be very real, and no one could tell that there was anything wrong with them. They were already prepared long ago, so the place where they were digging was where there were spirit-devouring ores. When Li Wei and Guchen arrived, they saw this scene, but they did not directly walk to Bewitching and the others. Instead, they watched quietly from the back. With their abilities, they could easily see Bewitching and the others' every move through their mental power. Li Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, he didn't see the scene that he didn't want to see. Guchen frowned slightly and said, "These fellas might have been prepared long ago. It's better for us to continue observing." Although Li Wei did not want to pay much attention to Guchen, he felt that what Guchen said made sense. After all, it was strange for so many of them to stay in the deepest part of the mine. "Be careful, they haven't left yet." Bai Xianxia secretly transmitted his voice. As a beast king, his mental power was the most sensitive, and he was also the most sensitive to auras. Even if Li Wei and Guchen did not appear in their sight, he could still sense their presence. "It seems like Steward Li is starting to suspect us." Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. During this period, they were worried that they would act wrong, so they deliberately pretended to be a little bit. Every time they appeared in front of Li Wei and the others, they would pretend that their mental powers were gradually deteriorating and that their conditions were not as good as before. However, they did not expect to be suspected under such a disguise. At this moment, Bewitching dug out a piece of spirit-devouring ores, then looked at everyone's bamboo baskets and said, "Is there anyone who hasn't completed today's mission?" Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone was a little confused at first, but after all, they had been friends for so many years, and their tacit understanding was needless to say. Shang Guanying immediately said, "I'm still missing one piece." "I'm also missing one piece." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed and said. Bewitching threw the spirit-devouring ores to Shang Guanying. "Continue digging, you're only missing one piece to complete the goal." At this moment, Bai Li Wei also dug out a piece and said, "Sister, this piece is for you, we can rest today." Everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief as a comfortable expression appeared on their faces. Li Wei quietly watched this scene. This situation was not beyond his expectations. In his opinion, Bewitching and the others must be helping each other. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete the mission on time every day. "I also have one piece here." Mo Yunjue suddenly said, "Today's mission can be considered to have been completed more than expected." Following Mo Yunjue's words, Li Wei and Guchen's bodies tensed up. It was obvious that they were prepared. If Mo Yunjue and the others dared to use the spirit-devouring ores without permission, they would turn them into ashes in the next moment. However, Bewitching's next words made the two people's bodies relax. "It's a good thing that no one usually comes to our location. No one should find out if we hide the spirit-devouring stones here." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. There was a trace of cunning and pride in her eyes. "Otherwise, we would have to hand over so many spirit-devouring stones every day. If we can't complete it, we would have to suffer physical pain. It's a good thing that Big Brother Feng taught us this trick. Although our days are quite tough, it's not bad compared to the others." Bewitching was full of smiles. "Since today's mission is completed, let's go back. After a day of mining, I'm exhausted. We can't let go of our cultivation. Otherwise, our condition will get worse and worse." Everyone sighed with emotion. After packing up the bamboo baskets, they turned around and walked towards the exit. It was not until Bewitching and the others left that Li Wei and Guchen arrived at the place where they had been. Looking at the spirit-devouring stones that were hidden tightly at the side, a smile appeared on Li Wei's face. "Guchen, it seems that you're worrying too much." Guchen's expression was a little ugly. According to his judgment, Bewitching and the others had definitely used the spirit-devouring stones. However, he did not expect to see such a scene after arriving. Were these guys really so honest? No, there was definitely something wrong with this. "Li Wei, could they have sensed our approach?" Hearing this, Li Wei could not help but chuckle. "How is that possible? They're only cultivators in the heavenly moon realm. With their strength, how could they have sensed our auras? Maybe some cultivators are naturally more sensitive to these auras." Without waiting for Guchen to finish speaking, Li Wei interrupted him. "You're thinking too much. Such a thing would never happen. I've said it before. They're not as complicated as you think. They're just more open-minded than other cultivators. Look at Feng Qing. Didn't he do the same? People like them are much easier to manage than those guys. They can complete the mission every day. Why should we treat them harshly? Guchan opened his mouth. Even though he was still full of doubts, he could no longer say anything against it. The scene just now really made him unable to continue to misinterpret Di Beichen and the others, but in the face of such a result really made him somewhat unwilling. Compared to the gloomy feeling he had when he arrived, Li Wei was extremely pleased when he left. Guchan, although it's very troublesome to discipline those disobedient abandoned people, it can't be helped. If you want to meet such an obedient subordinate, you can only rely on luck. It's not that easy to meet one. Looking at Li Wei's smug look, Guchan was even angrier. Di Beichen's group had quite a number of people, a total of 9. Every day, they could hand over 27 spirit-devouring stones. Originally, his monthly performance was about the same as Li Wei's, but ever since Di Beichen's group appeared, his performance couldn't be compared to Li Wei's. This time, Li Wei's number of spirit-devouring stones was the highest. Not only was he praised, he also received a substantial reward. After returning, he carefully observed Di Beichen and the others. He felt that there was definitely a problem. After thinking about it again and again, he confirmed the result. However, he didn't expect that it would be resolved so easily. Thinking about it, he was really unwilling. I'm only doing it for your own good. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest returned to the house after handing over the spirit-devouring stones. As soon as they closed the door, everyone's expression changed a little. I didn't expect that we would still be discovered even though we tried so hard to cover it up. I wonder if they believed what we said today. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Her fair and delicate face revealed a little worry. There was still some time before their plan to leave. If they were targeted at this time, then their escape plan would be even more difficult to carry out. Today, besides Steward Li, Steward Ge is also here. I think Steward Ge might be the one who instigated this. Bai Li Yanche thought and said. Among all the people present, Bai Li Yanche was the most sensitive to auras. After knowing that someone had arrived, they did not dare to use their mental strength to investigate. Once they were discovered, the situation would become even worse. However, according to Bai Li Yanche's words, it was possible that this matter was not discovered by Steward Li, but by Steward Ge. After staying in the spirit-devouring mine for more than half a month, they were also very clear that there was competition between stewards. If Steward Li discovered their problem, he only needed to come alone. There was no need to involve Steward Ge at all. That would only increase the evidence. If that's the case, then the situation may not be as bad as we think. Mo Yunjua's eyes darkened. There's nothing wrong with what we said today. As long as Steward Ge doesn't have any substantial evidence, Steward Li won't believe us. Most people would not choose to believe the words of their competitors. Let's hold back for the time being. We'll be more careful in these 2 days. Let's wait and see what changes Steward Li and the rest have. Di Beichen said slowly. Right now, they had a lot of secrets on them. If they were targeted at this time, then their plans would be greatly affected. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest went to the mine again to dig, they were surprised to find that Steward Li's attitude seemed to be better than before. Perform well. I have high hopes for you. Steward Li patted Di Beichen's shoulder with a proud smile on his face. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were surprised and subconsciously looked in Manager Ji's direction. As expected, Manager Ji's expression turned ugly after noticing this scene. Hurry up and get busy. Manager Li waved his hand, and everyone packed up their things and walked into the mine. Once again coming to the place where he had been yesterday, Di Beichen noticed that the devouring spirit stone that had been hidden here was still there, but the position had changed slightly. Obviously, someone had picked up the devouring spirit stone and then put it back. Looks like our plan yesterday was a success. Di Beichen's lips curled into a smile. From the expressions of the 2 stewards today, he could tell that their actions yesterday had made Li Wei proud. That was why their attitude today was so friendly. Now, I can finally be at ease. Shang Guanying breathed a sigh of relief. When she came out this morning, she had been worried that something might happen. Once the matter of the spirit-devouring stone vein was known, it would be really troublesome. Not to mention them, even Fang Qing would probably lose her life because of this matter. Even so, we still have to be careful. It's best not to let any clues be discovered these few days. After listening to Bewitching's reminder, everyone nodded. The plan that they had prepared for so long could not be ruined just like that. Therefore, in the next few days, everyone returned to their original state and searched for spirit-devouring stones every day. For 3 days in a row, everyone did the same. After getting used to their previous daily routine, it was really uncomfortable for them to search for spirit-devouring stones at such a slow speed. Manager Li and the others did not come for the past 3 days. Are we being too careful? Shang Guanying's face was bitter. 3 spirit-devouring stones could be dug up in the blink of an eye in the spirit-devouring stone vein, but they needed to spend more than half a day here. Comparing the two, she really did not want to dig. I don't know, but it's better to be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. They had no other choice now. Who asked their strength to be inferior to Manager Li and the others? Under such circumstances, they could only be cautious. Once they were discovered, it would be a devastating blow to them. However, just as everyone was bored to death, Bai Liyanche's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, "Be careful, someone is coming." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately perked up, but their expressions did not change much. They just maintained their previous state and continued to dig. This time only Guchen came. He always felt that Bewitching and the others were strange. The last time they came, they might have made some noise, so they were detected in advance and managed to get away with it. Therefore, he waited for a few days in a row and found some time to come here today. He wanted to take a good look and see if these guys were really as honest as they seemed. However, when Guchen arrived, he saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others digging seriously. Under their feet, potholes appeared. Judging from the situation, these potholes obviously appeared not long ago. Guchen's face suddenly became ugly. He could not believe that all this was real. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Guchen was puzzled. His intuition had always been very sharp. For so many years, he had never made any mistakes, but now he was wrong. This was too unbelievable. After observing them from a distance for a long time, Guchen noticed that Bewitching and the others were mining seriously. Occasionally, they would even complain about how hard it was. Guchen was finally relieved of the doubts in his heart. It seemed that he had really misjudged this time. These guys were not ambitious people. After being caught in the spirit-devouring mine, they were not too unwilling, nor did they think about how to quickly leave this place. All they thought about was how to complete the mission every day without getting beaten up. Such people did exist, but they didn't expect these youngsters' thoughts to be so simple. As soon as he turned his head, Guchen saw Li Wei not far away, and his face suddenly became very ugly. "Manager Gu, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my subordinates." Li Wei chuckled. Coming to the mine at this time to supervise their mining, how unexpected. After a short moment of awkwardness, Guchen quickly returned to normal. "After the previous incident, I always felt a little uneasy, so I came to confirm it again. Fortunately, the result is the same as before. It seems that I really thought too much. I've said that they're all very simple young people. They're not as complicated as you think, so you don't have to worry so much." Li Wei stared fixedly at Guchen with a hint of anger in his eyes. "I know very well how my subordinates are like. If you have time, you'd better take care of your subordinates." These words could be said to be unceremonious in the end. After Li Wei finished speaking, he turned and left the mine. How could he not understand that Guchen was deliberately looking for trouble? If he had something on them, he would inevitably be threatened. Fortunately, Bewitching and the others were very simple and did not leave any evidence. However, if Guchen was allowed to continue like this, wouldn't he have to be on guard at all times in the future? Looking at Li Wei's back as he left, Guchen secretly spat and walked out helplessly. This time, he had completely cut off this conjecture. After Li Wei and the other left, Bai Liyanche breathed a sigh of relief and said, "They've left." Phew. Shang Guanying took a deep breath, and her pretty face was filled with emotion. "What I say really comes. I just said that the steward wouldn't come, and now he's here." It seems that I really can't talk about people casually. Noticing Shang Ying's frightened look, everyone could not help but chuckle. After today's confirmation, the two stewards should not come again. Everyone can rest assured. Beichen's lips curled up slightly. Guchen's unauthorized visit today had already made Li Wei very unhappy. If he did the same thing again in the future, Li Wei would not sit still and wait for death. This is really great. Otherwise, mining here every day really doesn't feel good. Ling Er shook her head. She was really not interested in mining. She only felt that it was a waste of time. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Beichen skillfully set up a formation in front of them. Everyone returned to their usual state of cultivation. Abandoned immortal forest. The moon was above the willow branches, and a cool breeze was blowing. Granny Hua looked at the spirit-devouring mine in the distance. Her calm face faintly revealed a hint of longing. These little guys have been in the spirit-devouring mine for quite some time. They haven't come out for such a long time. I wonder how they are doing there. I heard that the life of a miner in the spirit-devouring mine is very difficult. If they don't complete the mission every day, they will be beaten up. Almost everyone in there is sallow and emaciated. Yu Hong sighed. His expression was also filled with worry and pity. Do you think they'll be as skinny the next time we meet? Old man Yu, don't talk nonsense here. Granny Hua frowned. After hearing what you said, even if I wasn't worried before, I'm worried now. Yu Hong spread out his hands. I'm just telling the truth. Beichen and the others are smart kids. I believe they can handle this, Hua Shukong said. Hua Hua turned her eyes. Then you mean that the people who were caught to mine before were all idiots? Hua Shukong looked at the serious flower and was speechless. Why don't we go and take a look? Hua Hua raised her eyebrows slightly. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Initially, when Hong Zhuang and the others returned home, she did not have such a feeling. However, the spirit-devouring mine was different. Yu Hong and Hua Shukong looked at each other. The spirit-devouring mine was not far away, so it would be convenient for them to take a look. However, just as the three of them were considering whether or not to take a look, Zhongli Sharon's figure appeared. These children will have to go out and train sooner or later. Don't tell me that they will have to accompany them to the immortal domain? When he said this, Granny Hua and the rest were slightly stunned, and a helpless expression appeared on their faces. When they go out to train in the future, we naturally can't accompany them all the time. However, with their current cultivation, it's obviously not the time for them to go out and train. It's fine for us to take a look, right? Soft-hearted. Zhongli Xiaoran snorted coldly. If they can't even endure this little bit of hardship, how can we expect them to achieve great things in the future? Old man Zhongli, Mu'er is your biological grandson. Now that he is being enslaved to mine every day, you don't care at all? After being labeled as soft-hearted by Zhongli Xiaoran, Hua'er's face revealed a displeased expression. What's the big deal about this little bit of hardship? Zhongli Xiaoran's face was calm. Those who achieve great things must suffer the most hardship. Without this kind of training, how can they have the willpower of a boulder? What's more, this was his own choice. He wasn't captured, so he should have been prepared to suffer before he went. In short, the three of you are not allowed to go. After coldly throwing down these words, Zhongli Xiaoran left. Seeing this, Hua'er and the rest looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Old man Zhongli is still as unreasonable as before. He doesn't even worry about Mu'er's situation. I think he is most likely angry at Mu'er's nonsense this time. However, he must still be very worried. Haven't you seen him coming here often recently? Hua'er raised her eyebrows. The few of them had known each other for so many years. Who didn't know each other? Then what do we do now? Yu Hong asked. What else can we do? Hua Shukong spread his hands. Wait here. Otherwise, it won't be good if old man Zhongli turns hostile. The situation after that was just as Beichen expected. Whether it was Manager Li or Manager Ge, they did not appear again. On the contrary, Manager Li's attitude towards them was getting better and better. Fang Qing was a little surprised when she noticed the change in Manager Li's attitude. She even came to ask them what was going on. After understanding the whole story, Fang Qing was also very impressed by the intelligence of Bewitching and the others. Because of the change in Manager Li's attitude, even the other miners' attitudes towards Bewitching and the others had also changed. Although they were more careful and did not dare to have any conflicts with them, they also discovered that they were isolated. Compared to the other cultivators who were often punished, they were able to gain the favor of the steward. Naturally, the others were not willing to deal with them. After noticing this, everyone understood what Fang Qing had said before. This feeling of being isolated was not good, but compared to being beaten and scolded, they would rather be isolated. Every night, everyone would mine in the devouring spirit stone vein. After so many days, everyone's harvest was very shocking. At the same time, the devouring spirit stone vein was being dug all the way down, and it was gradually decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the remaining spirit devouring stones, everyone wished they could have 3 heads and 6 arms. They were already collecting them as fast as they could. It could only be said that the size of the spirit-devouring stone vein was beyond their imagination. There are only 3 days left before we have to start moving. Fang Qing's tone could not help but become a little more nervous. Recently, we have performed very well and did not arouse any suspicion. As long as everything goes according to plan in 3 days, we will be able to leave this place. Hearing this, everyone nodded and revealed a satisfied smile. We're finally leaving this place. One Xiren stretched lazily. Every day, we have to be on guard against anyone discovering our secret. This feeling is quite tense. Even though they were quietly making a fortune here every night, they couldn't help but worry about all kinds of sudden changes in the situation. Xiren, don't waste time. Hurry up and dig as much as you can. After leaving this place, you won't have such a good opportunity. Shangguaninging saw that Xiren had suddenly stopped and could not help but remind him. I got it. Xiren looked at Shangguaninging helplessly, but he did not dare to stop. Seeing this, Fang Qing also smiled and said, It is said that the cultivation resources of the immortal realms are far richer than ours. The spirit stones that we use for cultivation are nothing to them. However, this spirit-devouring stone is very important to them. I think that when we enter the immortal realms, this might be our trump card. Otherwise, we might starve to death in the immortal realms. Most of the time, money didn't mean much to cultivators. However, when going to an unfamiliar place or even a brand new plane, money was especially important. Among all the people present, other than Fang Qing who had a little understanding of the immortal realms, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew nothing. No matter what, the spirit-devouring stone was one of the chips for them to enter the immortal realms. At least with these spirit-devouring stones, they did not have to worry about not having a place to stay when they entered the immortal realms. The more of these things, the better. I took a look. We have already dug more than half of the spirit-devouring stone vein. Although there are still a lot left, we will speed up these few days. I think even if there are still some left when we leave, there shouldn't be much left. Bewitching said with a faint smile. In the past month, their harvest could be said to be very rich. I really did not expect to be able to take away so many spirit-devouring stones when we leave. If we succeed in escaping, we will have really made a fortune. Fang Qing's face was full of smiles. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the house after mining. Everyone's mood was a little more nervous. Over the past month, everyone's strength had increased. In addition, Zhongli Mu's strength had reached the Radiant Sun Realm. Although he was not at the Radiant Sun Realm, their combined strength should be able to withstand a blow from a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator. The sun set in the west, and the sky was filled with red clouds. The night gradually replaced the beautiful color of the setting sun, and the entire land gradually fell silent. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stayed in the house and kept an eye on the movements outside. They were only waiting for the moment when the stewards came back to gather and relax. They took advantage of that moment to rush to the abandoned mine. In this silence, everyone felt that they could even hear their own heartbeats. Shangguaninging could not stand this deathly silence. This kind of environment could suffocate people to death. Why haven't the stewards come back today? I'm almost suffocating to death. It should be soon. Fang Qing seemed to be calm, but his hand that was tightly gripping his sleeve still exposed his nervous heart. He was more worried than anyone else that something would happen. Today. Every time they go to gather, there is a slight difference in the time they come back. However, most of them are at this time, so it shouldn't be too late. Everyone nodded and continued to wait patiently. Time passed by minute. Just as everyone could not help but curse in their hearts, a loud noise finally came from outside. "Stewardly, you guys came back a little late today." "Haha, didn't the restrictions near our spirit-devouring mine weaken? That's why we brought it up today. The higher-ups have already promised us that they will send someone to repair this restriction in a few days. When that time comes, you guys won't have to worry so much about guarding outside." "Io, that's great." The guards all revealed joyful smiles. Because the restriction had weakened, they had to spend more energy guarding it. It was not like before, where they did not have to worry about napping. This was good news for the guards, but for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, it was a bolt out of the blue. Once the restriction was repaired, it would be even more difficult for them to leave this place in the future. Fang Qing's expression immediately became even more nervous. Originally, he was still comforting himself that because of these spirit-devouring stones, the problem of his spiritual force being eroded had been solved. He did not have to worry about becoming a trash with no spiritual force. If his spiritual force disappeared, then the strength of the cultivator would stagnate and it would be impossible to improve. Even if he was delayed here for another month, it would not be a problem. However, this restriction would be repaired very soon. That meant that if he missed today, he did not know when he would be able to leave in the future. "Big brother Fang, don't worry, we can leave today." Noticing Fang Qing's tense expression, Bailey Hongzhuang quietly comforted her. Hearing that light and pleasant voice, Fang Qing finally recovered from her thoughts and nodded heavily. "Okay. Let's move," Bewitching said. Everyone had long been ready to go. As Manager Li and the others walked in from the outside, everyone gathered around them to understand the situation. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quickly rushed towards the direction of the abandoned mine under the cover of the night. Although this restriction was bad news for them, all the guards were very interested in this matter. So at this moment, everyone gathered together to discuss this matter. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were able to escape without a hitch. Everyone went to the abandoned mine every night, so they were already familiar with the route. "Someone is escaping." Suddenly, a sharp and nervous voice rang out. Immediately after, there was a commotion in the crowd. The stewards and guards who were chatting excitedly suddenly had a change in expression. They picked up their weapons and chased forward. Before Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the abandoned mine, she heard the voice coming from behind. Her heart immediately tightened. She didn't expect them to be so unlucky today. They were discovered as soon as they took action. She just didn't know who was exposed. Subconsciously quickening her pace, Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the abandoned mine in a flash. Who else hasn't arrived? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the crowd who had already arrived at the mine and asked nervously. Linger and Ying haven't arrived yet, Bewitching said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. Then let's go somewhere else. We can't expose the location of the abandoned mine. It had taken them so long to open up the tunnel. If they were discovered, then their hope of leaving would be gone. Most importantly, once the news of the spirit-devouring stone vein was exposed, they would all be in a miserable state. Hearing this, Fang Qing and the others nodded solemnly. They immediately prepared to run to the other abandoned mines. At this moment, another voice rang out. Who was caught? Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and saw Shangguan Ying and Linger appear in their line of sight. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. For a moment, they couldn't react. Bailey Hongzhuang looked carefully at everyone around her and realized that they were all here. Not a single one was missing. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. All of us are here. Who is the one who was caught? It can't be that there are others who are taking advantage of today to escape, right? Wen Ziren was secretly speechless. If that was really the case, then they had really hit the jackpot. As long as it's not us, the others can't care. Let's hurry up and leave. Fang Qing's dim eyes suddenly lit up. He had thought that their people had been captured, and he had been in despair. At this moment, he really heaved a sigh of relief. Go. The group of people flew past quickly, rushing into the depths of the abandoned mine. Once the restriction was strengthened, none of them would be able to leave this place. Therefore, today was the best opportunity. However, when everyone flew into the tunnel, dense footsteps could be heard from outside the mine. I saw him running in this direction. He should be nearby. Li Wei's face was filled with anger. Hurry up and find him. These bastards really don't give up. Every once in a while, they would think of escaping. Once we catch them, we must teach them a good lesson. Yes. The dense sound of footsteps immediately spread out, searching in all directions. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly jumped into the tunnel and said in a low voice, "Come in quickly." Everyone realized that if they did not hurry into the tunnel, they would be discovered. Although this abandoned mine was large and it was night, with the strength of these experts, they only needed to use their mental strength to investigate and find where the cultivators were. However, as long as they entered the tunnel, the people in the spirit-devouring mine would know that using their mental strength to investigate the mine would damage their mental strength. They would not be willing to do so. After doing all this, everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly. They maintained their original posture and did not move, afraid that even the slightest movement would attract the attention of others. Ta ta ta. Amidst the silence, everyone could vaguely hear the sound of footsteps creeping closer and closer to them. Obviously, this person was the person that Manager Li was capturing. We're just too unlucky. This thought appeared in everyone's minds. They had calculated all kinds of situations, but they had not calculated that someone would choose this day to escape, and even escape to the mine they were in. It was a dead end inside. This person was destined to be captured. At this moment, their only hope was that this cultivator would not get too close to them. Otherwise, if they were discovered, they would really be finished. Bailey Hongzhuang held her breath and retracted her mental strength. She just stood there quietly. If she dared to use her mental strength at this time, she would definitely be discovered very quickly. The people in the spirit-devouring mine were all from the immortal realm. Even if they were just low-level cultivators in the immortal realm, their cultivation was not something that they could fight against. Hurry up and search. We have to find him. This mine is so dark. He really knows how to run. The guards complained as they walked inside. The sound of their soft footsteps stepped on everyone's hearts. Their breathing unconsciously became heavy. Everyone was listening carefully to the movements outside. When the escaping cultivator felt that the guards were getting closer and closer, he also anxiously ran inside. His footsteps were filled with panic. The distance is getting closer and closer. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and looked up. The man was only 10 steps away from them. If he got any closer, there was a possibility that they would be exposed. Fang Qing's cold sweat had already soaked the clothes on her back. Her body was as tense as a string, and every second was extremely unbearable. He's there. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, followed by the sound of footsteps that quickened. After the escaping cultivator was discovered, his heart tightened. He looked around for a place to hide. However, there was no place to hide in this mine. He could only walk around in a mess. In the end, he could only stand there in a daze. You really have guts. You actually dared to escape. The guard slapped the man's face and carried him out. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quietly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as this man was caught, the others would not stay here for long. However, Manager Li's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, search carefully again. See if there are any cultivators who have escaped. Yes. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped and began to search the area again. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' hearts tightened again. Their hearts were filled with helplessness. They could only secretly pray that these people to leave quickly. Why are you looking so serious? You can see it at a glance. There's no one here. That's right, didn't we know when we captured? Only one person managed to escape here. There's no one else in the other places. That's true, but for some reason, I keep feeling that there's something strange over there. Ta, ta. The slow footsteps got closer and closer. Suddenly, the man's footsteps quickened and he quickly picked up something on the ground. The person following closely behind the man could not help but ask, "What are you picking up?" "Shoo," the man quickly covered the latter's mouth. "Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you." So mysterious. The man whose mouth was covered also restrained his voice. "There are actually 2 spirit-devouring stones here. As a brother, don't say that I didn't share it with you. I'll give you one. Don't spread it." The man looked at the spirit-devouring stone in his hand and revealed an excited smile. There was no need to mention the value of the spirit-devouring stone. Even if it was for his own cultivation, it would be very beneficial. "Did you find out anything on your side?" "No, I was wrong," the man immediately said. "Since there's nothing, let's go back. The steward is still waiting for us." "Okay." As the footsteps gradually faded away, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat on the ground weakly. Just now, the 2 men were right above their heads. Fortunately, they did not notice the entrance. Otherwise, it would have been over. "They're finally gone. I was scared to death." Shang Guanying wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. "Let's hurry up and leave? If they come back again, it will be terrible." Everyone's faces turned solemn and they quickened their pace towards the back of the tunnel. "I didn't expect that today would be such a coincidence. We just happened to meet other cultivators who wanted to take the opportunity to escape." Fang Qing sighed. "They should have the same plan as us. They wanted to run out while everyone was talking. It's just that they didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. They accidentally came here while being chased. I really don't know if it's fate. If this person had not been discovered by the people in the spirit-devouring mine, then they could consider taking this person with them. Unfortunately, this person's identity had been exposed before he entered the mine. They could not make a move at all. Otherwise, everyone would be discovered. Although there are some small problems with today's plan because of them, it's not all a bad thing if you think about it carefully. Now, the stewards and the guards must be interrogating them. For a while, I'm afraid they won't be able to check the situation outside. Instead, it will give us more time." Bewitching slowly said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Everyone took the shovel and quickly dug through the remaining spirit-devouring Oregon. They also successfully arrived outside the spirit-devouring Oregon. The abandoned immortal forest should be up ahead, right? Xiao Xuanzi looked not far ahead. Although the geographical location was a little different, he seemed to be in this area when he and Zhongli Mu came together. "Actually, I'm not too sure either." Fang Qing was a little embarrassed. "I've never been to the abandoned immortal forest. From the beginning to the end, I've only heard about it from others. However, as long as we break this layer of restriction and leave this place, we will be free." "Let's move," Bewitching said. Even if the guards' actions were delayed because of this matter, it wouldn't take long. Everyone's expressions became serious. Once they tried to attack the restriction, they would be discovered immediately. They only had a short 10 seconds. As long as they opened the restriction, they would leave this place immediately. Only then would they be able to leave before the others arrived and not be captured. "We're ready." Everyone looked at each other and began to move together. Bang! Surging essence energy erupted from everyone's body, and the strongest attack landed on the restriction. The moment Fang Qing made his move, the rune in his hand was also crushed by him, and the full force attack of a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator was unleashed. After Li Wei captured all the cultivators who had escaped, he ordered people to teach them a lesson. He was worried that some of them would slip through the net, so he called out all the miners who were resting. "Check carefully and see if anyone else took the opportunity to escape." "Yes." The others began to check, and the guards began to count the number of people. Guchun's expression was not good either. Almost every once in a while, something like this would happen in the spirit-devouring mine. They also felt that it was very troublesome. "Li Wei, why don't I see Fang Qing and Bewitching? Could it be that they're the instigators of this escape?" Hearing this, Li Wei glanced at Guchun indifferently. "What? You still haven't given up?" Guchun smiled disdainfully. "It's just a few miners. Why would I not give up? However, now that all the miners have come out, those few miners you admire really haven't appeared." Li Wei carefully searched the crowd. After discovering that Bewitching and the others were really not here, he frowned. He immediately called someone over and whispered to him to look for them. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from outside the spirit-devouring mine. Hearing this sound, everyone's expression changed. Someone's attacking? A trace of astonishment appeared on Guchun's face. These years, many cultivators had tried to escape, but this was the first time that an attack on the spirit-devouring mine had happened. Quickly go and take a look. Li Wei's figure moved, and he quickly rushed outside. Although the spirit-devouring mine was usually not visited, there were many people who coveted the spirit-devouring mine. At this moment, everyone could no longer care about the miners. They immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others used their full strength, they also looked at the restriction nervously. If they could not break it, their efforts would be in vain. After the faint restriction endured the attack, it exploded with violent fluctuations. Light constantly flashed, and it was unusually bright in this dark night. Everyone looked at the restriction nervously. With such a large fluctuation, Manager Li and the others would definitely rush over immediately. This restriction can't be broken, right? Looking at the restriction that did not seem to have any changes at all, Shang Guanying's face appeared worried. If they could not break it, they could only try to enter the tunnel. At this moment, a small gap gradually appeared in the constantly shaking restriction. Immediately after that, the gap continuously enlarged. Let's go. Fang Qing's eyes. The speed of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was not slow, and they all rushed towards the outside. Because they had already sensed many auras rushing from behind. Everything could be said to have happened in a flash. Everyone quickly rushed into the abandoned immortal forest. After rushing into the abandoned immortal forest, no one looked back. They just rushed forward with all their might. This hole doesn't look like it was attacked from the outside. Instead, it looks like it was attacked from the inside. Li Wei frowned as he looked at the hole. If there was really an attack, then the other party couldn't have left. Other than that, there was only one possibility left. Manager, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Only then did everyone turn to look at the hole that had been dug through. This should be an abandoned mine. Could it be that they dug through and ran all the way here? Guchun's face revealed a trace of disbelief. If that was really the case, then it was too shocking. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other. If that was really the case, then the person who escaped was really scary. How much time would it take to dig through such a tunnel? That cultivator from before ran into this mine. There's an 80 to 90% chance that they were the ones who dug through this tunnel. The guard said. Li Wei and Guchun looked at each other, then the two of them quickly rushed out of the abandoned immortal forest. No matter who it was that escaped, they had to catch them. Bewitching and the rest quickly escaped, not daring to stay for even a moment. Just as they had escaped some distance away, they sensed an extremely terrifying aura approaching from behind. Not only was the other party's cultivation higher than theirs, but their speed was also faster. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They didn't dare to look back and only ran with all their might. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink. They didn't expect Li Wei and the rest to be faster than they expected. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape. However, just as everyone was a certain distance away, they suddenly realized that the aura that was constantly approaching them seemed to have suddenly stopped. Even though they had some doubts in their hearts, no one dared to stop and only ran as fast as they could. When they sensed that there was no longer any aura behind them, everyone stopped and leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Heavens, this is really a big escape. We were almost caught. Shang Guanying's eyes widened. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Judging from the aura that chased after us just now, they should be able to catch up with us. However, I don't know what happened to actually block their footsteps. Bewitching frowned slightly. When he was running away, he had already realized that the situation was more difficult than they had imagined. He had still underestimated the strength of the stewards. I think we might know this resistance. Mo Yunjua suddenly said. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They had some guesses in their hearts. Fang Qing looked at the crowd in confusion, but she could not help but smile brightly. I always thought that I would die in the spirit-devouring mine after exhausting all my mental power. I never thought that I would be able to come out and breathe fresh air one day. Looking at this huge forest now, I even wonder if I'm dreaming. Seeing Feng Qing's happy expression, everyone could not help but smile. Big brother Feng, you will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the immortal realm. Bailey Hongshuang's exquisite and bright face had an elegant and beautiful smile that was like a lotus flower. Her eyes were clear and serious. Just from the fact that Feng Qing was able to spend so much time digging this tunnel, his perseverance and determination were already very astonishing. I'm going to head to the chaotic immortal realm. Do you guys want to go with me? Feng Qing's gaze fell on everyone. The chaotic immortal realm was his only choice at the moment. If Di Beichen and the others were willing to go with him, it would undoubtedly be the best. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Big brother Feng, we can't go to the chaotic immortal realm with our current cultivation base. Even if we go, we'll be targeted by others. It's better if we wait until we're strong enough, Di Beichen said with a smile. All cultivators who ascended were at the Radiant Sun stage. Their current cultivation base was too far away from the chaotic immortal realm. Feng Qing was not surprised to hear that. Actually, I've guessed that you guys won't go. If I'm not wrong, you guys haven't been to the chaotic immortal realm. You guys are from the abandoned immortal forest, right? Bailey Hongshuang and the others were stunned. Feng Qing said with a smile, only cultivators at the Radiant Sun stage can reach the chaotic immortal realm. Even if your understanding of the laws of heaven and earth is extraordinary, it's impossible for you guys to reach the chaotic immortal realm. Moreover, people usually ascend alone. It's rare to have friends who ascend at the same time as you. There are so many of you together. It doesn't look like you guys are from the chaotic immortal realm. Indeed. Everyone sighed and smiled. They did not deny it anymore. In fact, they also knew that their words were full of loopholes. However, in order to understand the situation in the crossing immortal region, they could only casually make up some reasons. Big brother Feng, why didn't you expose us since you already knew? Shang Guanying asked curiously. It won't do me any good to expose you guys. Feng Qing shrugged. I don't care where you guys are from as long as you're my allies. It's just that when I saw you, I had a faint feeling that perhaps we would become allies. Fortunately, my judgment was not wrong. The abandoned immortal forest is a good place. However, I believe that you guys will come here in the future. I hope that we can meet in the chaotic immortal realm one day. That day will definitely come. Di Beichen said with determination in his eyes. Feng Qing slowly stood up. She looked at the familiar crowd and waved her hand. Everyone, take care. I'll go to the immortal domain first. See you again in the future. See you again. Everyone waved their hands and watched as Feng Qing's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Only then did everyone slowly walk towards Zhongli Mu's house. Were the people who helped us stop the steward just now the seniors? Bailey Hongshuang also heard some clues from the conversation between Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue. At this time, except for the seniors, she was afraid that no one else would help. I think so. Di Beichen nodded. Zhongli Mu's face revealed a look of joy. I knew that Granny Hua and the others were very concerned about us. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear in this place. Normally, they don't like to go out. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongshuang and the others were slightly stunned. Then, they chuckled. Indeed, they had been with the seniors for so long. They rarely came out during the day, let alone at night. Tonight, they actually appeared so close to the spirit-devouring mine. They didn't believe it was a coincidence. As soon as they heard this voice, the four seniors had already appeared in front of everyone. The person who spoke was Yu Hong. Thank you, seniors, for saving our lives. Bailey Hongshuang and the others bowed respectfully. If the four seniors hadn't stopped them just now, then their situation would have been very dangerous. Your reaction is not bad. You guessed that it was us who did it so quickly. Hu Shukong looked at everyone with a smile. When these little guys didn't come, it was nothing. But during this period of time, they were really worried about them. Now that they were fine, they didn't have to come here to watch. They could have a good rest in the house. Other than the seniors, who else has the ability to directly stop the two stewards? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with a light and sweet smile. Previously, she had always felt that the senior's strength was extraordinary. Now it seemed that her judgment was right. The seniors didn't not enter the immortal region because their cultivation was not enough. They just didn't want to. You have a sweet mouth. Granny Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. You've been mining for a while, but your cultivation hasn't fallen behind. Not bad. We're still too weak now. That's why we were caught to mine. How would we dare to delay our cultivation? Although Granny Hua had been teaching Bailey Hongzhuang medical skills on a daily basis, in Granny Hua's opinion, strength was the foundation of everything. Medical skills and alchemy skills could help cultivators improve their cultivation faster. So these were only auxiliary methods. Nothing was more important than strength. Granny Hua nodded with satisfaction. With Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' intelligence, she wasn't very worried that they would be at a disadvantage in the spirit-devouring mine. She was only worried that it would affect their cultivation. As for the consumption of mental strength, they wouldn't care too much. After all, the spirit-devouring stone could restore mental strength. If these little guys' mental strength was really damaged, they could just rob the spirit-devouring mine. It wasn't like they hadn't done such things before. How does it feel to be a miner in the spirit-devouring mine? Hu Shukong chuckled. That's a place where mental strength is exhausted. You've stayed in there for more than a month. Your mental strength is probably damaged, right? Senior Hua, the spirit-devouring stone can help us improve our mind power, so our mind power hasn't been damaged. On the contrary, it has become stronger, Shang Guanying said excitedly. Although they had been working hard as miners for a while, the harvest made them very satisfied. As soon as this was said, a trace of surprise appeared on the faces of the four seniors. They carefully looked at the faces of the group of little fellows, and it did not look like they had exhausted their mental strength. From the looks of it, the situation seemed to be a little different from what they had expected. This spirit-devouring mine has existed for so many years. Every once in a while, cultivators would be captured to mine. So far, almost no one has been able to escape. With your cultivation, it's already pretty good that you were able to escape. Yu Hong had a satisfied look on his face. Originally, as time went on, he was a little worried. These little fellows had never seen such a scene before, and their strength was completely suppressed. It would be more and more difficult for them to escape. Fortunately, they were very satisfied with the performance of these little fellows. Hearing Yu Hong's praise, everyone smiled at the same time. In fact, they were lucky to be able to escape this time. Didn't you miscalculate? Zhongli Sharon's cold voice rang out. His usually expressionless face did not have a single ripple of emotion. If we weren't here, all of you would be dead by now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongli Xiaoran turned around indifferently and left by himself. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other. They knew that what Zhongli Xiaoran had said was true. If the seniors had not helped them, they would not have been able to keep their lives. The difference in their abilities was too big. Ignore him. This old man has always been like this. Yu Hong winked at everyone. Actually, it was beyond his expectations that all of you were able to come out so quickly. That's right. Zhongli Xiaoran used to have a strong background, so he had high standards. You don't have to take it to heart. Grandma Hua chuckled. The people who were originally worried were relieved after hearing the words of the two seniors. However, they secretly made up their minds to work hard in their cultivation. Brother D, I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Zhongli Mu saw that his grandfather had gone home without saying a word. He immediately turned around and waved at the crowd. Everyone waved back. It was better for them to stay away from Zhongli Sharon's serious and low pressure. Looking at the confused crowd, Grandma Hua smiled and said, Zhongli Xiaoran has always been like this. All these years, Mu'er has always listened to him. I didn't expect Mu'er to follow you guys to the mine. He's just a little unhappy. Don't take it to heart. Only then did Bailey Hongzhuang understand, her heart feeling somewhat guilty. Although Zhongli Mu had lived in the abandoned immortal forest, he had never suffered much. It had not been easy for him to follow them in the spirit-devouring mine. Alright, now let's talk about your gains from the spirit-devouring mine. Grandma Hua sat on a soft chair in the courtyard. Yu Hong and Wishu Kong also sat on the side and looked at everyone with interest. These people had always been curious about the abilities of the cultivators in the immortal region. After going to the spirit-devouring mine, they should have a certain understanding. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's answers were completely beyond their expectations. Our biggest gain is the devouring spirit stone. Bailey Hong was overjoyed. Senior, do you need the devouring spirit stone? Spirit devouring stone? Wishu Kong was slightly stunned. You guys were mining there, so your daily tasks should not be easy. How did you guys manage to bring back spirit devouring stones? Take it out and let me see. I want to know how good you guys are at mining. As Yu Hong's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a Chankuan bag and poured out all the devouring spirit stones inside. Originally, everyone was sitting together, and there was a circle in the middle. After Bailey Hongzhuang took out the spirit-devouring stones, the center was already full. Hua and the other two originally thought that it was already very impressive that these little guys could bring back dozens of spirit-devouring stones. They knew the environment of that place very well. It was already not easy for ordinary people to dig out 5 spirit-devouring stones in a day. The scene before their eyes instantly stunned the three of them. They stared blankly at the small mountain of spirit-devouring stones. Isn't this amount a little too shocking? Yu Hong opened his eyes wide and said, all of you couldn't have robbed the manager, right? Not down. When Hua and the others heard Bailey Hongzhuang say those 3 words calmly, they could not remain calm. You guys didn't just rob the steward, you robbed the entire spirit-devouring mine. Wishu Kong looked at the obedient little guys in front of him in astonishment. They knew how difficult it was to dig out spirit-devouring stones. Even the entire spirit-devouring mine did not have that much in a month. What's going on? Hua became serious after her shock. She originally planned to let these little guys go out to gain experience. Now it seemed that these little guys had turned the spirit-devouring mine upside down. We found a spirit-devouring stone vein in an abandoned mine, so we went there every night to dig for spirit-devouring stones. After more than a month, we've gained so much. Bewitching explained. Spirit-devouring stone vein? Abandoned mine? Hua and Yu Hongzhuang spoke at the same time. Their expressions suddenly became interesting. You guys are really lucky to find a spirit-devouring stone vein in an abandoned mine. Fortunately, they don't know about it. Otherwise, if they knew, wouldn't they explode? They knew the value of spirit-devouring stones in the immortal region. A spirit-devouring stone vein, who knows how many people would fight for it. However, these little guys were caught to dig in the mine and actually found a spirit-devouring stone vein. Wouldn't people be envious of them if this spread out? Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and said, it should be exploding now. They had already dug through the tunnel. Steward Li and the others would definitely go and take a look at it as soon as they saw it. When they walked through it, they would find the spirit-devouring stone vein. Haha, you guys are really lucky. You guys can find such a treasure. No wonder your mental strength is not damaged. With so many spirit-devouring stones, it would be strange if your mental strength was damaged. At this moment, Hua and the others were also sighing. It turned out that these little guys had not escaped for a while, not because they could not find a way, but because they were all focused on mining. However, with so many spirit-devouring stones, even if they went to the immortal region in the future, they would be rich people. They did not have to worry. After Li Wei and Guchun were blocked, they slowly walked back with gloomy faces. I wonder who was the one who escaped. How could he have attracted the attention of these seniors? Li Wei couldn't figure it out. He had some understanding of these seniors. Even though they were disdainful of the abandoned people in the abandoned immortal forest, they did not dare to offend these elders. I don't know. Guchun shook his head with a puzzled look in his eyes. These seniors have been living in seclusion here and have never had anything to do with us. Their actions today are indeed a little strange. Those few fellows who managed to escape were lucky. We'll know when we get back. However, when the duo returned to the place where the restriction was destroyed, before they could investigate who had escaped, they saw a guard trembling as he walked out of the tunnel. His face was as pale as paper. Manager, what happened inside? Why do you have such an expression? Li Wei frowned. He was already in a bad mood, and when he saw the man like this, his expression instantly became gloomy and terrifying. Isn't it normal to have a spirit-devouring stone? Guchen looked disgusted. Even if it's an abandoned mine, after digging such a long tunnel, it's normal for a spirit-devouring stone to appear. It's a spirit-devouring stone vein. The guard finally finished his sentence. Guchen was just thinking about going back to see who had escaped when he heard the guard's words. He was stunned. What did you say? Say it again. Manager, there seems to be a spirit-devouring stone vein in this tunnel. In the next moment, Li Wei and Guchen disappeared from the spot. Looking at the huge hole and the remaining spirit-devouring stone vein in front of them, Li Wei and Guchen felt as if they had been struck by lightning and almost fainted. Why is there a spirit-devouring stone vein in this mine? Li Wei held his head. They knew very well how important a spirit-devouring stone vein was. However, this spirit-devouring stone vein had been dug through by someone else, leaving only a few bits of it. Just by looking at this shocking hole, one could tell how big this spirit-devouring stone vein was and how many spirit-devouring stones there were. How could this be? Li Wei turned his eyes. This definitely wasn't done in a day. Did they dig here every day? Guchen quickly thought of Bewitching and the rest. Do you think it could be Bewitching and the rest? The other cultivators didn't seem to be the ones who had discovered the spirit-devouring stone vein. If they were the ones who had discovered it, their mental strength wouldn't have become like this. Li Wei's heart thumped. He didn't want to believe it at first, but at this moment, even he couldn't help but suspect. There was a huge commotion in the spirit-devouring stone vein. Not only did some of the miners escape, but they also swept away a spirit-devouring stone vein. The news spread like wildfire, but the initiators of the commotion acted as if it had nothing to do with them, and continued to cultivate step by step every day. There are more and more people coming to the abandoned immortal forest recently. Yu Hong looked around with a complicated expression. Ever since the little guys were taken away by the immortal region, they had been extra careful. They didn't want something like this to happen again. After all, they had dug out a spirit-devouring stone vein. If they fell into the hands of the spirit-devouring stone vein, they would be doomed. A devouring spirit stone vein, how big of a temptation is that? Granny Hua chuckled with a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Just based on this point, many people will want to try their luck. If they're lucky enough to find it, they'll be rich. It hasn't been peaceful recently. We have to be careful. Hua Shukong's face darkened slightly. It was not a big deal if it was just an ordinary person, but the impact of this matter was too great. Even some of the old guys could not help but take action. Hua Hua raised her eyebrows and gestured to Zhongli Xiaoran, who was not far away. Don't you see that even old man Zhongli is here? Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cultivating as usual, they could vaguely sense that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Beichen, I feel that Granny Hua and the others have become more nervous recently. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Although the seniors had never mentioned it, she was aware that the atmosphere had become unusual. Beichen's face darkened. It's been a little unusual recently. It might be related to the spirit-devouring stone vein. The 4 seniors are powerful, but if the people from the spirit-devouring mine come, I'm afraid the 4 seniors will be under a lot of pressure. Bailey Hongzhuang fell into deep thought. When they were mining, they didn't think too much about it. They only thought that it was a pie that fell from the sky. Now, it seemed that the consequences of this matter were much more complicated than they thought. Now that we're in the limelight, and Manager Li and the rest have met the 4 seniors, I'm afraid the other party will find us soon. Mo Yunjia's face was solemn. The 4 seniors were willing to guide them, which was already a huge gain for them. If they implicated the seniors because of them, that was what they didn't want the most. Everyone looked at each other. Instead of continuing like this, it was better for them to leave for a while. Zhongli Mu was young, and he was the grandson of Zhongli Sr. The other party probably wouldn't do anything to Zhongli Mu, so they were still looking for them. As long as they weren't around, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything. After a short exchange of glances, everyone had already made a decision. When the 4 of them heard that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were going back to the clan, they quickly guessed the real reason. Why? Are you worried that I won't be able to protect you? Granny Hua asked. Bailey Hongzhuang held Granny Hua's hand and smiled. Granny is so powerful, why would we worry about this? We've been away for quite some time, and we've disappeared for so long, so our family will be worried. Moreover, we want to bring back a treasure like the spirit-devouring stone. Granny Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang seriously and patted the latter's hand. Since you've decided, I won't stop you. Anyway, you can come back if you want to. You don't have to worry about these things. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other and smiled. After bidding farewell, they returned to the upper realm. Granny Hua's words had undoubtedly confirmed their guess, which also made them understand the importance of the spirit-devouring stone. Big Brother Feng is going to the chaotic immortal realm alone. This news has spread so quickly, maybe the people in the chaotic immortal realm will know about it too. I wonder if Big Brother Feng can reach there safely? Bailey Yanche looked worried. Although he didn't know if they would meet again in the future, he sincerely hoped that Feng Qing could live well. Big Brother Feng is smart and quick-witted. He should be able to find a way to overcome it. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. The D family. In the blink of an eye, everyone had disappeared for so long. When they came out of the house, their faces were filled with joy. Beichen, you guys are finally out. Di Xiaofeng happened to pass by and saw Di Beichen. He smiled and said, every time you guys go into seclusion, you won't come out for many days. Big brother, judging from your expression, you seem to be looking for me? Di Beichen asked. Di Xiaofeng waved at Di Beichen and smiled at the crowd. Let's talk somewhere else. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows and slowly walked to Di Xiaofeng's side. Big brother, what made you so mysterious? Haven't the problems of the Jun family and the Xiao family been solved? The family's problems are almost solved. Recently, things have been getting better and better, so father and mother decided to bring up the matter of Yunyan and me. Hong Zhuang is the head of the Bailey family. If you guys don't appear, my matter will. Di Xiaofeng was a little embarrassed. Recently, he had been looking forward to his brother and sister-in-law coming out of seclusion. Congratulations, big brother. Di Beichen put a hand on Di Xiaofeng's shoulder and winked wickedly. After waiting for so long, you're finally going to marry Yunyan. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't know what Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen were talking about so mysteriously. Now that they suddenly heard Di Beichen's words, everyone understood and a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Xiaofeng, you're getting married. This is a joyous occasion. Why are you so mysterious? Are you afraid that we'll kidnap Yunyan? Wen Ziren smirked and walked to Di Xiaofeng's side. Di Xiaofeng helplessly glanced at Di Beichen. This brat was doing it on purpose. Facing Di Xiaofeng's gaze, Di Beichen calmly turned around and walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Wife, I still need your help with this matter. My big brother's lifelong happiness depends on whether you agree or not. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of which, the fate between them was really deep. Di Xiaofeng's gaze immediately fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and heard Di Beichen say, Wife, if there's anything good you want, just say it. My big brother will definitely find a way to satisfy you. Beichen, you brat, you've forgotten about your big brother now that you have a wife. Di Beichen chuckled. Big brother, weren't you like this when Yunyan was here? Lin Yunqing and Xiao Wanrong came as soon as they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had returned. As the mistresses of the Di family, the two of them were exceptionally concerned about Di Xiaofeng's marriage. Hongzhuang, you've finally come out of seclusion. We've been waiting for you recently. Xiao Wanrong walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Look at you. Don't work too hard on your cultivation. I haven't seen you for a while and you've lost weight. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her head and smiled. Recently, she had been busy mining in the spirit-devouring mine all day and had indeed lost some weight. I'm fine. I'll be back for 2 meals to make up for it. Of course. Xiao Wanrong said seriously. Your mother will be here soon. Xiaofeng's marriage will be held in the Lin family. Yunyan's situation. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, cleverly saying, Grandmother, don't worry. I'll definitely arrange it well. We don't worry. We don't. But as the head. After that, we'll sit down together and discuss the wedding. I understand. Soon, Mu Lingbing and the others rushed over. After seeing Hong Zhuang, Mu Lingbing couldn't help but frown. You child. You disappear for so long every time you go into seclusion. It was a reprimanding tone, but it was filled with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang stuck her tongue out and smiled. Oh right, we brought gifts for everyone this time. Hearing her words, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. Everyone didn't care much about gifts, but Bailey Hongzhuang's things were never simple. They naturally had to take a good look. Hongzhuang's medicine had been of great help to the family. Now, the family's cultivators were especially fond of Hongzhuang. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Could it be that Hongzhuang had brought them another surprise? Bailey Hongzhuang took out a Qianquan bag and took out all the spirit-devouring stones. Looking at the pile of pitch-black stones in front of them, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. They had never seen these things before. Hongzhuang, what is this? Lan Yunxiao stepped forward and picked up a spirit-devouring stone. Although he had never seen it before, he could sense the energy fluctuations contained within the stone after carefully sensing it. Most importantly, the energy fluctuations were different from those of spirit stones. It was more ethereal and special, and vaguely seemed to be related to mental energy. Diyu Jue and the rest also sized up the stone in their hands. Just by sensing the energy contained within, they knew that this thing was definitely not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other and smiled. This is a spirit-devouring stone. It can help cultivators increase their mental energy. As soon as these words were spoken, dense astonishment appeared in the eyes of all the elders present. There's actually such a stone in this world? Di Linxian looked at the stone in his hand in disbelief. Every cultivator hoped to increase their mental energy. However, mental energy was not like elemental energy that could be cultivated directly. Normally, it was very difficult to increase one's mental energy even if they wanted to, unless they had some extremely high-grade pills. Not only were these pills expensive, but the success rate was also extremely low. Unless one was lucky, they would be able to obtain them. Normally, they were too rare. However, these stones in front of him actually had such an effect. That's right. Bewitching nodded. He thought that it would be better not to talk about the abandoned immortal forest for now. With everyone's current state, it would be difficult for them to survive in the immortal region. Only cultivators who had ascended from the immortal region could openly enter the immortal region. Perhaps they would know more about it when their cultivation was higher. Hongzhuang, you really can bring us huge surprises every time. Lin Yinqing's face rippled with a gentle smile. Hongzhuang was like a treasure that surprised them every time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. This isn't my work alone. It's everyone's work. Wen Xiren and the others also faced everyone's gazes with smiles on their faces. In the past, they had never come to the Di family's meetings, but this time, because they were discussing Di Xiaofeng's great news, everyone came without any scruples. The members of the Di family also treated Xiren's group as their own, not only because they were Di Beichen's friends, but also because these friends had never backed down when the Di family was in trouble. Everyone saw all of this and remembered it in their hearts. Father, I'll leave these spirit-devouring stones with the family. I don't care what you do with them. Di Beichen smiled. Now that the Di family was doing better and better, his heart was completely at ease. All of it? Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but frown. Every cultivator needed such a good treasure. How could they just leave it all in the family? Mother, don't you understand Beichen's personality? Di Yujua chuckled. Since he said so, it proves that he still has more. This brat always gives us a share of these every time. Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded. Father, you know me best. After so many times, if I still can't tell, then how can I be the head of the family? Di Yujua also joked. Now that the family was thriving and the biggest hidden danger in the past had been eliminated, these days were the most relaxing in many years. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang went to the Bailey family with everyone. Now that the transmission array between the Bailey family, the Di family, and the Lin family had been built, it was more convenient to go back and forth. With the rise of the Di family's status, the Bailey family's status also rose. In addition, knowing that they were developing in the direction of a medical family, many families also changed their attitude towards them. With the support of Bailey Hongzhuang and Dr. Wu Weiming, as long as the Bailey family could develop steadily, it was very likely that they would become a medical family in the future. The most important thing was that once they offended the Bailey family, it meant that if they needed to see a doctor in the future, the best doctors in the upper realm would not help them. There was no doubt that no one was willing to accept such a risk, so the Bailey family became a family that no one was willing to offend. Lin Wenlan and the others also came to the Bailey family together. Di Xiaofeng was the young master of the Lin family, so they needed to pay the most attention to the wedding. Greetings to the family head. The family head is here. When the cultivators of the Bailey family saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had come, they all bowed respectfully, and some cultivators quickly informed the rest of the family. In their hearts, the family head was the most amazing person. It was because of the family head that their family had its current status. In the past, no matter what kind of activities they participated in, they were always ignored, but now everything was different. They could proudly say that they were cultivators of the Bailey family, and all of this made them feel very happy. Confidence spread from the bottom of their hearts. This was something that they had never dared to imagine before, but now they had quietly achieved it. Di Yujue and the other elders looked at each other when they saw this, and they secretly thought that these little guys' reputation in the family was really amazing. Hongzhuang rarely came to the Bailey family, but from the gazes of the Bailey family members, she could see how much they admired and respected Bailey Hongzhuang. This was just like Bewitching's unrivaled reputation in the family. Even though he had yet to become the head of the family, all the young people in the family regarded him as their goal. That kind of love and respect from the bottom of their hearts even surprised them. It seemed that all the difficult tasks were easily completed by these two little fellows. When Bailey Fan heard the news, he quickly led a group of elders and rushed over. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and amiable smiles. Greetings, family head, Bailey Fan said respectfully. He had nothing but admiration for this young family head. Greetings, patriarch of the Di family and patriarch of the Lin family. Everyone from the Bailey family bowed. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and said, "We're all on the same side, no need to be so polite. I'm sure everyone has already guessed why I'm here today. It's about Yunyan's marriage." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to chuckle. We know. Bailey Fan's face was full of smiles. Please come in, the tea is ready. We've also sent someone to inform Yunyan. Everyone walked towards the Bailey family's meeting hall. While everyone was happily discussing the marriage, Bailey Yunyan's figure slowly appeared. Everything is up to the master. Bailey Yunyan's cheeks were red as she whispered. Seeing her like this, the smiles in everyone's eyes deepened. Miss is thin-skinned, so we won't make things difficult for Yunyan. Bailey Fan smiled brightly. We can discuss this matter with Third Elder and the others. In my opinion, the date should be set on the 8th of next month. That's an auspicious day. On the day of the wedding, as the elders discussed in full swing, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat quietly on the side and listened. They obviously didn't need to intervene in this kind of matter. The elders were most interested in this kind of thing. Xiao Wanrong and the others had been looking forward to Di Xiaofeng's wedding and had unknowingly talked about it for so many years. Now that they were finally going to get married, why didn't they bring out all the ideas in their minds? Di Baichen found an excuse and slipped out with Bailey Hongzhuang. This kind of family affairs and customs really didn't suit them at the moment. Escaping from the fierce discussion in the hall, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that the world had quieted down. Why did you think of running out with me? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. For this kind of joyous occasion, even if the elders' voices were louder than one another and it sounded like they were quarreling from afar, there was still a sense of joy. Di Baichen didn't speak, but raised his right hand and silently looked at the charming girl in front of him. Bailey Hongzhuang saw this and put her hand on his. Di Baichen took the opportunity to interlock their fingers. I'm afraid they have something to discuss about this matter. Let them argue, I want to take you around. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her head tilted slightly to the left, resting on Di Baichen's shoulder as they slowly walked. I wonder what the situation in the abandoned immortal forest will be like after we leave. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the clear blue sky, as if it had been washed by water. Granny Hua and the others shouldn't have to guard it all day long, right? The identities of the 4 seniors shouldn't be simple. If it's just Zhongli Mu alone, no one will go looking for trouble. Bewitching's eyes flashed with wisdom. He had thought about this point carefully. From the tone of Granny Hua and the others, he knew that even the owner of the spirit devouring ore was nothing in their eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. After the incident with the spirit engulfing ore, I feel that our cultivation bases are still too weak. Now that the abandoned immortal forest is not peaceful, we can go to a place first. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang stood up straight and her expression became serious. Guess where it is? Are you talking about the 4 map fragments? Bewitching curled his lips mysteriously. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. How did you think of it so quickly? Shouldn't your husband understand your thoughts the best? Bailey Hongzhuang looked away and nodded. You're right, you're smart. Then shouldn't you give me a reward? Bewitching's eyes were full of smiles as he pointed his index finger at his cheek. Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously looked around and shook her head. What if there's someone nearby? No. If you don't do it, then I'll have to do it myself. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. If I do it, it won't be as simple as a kiss. Wifey, do you want to try? The smile on Bewitching's lips gradually widened. His unparalleled smile was as bright as the sun, so handsome that it was out of this world. Bailey Hongzhuang pouted and carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she quickly kissed Bewitching's cheek. However, the moment she kissed him, Bewitching suddenly turned his head. Her kiss happened to fall on Bewitching's lips. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened. Bailey Hongzhuang was about to retreat, but Bewitching's big hand pressed against her head. After a deep kiss on her lips, he released her. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with shame and anger. You're too bad. Bewitching smiled like a fox. I'm not bad. How about I show you how bad I am at night? You, as the young master of the Lin family, Di Xiaofeng's wedding was bound to be grand. There were a lot of things that needed to be prepared. All the elders discussed together for almost an entire day, but they still weren't satisfied. It seemed that there were still some small details that they hadn't thought through. Looking at the busy appearance of the elders, the younger generation couldn't help but chuckle. As the head or mistress of the family, they were usually dignified and calm. It wasn't until today that everyone saw that everyone was the same. They were more amiable and approachable. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan just listened to their family members' opinions and ideas. The two who were clearly the protagonists of the wedding were the most relaxed. On this day, no one was in a hurry to go back. Instead, they directly stayed in the Bailey family. The list was already very amazing. There were even elders on the side who specifically recorded the results of everyone's discussion. Bailey Hongzhuang put the 4 pieces of the map together and a 3-dimensional map appeared in front of the two. It's been a long time since we got these 4 pieces of the map. I didn't expect that we still haven't gone. Sitting at the table, the two carefully looked at the map. When they first obtained this map, they felt that it was fate. After all, being able to gather all 4 pieces of the map was already an incredible feat. This map shows a sea area, and it's very far from here. Bewitching looked at the map carefully. According to the plates of the upper realm, the place marked on the map was a very remote place. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I've never heard of this place before. But don't you think that this map is so mysterious, and the location is in the sea? Maybe it has something to do with another place? You mean the Bitter Sea Abyss? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. The Bitter Sea Abyss has been missing for many years. I checked the ancient books and it clearly recorded that there are indeed 3 great abysses. The Bitter Sea Abyss definitely exists. However, so much time had passed that no one knew where the Bitter Sea Abyss was. Since it exists, and the 3 great abysses have a special power, I don't think it will disappear. It just exists in a place that is rarely known. In the end, no one knows. If this Bitter Sea Abyss is really in the sea, then the possibility is very high. Bailey Hongzhuang thought carefully. The Blood Sea Abyss and the Demon Refining Abyss were both located on land. Any cultivator who passed by would inevitably discover their existence. Even if someone found the location of the Bitter Sea Abyss, there was nothing in the sea that could accurately pinpoint it. If there were no islands around, then as long as they left, they would not be able to find it the next time they went back. Look at the marked points on this map, they are in the sea. The only thing that can be roughly determined is this position on the coast, and if you want to determine the other places, you have to sink to the bottom of the sea. Bewitching looked at the map carefully. The bottom of the sea could also be marked, but above it was the vast sea. If they did not dive to the bottom of the sea, they would not be able to determine it at all. That's why the cultivator who drew the map chose such a complicated drawing method. There is no way to accurately mark this location on a flat map. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes showed a strong interest. Whether this is the Bitter Sea Abyss or not, a place that can be marked with such a map should not be simple. We can explore it. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's interested look, Bewitching leaned back on the recliner, his head resting on his arms, and his posture was relaxed. Since Madam wants to go, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. After returning to the D family, Bailey Hongzhuang told Wen Xiren and the others about this idea. Everyone was also very interested. Judging from the age of this map, it should have been drawn for many years. I wonder if we can still find it if we go now. Bailey Xianxia frowned. It had been several years since they found this incomplete map. Moreover, the marked point on the map was clearly in the upper realm, but it fell to the lower realm. One could imagine how long it had been. No matter what, we have to go and take a look. Ling Er said. It's rare that Hongzhuang has such an affinity with this map. If we don't go, wouldn't it be a pity? The place that this map points to is the sea. So far, the sea is the place with the most secrets. Because there are very few people who go there to explore, even if many years have passed, the possibility of it being well preserved is very high. Mo Yunjue said slowly. It was the same situation back in the lower realm. Even though the place was different, this experience was obviously universal. Take a closer look. The place drawn on this map is so remote. Most people wouldn't go there if they didn't want to die, right? Xiren pointed at the environment on the map. Even if he had the map, he was not sure if he could find it. It would be even more difficult for Yao Xiang to find this place by accident. Beichen and I also think so we plan to wait until Big Brother gets married before going to take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. This is a good idea. Shang Guanying nodded. Anyway, with our current strength, we can't go to the immortal domain for the time being. Why don't we take this opportunity to take a look at this sea region? Maybe we'll find a great opportunity. If we were to obtain the inheritance of one of the seniors, wouldn't we have profited greatly as well? For a senior to be able to leave behind an inheritance in a place like this, he must be very powerful. Haha. At the same time, in a small courtyard in the mountains. Sister, I heard that Di Xiaofeng is about to get married. Xiao Sudong looked at the slightly cumbersome figure in front of him. His sister was about to give birth, and his nephew was about to speak. Xiao Soa turned her head when she heard the voice. Her original arrogance and confidence had disappeared. Her face was pale and she no longer had her high spirits. All that was left was hatred. Look at how glorious the Di family is now. Even Di Xiaofeng marrying a girl from a small family has become a legend. What a joke. Xiao Soa's eyes were filled with hatred. She had taken one wrong step after another. Now, her family had been destroyed while the other party was living happily. Just thinking about it made her unable to swallow her anger. Sister, don't think too much now. Giving birth to the child is the most important thing. Xiao Sudong looked concerned. After the sudden change in the family, his thoughts had changed a lot. Now, they were in a disadvantageous situation. There were only the two of them left in the entire family. If they wanted to rebuild the family, it would be a long journey. Just as Master had said, it was useless to think about it now. It was better to cultivate. Strength was the foundation of everything. I can't swallow this. Xiao Soa slammed the table. Look at how miserable our lives are now. They are living a glorious life. It's so ironic just thinking about it. Things have already turned out this way. No matter what we think now, this matter can't be changed. Instead of that, it's better to focus on what we can do now. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Let's follow Master and cultivate well. One day, we will be able to take revenge. Hearing this, Xiao Soa slowly touched her stomach. We must enter the crossing immortal domain, or even the immortal domain. As long as we can become immortals before them, it will be easy to destroy the D family, the Lin family, and the Bailey family. Now, there was no other path for them to take. Most importantly, after Master had described the crossing immortal domain and the immortal domain to them, they were filled with endless yearning for the immortal domain. That was a place where one's strength was respected. When a cultivator's strength reached the level where they could destroy an entire family, they could easily wipe out an entire family. That was what they had to do, at least they could understand the higher planes through Master. Bewitching and the others did not even have the qualifications to come into contact with the crossing immortal domain. Given time, they would definitely succeed. Big Sister, Master said that the situation after entering the immortal domain would be very difficult. It would be even more difficult to ascend to the immortal domain, and it is very likely that we would lose our lives there. Xiaoxia frowned. Previously, when his sister had mentioned this to his master had clearly advised them not to go because the danger there was far beyond their imagination. However, his elder sister didn't seem to hear this at all. She only heard how strong the cultivators in the immortal region were, which wasn't a good thing. Since it exists, it's not impossible to ascend successfully. Xiaoxia's face was stubborn, and there was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. You've always been like this, cowering and not daring to fight. If we don't take a gamble now, how can we take revenge for our parents? Say Wu, didn't I tell you not to mention the matter of revenge? Xiyu slowly walked over and reprimanded with a displeased expression. Xiaoxia's expression changed slightly. She restrained her anger, turned her head, and stopped talking. What you should be thinking about now is how to take good care of this child. As for other things, that's not what you should be thinking about now. Listening to Shiyu's reprimand, even if Xiaoxia was unwilling in her heart, she didn't dare to say anything more. These days, almost every time she mentioned this matter, her master would always reprimand her and make her give up on this idea. However, she believed that no matter who this kind of thing happened to, it was impossible to pretend that it didn't happen. If such a blood feud faded away like this, how would she have the face to face her ancestors in the future? It wasn't until Xiyu left with Xiaoxia that Xiaoxia quietly looked at the 2 secret keys in her hands. These 2 secret keys were given to her by her father and father-in-law. They believed that with her master's protection, they would be safe and sound. Bewitching, I will never give this secret key to you. Gradually closing her hands, Xiaoxia's eyes revealed a bone-deep hatred. Even if she couldn't do anything now, at least she wouldn't let the D family have the opportunity to open the land of inheritance. After the elders discussed the wedding process of Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan properly, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the D family. However, in these 2 days, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stay idle, but went to discuss medical skills with Dr. Wu. As the most famous doctor in the upper realm, Wu Weiming's strength was naturally unquestionable. What moved Bailey Hongzhuang the most was that after Wu Weiming knew the direction of the Bailey family, he simply moved directly to the Bailey family. It was very convenient to come and go between the 3 great families. In addition, there were many people in the Bailey family who wanted to learn medical skills, so it was more convenient for him to come here. During this time, Wu Weiming's medical skills had also improved. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Wu Weiming also spoke out the doubts in his heart during this time. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang also answered one by one. Some of the questions were things she didn't understand before, but after learning from Grandma Hua, her medical skills had an extraordinary leap. So when faced with these questions, she was able to calmly deal with them. Even if the immortal region had some medicinal herbs that the upper realm didn't have, there were still many problems that could be solved. The only difference was that the medicinal herbs in the celestial realm were more plentiful, so the medical content was also more abundant. When Wu Weiming saw how easily Bailey Hongzhuang had solved all his problems, his heart was filled with shock. He had always felt that his master had been busy cultivating these days and probably didn't have time to study medicine. But now, it seemed that his master was a completely heaven-defying existence. It wasn't that she didn't study medicine. On the contrary, her improvement in medical skills was astonishing. With Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, Wu Weiming only felt that his eyes were clear. The problem that had been troubling him for a long time was solved just like that. It even gave him more ideas, making his eyes light up. It turned out that many of the problems were due to the limitations of his thinking. There were still many bold directions that he could try. Bailey Hongzhuang saw such a studious Wu Weiming, and her heart was very pleased. With Wu Weiming here to teach the doctors of the Bailey family, the expansion of the medical family would definitely be faster. As for the doctors of the Bailey family who were studying medicine, they completely regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a god. Every day, they cultivated with Dr. Wu, and they had deep admiration in their hearts. As soon as they returned to the clan, the elders started to get busy like a raging fire. The number of things needed to be prepared for a grand wedding was huge. Just the guest list for the banquet alone was a long list. Di Yujue was also in a mess under the bombardment of Xiao Wanrong and Lin Yunqing. This kind of thing was indeed more suitable for women to worry about. Even as the head of the clan, he was also shocked by these various complicated problems and was even disliked by the two women in the end. It was only when Bewitching came to him that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "We're finally out of the house." Di Yujue felt the fresh air outside and only felt his entire body relax. Looking at Di Yujue like this, Bewitching could not help but chuckle. It was really rare to see his father like this. Your grandfather is still the smart one. He found a reason to slip away. Di Yujue sighed faintly. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Then why didn't you also find a reason to leave? Your grandmother said that someone must stay. If your grandfather left, how could I still leave? As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but laugh. As early as 2 days ago, she had already seen how busy her grandmother and mother were. At this time, it was completely the two women's world. Her father's usual majesty had been completely ignored and even reduced to a subordinate. Di Yujue sighed and shook his head, then said, "Why are you looking for me?" "Father, I went to the land of inheritance with Hongzhuang earlier. There are some things I want to ask you," Bewitching said. Hearing this, Di Yujue was not surprised. The land of inheritance was at the back of the mountain. It was reasonable that Bewitching and the rest wanted to go and see it. "What's the problem? Didn't you say that to open the land of inheritance, you need the blood of us and the Shao clan's cultivators? I remember father saying that after the two types of blood fuse, it will turn black. That way, the land of heritage can be opened. Is this true?" Di Yujue nodded slightly. "That's right. Only when two types of blood turn black can the land of heritage be opened. Have you tried it?" Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at each other, their expressions a bit complicated. Their blood did not turn black after the fusion. Looking at the two's expressions, Di Yujue already knew the result. He smiled and said, "This is nothing much. Now that the Shao clan has basically been exterminated by us, it is impossible for them to open the land of inheritance. Although the land of heritage has always been of great benefit to our family, even if we can't open it, with our family's ability, it won't be a problem. So you don't have to worry about it." The two of them understood. In fact, the land of heritage had always been protecting the feelings of the three great clans. Originally, even without the Jun clan, as long as the relationship between the Shao clan and the Di clan was as before, then everything would not have fallen to this point. However, long before Di Yujue made such a decision, he already knew the consequences of such a decision. Even if the land of heritage was not opened, it would not have much of an impact on the Di clan. However, if the Shao clan and the Jun clan were left, then the clan would be in real danger. Then why did my blood turn gold when Hongzhuang and I fused? Bewitching still felt that this was a little strange. Normally, even if the blood of two people had no effect, it should still be the usual color, right? Following Bewitching's words, Di Yujue's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What did you just say? After your blood fused, it turned golden?" "That's right." Bewitching nodded slightly. "Is there a problem?" Di Yujue did not answer, his expression instantly becoming complicated. His mind was spinning rapidly, as if he was thinking of some complicated problem. "Golden blood, this seems to have appeared in ancient books before, I have to go through them." Because the land of heritage had not been opened for too many years, it was not easy for Bewitching, a clan member with the cursed body, to appear, but in the end, he went missing. All these years, he had been thinking about how to find Bewitching. However, after Beichen returned, many problems arose, including the falling out with the Xiao family. Because of this, he did not have much hope for the land of heritage. Now, his memories of the land of heritage were still stuck in the past. After all, it was still somewhat blurry. However, he was sure that the ancient books had indeed recorded the matter of golden blood, and although the situation of golden blood was recorded in the ancient books, in all these years, such a situation had never appeared in the Di family. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were somewhat surprised. They had thought that this was a normal phenomenon, but now it seemed that this was not the case. This information was obviously extremely important to Di Yujue. After saying this, Di Yujue did not bother to explain in detail, and after a few words, he quickly left. The direction he left in was obviously the family's library. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Perhaps this golden blood is even more powerful than the black blood. Even if she was not of the Xiao family's bloodline, her light attribute was stronger than Xiao Sou's. Most importantly, when she saw the land of heritage, she and Beichen had fallen into that strange feeling. This land of heritage should be related to them. Very likely. Di Beichen nodded and held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. After all, my wife and I are a match made in heaven. Bailey Hongzhuang burst into laughter. Every time you say something like that so seriously, I always find it funny. I'm telling the truth. Shouldn't I take it seriously? Di Beichen said calmly. You're right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, pretending to be serious. After returning to the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen began to cultivate. After Mo Yunjue and the others understood the terrifying strength of the cultivators of the immortal region, they no longer had the mood to play around. Instead, they wholeheartedly began to cultivate. If this continued, they didn't know how long they would need the 4 seniors to protect them. Moreover, they were about to explore the sea. Although there were not many cultivators in the sea, it was much more dangerous than on land. Because very few human cultivators set foot in the sea, the demonic beasts in the sea had enough space to develop. After a long period of cultivation, these demonic beasts' strength would often be very shocking. And this was also one of the reasons why very few people went to the sea. If they were not careful and lost their lives there, they would not even have a corpse left. Now, their cultivation was not bad in the upper realm, but they still had to make more preparations to go to the sea. However, the 2 of them did not cultivate for long before Di Yujue appeared outside their door. Di Yujue's face was filled with unconcealable excitement. He directly handed the ancient book in his hand to Di Beichen and said, "There is indeed a record in the ancient book. It says that once the blood turns golden, it means that the destined person for the inheritance has appeared." As soon as he said this, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang were both slightly stunned. This result was truly beyond their expectations. Because it has never appeared in so many years, the records in the book are not very complete. However, I saw some records in the patriarch's handwritten notes. It says that the most important reason why we have the land of heritage is that we have always been guarding a kind of inheritance, and this inheritance is waiting for the destined person. Too much time has passed, and some of the contents in the handwritten notes have been worn away. I guess that it's because there hasn't been any movement for so many years, so everyone gradually neglected this point. If you hadn't mentioned this point, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of it. Di Yujue's voice was filled with deep excitement. In fact, he had always felt that it was too difficult to open the land of heritage, especially after so many years had passed without opening it. The entire clan no longer paid much attention to it. However, at a time like this, Di Beichen and Hongzhuang's blood had actually appeared. This in itself was very inconceivable. Di Beichen carefully read the records in the ancient book. As expected, it described the situation when the golden blood appeared. Previously, when he and Hongzhuang tried it, the situation was exactly the same as described in the book. It really is like this. The corners of Di Beichen's lips curled up slightly. His heart was also filled with shock. He clearly remembered the complex emotions he had when he saw the land of heritage. It was like a call from the depths of his soul, as if there was something important that he had forgotten, and the forgotten thing was in the land of heritage. Was the situation at the time the same as described in the book? Di Yujue asked. That's right, it was exactly the same. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded in response. Hearing this, Yujue narrowed his eyes, and his gaze became solemn and serious. If that's the case, then we can't give up on finding the secret key. If it was a normal situation, it would have been fine. Although it was hard to give up, if he thought about it carefully, giving up wouldn't have much of an impact. However, just from the sound of it, one could tell that the destined person was extraordinary. This could be an extremely important inheritance for Bewitching. It would be such a pity if it was gone just like that. For the entire D family, this was too much of a pity. Seeing the change in Yujua's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't say anything, but they had the same idea. He could not give up on the secret key just like that. No matter what was in the land of heritage, they had to go in and take a look. Don't be in a hurry to tell anyone about this for the time being. I still don't know much about this. I was too anxious just now and didn't ask your grandfather. I'll go and ask tomorrow. Who knows, your grandfather might have a better understanding. It won't be too late for us to discuss it then. Yujue patted Bewitching's shoulder and reminded him. Don't worry, father. I understand. Good. When Yujue left, Bailey Hongzhuang knew very well that if Xianxia didn't have Shiyu's protection, her father would have directly captured her and brought her back. The next day, Linxian was equally shocked when he heard the news. However, he was pleasantly surprised. The fated person that the family had been waiting for so many years had finally appeared. Moreover, it was Bewitching. I always thought that it was just a legend. I never thought that it would be true. Linxian had a kind smile on his face. However, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. I still remember when the previous head of the family mentioned this to me. He also felt that it was not true and that the previous head of the family had made it up to make us realize the importance of the land of heritage. The D family has been passed down for thousands of years. However, it has never appeared before. I never thought that this fable would come true today. Even though they had not seen the fusion of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's blood with their own eyes, Linxian and Yujue did not doubt it at all. Not to mention that Bewitching and Yujue could not talk to each other. Not many people in the family knew about the golden blood. Grandfather, do you know any other clues? Bewitching had a serious expression. He vaguely felt that his grandfather would tell him more clues today. Linxian patted Bewitching's head and smiled, indeed. According to what I know, the golden blood is very special. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching both became serious and listened carefully. Although this inheritance belongs to the D family, it has always been guarded by the three great families together. Too much time has passed and we no longer know the reason for it. However, we can be sure that one of them must have the light attribute. Now, it seems that as long as the light attribute is pure enough, the Xiao family's bloodline is not the only one that can do it. Linxian smiled faintly and said, apart from the fated person, there is something else that the previous head of the family told me. Usually, if we want to open the land of heritage, we need 3 secret keys in addition to the fusion of the blood and turning it black. However, when the golden blood appears, the situation seems to be different. As for why it is different, I am not too sure. However, we can give it a try. For thousands of years, the golden blood had never appeared. Even if the first head of the family knew about it, it had been forgotten by everyone after so many years. Different? Bewitching's eyes lit up. Does this mean that we can open it directly? Perhaps we can use this one and only secret key to give it a try. Yujue raised his brows, and his face was filled with interest. If they could open the land of heritage in their lifetime, it would be a rare experience. Everyone looked at each other with a hint of eagerness in their eyes. Should we try it after Big Brother's wedding? Bewitching pondered for a moment before speaking. It was only a month until his elder brother's wedding. If he entered the land of inheritance like this, he was afraid that he would not be able to come out for a while. Listening to Bewitching's words, Linxian and Yujue glanced at each other. According to their thoughts, they wanted to give it a try. After all, the land of heritage was very important to them. However, if the 2 important women in the family knew that they might not be there on the day of the wedding, they would definitely go crazy. After thinking about it carefully, both of them felt that Bewitching's idea was correct. After he made up his mind, everything returned to normal. this news was undoubtedly good news for everyone. Even if they didn't know whether this attempt would succeed or not, since they knew that the golden blood was special, they had to find a way to open the land of inheritance. At least, this was no longer a dispensable land of inheritance. On the contrary, it might be very important to Bewitching. When the other people in the family knew about this, they were also very surprised. Xiao Wanrong, Di Xiaofeng, and the others were very happy. If the land of inheritance could really be opened, then their Di family would really be a big winner. After returning to the family, Bewitching often went to the Dark Sacred Assembly. As the president of the Dark Sacred Assembly, he had a responsibility to the Dark Sacred Assembly. However, for the Dark Sacred Assembly, Bewitching was more like a religion. Even if he was rarely in the guild, his position in everyone's hearts would never change. Huang Futing had always been very good at handling guild matters. The vice president's identity was really suitable for him. After leaving the family, he had already regarded the Dark Sacred Assembly as his own home. As the status of Dark Attribute cultivators rose, more and more people began to accept Dark Attribute cultivators. In fact, even the other 7 guilds had already accepted them. Everyone had to accept them even if they didn't want to. Not to mention that the Dark Guild was now at the peak of its power. The Huangfu family's attitude towards Huang Futing had also changed. They even specially sent people to find Huang Futing. No matter what, Huang Futing was an extremely outstanding talent of the Huangfu family. In this regard, Huang Futing had no plans to go back. Everything back then had already made him see through the family's coldness. If it was only because he was now the vice president of the Dark Sacred Assembly and had a certain use to the family, then what was the point of going back? After experiencing ups and downs, he felt that it was better to live a simple life. What's more, Wanner had abandoned the family because of him. Now, the only hope was to no longer have anything to do with the past. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to go back. Bewitching didn't persuade Huang Futing after hearing his decision. If it were him, he probably wouldn't want to go back to such a family. After all, he'd fallen from his pedestal and been deserted by his friends and family, and he'd even endured such pain that pierced his bones. So, he felt that it was extremely ironic to face these snakes that were feigning civility. While Bewitching was busy with the matters of the Dark Guild, Bailey Hongzhuang made a trip to the Holy Light Assembly and then stayed with her family. Lan Yunxiao and the others had also awakened their attributes and began to cultivate their attribute powers. Even Di Yujue couldn't help but praise the increase in their strength. With this kind of cultivation talent, if he had been in the upper realm in the past, he would have been famous by now. However, even if it was a little late, it was not a big deal. During this month, Bailey Hongzhuang decided to spend more time with her family. He was always busy with his cultivation, and in the future, he would have to go to the sea to look for the treasure map. He had too little time to spend with his family. Lan Yunxiao and the rest also understood Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. Everyone temporarily slowed down their cultivation. Actually, as parents, the happiest thing was to get along well with their children. On this day, the Di family had arrived at the Lin family early in the morning. Today's wedding was held in the Lin family. Xiao Wanrong and the others had already lived in the Lin family a few days ago and had made all the necessary preparations. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang split up and went to the Lin family and the Bailey family respectively. Bewitching was Di Xiaofeng's younger brother. On the day of his big brother's wedding, he naturally had to help pick up the bride. Bailey Hongzhuang was the head of the Bailey family and had to stay with the Bailey family to organize everything. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the festive scene outside, and the smile on her lips became brighter and brighter. Today is really a good day. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and turned to look at Bailey Yunyan, who had already dressed up. Her eyes revealed a stunned expression. Yunyan, you're so beautiful today. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Yunyan was a little shy and said, Hongzhuang, you're overpraising me. In terms of beauty, you're the peerless beauty. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, the bride is always the most beautiful. I think when eldest brother sees you later, he will be very happy. Everyone, don't you think so? All the busy maids in the room smiled and agreed, Miss Yunyan is really beautiful today. Later, the son-in-law will be stunned. With everyone's teasing, Bailey Yunyan's cheeks became even redder. Bailey Yunyan's mother and others were also busy helping to take care of things. Bailey Hongzhuang thought that before becoming a monk, mother and daughter had the most things to talk about. She might as well leave first and give Yunyan and her daughter a chance to talk. However, when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang preparing to leave, Bailey Yunyan suddenly called out to her. "Mother, you go out first. I have something to say to the head of the family." Elder Madam nodded and bowed to Bailey Hongzhuang. Then, she walked out of the room and closed the door. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bailey Yunyan in surprise. She smiled and sat down. "Is there anything you want to ask me?" Bailey Yunyan shook her head. She just looked at him quietly. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. "Hongzhuang, actually, on this joyous occasion, the person I want to thank the most is you. If it weren't for you, even if I knew Xiaofeng was sincere to me, I wouldn't dare accept his feelings, because the gap between us is too big." Bailey Yunyan's eyes suddenly reddened. "Actually, I've liked him since a long time ago. I just didn't dare to admit it. He was so handsome, outstanding, and otherworldly. When I first met him, almost all the girls fell head over heels for him, and I was no exception. However, I never thought that such luck would fall on my head. It was too sudden and too surreal. During that time, I was struggling in my heart. On one hand, I wanted to believe Xiaofeng's words. I didn't need to care about anything, I just needed to trust him. On the other hand, I thought that was such a big gap, who would believe me? I even thought that even being a concubine would be good. At least I could stay by his side. However, I was afraid. With my background, what would happen to me if I were to go to his family?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the teary-eyed Bailey Yunyan, her hands holding the latter's slightly trembling hands, her smile warm and sunny. "Yunyan, it's all in the past. Big brother has always been someone worthy of your trust." "No." Bailey Yunyan shook her head. "I understand what you mean, but there's still a difference between the two. Compared to placing all my hopes on Xiaofeng, at least I have more confidence now. And because of you, no one will talk about my identity, so I have more confidence." Bailey Yunyan's eyes shone brightly, as if they were filled with infinite hope. "So, Hongzhuang, I really want to thank you. I've wanted to say this for a long time, but I didn't know how to say it. Today is the day I want to say it the most." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled elegantly. She patted Bailey Yunyan's hand and said, "We're already a family, and I've always been happy to be able to come to the Bailey family. You'll definitely be happy, and we'll walk the road together in the future. There's no need to say thanks between us." If it weren't for Bailey Yunyan, she wouldn't have been able to come to the Bailey family so smoothly. There were some things she couldn't say, but it was her responsibility to lead the Bailey family back to the top. She didn't know what the Bailey family would be like if she didn't fall, but she was sure that the family's legacy was lost because of her, and that was her biggest mistake. All of this wasn't for anyone else, but for herself. She wanted to be able to feel at ease, so that she wouldn't feel guilty anymore. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Yunyan's smile became brighter. "Hongzhuang, no matter when, you're always so considerate. Maybe it's because of your character that so many people like you. I believe that you'll go far in the future, and you'll be happy forever." Among all of them, Bailey Hongzhuang was the one she admired the most, but she never thought of comparing herself to her. She only hoped that she could make Hongzhuang her goal and continue to work hard. She didn't expect to have great achievements, as long as she could live a good life, she would be satisfied. Soon, the wedding procession arrived. The entire Bailey family was in a state of jubilation. Red flowers could be seen everywhere. Everyone's lips could not help but curl up into a smile as they sincerely wished the newlyweds well. As the young master of the Lin family, Di Xiaofeng's wedding procession was also very spectacular. From afar, the crowd could see a long line of people approaching, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard all the way. Bailey Yunyan covered her head with a red veil. With the support of her concubine, she bid farewell to her clansmen and slowly walked up the bridal sedan. Throughout the entire process, many people had tears in their eyes, but their hearts were filled with joy. This wedding was the grandest wedding in the history of the Bailey family. With the arrival of the wedding procession, Bailey Hongzhuang also went to the Lin family. The clamor and laughter were mixed together. Congratulatory voices could be heard everywhere. When one looked up, they could see smiles and joy. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly. Now, her grandmother didn't need to worry anymore. Xiaofeng was finally married. Wife, you're here. As soon as Bailey Hongshuang appeared, Bewitching's sharp eyes noticed her. After apologizing to the people who came to congratulate her, he quickly came to her side. Everyone is very busy today. You should also be busy receiving the guests. Bewitching held Bailey Hongshuang's hand as they walked inside. When they reached the side, he put his hands on her shoulders and said softly, "Today, it's not only me who is busy receiving the guests. As big brother's sister-in-law, you should also help." Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. "I'm not good at this kind of thing." "It's okay if you're not good at it. Just stand next to me. If someone congratulates you, just smile. If there's nothing else, you can see if there's anything you like to eat. Grandmother and maternal grandmother have invited the best chefs for today. There should be a lot of delicious snacks." Bewitching smiled. "Master, I want to go." Xiao Hei jumped up when she heard that there was delicious food. "Master, I want to go too," Xiao Bai said happily. They loved this kind of lively scene. They could eat a lot of delicious food. "Eat whatever you want today. Let the mistress bring you there." Bewitching chuckled. "Okay." Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai jumped onto Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder and looked at her. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang also nodded slightly. "Well, I will take you there in a while." "Oh yeah, where did Xiao Xuanzi go?" Bailey Hongshuang asked curiously. Xiao Xuanzi was usually very interested in this kind of thing. Ever since he met Xiao Hua, Xiao Xuanzi was determined to lose weight and become a handsome young man. However, now that he was back, he wouldn't be able to go back for a while. He should be the most depressed one. Xiao Xuanzi is with Xiren and the others. He should be greeting people now. Bewitching guessed Bailey Hongshuang's thoughts. He immediately said, "He's been in a good mood recently. He doesn't seem to be disappointed." According to him, he often follows Xiao Hua around. Xiao Hua also thinks that he's annoying. Xiao Hua might miss him if he's not around for a while. Before he left, he even told Zhongli Mu to take care of Xiao Hua. He didn't want Xiao Hua to be taken away by other people. Bailey Hongshuang was impressed. "Beichen, did you teach Xiao Xuanzi these thoughts? How does he look like a contracted beast? He's totally an experienced lover. This has nothing to do with me." Bewitching drew a clear line between them. "My feelings for wifey can be seen by the sun and the moon. I definitely don't have as many schemes as Xiao Xuanzi." "I don't know." Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. "Let's go. These two little guys are almost drooling." Emperor Xiaofeng was getting married. Almost all the major forces in the upper realm were gathered here. Such a grand occasion had never happened before, and it proved that the Di family and the Lin family had risen in status. No one could ignore the influence of the Di family and the Lin family, so they all came after receiving the wedding invitation. As for those who did not receive the wedding invitation, they were extremely disappointed. Even when night fell, the Lin family was still bustling with activity. "It's rare for us to be so happy today. Let's drink till we're drunk." When Xiren happily raised his cup. He was already slightly drunk, and his cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were a little blurry, but the smile on his face became even more brilliant. "Well said. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Bang! Mo Yunjue raised his glass and touched it gently. The two drank to their heart's content. Bewitching and the others were all gathered here. Everyone was talking to each other happily. "It's a pity that Xiaofeng is with the bride now. Otherwise, we'll get him to drink with us." "Haha. We definitely will." Everyone raised their cups and downed the wine in one gulp. "Xiren, you talk too much when you drink too much." Shang Guaniying pointed at Xiren drunkenly. "Our relationship is so good, of course we will be together in the future." "Haha, you're right. I'll punish myself with a glass. How can Yin Yan and I miss such a good day?" Suddenly, a hearty laughter was heard. Then, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's figures appeared in everyone's sight. Noticing the sudden appearance of the two people, everyone was startled. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. "Why are you here?" Di Xiaofeng pulled Bailey Yunyan to sit down and smiled. Why can't I be here? I have to be here when we drink to our heart's content. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Their good mood became even better. Haha, good. Come, let's all congratulate Xiaofeng and Yunyan. That night, everyone drank to their heart's content. In the end, they didn't even know what happened. When Bailey Hongzhuang woke up the next morning, she still felt a little dizzy. With their strength, even if they had a hangover, it wouldn't affect them much the next day. However, they were still a little dizzy, which proved that they drank too much last night. However, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the person sleeping next to her wasn't Di Beichen. Ing, haha. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the dazed Shangguan Ing and couldn't help but laugh. We slept together last night. Shangguan Ing was a little confused. After a while, she said, I was so drunk last night that I forgot what happened. I vaguely remember that the two of us supported each other as we walked into the room. I don't know what happened after that. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Because they were too happy last night, everyone was a little carried away. With their capacity for alcohol, how much did they drink? It seems so. Shangguan Ing nodded slightly. Let's go out and take a look. Naturally, they couldn't have been outside the whole night, right? The two of them looked at each other. After washing up, they quickly walked out of the house. Looking at the scene outside, the two of them found it funny. In his line of sight, Wen Ziren, Bai Liyan-che, and Xiao Xuanzi had already fallen crookedly on the ground. It seemed that they were still sleeping soundly. Bai Liyan-che quietly lay on his side. Ziren directly put his feet on Bai Liyan-che's body and slept very comfortably with his four limbs sprawled out. Xiao Xuanzi's feet were right next to his face. On the other hand, Linger and Mo Yunjue slept more elegantly. Both of them fell asleep on the table. Shangguan Ing covered her eyes and said with disgust, "This is too embarrassing." Haha. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. If they wake up and see this scene, it will be very funny. But where did Beichen go? Last night, they obviously drank too much. However, Xiaofeng and Yunyan didn't drink too much. So, they went back first. Everyone was here, only Di Beichen was nowhere to be seen. Yes, where did Beichen go? Shangguan Ing asked curiously. Mo Yunjue looked at the scene in front of him, and quickly thought of yesterday's situation. He immediately sighed, "You actually slept here last night?" Ling also looked embarrassed. As a well-mannered dragon, she usually wouldn't be so careless about her image. Looking at their slightly awkward expressions, Shangguan Ing directly said, "The two of you are still all right. Look at them." Hearing that, Mo Yunjue and Ling were slightly startled. The tables and chairs blocked their view, and the two couldn't help but walk over to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. They immediately saw Ziren and the other two sleeping soundly. Haha, Mo Yunjue laughed out loud, which was a rare sight. Their sleeping positions are really too enchanting. Looking carefully, only Yan Che's sleeping position is passable. Finally, Ziren and Xiao Xuanzi, I really don't know what to say. Shangguan Ing sighed. Usually, Ziren's sleeping position was fine. After all, one shouldn't wash one's dirty linen in public. Great, now everyone saw it. When 4 pairs of eyes fell on a person, even if that person was originally sleeping soundly, they would still be somewhat aware of it. Therefore, Ziren slowly woke up under everyone's gaze. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 4 pairs of eyes looking at him. He immediately quivered, and his face directly touched Xiao Xuanzi's foot. He subconsciously picked up the thing that touched his face, and after noticing that it was actually a foot, he hurriedly threw it aside and sat up. When he saw that it was Shangguan Ing and the other 3, he sighed in relief. What's going on? See for yourself what's going on. When he turned his head, Bai Liyan-che and Xiao Xuanzi had also woken up. Their blank expressions caused everyone to chuckle. Ahem. Faced with everyone's mocking gazes, Ziren also felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but ask, where did Beichen go? I don't know. In my opinion, Beichen might be sleeping in a corner that we didn't notice. Let's go look for him, Ziren said. You're looking for me? Bewitching's figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Compared to Xiren and the others who were in a mess, Bewitching's appearance was refreshing. Beichen, did you wake up earlier than us, so you went to change your clothes first? Xiren couldn't help but ask when he saw Bewitching suddenly appear. I went back to my room to sleep last night, Bewitching said frankly. Liar. Xianxia's face was full of disbelief. Yesterday, you clearly drank more than us. Why did I sleep with Ying when you went back to your room? Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. Bewitching smiled faintly. Last night, I planned to go back with you, but you and Ying were together after drinking too much. I asked you to go back, but you said you wanted to be with Ying, so I went back after sending you to your room. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Ying looked at each other, their minds quickly recalling the fragmented memories of last night. Suddenly, when a picture appeared in their minds, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but stick out her tongue. It seems to be true. No way? Xiren looked frustrated. Since you were fine last night, why didn't you send me back to my room? Ha ha ha. Until lunchtime, Shangguan Ying and the rest could not help but laugh at Xiren and Xiaoxuanzi. The scene of these two guys being drunk was really funny. Even Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan could not help but laugh when they heard about it. Come on, aren't they just drunk? You can't keep laughing at us, right? Xiren put down his chopsticks. Was it because he could not stand the laughter anymore? It's okay, haha. Shangguan Ying chuckled. It's just that the situation was really funny. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiren and Shangguan Ying. She secretly sighed that Xiren was destined to fall in Ying's hands. Among all of them, Shangguan Ying was the one who laughed the loudest. Xiaoxuanzi helplessly patted Xiren's shoulder. Brother, you have to take good care of your wife. For this grand wedding, the Lin family held a banquet for 7 days and invited all forces to come and play. Because of this, there were all kinds of temporary markets in the city. It was very lively. The 100 Lane clan's status rose again because of this matter. They had jumped from an unknown small clan to a clan with great potential that attracted a lot of attention. Everyone knew that with the help of so many forces, the Bailey family's rise was only a matter of time. D family. When Di Beichen and the rest returned to the family, the whole family was still in a happy atmosphere. However, Di Yujue and the rest had already focused on the land of inheritance. After knowing about this, everyone could not wait to find out if they could open the land of inheritance with their power. It would be best if they could open it without the 3 keys. Therefore, on this day, Di Yujue organized a group of talented cultivators from the Di family to go to the back mountain. Standing in front of the land of inheritance, Di Linxian and Di Yujue looked at the altar and the closed door in front of them seriously. All these years, they would occasionally come here to take a look, but they never had the chance to open it. Beichen, if this land of heritage can really be opened, that would be great. Di Xiaofeng's heart was filled with excitement. His father hadn't told him this before, and he had only just found out. Growing up in the clan, many people would inadvertently mention the land of heritage, saying that if the clan did not have the land of heritage, it would be impossible for them to have their current status. It was precisely because of this that he was even more curious. He did not know what kind of power existed in the land of heritage that would be of such great help to the clan. Di Beichen's expression was complicated. Even though it was his second time here, his mood was inevitably affected. What did this place have to do with him? Big brother, we still can't be sure if we can really open it. Di Beichen pursed his lips. If we can't open it, we have to find a way to find the secret key. Even if Shiyu is protecting Xiao Sou, we have to get it. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng nodded seriously. You're right. It's rare for a destined person to appear. If we can't enter the land of heritage to take a look, I won't be able to accept it. Although Shiyu's power far surpassed theirs, Shiyu could protect them for a while, but not forever. Once their power surpassed Shiyu, they would definitely find Xiao Sou and ask for the secret key's location. All the cultivators from the Di family stood on the spot with solemn expressions. In front of them was the foundation of the Di family. If it were not for the land of heritage, the Di family would not have been able to stand out among so many forces and become stronger step by step to achieve their current status. Even though the land of heritage had not been opened for many years, its position in the hearts of every member of the D family was unshakable. If they could enter the land of heritage, it would be their pride. As Di Linxian and Di Yujue bowed respectfully, Di Beichen and the others also bowed respectfully. At this moment, Di Linxian turned his head and said, "Regarding the records of the golden blood, the ancient books do not have complete records because it has never appeared for so many years. Therefore, we don't know what the result will be. Perhaps this door cannot be opened at all. However, I hope that everyone will not be discouraged because we will definitely find the other 2 secret keys. It's only a matter of time." Hearing the magnetic and majestic voice, everyone present nodded. They were indeed very hopeful about opening the land of heritage. However, the possibility of not being able to open it was indeed very high. After noticing the changes in everyone's expressions, Di Linxian raised his hand and said, "Beichen, Hongshuang, you may begin." Bailey Hongshuang and the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled faintly. Then, the 2 of them slowly walked forward. With a slash of their sharp blades, blood dripped onto the round tray in the center of the altar. After the 2's blood merged with the altar, everyone quieted down and focused their attention on the altar. The bright red blood flowed and gradually, the blood began to change. It slowly turned into the color of gold leaf. It was as dazzling as gold, but it was shockingly pure. Looking at the golden blood, Di Yujue and the others could not help but be moved. This was because the blood looked extraordinary at first glance and had a power that could shake one's heart. Over the years, they had tried to merge the blood but there was no change at all. However, this golden color was too magical. When all the blood had turned golden, it gradually merged with the altar. Then, everyone turned their attention to the door of the land of heritage. Di Yujue handed the D family's secret key to Di Beichen. Di Beichen also took the secret key and slowly walked forward. Looking at the 3 keyholes in the center of the door, he placed one of the secret keys. The moment Di Beichen placed the secret key on the door, a ray of light shot up into the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They quickly stabilized their figures, but they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of anticipation in their hearts. In fact, this had never happened in the history of the D family. A black power gradually rose from the land of inheritance, and in the blink of an eye, it had already wrapped Di Beichen. Everyone stared blankly at Di Beichen, who was enveloped by the black light. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and his body slowly rose into the air. A terrifying black energy appeared in midair like a giant beast. It was clearly daytime but it was now as dark as night. Di Beichen stood in midair. His handsome, godlike face was expressionless. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea, were filled with arrogance and indifference. Unlike his usual expression, at this moment, everyone felt that Di Beichen was a god revered by tens of thousands. No one dared to meet his indifferent gaze. An indescribable aura of nobility emanated from his body. It was arrogant, disdainful, and condescending. It was as if he could control the fate of the world with a wave of his hand. Everyone present stared at this scene in shock. This Di Beichen was so unfamiliar, yet he possessed a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. What's going on with Beichen? Xiren stared blankly at this scene. This was the first time he felt that Beichen was so foreign to him. Destined person. Is this the destined person? Di Linxian murmured. Ever since they found out about the concept of the destined person, they had been pondering over the true meaning of the destined person. Di Beichen was the D family's cursed body cultivator who had only appeared in the past 100 years. They had already realized that he was extraordinary from the moment he was born. To be able to return alive after leaving the family for so many years was already very shocking. Everything led them to believe that Di Beichen was the one who could open the land of heritage. However, the scene before them had exceeded their understanding. Perhaps Di Beichen was even more shocking than they had imagined. Di Yujue was also shocked to see this power that exceeded their understanding. This change was no longer something they could understand. Perhaps what they had understood in the past was not the true power of the land of heritage. The land of heritage that had been opened in the past was just a reward for their family. However, what Beichen had just touched was the true inheritance of their family. Just as everyone was thinking, the black energy became more and more terrifying. A terrifying aura that they had never seen before exploded. The entire D family was instantly enveloped by this black energy. Everyone felt as if they had seen a god. The terrifying pressure forced everyone to kneel down in submission. This kind of power had completely exceeded their understanding. It was a power that no one could possess. In the mountains surrounding the D family, the mystical beasts crawled on the ground and trembled. They did not dare to raise their heads. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, who were closest to them, felt that under the suppression of this power, they could not even move. Everyone couldn't help but kneel down, but only a white figure stood in place, staring blankly at the astonishing figure. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. She didn't know why everyone had already knelt down, but only she could still stand. However, facing Bewitching in this state, she only felt a distant and unfamiliar emotion emerge in her heart. However, before she could understand what kind of emotion it was, it had already disappeared. Bewitching's gaze slowly fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang. It was a complicated, unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar gaze. In the next moment, the black light enveloped Bewitching and swept him into the land of heritage. Only when the terrifying aura disappeared, Yujue and the others were able to raise their heads. Their bodies relaxed. Phew, all the cultivators present were panting heavily. The scene just now was simply too horrifying. Under that kind of terrifying suppression, even breathing became exceptionally difficult. What happened just now? Di Xiaofeng could not help but ask, where did Bewitching go? Everyone present looked at each other. In the face of that terrifying power, they all lowered their heads. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads. It was because of this that they did not know what happened after that and where Bewitching went. Bewitching entered the land of inheritance, Bailey Hongzhuang said. She was probably the only one who knew about this scene. Hearing this, Di Yujua's eyes lit up. So, Bewitching also successfully entered? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. Di Linxuan's expression was complicated. Although Di Bewitching entered the land of inheritance, the situation was clearly quite different from what they had imagined. What was the so-called destined person? Why did he have such terrifying power? It was too scary just now. Bewitching's aura also became very unfamiliar. I wonder what's going on. Shang Guanying frowned. At that moment, she felt that the person standing in midair was not the Bewitching they were familiar with. Instead, he was a natural ruler, cold and terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang also fell into deep thought. I don't know what's going on either. However, when Bewitching comes out, perhaps we will know. Hongzhuang, this happened after you and Bewitching's blood fused. Why did only Bewitching enter and you didn't? Di Xiaofeng was a little puzzled. Although the land of inheritance was opened with the help of the Xiao family, the Xiao family's cultivators had also entered every time. Logically speaking, Hongzhuang should have entered as well. As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, everyone had already surrendered uncontrollably. Only Bailey Hongzhuang was still standing in the same place. This had already revealed her uniqueness. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Big brother, this is the legacy of the D family. I'm just an opportunity. Bewitching is the one destined for it. You're right. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. In the past, the land of heritage was entered together with the cultivators of the family. Now that only Bewitching has entered, I wonder what the situation will be like. No matter what, someone finally made it in. Di Linxian smiled faintly. Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing have always hoped that our D family would never be able to open the land of inheritance. Now, it seems like they have already failed. Following Di Bewitching's disappearance, everyone tried again. After confirming that the door to the land of inheritance was indeed unable to open, Di Linxian allowed the group of disciples to return. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not return. They did not know when Di Bewitching would come out. Moreover, when Di Bewitching entered previously, his condition was clearly different from usual. They did not know if there would be any problems. Bailey Hongzhuang guarded the entrance of the land of inheritance every day, waiting for Di Bewitching's safe return. According to Di Yujue and the rest, the land of inheritance was the inheritance of the Di family. Even if they had entered the land of inheritance in the past, it was not very dangerous. Bewitching was also destined for it. There should not be any danger in entering. Every day, Di Linxian and Di Yujue would also come over to take a look. Because such a situation had never happened before, no one was sure when Beichen would come out. However, according to past experience, he wouldn't be in the land of inheritance for too long. Father, I feel like this land of inheritance is prepared for darkness attribute cultivators? Di Xiaofeng looked at the closed door and pondered, black blood, black energy. Perhaps we should have discovered this a long time ago. The probability of darkness attribute cultivators appearing was as low as light attribute cultivators. Among the various attributes, the probability of these two attributes appearing was the lowest. In the history of the Di family, darkness attribute cultivators had appeared before, but no one had thought about it carefully. Di Yujue fell into deep thought, that black light is indeed very special. Beichen is of the darkness attribute and founded the Dark Sacred Assembly. If we link everything together, it is indeed possible. Although the family has opened the land of inheritance in the past, that kind of black light has never appeared, so the previous patriarchs didn't pay much attention to it. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly, I still can't forget the scene of that day. That aura was too shocking. I feel that Beichen's future will be beyond our imagination. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, no one present objected. In fact, everyone had the same thoughts in their hearts. Di Beichen's performance was already very shocking, but now it seemed that the situation was even more shocking than they thought. Beichen's future might be beyond their imagination. Hongzhuang, why haven't you spoken much recently? Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Hongzhuang had always been the most concerned about Beichen, but these days, Hongzhuang seemed to be particularly quiet. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, I just feel that this matter is very mysterious. It seems like I vaguely touched on something, but I can't understand it. How do you feel? Di Yujue turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He clearly remembered her performance that day. Originally, when he knew that Beichen and Hongzhuang's blood could turn golden after fusing, he already felt that it was very magical. Now, it seemed that there were still some things that they did not think of. Ever since the two of them had joined forces, the compatibility they had shown had already exceeded expectations. Even in the land of heritage, Hongzhuang's performance was different from ordinary people. It was obvious that there must be a reason for this. I feel that the aura emitted by Beichen that day is somewhat similar to the aura I felt at the Statue of Darkness. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said, but it's a little different, but the feeling of power is the same. It's really amazing. Statue of Darkness? Di Xiaofeng was slightly startled. I've never been to the Statue of Darkness, but after you mentioned it, I feel that it's really possible. He did not have the darkness attribute, and when he was in the ancient battlefield, he only felt the aura of the Statue of Light. Originally, he did not think in this direction at all, but after Hongzhuang's reminder, he felt that the powerful and terrifying aura was comparable to no other power except for the Statue of Light. Statue of Darkness, Land of Heritage. Forget it. Even if we rack our brains here, I'm afraid we won't be able to come up with an answer. When Beichen comes out, perhaps we'll understand everything. Di Yujue sighed at first, then a smile appeared on his face. Even if he couldn't enter the land of inheritance, when Beichen comes out, they would have a better understanding of it. For the rest of the time everyone waited quietly outside. Bailey Hongzhuang was immersed in cultivation every day. To her, she had long been used to the long hours of cultivation. She didn't find it boring at all. During this period of time, everyone had also discovered the benefits of the devouring spirit stone. Usually, everyone's cultivation was constantly increasing, but their mental energy was only passively increasing. After cultivating to a certain level, the lag in mental energy would actually affect one's strength. However, even if everyone had discovered this problem, there was no way to improve it. Now that they had the devouring spirit stone, everyone's strength increased even faster. Hongzhuang, I heard that the family head and old family head have broken through again. Bailey Yunyan brought some food over. Once she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, so father's cultivation was actually hindered by mental energy. This is great. Isn't that so? Bailey Yunyan was full of smiles. Recently, the entire family has been jubilant. Everyone has been praising the miraculous effects of the treasures you brought back. The family head's strength was linked to the family's influence. Di Linxian and Di Yujua's strength had increased, so the Di family's position would be more stable. The devouring spirit stone is indeed a good thing. With such an effect, we're all very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but recall what Feng Qing had said. According to him, because the people of the immortal domain had closed the entrance to the immortal domain, there were more and more cultivators in the immortal domain. Under such circumstances, even the difficulty of ascension had become much greater than before. When this was first mentioned, she didn't pay too much attention to it. However, now that she thought about it carefully, would it be more difficult to ascend to the immortal domain because of this change? Whether it was her father or grandfather, they were all very powerful. Although there was still a slight gap between them and Shu Yu, according to normal circumstances, as long as they had a certain understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, they wouldn't be too far away from ascension. Now, it was unknown if the entrance to the immortal domain had been closed, so there didn't seem to be many people from the immortal domain to ascend. Could this be related to mental energy? Shu Yu's answer, Shu Tesses to say, Shu's as to the immortal domain's situation. Shu's, Shu Est, naturally, Shu Est tell her. This matter it at s, it at ttst understand to understand. Ttt test now, her biggest concern was Di Beichen. When they went in, Beichen's condition was too strange. Even if everyone thought that there wouldn't be any danger, she still wanted to stay here and understand the situation as soon as possible. Keep it? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. I remember that I brought a portion of it to grandfather's house back then. Now that you mention it, it's funny. Bailey Yunyan's face was full of smiles. Back then, grandfather wanted to give the devouring spirit stone to grandfather, saying that there was a treasure that grandfather had never seen before to give to him to broaden his horizons. You also know that grandfather and grandfather have always liked to bicker, so when grandfather heard this, he thought that grandfather was showing off and threatened not to take it. Grandfather didn't persuade him, and only said that he would come back to take it when grandfather wanted it. So it was delayed until now? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. It had already been more than a month. Coincidentally, he was busy with Mai Xiaofeng's marriage, so grandfather didn't take it to heart. Only when he heard that grandfather had broken through recently did grandfather come over. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Then there's going to be a show to watch today. Isn't that so? Xiaofeng said that there's no need to worry about a fight, because grandfather's strength is now stronger than grandfather's. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Beichen has also been in the land of heritage for a month, and he hasn't come out yet. Could it be that there's an incredible inheritance here, so just learning it takes a long time? Shang Guanying looked curiously at the tightly shut door of the land of heritage. At their level, it was not unusual for them to go into seclusion for 3 to 5 years. Maybe, this land of heritage has been here for at least 1,000 years. For a destined person to appear after so many years, the inheritance must be incredible. Xiren nodded. If that's really the case, then when Beichen comes out of seclusion, his strength will definitely be astonishing. Bai Liyanche's eyes were filled with excitement. Although their cultivation would definitely not be as good as Di Beichen's, if Di Beichen's strength increased, then they would have more confidence when they went to the immortal region. Just as everyone was thinking, suddenly, an aura came from the land of heritage. Sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. They looked forward expectantly, wondering if Di Beichen was about to come out. The door to the land of heritage slowly opened, and a tall and straight figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly ran over. Wife. The moment Di Beichen saw Bailey Hongzhuang's figure, a smile appeared on his face. Standing in front of Di Beichen and looking at the familiar smile on his face and the emotions in his eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was completely relieved. Even now, she could still clearly remember the coldness on Beichen's face that day. Fortunately, it was only temporary. Beichen, how is the land of heritage? Everyone rushed over and looked at Di Beichen curiously. Is the inheritance inside very powerful? What happened when you went in that day? It's just too shocking. Faced with one question after another from the crowd, Di Beichen shook his head. Helplessly, then said, How long have I been in there? Not long, only a month. Bai Liyanche replied. A month? Bewitching was slightly startled. I've been in there for a month? Looking at Bewitching's stunned expression, everyone was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Could it be that you felt time fly by in there? Following Bewitching's words, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It can't be? Did you just take a nap in there? Yes. Bewitching nodded affirmatively. Actually, I don't know what happened. I only remember that I placed the secret key on the door. As for what happened after that, I don't remember. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. This situation was clearly beyond their expectations. During this period of time, they had been thinking that Bewitching must have received an incredible inheritance in the land of heritage. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? This is too strange. You went in with such a shocking lineup, but in the end, you only went in to sleep. This is too unbelievable. Shang Guanying sighed. Bailey Hongshuang asked, Beichen, did you not feel anything different during the entire process? Then how did you get out? I only slept deeply for a while. Something seemed to have happened, but I can't remember it clearly. When I woke up, I was already standing in front of the door. The moment I came out, I saw all of you. However, there was one thought in my mind, and that was that I must gather the 3 secret keys before returning here. Hearing this, everyone understood. It seems that we still need to gather the 3 secret keys before we can receive the true inheritance in the land of heritage. However, since you entered the land of heritage, I believe that you must have gained something. It's just that you don't remember it. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. It was impossible for the land of inheritance to inexplicably suck people in. What's more, just this deep sleep was already a problem. If nothing had happened, Beichen would definitely not have slept for so long. Beichen nodded slightly, perhaps so. Beichen, has your strength increased? Mo Yunjue suddenly asked. Probably not. Beichen shook his head, but in the next second, his expression changed slightly. His deep and bright eyes gradually revealed a layer of surprise. How could this be? Seeing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Beichen curiously. Did you improve? My cultivation has indeed improved, said Beichen. I've broken through to the initial sun stage. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression froze. Then, their faces were filled with joy. Starting Sun Realm? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a happy smile. That's a lot of improvement. She and Beichen were originally at the 5th level of the Heavenly Moon Realm, but Beichen had broken through to the initial Sun Realm. This was a huge leap. Beichen, your luck is so good that it makes people jealous. When Xiren shook his head ruefully. You only went into sleep, and your cultivation increased by so much. You're attracting too much hatred. He had been desperately cultivating every day, but the gap between him and Beichen was still widening little by little. If he and Ying had not obtained the inheritance previously and closed the gap between their strengths, he would have been left far behind by Beichen. Everyone nodded ruefully. In the past, perhaps they did not have a clear definition of a god's favored child, but ever since they met Beichen, they clearly understood what a true god's favored child was. Seeing Wen Xiren's helpless look, Beichen reached out and patted him on the shoulder. There was a faint trace of sympathy in his expression. Haven't you already gotten used to being number 2 for a long time? Beichen, you've gone too far. Xiren was speechless. Had this fellow forgotten what modesty was? I haven't finished speaking. Why are you running away? Beichen ignored Xiren's ridicule and pulled Bailey Hongshuang's hand as they walked towards the clan. Mo Yunjue and the rest shook their heads. Xiren had always been defeated by Beichen. This was something that would never change in this lifetime. After returning to the clan, Beichen immediately went to look for Yujue. His entry into the land of heritage had attracted the attention of the entire clan. Now that he had come out, he naturally had to go back and give an explanation. However, when Beichen arrived, he found that the place was unusually lively. Old man D, I think you're hiding it from me on purpose so that you can take the opportunity to cultivate and surpass me. Lin Wenlan looked at Lin Xian in dissatisfaction. He never thought that Lin Xian would give him such a good treasure. If he had known this earlier, he would never have thrown a tantrum and refused. However, he knew very well that Old Man D had done it on purpose. Their cultivations had always been about the same, but now, Old Man D had directly surpassed him. At that time, I gave it to you out of goodwill. You were the one who didn't want it, and now you're blaming me. Old Man Lin, the older you get, the more shameless you become. Di Lin Xian's face was calm and there was a hint of complacency in his eyes. You're the shameless one. Lin Wenlan said angrily, I've known you for so many years. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Don't say those useless things. I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to you. Do you want to fight with me now? Di Lin Xian looked at Lin Wenlan proudly and rolled up his sleeves. Clearly, he was prepared to accompany her to the end. Hearing this, Lin Wenlan's face turned even redder. Wasn't this enough to prove that this old man did it on purpose? Usually, the two of them were not afraid of each other. Now that this old man was 2 realms higher than him, how could he fight? When Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang arrived and saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. Yun Yan was right. Today was going to be a chaotic day. The older one got, the more childish their temperament became. This saying was not wrong at all. Di Yujue helplessly watched the routine bickering between the 2 elders. At this time, he did not dare to interrupt. Once he became the spearhead, the anger of the 2 elders would definitely be directed at him. Thinking back to the years when Beichen hadn't returned, he had been scolded to the point that he didn't even dare to stay in the clan. Beichen, you're out? Suddenly, Di Yujue noticed Di Beichen, who had just walked in. His eyes lit up and filled with joy. Following Di Yujue's words, everyone turned to look at Di Beichen. Their eyes were filled with joy. This is faster than we expected. We thought that you would have to stay in there for at least 3 months to half a year. Di Lin Xian and Lin Wenlan stopped bickering and turned their attention to Di Beichen. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Di Beichen spread out his hands and said, Actually, I just took a nap in there and came out after that. There was complete silence. Di Yujue and the others looked at Di Beichen in a daze, wondering if he was deliberately making up a joke to tease them. It's true. Noticing everyone's expression, Di Beichen emphasized, there's only one message inside, and that's that we have to find all 3 keys. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization, and a look of regret appeared on their faces at the same time. If that's the case, we have to find a way to find all the keys. I'm afraid only Xiaoxia knows where the keys are. Di Lin Xian's expression turned serious. Originally, it was not difficult to accept not opening the Land of Heritage, but now that Di Beichen was a rare destined person, it would be a real pity if he did not open the Land of Heritage. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing that Xiaoxia and Xiao Sudong ran away back then. If they had also died back then, we wouldn't have any clues to find the keys now. Di Yujue smiled faintly. Although this matter had changed quite a bit, there was still a glimmer of hope in the end. Perhaps, this was also a kind of fate. The originally heavy atmosphere became relaxed with Di Yujue's words. Indeed, compared to the worst-case scenario, they at least had a glimmer of hope. Shiyu is the #1 expert in the upper realm. With him protecting Xiaoxia, it won't be easy for us to do anything. Lin Wenlan was not too optimistic. This matter was very troublesome in itself. If they could not think of a way, they could only watch helplessly. Shiyu is indeed the #1 expert, but the speed at which our strength has been increasing recently is also not bad. Perhaps it won't be long before we can surpass Shiyu. Di Lin Xian's eyes were filled with confidence, and his deep voice was filled with determination. In the past, the speed at which his strength was increasing had never been slow, but later on, for some reason, the speed of his breakthrough became very slow. Even though he had been in seclusion, he was still unable to make any progress. However, after breaking through recently, he found that the speed of his improvement had returned to the past. It was because of this that he felt that his recent condition was better than ever. In the past, he felt that Shiyu was difficult to deal with, but now he had confidence. Seeing how confident Di Lin Xian was, Lin Wenlan didn't argue with him. During this period of time, even he was surprised by Di Lin Xuan's improvement. If this continued, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat Shiyu. It was only a matter of time. Although Di Beichen didn't know how much Di Lin Xian's cultivation had increased, he knew that the situation wasn't as bad as they thought. Actually, he had never paid much attention to Shuyu, because his gaze had always been on the immortal domain. Even if Shuyu was a genius, he had only arrived at the crossing immortal domain and had yet to truly enter the immortal domain. As long as they were given enough time, their strength would definitely surpass Shuyu's. I'll send someone to keep an eye on Xiaoxia during this period of time so that she won't have a chance to escape. As soon as we have the confidence, we'll make our move. A cold light flashed across Di Linxian's eyes. Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing wanted to leave the Di family with an eternal regret. He wouldn't let them have their way. Apart from that, I've noticed that there's an extra mark on my hand. The black totem was like a burning flame. It was clearly still, but for some reason it looked like it was burning. It carried a mysterious and unique power. He had not noticed the totem at first, but when he reached out to hold Hong Zhuang's hand, he realized that there was an additional totem on his palm. He tried to use his mental strength to touch the totem, but there was no reaction at all. It seemed that there was nothing special about it other than a mark on his palm. However, Bewitching did not think that it was just a mark. In fact, no one would think that it was a simple mark at first glance. Let me see. Yujue quickly walked to Bewitching's side. When he saw the mark on his hand, his eyes were filled with shock. Di Linxian and the others also quickly walked over and carefully examined the totem in Bewitching's hand. This totem was obtained in the land of heritage. It's definitely not simple. Yujue's eyes were filled with fear. When he first saw the totem, he actually felt a terrifying power. This feeling was similar to when he saw Bewitching rise into the air that day. It was mysterious, powerful, and detached from everything. I think I've seen this totem somewhere before. Di Linxian frowned and his eyes were filled with thoughts. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Grandfather, think about it carefully. I think I've also seen this fire totem in an ancient book in the family. It's been a long time. The reason why I remember it is because this totem is very special. It leaves a deep impression on me at first glance. Di Linxian smiled. I used to think that these were all illusory legends. I never thought that they would come true one after another. Everyone, please calm down. I'll go back and look for it later. I'll see if I can find anything about this totem. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not expect that the ancient books passed down in the Di family would have records about it. However, this was good news for them. Beichen, I feel that you are becoming more and more mysterious. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. I've always heard that our family has a very powerful inheritance. In the past, every cultivator who opened the land of inheritance had achievements that far surpassed ordinary cultivators. Right now, you are also someone destined to be here. Who knows, maybe something incredible will happen. Maybe you can become someone from the immortal realms. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel happy for Di Beichen as his dark and bright eyes flashed with dazzling light. Even though he had yet to obtain the other two keys, he believed that the other two keys would fall into their hands sooner or later. Big brother, it's not just me. We will all become people of the immortal region. Di Beichen's lips curled into a warm smile. Believe me, it's only a matter of time. With their current situation, they were indeed still some distance away from entering the celestial realm, but this was only a matter of time. Once they broke through to the radiant sun stage, they would be able to enter the chaotic immortal realm. Although this was a very risky choice, it was not impossible to find a way out. After returning to the house, Di Beichen carefully examined the totem in his hand and carefully thought about his memories of this totem. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of any relevant information. The only thing he remembered was that he had to gather the 3 secret keys. Perhaps when he gathered the 3 secret keys and entered the land of inheritance, he would be able to find out the connection. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen's serious expression and handed him a cup of tea. The family's land of inheritance really feels more and more mysterious now. Yes. Di Beichen took a sip of tea and smiled. Perhaps in the future, we will discover that our family is not ordinary at all. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head when she saw Di Beichen's words getting more and more off topic. Beichen's ability to fabricate nonsense was also very shocking. No matter what, we have come into contact with some situations now. Although we are unable to gather the secret keys for the time being, I believe that it will eventually fall into our hands. Beichen's handsome eyes were brimming with confidence. He said calmly, I have already broken through to the initial sun stage. When we search for the secret on the treasure map, we will have a little more confidence. That's true. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. Now that the land of inheritance could only be temporarily set aside, it was a good time to search for the treasure. No matter what mysterious place the map fragment pointed to, it was definitely not simple. If they could obtain some opportunities from it, it would undoubtedly be best. For 2 consecutive days, Bailey Hongshuang and the others did not see Di Yujue and Di Linxian. According to Xiao Wanrong, the 2 of them had already plunged into the family's library and would probably not come out until they finished reading the ancient books. On the 3rd day, Di Linxian and Di Yujue finally appeared. However, both of them looked very regretful. We have flipped through the ancient books and indeed found this totem. Di Yujue sighed. It's a pity that there's only this totem in the ancient books. There's nothing else. Indeed, all the ancient books have been flipped through. The only thing I know is that this totem has something to do with the establishment of our family. But because too much time has passed, many of the records have been lost. Di Linxian couldn't help but feel regretful. Even though the family had been carefully protecting the ancient books all these years, it was inevitable that some of them would be lost after so many years. What a pity. Lin Yunqing sighed inwardly, then can we only find out when we open the land of heritage? That should be the case. Di Beichen felt that it was a pity when he heard the news, but he quickly recovered. Since this totem has appeared, we will know its true meaning sooner or later. Everyone nodded. That was the only thing they could do. After deciding to put this matter aside for the time being, Bailey Hongshuang and the others decided to set off to find the location of the treasure map. With their current cultivation bases, they could only stay in the abandoned immortal forest if they went to the upper realm. They could not go anywhere else. Moreover, if they went to the abandoned immortal forest now, no one knew if they would run into trouble again. Since that was the case, they might as well stay in the upper realm for the time being and raise their strength in peace. Father, Mother, Beichen and I plan to go out and train. You little fellows really can't stay idle. You've just come out of seclusion and you're already planning to go out and train. Mu Lingbing's voice was filled with helplessness, but her eyes were filled with heartache. You're a girl. Don't tire yourself out by working so hard every day. Reaching out to comb Bailey Hongshuang's soft, shiny hair, Mu Lingbing gently said, the Dark Assembly has been established and you're the Holy Maiden of Light. There's no one in the entire upper realm who can compare to you. Why tire yourself out? Bailey Hongshuang's heart warmed. Only her family cared about whether she was tired or not. Mother, I know you're worried about me, but I don't think it's hard. A bright smile spread across her exquisite face, and her strong confidence made her even more dazzling. On the contrary, I like this kind of life very much. In the Tianbua kingdom, she had no choice but to work hard to become stronger in order to change her situation. But in reality, the desire to become stronger had already taken root in her heart since her previous life. Although she needed to put in a lot of effort to improve her cultivation, she had gained a lot along the way. For the sake of her family and herself, she didn't want to stop moving forward. Lingbing, don't worry. Lan Yunxiao smiled. Our daughter isn't the type to obediently stay at home to take care of her husband and children. This kind of life is more suitable for her. In any case, we're still young. Why don't we let her go out and experience the world? Father is right. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Looking at the 2 smiling faces, Mu Lingbing couldn't help but smile. She waved her hand and said, forget it, I can't win against you. I don't object to going out to train, but you must return safely. I promise. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was serious, but the slight twitch of her lips revealed her emotions. Hongshuang, your mother is right. You must be careful when you go out. Lan Yunxiao seriously reminded her. As for us, you don't have to worry. Just go without worry. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded, if there's anything you need, just tell me directly. We've been here for a long time. We're already used to it. Lan Yunxiao waved his hand, his eyes filled with affection. That's good. Di Beichen also told his family about this idea. Di Yujue and the others also did not object. They all knew that Beichen and the others already had their own ideas. Just by looking at this map fragment, they knew that it wasn't simple. Since they were so fated, they naturally had to take a look. However, when Di Beichen and the others were about to set off, they unexpectedly saw Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan. "Big brother, Yunyan, what are you doing?" Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. "Beichen, do you mind if we go with you?" Di Beichen was a little surprised. "If you're willing to go, I'm naturally happy. But have you told everyone about this?" When this matter was mentioned earlier, Di Xiaofeng had never mentioned that he was going. Now that he suddenly said that he was going, it was really beyond their expectations. "I did." Di Xiaofeng nodded. "Originally, everyone always said that I liked to run around. But ever since you came, they stopped saying that. You're the one who likes to run around. I've already discussed it with my grandfather. Right now, I don't need to deal with the family's matters, so I still have enough time to go out and explore." Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, everyone nodded. Now that the Di family and the Lin family were doing well, they believed that there wouldn't be any problems for a long time to come. Grandfather was still strong and could take care of the family matters. Therefore, whether it was Di Xiaofeng or Di Beichen, they had a long time to continue adventuring. Of course, the most important reason is that every time you go out to train, your strength will increase very quickly. When Di Beichen first came, he was much weaker than me. Now, his strength has surpassed mine. If I don't go out with you, I don't know where I will be when you come back. As the big brother, I still have to maintain some dignity." As soon as he said this, everyone chuckled. However, when they thought about it carefully, what Di Xiaofeng said did make sense. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go together." Di Beichen smiled faintly. "Let's go." Everyone embarked on the path to find the incomplete map inheritance. This inheritance was very far away. Di Beichen had already studied the route before they set off. Therefore, along the way, wherever there was a teleportation formation, everyone used it to travel. When they arrived at a desolate place without a teleportation formation, they took the flying car and continued their journey. However, even using a teleportation formation to travel took a long time. The flying car flew quickly in the sky. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cultivating in the flying car. As for the task of controlling the flying car, it was directly handed over to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. "Master, there is suddenly a hurricane in front. It is difficult for the flying car to control the direction." Xiao Bai frowned as she looked at the gale in front of them. In fact, the flying car itself had a certain resistance to external forces. However, the wind speed was much more terrifying than what they usually encountered. Even if they continued to control the flying car, under the influence of the gale, their speed was too slow. Most importantly, the gale was still showing signs of intensifying. If this continued, the flying car would most likely go out of control. Di Beichen also exited his cultivation state after feeling the shaking of the flying car. He looked at the situation in front of him and frowned. Why is there such a strong wind all of a sudden? Di Xiaofeng and the others also opened their eyes. "Beichen, if the wind speed continues to increase, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to control the flying car. It'll be even more dangerous." Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded slightly. "Then we can only go down here." "All right." Everyone agreed. Rather than being blown away by the wind on the flying carriage, it would be better to find a temporary hiding place on the ground. After controlling the flying car to stop on a slope, everyone disembarked one after another. "The wind is so strong that I can't even open my eyes. It's hard to even tell the direction." Shang Guaninging stretched out her hand to block the wind in front of her. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying wind. Fortunately, they were cultivators and had profound skills. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been blown away by the wind. "I think the wind seems to be getting stronger. We have to find a place to hide as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if it's us, I'm afraid we might be blown away by the wind at any time." Mo Yunjia's face darkened. The wind was indeed a bit strange, but now was not the time to think about it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the surrounding environment. In fact, the place where they were now was already deserted. At a glance, there was no one at all. However, according to their judgment, they were still some distance away from the location marked on the map. After all, the location marked on the map was the ocean, and they were still on land. However, if they kept moving forward, they would reach the ocean soon. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, everyone nodded their heads and began to search the area. This was a flat area. It was very empty, and even the vegetation was sparse. At a glance, it could be said to be a flat land, and one could see very far. It was in this kind of environment that the wind was so terrifying. In this kind of environment, it was obviously not easy to find a cave. However, looking at the similarly empty land behind them, everyone could only give up on the idea. Normally, no one comes here. It seems that even demonic beasts don't live here. The possibility of a natural cave is too small. Di Xiaofeng's expression was a bit ugly. He looked around and there was no cave at all. Right now, the wind was gradually increasing. Even if he wanted to take a step forward, it was very difficult. If they didn't quickly find a place to stay, they would be directly blown away by the wind. This kind of scene. Just thinking about it was hard to believe. However, this was really the case. There are indeed no demonic beasts here. Bai Lianche's expression was serious. There was vigilance and worry between his brows. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Humans would often choose a suitable place to live together. Different demonic beasts were suitable for different places. Therefore, aside from some dead areas, there were demonic beasts everywhere. As a beast king, he was very sensitive to the aura of demonic beasts. Ever since he stood on the ground, he found that there were no demonic beasts around. This was a very rare situation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and their expressions became even more serious. It seemed that the situation was more complicated than they thought. Since we can't find a cave, we'll dig one ourselves. Bewitching's eyes flashed with determination. Since they had decided to go to the place pointed by the map fragment, they definitely couldn't give up. Although Bewitching's idea was a bit unexpected, it was indeed the only way. For a moment, everyone no longer hesitated and began to move. They had to dig this cave before the wind became more and more terrifying. Only then could they safely pass through today. Under this terrifying wind, just standing was already a very difficult task. Digging a cave was even more difficult. With a shovel, the soil directly flew over everyone's faces. Regarding this, everyone did not stop because of this. They all sped up and began to dig the cave. When Di Xiaofeng saw that Di Beichen and the others had brought shovels, he was very surprised. Normally, who would bring a shovel when they went out training? At this moment, Bailey Yunyan also realized the gap between her and everyone else. It turned out that everyone had a way to deal with this kind of unexpected situation when they went out to train. In comparison, she had never thought of using these tools other than the weapons she had in her hands. Fortunately, this time she came with Hong Zhuang and the others. If it was only her and Xiaofeng, it was completely impossible to dig a cave here with just 2 swords. Digging a cave, with Di Beichen and the others' methods, it was just a matter of minutes. However, in such a special environment, the speed was a lot slower. However, in the end, everyone succeeded in digging a cave and hid in it. After entering the cave, Xiao Xuanzi didn't stop, but continued to dig the cave a little wider. In this way, everyone could stay in the cave more comfortably. Everyone found a place to sit on the ground in the cave. Without the terrible wind, everyone felt comfortable. Beichen, I really admire you guys. Everyone has a shovel when going out to train, you really opened my eyes. Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Beichen and the others with a smile. As expected of a team, the shovels looked the same. Presumably, everyone bought them together. Listening to Di Xiaofeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This shovel didn't come from anywhere else, it was brought out from the spirit-devouring mine. When they were mining, they found that this shovel was extremely sharp, sharper than a weapon. The things in the immortal domain were of the highest quality. In addition, the spirit-devouring ore was very hard. The shovel was also made of a special material. Therefore, before they left, they took the shovel with them. Who would have thought that it would be used in this kind of situation? In the future, Xiaofeng and I have to prepare more things before we go out. Who knows when it will be useful? Bailey Yunyan's face was full of novelty. In the past, she stayed in the family most of the time and didn't have many opportunities to go out to train. Because with their cultivation, going out to train was really dangerous, so unless it was a large-scale training event, the family's disciples would participate together. This was the first time she tried to go out with a small group. However, it was also because she had never experienced it before that she felt that everything was so interesting. It turned out that going out to train actually required so many things to prepare. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled but did not say anything. Mining was not a glorious past. It seems to be getting colder here. Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but curl up her body. In fact, she had felt that this place was very cold from the beginning. But now, it seemed to be getting colder and colder. Let's start a fire, Bailey Hongzhuang said. She had also noticed the change in the environment. But here, if there was nothing, how could he start a fire? Before Bailey Yunyan could finish her words, she saw Bailey Hongzhuang take out firewood and pile it up. While she was in a daze, the fire had already started to burn. In the face of Bewitching and the others' calm and habitual appearance, Bailey Yunyan sighed. I never thought that we would have to prepare firewood when we go out for training? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, I happen to have one. I've really learned something new. Di Xiaofeng deeply reprimanded himself. He thought that he had a lot of experience in the outside world, but now he felt that his little bit of experience was really not worth mentioning. I finally understand why you guys have such great gains every time you train. No matter where you are, other people's preparations are definitely not as comprehensive as yours. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's serious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and felt a little amused. To be honest, if it weren't for the things they had to do in the abandoned immortal forest, they wouldn't have these things in their Qianquan bags. However, thinking about it carefully, it was true that no matter what kind of experience it was, it could be of great help to them. Some things that you think are unremarkable often play a big role in some special situations. When the twilight came, the earth was plunged into darkness. The fire in the cave became the only source of light in this silent night. There are no demonic beasts around here, so we don't have to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts at night. Bai Lianche looked around, however, it might not be a good thing that there are no demonic beasts around here. Hearing that, everyone nodded. A place without demonic beasts was very strange in itself. There must be some reason for it. Yanche, Linger, Xiaoxuanzi, do you know why there are no demonic beasts here? Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze to the three of them. Although Xiao He and Xiao Bai were demonic beasts, they were strange creatures created by the dark Holy Sun and Holy Maiden of Light. There was a certain difference between them and demonic beasts. I didn't discover anything. Xiaoxuanzi shook his head, however, it should be related to the harsh living environment here. In terms of the laws of heaven and earth in the upper realm, their current cultivation was already considered very good. However, they still had to be on guard against the possibility of being blown away at any time. Even if demonic beasts were larger in size, they could still be blown away if they weren't strong enough. That's right. Debachen's expression darkened, no wonder there are so few people in this place. The wind itself is already very strange. In addition, the temperature is getting colder and colder. It's indeed not suitable for living. It was not yet late at night, but the temperature was already abnormally cold. If not for the essence energy protecting their bodies, most likely, everyone would have frozen to death here after one night. Bailey Hongzhuang added more firewood into the fire. Everyone unconsciously moved closer to the fire. They had not felt this cold for a long time. Normally, with our cultivation, even if the weather turns cold, we won't feel too cold. But this time it feels like we've returned to our childhood and can only rely on clothes to keep out the cold. Di Xiaofeng looked at the environment outside. The night was dark and thick. Other than the light from the fire, he couldn't see anything else. This place is indeed very strange. Listening to the sound of the wind, the gale hasn't stopped yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for the gale to die down or even stop before we can leave. Mo Yunjua's gaze was complicated. This place was truly mysterious. I wonder how the person who drew this map came to such a strange place. Perhaps this person likes to explore. This place is so strange, so it's not surprising that there are fortuitous encounters inside. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If she didn't have the map fragment, she would also be very interested in this place. Whether it was the weather or the absence of demonic beasts, all these signs indicated that the situation here was very special. Going deep into the hinterland, perhaps they would have a chance to figure out all the grievances. Big brother, have you heard of this place before? Di Baichen turned around. Among them, Di Xiaofeng was the one who understood the environment of the upper realm the best. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. No, actually the upper realm is very large. There are many places that are deserted and no one would come here. If it weren't for this map, I might not have come to such a place in my life. Di Baichen understood. Indeed, if it wasn't for a purpose, ordinary people wouldn't think of coming to such a remote and desolate place. The next day, after dawn, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others found that the wind was still howling outside, and the wind speed was even more terrifying than yesterday. Therefore, everyone could only stay in the cave for 3 days, until the wind gradually died down, and then they walked out of the cave. Looking at the plain in front of them, everyone's mood was very complicated. Di Baichen said, "Now that the wind has stopped, let's continue forward." Everyone nodded. This place wasn't very far from the sea area marked on the map. In addition, the environment here was strange, and no one knew if they would encounter any danger later, so they didn't continue to ride the flying car. Although the flying car was fast, once a crisis occurred, their reaction speed would be slowed down, and it would be unsafe. It was a sunny day without the slightest breeze. The sun scorched the earth, and sweat unconsciously soaked the back of their clothes. This is really strange weather. 2 nights ago, it was so cold that we almost froze to death, and now it's so hot. It's like ice and fire at the same time. Shang Guanying wiped the sweat on her neck, and her face was full of disbelief. She still clearly remembered that she had been complaining about not bringing any warm clothes at night. This time, she only felt that she was wearing too much. This place is indeed very strange. No wonder there are no demonic beasts living here. Otherwise, how could the demonic beasts endure such a constantly changing world? At this moment, Xiren finally understood. No matter if it was a hot place or a cold place, there would be demonic beasts living there. This was because demonic beasts themselves were resistant to heat and cold. However, this place was hot and cold at the same time. Unless the demonic beasts could withstand the 2 extremes of weather, it was simply torture to survive here. Indeed, there are very few demonic beasts that can adapt to the cold and heat. However, it's not like there are none. Bai Liyanche's eyes darkened. Actually, there are such places in the world. I know of a kind of demon beast that can adapt to these 2 environments. Such an environment was rare, but for such a demonic beast, if they could find such an environment, it would be a great thing for them. However, there are no demonic beasts auras here at all. I'm afraid there are other strange places. As Bai Liyanche's voice fell, everyone looked at each other. These words meant that this place was even stranger than they thought. There shouldn't be any more problems, right? Just as Xiren finished speaking, the scorching sun was suddenly shrouded by clouds. In the blink of an eye, it began to rain heavily. No way? Xiren was dumbfounded. It's so strange. The weather is changing too quickly. In the blink of an eye, everyone was drenched by the rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Everyone could only use their hands to block the rain in front of their eyes. Only then could they vaguely see their surroundings. The rain is too heavy. I'm afraid we have to find a place to stay. What did you say? Shang Guanying asked loudly. Swish. Swish, swish. The sound of raindrops falling on the ground became louder and louder. Even the words of the people around them were almost inaudible. I said we have to find a place to take shelter from the rain. When Xiren also shouted at the top of his voice. They were in a flat area, and the rain was so heavy. If they continued to move forward, it would be easy to get lost. Most importantly, there were not many plants here. The soil could collapse under the erosion of the rain. The rain had blurred their vision. They could not find a place to stay. Di Baichen could only rely on his memory of the previous situation to try to find a place to stay. In the current environment, there was no place with high terrain. Even if they found a cave, it would quickly be filled with rain. I remember there are trees over there. Let's go there first, Bewitching said. Okay. Everyone followed behind Bewitching and slowly walked forward. The speed of the torrential rain was terrible. In just a short time, the rain had reached everyone's ankles. Fortunately, they found a few trees. With a leap, everyone jumped onto a tree. Bewitching took out a few canvases to cover the top of the tree. This way, the rain would not get to them. Xianxia wiped the rain on her face and wrung the heavy corners of her clothes dry. Looking at the rapidly accumulating rain below, there was only helplessness in her eyes. What kind of strange weather is this? If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have complained about the hot weather. This feeling of being a drowned rat is obviously more depressing than the scorching summer. Hearing this, everyone nodded helplessly. This situation had exceeded all of their expectations, and it was not something they wanted to see. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid we'll have to spend the night on this tree. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the sky. It was obvious that the rain would not stop for a while. However, such a changeable weather made her understand the reason why the demonic beasts were unwilling to live here. Xianxia, the demonic beasts must not be able to adapt to such an environment. Just based on the situation we're in right now, the demonic beasts that want to live here must not only be able to withstand heat and cold, they must also be good at swimming. I don't know what will happen next. If a demonic beast can really live here, then it would be an all-round demonic beast. Indeed. Bailey Xianxia nodded. Thinking about it, we're already in such a sorry state here. Ordinary demonic beasts definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an environment. This place is really amazing. Bailey Yunyan was not as annoyed as everyone else. On the contrary, she felt that everything was very novel. Such a special place. If she hadn't come with everyone this time, she was afraid that she would never have known that there were some places that were so special. I never knew that there were so many special places in this world. Bailey Yunyan smiled. Whether it was the terrifying wind from before or the shocking rain now, everything was interesting to her. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. Yunyan, although some strange things happen when you train in other places, this kind of place is really rare. I suddenly remembered something from a long time ago. Di Xiaofeng frowned as his thoughts drifted far away. What is it? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. This place is very likely to be that ghost city. Di Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly lit up as a deep shock appeared in his eyes. Ghost city? Everyone was startled as they looked at Di Xiaofeng in astonishment. This was the first time they heard of this term. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. The ghost city I'm talking about isn't Ghost City, but Ghost City as in Ghost City. When I went out to train again, I heard people talk about a place that sometimes appears and sometimes disappears. Even if you've seen it before, you might not be able to see it the next time you go. At that time, I heard from an old man that he was very poor. That day, I was drinking tea at a tea shop and he came to ask me for a drink. I pitied him and invited him to drink a cup of tea. This is what he told me. He said that he had been to a mysterious place. That place was close to the sea and was extremely remote with few people. Moreover, the weather there was very changeable. Sometimes it was sunny and sometimes it was raining heavily. The deeper you went, the less useful your strength would be. He felt that this place was very mysterious and there must be some incredible treasure inside. However, with his strength, he couldn't go to the bottom. Therefore, he went back and told his family about this, wanting to bring everyone to explore. However, when he went to that place again, he found that it no longer existed. At that time, everyone thought that he was crazy and imagined such a strange place. No matter how he explained it to others, they ignored him. After a long time, everyone thought that he was crazy. However, he always believed that what he saw was real. Unfortunately, after so many years, he never found this place again. The more Di Xiaofeng spoke, the more surprised he became. When I heard this old man speak, I also thought he was telling a story because I've never heard of such a place before. Even when I came here earlier, I didn't connect the two things together. It wasn't until after the rain that I suddenly realized that the place where it might be the place that the old man was talking about. Facing Di Xiaofeng's doubtful gaze, everyone was shocked. From the looks of it, there's a high chance that the old man came to this place. I just didn't expect this place to disappear. Bewitching's face was dignified, and his handsome eyes were full of thoughts. His thoughts were somewhat similar to that of the old man. There must be something special about this place. Otherwise, such a changeable environment would be too unreasonable. Eerie town. Bailey Hongzhuang muttered these two words. Suddenly, she chuckled, this name is really fitting. Everything about it is eerie. Ying, this skeleton army is already Beichen's subordinates. You weren't afraid when you first saw the skeletons. What's there to be worried about now? Xiran did not seem to care. However, he still hugged Shangguan Ying with his arm to give her a sense of security. I'm not afraid of the skeletons now. I'm just afraid that something strange will appear. Shangguan Ying touched her arm. Anyway, this environment is really strange. Do you think this is the place that the map pointed us to? Or do we just happen to come across this crafty city on our way here? Everyone looked at each other. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes. I don't know. However, since we've already come across it, let's see what's strange about this place, Bewitching said in a deep voice. Mo Yunjua's eyes also showed a trace of interest. This place is so hard to find. That old man spent so much time and still couldn't find this place. Since we've come across it, it's also a kind of luck. Although we can't be sure what's strange about this place, it's not bad for us to learn more about it. They were people who planned to go to the immortal region. The upper realm was a plane that was one level lower than the immortal region. If they did not even dare to explore this place, why would they go to the chaotic immortal region? Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. Although the change in the weather is very difficult to deal with, it's also an interesting experience. Let's see what's going to happen next. As if she was affected by everyone's emotions, Shangguan Ying also waved away the trace of worry in her heart. A smile appeared on her face again. It's indeed interesting when you think about it. All of you are famous people in the upper realm. Now, you have to hide in this tree to avoid the rain. If other people knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to believe it. As soon as she said this, everyone chuckled. It was obviously such a bad environment. However, because everyone was gathered here, they felt that it was very interesting. The rain was just as everyone expected. It would not stop for a while. The rain almost turned into a river. Fortunately, the tree that everyone was hiding in was very tall. Even if there was a river below, it would not affect them much. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that the rain stopped. The sky looked as if it had been washed, and it was a clear blue. Looking at the blue sky, everyone felt happy. The rain has finally stopped. I'm glad that I learned how to swim. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to run to if the water overflowed. When Xiran shook his head and sighed. After the rain stopped, he felt relieved. The ground is covered with water. It won't disappear in a short time. Bailey Yunyan looked down at the water below. For more than a day, the water level had been rising. Previously, it was only knee-deep, but now, it was already half a person's height. It's fine. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. A ship immediately appeared in everyone's line of sight. In the past, when they were training in the ocean world, this ship had always been with them, and she had always kept it well. He hadn't used it for quite some time now, but he didn't expect it to come in handy again. The water level will gradually decrease, but before that, let's row the boat and move forward. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, her figure leaping onto the boat. Bewitching and the rest did not waste any time and sat on the boat. The boat moved forward smoothly, and its speed was not slow at all compared to when they were traveling. However, everything was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had predicted. The river receded very quickly, and it only took half a day for the water to disappear. Everyone began to move forward on foot again. When they saw that the ground in front of them was still flat, they were no longer confused. In such a harsh living environment, it was not easy for a few trees to survive. As they got closer to the front, they became more certain that this was the place where the old man came from. This was because the closer they got, the more they felt that the effect of their primary energy was gradually disappearing. This feeling undoubtedly made everyone panic. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation, the effect of their primary energy had always been reflected in their daily lives, and everyone was already used to the various magical effects of their primary energy. However, the effect of their primary energy was disappearing. They could not use their primary energy to speed up their journey, nor could they use their primary energy to protect their bodies from harm. It felt as if the more they moved forward, the more their cultivation level regressed. Step by step, they became their original selves who had never started cultivating. This feeling was very strange. Perhaps they did not notice it at the beginning, but the feeling became more obvious as they moved forward. Unknowingly, the scene of their cultivation appeared in everyone's minds. What were they doing when their cultivation levels were like this? This place is so strange. Bailey Hongzhuang broke free from her memories, and her expression turned grave. Could it be that this place we're in is an illusion? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and looked around vigilantly. The feeling of being inexplicably immersed in her memories was very strange. If it was on a normal day, they would not be in such a state at all. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, Wen Xiren and the rest came back to their senses. After realizing the situation from before, everyone was bewildered. If this is an illusion, then this person's means are probably more powerful than Qing devils. Bewitching's face was full of solemnity. The environment set up by the Qing devil was very real. It was only because of some utilitarian points that they were able to crack it. However, based on what they had sensed so far, they had yet to discover the purpose of the illusory realm. If this is really an illusion, then it's too scary. Di Xiaofeng's expression became very unsightly. Normally, the size of the illusion indicates the strength of the person who created it. The more realistic the illusion, the larger the range, the more powerful the opponent would be. Along the way, the range has completely exceeded the ordinary illusion, which means that this person's strength has exceeded our imagination. Everyone's hearts sank. This place was indeed strange. That doesn't make sense. Mo Yunjue suddenly said, if this is an illusion, then its purpose is to trap people here forever. Then how did that old man leave? This is such a remote place. Normally, no one would come here. Most people wouldn't think of waiting here, right? Ling Er looked around. Although many experts like to live a carefree life, even experts wouldn't like the environment here. If it's not the environment, then it means that the environment here is really like this. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. After feeling less worried, she felt that this place was mysterious and strange. So there really is such a special place in this world. Seeing it once is really better than hearing about it 100 times. Everyone felt relieved. Although the environment in front of them was very bad, it was a very interesting experience to be able to explore such a magical place. If it weren't for this map, we would never have known that there was such a mysterious place in the upper realm. Shang Guanying smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said in high spirits, I suddenly look forward to this inheritance even more. I wonder what kind of inheritance it is that it would be left in such an interesting place. Noticing that everyone's interest was piqued, Bewitching's expression also relaxed. According to the location marked on the map, we should be able to reach it in a few days. That's great. Bai Lianche was happy. The weather here can change at any time. If we have to stay here for a long time, it will be really bad. Although they had passed through all kinds of situations very calmly so far, no one knew what would happen in the end as the origin energy became weaker and weaker. If they lost all their origin energy in the end, just the bad weather alone would be enough to kill them. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. This was indeed a mysterious and strange place, but the risks involved were not small. Other than that, everyone had another worry in their hearts. They didn't know if the disappearance of the origin energy was temporary or if it had truly disappeared. The various situations before them made it impossible for them to make an accurate judgment. The only thing they could do was to continue moving forward. A cloudy day was undoubtedly the best weather for everyone. In such an environment, the speed of everyone's advance was also much faster than before. However, the good times did not last long. It had only been 4 hours, and everyone found that the weather had begun to change again. It's suddenly chilly again. Is it going to get cold again? Shang Guanying looked at the vast land in front of her and frowned. The sudden change in temperature was extremely uncomfortable. A cold wind blew past. It was bone-chilling. From the time when everyone noticed the change in the weather to the time when the temperature dropped, it had only been the time for an incense stick to burn. In the blink of an eye, it was already winter. What terrible weather! Everyone took out thicker clothes from their Xianxia bags. However, due to their cultivation, they didn't need to wear thick clothes even in winter. At this moment, they had no choice. This is only temporary. If we persist, it won't be long before the sky changes. A clear and sweet voice sounded, and Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were firm as she looked at everyone. Even though they had only been here for a few days, they had already completely adapted to the weather. However, the situation was far worse than what everyone had imagined. Bang, bang, bang. It's hailstones. Quickly find a place to hide. Suddenly, countless hailstones fell from the sky. Once the fist-sized hailstones fell on their bodies, the pain was still extremely intense. If they were not careful and were hit by more than one hailstone, even they could be seriously injured. Quick! Go to the front. Bewitching pointed at a hill in front of them and shouted. Everyone sped up, dodging the hailstones as they rushed forward at full speed. There were no caves or places to hide in the surroundings. This was something that everyone had already noticed when they were moving forward. So at this moment, when everyone arrived at a hill, they did not hesitate to pick up a shovel and start digging a cave. In this situation, other than this method, they could not find any other way. Even if it would take some time, as long as they could endure it, everything would be fine. While Di Beichen and the others were digging a cave, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan raised the boat above everyone's head. Clang, clang, clang. The hailstones fell on the boat and made a violent sound. Di Beichen and the others' hands were moving quickly. If they were not careful and were hit by the hailstones, bruises would immediately appear on their bodies. Not long after, everyone finally dug out a cave that could accommodate them and hid in it. My God, something like hailstones can even happen. This damn weather is simply deliberately messing with us. Xiao Xuanzi rubbed his shoulder. Even if he tried his best to dodge, the hailstones still inevitably hit his body. Fortunately, he was originally a demonic beast and his body was relatively strong. Even if his spirit energy had degenerated, his physical strength was still there. Other than a slight pain, there were no major problems. As for Bailey Hongshuang and the others, their situation was slightly worse. Although they usually paid attention to tempering their bodies, there were still some differences between them and demonic beasts. The feeling of this hailstone hitting my body is like being kicked out by someone. Wen Xiren rubbed his arm. Do you think that if we continue to move forward, the sky will not fall from the sky? Pucci. Shang Guanying, who was originally annoyed, suddenly laughed. Hailstones should be the most exaggerated. How could there be knives? The effect of this hail is not much worse than a knife. I'm afraid we'll be tortured to death by this weather before we even reach our destination. Xiren shook his head. Normally, he only felt that his strength was enough to deal with many crises. He did not pay much attention to the power of heaven and earth. However, after this encounter, he finally understood how terrifying the power of nature was. We do have to be careful from now on. Di Beichen's expression turned grave. Our elemental energy has regressed a lot, and it's still regressing. This means that before we reach our destination, we may become ordinary people who have never cultivated before. When that time comes, whether it is our speed or our physical condition, it will be far from what it is now. If we encounter another hailstorm. Di Beichen's voice stopped, but everyone understood that they could not underestimate this weather. Otherwise, they might really lose their lives here. Could it be that this strange place wants to use such a special method to let us experience what despair is? It's useless for us to think so much now. Since we're already here, we can only continue forward. Bailey Hongshuang's ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with determination as always. She believed that they would definitely be able to pass through this place. The greater the difficulty they encountered now, the greater the rewards they would reap in the future. Since the inheritance could appear in this place, it could be seen that the person who left the inheritance had also passed through this place. One could only imagine how powerful this person was. The hail fell for an entire night, and everyone stayed in the cave for an entire night. This night was exceptionally difficult to endure because the coldness had already seeped into their bones and blood. If not for their perseverance, once they fell asleep in this cold night, they might never wake up again. The next day was another sunny day. Compared to the hailstorms and torrential rain, this sunny day was already the best weather for everyone. As everyone continued forward, their primary energy gradually dissipated, and everyone's appearance gradually began to change. Originally, everyone was wholeheartedly rushing forward, and only a sunny day was the most suitable time to rush. If they did not hurry now, once they encountered bad weather, they did not know how long they would have to wait. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that her clothes seemed to have become a little bigger. Why did the sleeves of her clothes suddenly become longer? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly noticed Beichen's face beside her, and her heart was suddenly filled with surprise. "Beichen, you seem to have changed a little." Hearing this, Beichen slowed down his steps and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with some confusion. He was also a little surprised. "Wife, your face, my face?" Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously touched her face with her hand, not understanding what this meant. At the same time, Shang Guanying and the rest also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Everyone was curious. "Hongzhuang, you seem to have suddenly become a little smaller." In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance had not changed much over the years. The only difference was that she was less tender and more mature. However, the Bailey Hongzhuang in front of them reminded them of the time in Tiangang sect. At that time, Bailey Hongzhuang also looked like this. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Beichen is the same. Usually, they were together day and night, so she didn't feel much about Beichen's change. However, just now, she suddenly noticed that Beichen's face was a little more tender, and only then did she notice the difference. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone turned to look at Beichen. Their expressions became very interesting. "Yeah, Beichen has changed too. Xiren, you've changed too." After taking a closer look, they realized that not only had Beichen and Hongzhuang changed, but everyone present had shrunk as well. "I was wondering why I felt that the clothes had become bigger. It turns out that the people have become smaller." Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised and also felt a little funny. Looking at Beichen like this, it reminded her of the time when they first met. So many years had passed unknowingly. "Where is this place? It's fine if the cultivation has weakened, but even the people have become smaller." Shang Guanying's face was full of disbelief. This experience was really too shocking. She couldn't imagine what kind of means could make people change like this. This was beyond the scope of their understanding. Bailey Hongzhuang sensed it carefully and a look of surprise appeared on her face. That does seem to be the case. Everyone carefully recalled their current cultivation level. It was indeed the same as their age. Their initial worries lessened and were replaced by a sense of novelty. This is too strange. How did it become like this? Ling Er was confused. As a member of the Dragon clan, she had come into contact with many novel things. However, this situation was clearly far beyond her knowledge. Everyone looked at each other. This kind of thing had never happened before. They had never even heard of it. "Let's continue forward. Perhaps we'll become like when we were young." The corners of Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile. This kind of scene was indeed a very special experience. If it wasn't an illusion, then this kind of power was too shocking. Hearing this, everyone nodded and resolutely continued forward. Since they had already come here, there was no way they would back out. Moreover, it was very interesting to find out the reason for all this. Everything was as everyone had expected. As they got closer to their destination, their appearances became smaller and smaller. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the little boy in front of her. Her eyes were filled with joy. She had never seen Beichen's appearance as a child. This guy had indeed been good-looking since he was a child. "Hongzhuang, I didn't expect you to have changed so much." Shang Guanying walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. "I think it's quite interesting now. It's as if we've known each other since we were young." "I've changed a lot?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow and asked. Shang Guanying nodded and casually took out a mirror. "Look, isn't this quite a big change?" Bailey Hongzhuang originally didn't take Shang Guanying's words to heart. However, when she saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, her expression suddenly changed. Hongshuang, what's wrong? Shang Guanying couldn't help but ask when she saw Bailey Hongshuang's shocked expression in the mirror. Logically speaking, they should have guessed the situation before them and shouldn't be so shocked. However, Bailey Hongshuang's heart was in a perilous situation. Not for any other reason but because the face reflected in the mirror was not her previous appearance. It was her appearance in her previous life. This face had only appeared in her memories. However, it had truly appeared now. This incident had shocked her more than anything before. Aside from Beichen, no one else knew about this. However, in this mysterious place, she had actually become her real self. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang only felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of terrible power was this? So many incredible things could happen. Hongshuang? Are you all right? After a long while, Bailey Hongshuang recovered from her thoughts. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. She shook her head and said, I'm fine. Didn't you just see your childhood appearance? Why are you so shocked? Shang Guanying heaved a sigh of relief, you scared me to death. I thought something had happened. Mo Yunjue looked deeply at Bailey Hongshuang, a faint light flashed in his deep and enchanting eyes. Even though the young face in front of him was still very beautiful, the difference was too big. A person who saw their own appearance when they were young would definitely not reveal such a shocked expression, and Hongshuang's expression just now was clearly very strange. After sweeping away the doubts of Shang Guanying and the others, everyone then continued on their way. They were a little curious as to what they would become in the end. At this time, Di Beichen walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side, his concerned voice sounded in her ear, Wife, is this how you looked in your previous life? Bailey Hongshuang was slightly stunned, she did not expect Di Beichen to have guessed it so quickly. She nodded, not hiding anything. Between her and Di Beichen, there had never been any secrets. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang nod, Di Beichen's expression became very complicated. What kind of power was this, to be able to change the appearance of the deepest part of the soul? Then those people who had taken over her body would have nowhere to hide. Face her true self in her heart? This matter is really getting more and more interesting. The corners of Di Beichen's lips raised slightly, the memories of his childhood kept appearing in his mind. When he was young, he followed his master to gain experience, and played around with Xiren. Those memories that were gradually fading gradually became clear at this moment. Everyone's mood unconsciously became happy. When he was young, he was the most carefree, he did not know what worry was, he only cared about whether he was happy or not. Even Bailey Hongshuang did not have the pain and ridicule of childhood in this life. In her previous life, she grew up in the palms of her clansmen. Every elder treated her as the apple of their eye, even if she did something wrong, when they reprimanded her, they would not be so cruel as to scold her. Her childhood memories were recovering, ever since she had transmigrated, she would occasionally remember everything from her previous life. That was a memory she did not dare to touch, because every time she thought of it, she would feel a little sad. If possible, she really wanted to see her grandfather again, she really wanted to see those old men who she had taken the opportunity to pull their beards. Their smiles were always so warm in her memory, but she did not fulfill the expectations of the elders for her, and died early, even implicating the Bailey family. She knew very well that no one would blame her. How could these old men, who loved her to the bone, blame her? However, she had no way not to blame herself. Back then, that little girl was also mischievous every day when she studied. She recalled this scene in her mind, unknowingly, tears had already blurred her vision. Shangguan Yu of the general's residence, they all knew that when she was young, she was always bullied when she was young. Of the general. Of the time. Of the Bailey Hongshuang. Of the Beichen. Other than Bailey Hongshuang, Mo Yunjue was still expressionless. Even when he was young, he was still so cold, his lonely figure could not help but make people's hearts ache. The only difference was that his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Looking at Mo Yunjue like this, everyone felt their hearts ache. They had always been curious as to why Mo Yunjue had such a cold temperament. Other than Hongshuang's every frown and smile, everything else seemed to have nothing to do with him. It turned out that Mo Yunjue had become like this at such a young age. Even if they didn't know what had happened to him, they knew that it was definitely not a happy childhood just by thinking about it. His cold-bloodedness and indifference started when he was young. No wonder it was ingrained into his bones and couldn't be changed. As everyone's appearance became smaller and smaller, they finally stopped at the appearance of 6 or 7 years old and never changed again. Everyone finally relaxed when they saw this. Otherwise, if he were to become an infant, then how would they be able to find the inheritance? Not only that, but the weather also stopped changing, allowing everyone to let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the situation isn't as bad as we thought. At least we won't lose our lives for now. Bei Chen's gaze fell in front of him. He could already see the blue sea as far as his eyes could see. They were getting closer and closer to their destination. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the map in her hand and compared it to the environment in front of them. The location marked on the map is here. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. We've finally reached our destination. But according to the location marked on the map, the inheritance is in the ocean. But right now, we don't have any cultivation and we're still children. It's very dangerous for us to enter the ocean. Di Xiaofeng looked at the boundless ocean in front of him and his heart sank. With their current situation, no matter how you looked at it, it would be very difficult for them to enter the inheritance. Let's take it one step at a time. Mo Yinjua's voice sounded, since the inheritance was set up, there must be a way to obtain it. Everyone nodded. What he said was true. Since the inheritance was left behind, there was no way that they wouldn't have a chance to obtain it. Perhaps the cultivator who drew this map in the past couldn't pass this stage but was unwilling to give up, so he thought of a way to draw this map. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the map in her hand and didn't feel optimistic about the situation in front of her. To be able to draw such a map and leave here, this person's strength was definitely not simple. Even so, this person hadn't succeeded. With their current situation, they didn't have any advantage. As they got closer and closer to the ocean, their vision became wider and wider. Looking at the sea in front of them, everyone was at a loss. With such small arms and legs, it would be a problem for them to row the boat. Just as everyone was pondering, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Are you tired? Along the way, you've gradually grown up. You've experienced sadness and exhaustion. Do you feel that it's been hard? You were so simple and pure when you were a child. Before all the damage was done, you were just your original self, the most simple and happiest person. This voice was like the sound of an immortal. It came from far away, but it also seemed to resound in everyone's hearts. After hearing these words, the voices and smiles of the dead unconsciously appeared in everyone's minds. It's been hard on you. You've been injured so many times. There's always someone trying to hurt you. Even if it's someone you're trying your best to protect, he might not understand you at all. Everything you've worked so hard for might not be recognized by others. You've wandered the world until now, and you've obtained everything you've ever wanted. But are you really happy? The pain in their hearts was constantly magnified. All the pain they had suffered over the years appeared in their minds, constantly sensing their emotions. Every crisis, the slightest carelessness could cost them their lives. Nervousness, panic, and fear were constantly magnified. Everything they had tried so hard to keep could be lost at any time. You will never know if the people you care about will lose their lives in one of the trials. Those people you once knew and hated were once high-spirited, but in the end, they still turned into eerie bones. Actually, as long as they don't go to the trials, they can live well. Is the Tao so important? Why do we have to walk the path that others have walked? You cannot be so tired. As long as you let go of all this, let go of this so-called absurd obsession, you will become relaxed. Let go of your obsession, let go of the worldly troubles of chasing, then you will be your true self. This voice was ancient and mysterious, sounding like Sanskrit in everyone's hearts. Every sentence carried a settled power, hitting everyone's hearts. An inexplicable feeling of oppression exploded in everyone's hearts, bringing with it an indescribable sadness. All the hard work was actually just your obsession, meaningless. If you were just an ordinary person, then you wouldn't have to work so hard to live an ordinary life. Humans were born to be lonely. Return to the origin and find your original happiness. Everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, and their pessimistic feelings were constantly magnified. Yes, why did they have to work so hard? Actually, they could live a simple and happy life. Come to me. Let go of all your obsession, then you can be truly happy. It was as if there was a pair of warm hands waving at them. As long as they walked forward, they could have true happiness. Come, child, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. Everyone unconsciously took a step forward, slowly walking forward. They had been really tired and hard all these years. Now, as long as they walked forward, they could stop the source of all their pain. Everyone looked forward in a daze, thinking about the definition of life. It was as if what they once firmly believed in was now meaningless. There was no power that could support them to continue. The thought of giving up quickly circled in their minds. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were empty and confused. Listening to this ancient and persuasive voice, she vaguely saw a kind of emotion struggling in her heart, as if she felt that there was something wrong with what he said. However, under the influence of pessimism, it was difficult for such emotions to emerge. Bailey Hongzhuang swayed left and right. Her footsteps paused slightly, as if she was trying to figure out what the conflicting emotions were. And the instant she came to a stop, the rising belief in her heart finally became clear. No, all these years of hard work were not in vain, because she never gave up, because she worked hard, she found her family and gave them a better life. Perhaps if they stopped, they would be able to live a peaceful life. However, in this society where the strong preyed on the weak, no one knew when an accident would happen. Perhaps what they were doing now could not be seen for the time being, but if such a crisis really happened one day, they still had the ability to stabilize the situation. They had walked all the way with pride and arrogance. There was indeed pain and danger. The road ahead was full of thorns. No one knew if they would still be alive in this world in the next moment. But even if they did nothing, the risk still existed. They were not walking the path that others had walked, but the path that they wanted to walk. This kind of pessimistic mood should not belong to them. After this positive thought appeared in her mind, Bailey Hongmei's confused eyes showed a trace of light. That's right, she should not be in this mood. The so-called origin was just the initial appearance of being powerless. Because she did not have the strength, the former Bailey Hongmei was bullied like that when she was young. If she had the strength at that time, then so many things would not have happened later. So, why give up everything and return to her original appearance? The light in the darkness became brighter and brighter. When the pair of eyes became overflowing with light, Bailey Hongzhuang broke free from the enchantment of the demonic sound and regained her consciousness. After finding her true self, Bailey Hongmei realized that she was no longer in the appearance of a child. Instead, she had returned to her original appearance. A faint smile appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate face. She looked at her familiar hands, and her heart became even more resolute. There were many things that you had always ignored because when you faced them, you would fall into a very complicated mood. But when you truly faced all of this, your heart would become more determined. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that she had been baptized. Not only did her will not waver, it was even more firm and stable than before. Was this an illusion? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the scene in front of her and felt a little puzzled. It was like an illusion but also not an illusion. There was a kind of unfathomable feeling. This kind of power exceeded her previous understanding and became extremely special. Turning her head, Bailey Hongzhuang found that Bewitching had also broken free from this kind of despair. Because Bewitching had also changed from his original appearance of a child to a normal appearance. However, other than the two of them, the others were still in the state of being controlled. What the hell is going on? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes slightly and looked at the others who were slowly walking forward with confused expressions. In front of them was the azure blue sea. With everyone's current appearance as children, once they fell into it, they would definitely die. Bewitching's handsome face was solemn and cautious. He tried to wake the others up, but found that they were all immersed in their own thoughts and could not be disturbed by external forces. Such a scene was strange yet familiar to them. Not too long ago, they had also experienced such a scene. It seems that external forces are unable to awaken them. The only way is to rely on their own willpower to break free from despair. Otherwise, both of their hearts sank. They were only a few hundred meters away from the sea. Even if they were walking slowly, it wouldn't be long before they fell into it. Hongzhuang, don't worry. I believe that with everyone's perseverance, we should be able to escape. Although the situation in front of them was extremely dangerous, they had experienced all the way and gone through many tests. Their determination was far stronger than ordinary people. Even if they fell into despair and confusion at the beginning, as long as they were given a certain amount of time, they believed that they would be able to break through the shackles and understand everything. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and her delicate jade-like face had a trace of calmness. Recalling everything that had happened earlier, a trace of inspiration flashed through her mind. Do you remember that in the strange illusion just now, the ancient voice said, "The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you'll be saved"? Bewitching's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a sea. The sea of bitterness abyss. The two of them looked at each other and said this word at the same time. Previously, when they saw the location depicted on the four incomplete maps, they vaguely had this conjecture in their minds. The upper realm and the lower realm had three abysses. After asking Granny Hua and the others, they clearly understood that the Sea of Bitterness abyss was not in the celestial region. There must be a reason for the legends passed down from ancient times. The Sea of Bitterness abyss must exist, but it was gradually forgotten in the long river of history. As long as everything in front of them was connected, there was no doubt that this was most likely the Sea of Bitterness abyss. No wonder no one knew the location of the Sea of Bitterness abyss for so many years. This place is so remote, and it's so dangerous to walk here. It's normal that no one knew after a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the blue sea in front of her with emotion. Even if she had not seen the true appearance of the Sea of Bitterness abyss until now, based on everything she had experienced so far, the Sea of Bitterness abyss was completely different from the other two abysses. Among the three abysses, although the inheritance of the first two abysses is difficult to obtain, someone has succeeded in obtaining it. Only the Sea of Bitterness abyss has not been successfully passed through so far. Debachen's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, rippled with a complicated light. He looked around cautiously. The Sea of Bitterness abyss was really too mysterious. This mysterious power could obliterate anyone with a weak will because everyone would have some pain in their heart and things they did not want to recall. Giving up was a thought that would occasionally appear in everyone's mind. It was just that everyone usually deliberately ignored these thoughts. Nonetheless, when a mysterious power kept magnifying those thoughts, everything became terrifying. The pain that had been suppressed in the bottom of your heart was magnified infinitely. It created a beautiful and carefree environment for you. This was completely in line with human nature, because everyone thought the same thing. Not only that, this kind of power was even beyond one's imagination, because some people who had experienced pain before would find it even harder to walk out of such emotions. It was a kind of shackle, a kind of obsession that made it impossible for one to let go. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Mo Yunjue. Of all their pasts, Mo Yunjue was undoubtedly the most painful. Even if she didn't know what kind of painful experience it was, she knew that it was something he didn't want to look back on. Among everyone's expressions, Mo Yunjue seemed to be struggling the most. This was the first time that Bailey Hongzhuang had seen Mo Yunjue reveal such a pained expression. It was as if someone had stabbed his heart viciously. The pain that seeped into his bones would cause anyone to be moved. Bai Liyanche, Xiao Xuanzi, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai were undoubtedly the least affected by this. They did not have any memories of the past, and ever since they recognized their master, they had been living happily. Although they had experienced all kinds of dangers, they all had good endings in the end. To them, being able to accompany their master was the happiest thing. Therefore, the so-called pain did not bring too many negative emotions to them, and happiness was not attractive to them. This was because when they opened their eyes for the first time, they saw their master. They were happiest when they were with their master, and spending the rest of their lives alone was something they were unwilling to accept. "Sister, what's going on?" Bai Liyanche could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang after he woke up. The feeling from before was too strange. "This should be a test of the bitter sea abyss," Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. "The bitter sea abyss?" Bai Liyanche was slightly stunned. "Is this really the bitter sea abyss?" "Although we can't be completely sure, according to our judgment, it should be close," Bailey Hongzhuang said after some thought. Xiao Bai looked around curiously. "This is the bitter sea abyss? But there are no buildings here, and it seems to be very different from the demonic abyss." Bai Lianche and Xiaoxuanzi nodded. According to their thoughts, the Bitter Sea Abyss should also have a huge building, but it was unexpectedly empty, and there was nothing here. All along, other than knowing that the Bitter Sea Abyss exists in the upper realm, there are almost no other records about it. Therefore, we can't get any understanding of the Bitter Sea Abyss from other people's descriptions. Bewitching looked calm. Since we came here by chance, it's fate. No one said that the three great abyss are similar. The Bitter Sea Abyss has disappeared for so many years, and it shows that it's different. We do have to put aside our previous thoughts. This might be a completely different place. Bailey Hongzhuang had a serious expression. Just this method alone was something that the previous two types of chaos abyss didn't possess. Thinking about it carefully, the first two abysses targeted a cultivator's cultivation and strength, while the abyss of the Sea of Bitterness targeted a person's heart. The human heart was the most terrifying thing. No matter how strong a cultivator was, there was no guarantee that they could pass the test of their heart. This kind of test had almost nothing to do with strength. It was a completely different kind of test. The most important thing now is to figure out how to make everyone understand all of this. Otherwise, if this continues, once we fall into the sea, I'm afraid we'll be finished. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Mo Yunjue and the others who were still moving forward. This situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, another person returned to his original appearance. After Shang Guanying woke up, she angrily rebuked, "You want to trick me into giving up? How could this be? I've worked so hard for so long, and now you want me to give up and go back to the beginning? That would be letting myself down." Ing, you're right. Bailey Yanche smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Speaking of which, when they were in despair, they only felt that their strength was boundless. But in reality, it was just as Ing had said. Their efforts had not been in vain. Isn't that so? Shang Guanying looked disgusted. At first, I was almost confused, but then I thought that something was wrong. This cultivation path was chosen by me. Although the process is difficult, I don't feel pain. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring to stay at home and take care of her husband and children all day long? In the future, they would live such a life. Now, they wanted to go out to experience the world and see the wonders of this world. The test of the Bitter Sea Abyss is not a problem for Ing. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. This kind of psychological test had less effect on people with simple minds. Xiren still hasn't figured it out. His will is not as strong as mine. Shang Guanying looked at Wen Xiren with disdain, but there was a hint of worry on her proud face. In fact, she was very clear about the difficulty of this test. As long as they lost control of their hearts, they would be finished. We're not far from the sea, Xiaobai reminded. Everyone looked. They were only 100 meters away from the sea. If they didn't wake up, they would really fall into the sea. However, they had returned to their original state. Perhaps they could prevent this from happening. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. No one knew if they could break through the shackles of their hearts. Soon, Di Xiaofeng also woke up. He was still a bit afraid. This test is quite scary. Even the test of one's mind wouldn't be like this. After noticing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had passed, Di Xiaofeng sighed. I didn't expect your minds to be so firm. You saw through everything so quickly. Big brother, in fact, we also just woke up. Di Beichen smiled. This place is so strange. Di Xiaofeng looked around. I think this place might be the legendary Bitter Sea Abyss. However, after saying this, Di Xiaofeng noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were calm. Am I wrong? Big brother, our thoughts are actually the same as yours. Di Beichen nodded. We also think that this might be the Bitter Sea Abyss. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng suddenly understood, although there are no records of the Bitter Sea Abyss in the ancient books, the scene in front of us and what we just experienced is very fitting to the name of the Bitter Sea Abyss. However, this kind of psychological barrier was often the hardest to overcome. I think the reason why no one has been able to obtain the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss is because the psychological barrier is too difficult. Because no one could pass through it, and the weather here is so strange, over time, no one came here, and the news of the Bitter Sea Abyss was gradually lost. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. This kind of inner test was what everyone was most unwilling to accept. Perhaps this was also the reason why many people were in the two abyss but not the abyss of misery. Soon, Bailey Yunyan also woke up. Seeing that everyone was gradually waking up, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others relaxed a little. Now, their beliefs were undoubtedly much stronger than before. Since everyone could figure it out one by one, they believed that even if Ling and Mo Yunjue spent a little more time, they would definitely figure it out. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching knew very well that the reason why Ling had fallen into such negative emotions was definitely because of the incident between Bai Yunjiao and He Shinjun. Even if there were still many things that she could not remember clearly because of the existence of the seal, just these things alone were enough to make her feel very painful. Once she was immersed in such pain, it was really too difficult to see through everything in a short period of time. The two gradually moved forward, getting closer and closer to the surface of the sea. Bai Lianche walked directly to the front of the sea because he was worried. He wondered if they could save Ling and Mo Yunjue if they really fell into the sea. However, when Bai Lianche was about 10 meters away from the sea, he found that he could not take another step forward at all. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking his way. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' hearts sank. They knew that the situation was definitely not that simple. Once they could not break through this barrier, it meant that they could not save Mo Yunjue and He Shinjun at all. Will they be okay? Bailey Yanche furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with worry. The abyss of the Sea of Misery was full of strangeness. Even now, they still did not understand what kind of existence it was. Logically speaking, in the past when the two great abyss tried to break through, even if they failed, they would not lose their lives. Could the situation be as bad as we think? Xiaohei could not help but ask. I can't be sure. Although they are called the three great abyss, it's obvious that the abyss of the Sea of Misery is different from the other two great abyss. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. Perhaps the abyss of the Sea of Misery in front of them could not be judged by their previous experience. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Everyone watched as Linger and Mo Yunjue got closer and closer to the surface of the sea, while they were all blocked by the restriction. Damn it, can we break this restriction? Xiren could not help but ask. Hearing this, Debachin pondered and said, we can give it a try, but the possibility of success is not very high. Boom, everyone used their strongest attacks to attack the restriction. The dazzling attribute power emitted a dazzling brilliance, but the situation before them was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Normally, when he used his strength to attack the restriction, even if he couldn't break the restriction, he would at least cause a ripple on it. However, when their attacks landed on the restriction, it was as if they were directly absorbed. There was no movement at all. It was as if they had not attacked at all. How could this be? Shang Guanying was astonished. This was the first time they had seen such a restriction. Bang, when Xiren did not believe it and tried again. He found that the situation was still the same as before. What a strange restriction. Everyone's heart sank even more. If they could not break the restriction, it meant that they could only break the shackles in their hearts through themselves. However, there were only 5 meters left. If they did not wake up, it would really be over. Linger, wake up. Bai Lianche shouted anxiously. 4 meters. Linger, Yunju, wake up. No one knew if their calls would work or if she could hear them in such a state of mind. But no matter what it was, they had to give it a try. 3 meters. Linger's footsteps suddenly stopped. Under everyone's gaze, she quickly returned to her original appearance. Seeing this, everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone called out to Mo Yunjue in unison. Perhaps this method was really effective. Yunju, wake up. Don't be misled by this voice. Everything you've done is meaningful. Everyone shouted. With a distance of 3 meters, even if they moved very slowly, they would fall to the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye. Linger looked at her surroundings in a daze. She completely did not understand why she was suddenly standing here. When she saw Mo Yunjue gradually walking into the sea, a trace of worry appeared on her face. Linger, try and see if you can hold Yunju. Debachin suddenly said. Hearing this, Linger immediately reached out to grab Mo Yunjue, but found that there was a layer of invisible force blocking her movements. No, there's a restriction between me and Yunju. Linger said anxiously. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. There was only a distance of 1 step left. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. A feeling of nervousness and fear spread. Along the way, they had always been a team. They had never thought that one day, someone might leave their team. This was something they could not accept at all. Yunju, knowing you has always been something we're happy about. The pain of the past is over. You still have us in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the tall but lonely figure, and there was a trace of heartache in her voice. She had always been grateful to Mo Yunjue. Whether it was the help in the past or the experience they had now, he had always done his best to help her. Let it go. As long as you continue moving forward, you will be able to forget all the pain. The ancient voice carried a boundless attraction as it circled around Mo Yunjue's mind. Ever since he was young, he had always been in pain. Even if he was the young master of the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion, he would rather not have this identity. Even he himself found the life of a walking corpse laughable. What was the point of continuing such a life? If abandoning everything could relieve him of his pain, then he was willing to abandon everything. At this moment, a gentle, nervous, and pained voice entered his ears. Mo Yunjue's body suddenly trembled. That devastatingly beautiful face appeared in his mind, like a grain of sunlight that illuminated the darkness in his heart. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. In the past, he had indeed lived a very painful life, but ever since he met Bailey Hongzhuang, many things had become less important. Even if she liked someone else, he didn't care. Because liking someone was his own business. As long as he could watch from afar, it was an indescribable happiness for him. He didn't regret it. Or rather, he used to regret it, but everything changed after he met Bailey Hongzhuang. He no longer regretted it. Even if all the hardships he had encountered in the past could be exchanged for meeting her, it was worth it. Yes, it was worth it. Yunju. Everyone could not help but cry out in alarm. When they saw Yunju take a step forward, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Once he fell into the sea, they did not dare to imagine the consequences. Bang! The sound of someone falling into the sea rang out, splashing water in all directions. For a brief moment, everyone's expression fell into a daze. They could not believe that such a thing could really happen, nor could they accept it. Yunju. Everyone cried out in alarm, their faces pale and nervous, revealing a sense of helplessness. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, everyone attacked the barrier with all their might. They could not believe that the person who had been traveling with them would leave the group here. Everyone was stupefied, with an indescribable panic. They were instinctively unwilling to believe the scene in front of them. Damn it! What kind of lousy place is this? When Xiran smashed his fist fiercely on the barrier. No matter how they attacked, the barrier remained unmoved, without any ripples. They watched helplessly as Mo Yunjue fell into the sea, but there was nothing they could do to help. This feeling of helplessness was so sullen that it was driving them crazy. There must be a way, there must be a way. Bailey Hongzhuang forced herself to calm down. The more anxious she was, the more blank her mind became. However, at a time like this, it was too difficult to calm down. How could I die so easily? Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of laughter rang out from the front. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. They were pleasantly surprised and looked in front of them in disbelief, afraid that they had made a mistake in their judgment. Was I hallucinating just now? Shangguaninging looked at the crowd with uncertainty. She had indeed heard this voice, but she was not sure if it was real or not. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked in front of her nervously. She and Shangguaninging had heard this voice as well. In the next moment, the tall black figure suddenly jumped out from the sea and appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces simultaneously revealed a deep sense of surprise and joy. Yunju, you're all right. You scared us to death. What the hell is going on? The moment Mo Yunjue got up, everyone discovered that the original restriction had disappeared, and they were able to smoothly rush to the front. Noticing the worry and nervousness on everyone's faces, Mo Yunjue also felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He had actually been bewitched by those negative voices and had actually forgotten that he had already obtained many things that he had never obtained before. Thank you for waking me up. I woke up at the last moment. A rare smile appeared on Imo Yunjua's face, like a melting glacier, instantly illuminating everyone's hearts. At this moment, Bailey Yunyan and the others finally realized that Imo Yunjue was actually so good-looking when he smiled. This kind of clean smile was enough to stir one's heart at a glance. Not many women could resist this kind of charm. When Xiran saw that Shangguan Ying was staring at Imo Yunjue with a dazzling smile on her face, he couldn't help but stand in front of Shangguan Ying and pull Imo Yunjue to the side. After Imo Yunjue returned safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation was not as bad as they thought. As long as everyone was still together, that was the best. This place is too strange. If we're not careful, we won't know when we'll lose our lives. Should we leave this place? Shangguan Ying's face was full of worry. Recalling the previous situation, she couldn't help but feel scared. If Imo Yunjue didn't wake up at the last moment, perhaps their team would have an eternal regret. Didn't they say that no one has been able to obtain the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss? It must be because this place is too strange. Everyone fell into deep thought. Everything that they had seen so far was strange. It was far more strange than they imagined. No one knew if they would run into a trap and lose their lives just like that. However, no one was willing to leave just like that. Let's look around first. The Bitter Sea Abyss has been missing for so many years. It's normal that no one has obtained the inheritance. Di Xiaofeng's face was serious. As far as he knew, the Bitter Sea Abyss had disappeared for too many years. In these years, countless cultivators had tried to break through the other two abyss. Some places that had long disappeared from everyone's sight naturally couldn't be successfully broken through. They had the opportunity to come here and it was a pity to leave just like that. That's right. Let's take a look for now. Bewitching comforted everyone. Since we're already here, no matter what, we have to know what kind of existence the Bitter Sea Abyss is. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded. It was rare for them to come here and they were unwilling to give up just like that. According to the situation on the map, the final location marked is the sea area in front. Should we go and take a look? Bailey Hongzhuang asked for everyone's opinion. Although there was only a vast sea in front of them, she believed that the mark on the map would not be wrong. At least along the way, there was no problem with the mark on the map. It was just that this map didn't introduce the situation of the Bitter Sea Abyss. However, she was grateful to the owner of the map. If they hadn't noticed the small words on the map, they might have arrived here long ago. With their cultivation at that time, facing such a situation, only death awaited them. Sitting on the small boat, everyone slowly rushed towards the location marked on the map. Along the way, everyone's speed was not fast. They looked around vigilantly, afraid that something would happen. Fortunately, the journey was calm and peaceful. There wasn't even the slightest bit of wind and waves. It was surprisingly smooth. In this vast sea, a small boat was particularly conspicuous. There were no signs of human habitation nearby, and there were no demon beasts at the bottom of the sea. Everything here seemed to be still. If it wasn't for their appearance that broke the peace, perhaps this place would continue to be like this. This should be the location marked on the map. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face revealed a trace of confusion. There's clearly nothing here. How could it be here? Indeed, it doesn't make sense, but this is the place marked on the map. Bailey Hongzhuang's sweet voice was filled with certainty. After carefully comparing the map, she gave a definite answer. Seeing this, everyone could not help but carefully observe the nearby situation. However, they really could not find anything special in such a vast sea. Could it be that too much time has passed, so the inheritance has disappeared? When Xiran voiced his suspicions. No one knew how long this map had been drawn. Perhaps someone had already been here before them. Let's go down to the bottom of the sea to take a look. Bewitching suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. They saw Bewitching's figure flashed and directly jumped into the sea. As Bewitching jumped into the sea, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. Without further delay, they quickly jumped into the sea. Usually, the seawater always had a faint fishy smell. However, the seawater here was different. It did not have any smell, just like pure water. After jumping into the sea, everyone did not see any difference and could only continue to swim deeper. However, as everyone swam down for a distance, the scene in front of them had completely shocked everyone. A huge tower sat at the bottom of the sea. It was so huge that it was like a castle. Even if it was just the top of the tower, the range was not ordinary, let alone the bottom. The entire pagoda was gray in color. Chains that were thicker than a person's body locked the entire pagoda, as if a sinner had been imprisoned here for a long time. It emitted a heavy and terrifying aura. No one thought that the real abyss of the Sea of Misery would look like this. The terrifying chains revealed an indescribable heaviness. This was a building that could not be described with words. It was spectacular beyond one's imagination. It was clearly located in the sea, but it was still brand new, as if it had not been eroded by the sea at all. Compared to it, the other two abysses were too far apart. Oh my God, there is such an existence in the world. Di Xiaofeng and the others were all shocked. They looked at such a magnificent and heavy building in disbelief. It was the same feeling that he had when he first saw the Brilliance Shrine and the Darkness Shrine. The difference was that it was a kind of worship and faith, while the one in front of him was a complete shock. Is this the real Sea of Bitterness? Bailey Hongzhuang muttered to herself. This kind of building had a kind of power that made one's heart palpitate. To think that such a shocking building would gradually be forgotten by the people of the upper realms. This shouldn't be the case. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how this building was built, but its majestic grandeur was destined to be a shocking existence. It was a pity that such a place would gradually disappear from the sight of the world with the passage of time. The Bitter Sea Abyss is located at the bottom of the sea. Its name is really appropriate. Bewitching said slowly. The abyss of the Sea of Bitterness was just like its name. It was located at the bottom of the sea. So this sea is called the Sea of Bitterness? Everyone was slightly startled. No one knew the name of this sea, but the Sea of Misery was really fitting. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't understand the situation either. Usually, this kind of situation would be an unpardonable evil. However, the Bitter Sea Abyss looked so quiet and solemn. It didn't seem to be related to evil. However, the chains wouldn't exist for no reason. There must be a reason for it to appear here. Could it be that their judgment was wrong? Just then, Di Xiaofeng's voice suddenly sounded. I didn't expect the Bitter Sea Abyss to appear here. This voice was different from his usual voice. It was low and hoarse. Noticing this, everyone couldn't help but look over. They didn't understand what was going on. However, when they looked over, they found that Di Xiaofeng's eyes had turned red. Almost immediately, everyone realized that the one who spoke wasn't Di Xiaofeng, but the nine-tailed inferno fox. After a short moment of surprise, everyone wasn't too nervous. Di Xiaofeng and the nine-tailed inferno fox had already formed a contract. Therefore, the nine-tailed inferno fox wouldn't harm him. You know about the Bitter Sea Abyss? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The nine-tailed inferno fox nodded. The Bitter Sea Abyss itself has a very strong power. It's a place that even cultivators from the immortal region want to reach. Actually, the three abysses are filled with evil. The other two abysses are filled with blood, power, violence, and even cruelty. To mainstream cultivators, the existence of the three abysses isn't a good place. However, it's undeniable that if you want to increase your strength, this kind of environment will allow you to become stronger in the shortest time possible. At the same time, the number of cultivators who die in the abyss is even more terrifying. This is also the origin of the word abyss. Hearing the nine-tailed inferno fox's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood. Originally, they didn't pay much attention to the names of the three abysses. Although they felt that the names were very strange, they didn't know that there was so much meaning behind it. The Bitter Sea Abyss is different from the demonic abyss. It exists to test a person's heart. You've already experienced it before. Isn't it very scary? The nine-tailed inferno fox chuckled. There was a hint of mockery in her laughter. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded. That kind of interrogation of one's heart was indeed very difficult. Because it would make all problems unavoidable, making it impossible for you to avoid them. This is just a small part of it. In the past, the Bitter Sea Abyss was the same as the other two great abyss. Many cultivators came here to pass the test and obtain great power. However, this place is far more difficult than the other two abysses. Didn't you ask me why the Bitter Sea Abyss is locked with chains? The nine-tailed inferno fox asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was something that made them curious. That's because too many people have lost their lives here, or because there's an eternal demon in their hearts. The shackles of the heart were far more terrifying than the shackles of the body. The cultivators who failed in the other two abysses only needed to recuperate for a period of time to recover from their injuries. Even if it would delay some of his cultivation progress, it wouldn't have much of an impact. However, it was not easy for cultivators who failed in the Bitter Sea Abyss to escape unscathed. Hearing the nine-tailed inferno fox's words, the scene gradually appeared in everyone's mind. Demons dancing wildly, that was probably the real demons dancing wildly. If most of the cultivators who came here turned into lunatics, then the scene would be extremely terrifying. It's because of this that the Bitter Sea Abyss was locked to the depths of the Bitter Sea by countless shackles. In the past, the Bitter Sea Abyss was located on an island and was much more conspicuous than the other two abysses. Everyone also understood, but in the face of such a situation, everyone's mood was very complicated. So, the reason why the Bitter Sea Abyss was lost was not because it was hard to find, but because someone did it on purpose. All the puzzles were solved at that moment. Compared to so many cultivators falling into madness, it was better to treat it as if it never existed. Although it cut off the possibility of training an expert, it also prevented a greater loss. The Bitter Sea Abyss's hurdle is so difficult, the reward after passing it must be very shocking, right? Bewitching suddenly asked. When he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. No matter if it was the murderous aura or the blood aura, they were both extremely powerful existences. If it was an ordinary power, it would not be of much use as their strength increased. However, the effect of these two powers had always been there. Even if it was reduced slightly, the effect was still very huge. The difficulty of the Bitter Sea Abyss increased by so much, its aura must be extremely powerful. That's right, the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss is a very powerful existence. Nine-tailed inferno fox nodded slightly, just like how its test is to face one's own heart and strengthen one's own beliefs, its inheritance is also a related existence. This power is not used on others, but on the cultivator himself. That is to see through all falsehoods. Even nine-tailed inferno fox could not help but reveal a yearning expression when talking about this power. See through all falsehoods? Bailey Hongzhuang was startled. Does it mean that the illusory realm has no effect in front of the cultivator who obtains the inheritance? Illusory realm is just one of the many falsehoods. As long as you obtain the inheritance, no matter what kind of illusory realm it is, it will not affect you at all. Not only that, any psychological test is meaningless to you. You can see through all falsehoods, and you can even judge people more accurately. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Although this didn't sound like a very strong power and wouldn't be of much help to one's combat strength, this kind of ability was often the most important to a cultivator. Seeing through all falsehoods. If they had such an ability, they would not have been suppressed by the Azure Demon earlier. In the face of some terrifying auras, they would not change their minds because of the other party's strength. This means that the aura of the strong will no longer be of any use to you. You will strengthen your strongest belief, and all illusions and aura suppression will no longer have any meaning. Actually, these are just means. The most important thing is that your heart will become unprecedentedly strong. The path of cultivation was long. In the early stages, one cultivated the body, and in the later stages, one cultivated the mind. As long as your hearts are unshakable, it is only a matter of time before you raise your cultivation. Everyone fell into a state of shock. Even if they only heard about it, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. This kind of power was enough to make many cultivators go crazy. There's actually such a power in the world. Mo Yunjia's expression was complicated. Every experience would make them understand how insignificant they were. The inheritances of the three great abyss were very powerful, far beyond their imagination. They couldn't imagine where these powers came from, and who had such a terrifying power to imprison such a powerful bitter sea abyss. There's one more thing that you might not know. What is it? If you obtain the power of the three great abyss, these powers will fuse together to become the strongest power. Nine-tailed Inferno Fox's lips curled up in an interested arc. This happened before, and only one person had truly done it. But it was really a long time ago. We only know that it was a graceful figure, and his strength was enough to make everyone gasp in shock. Since then, no one else had done it, and the news of the three great powers fusing also came from this person. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. They already had the blood aura field and the killing aura field, and vaguely felt that these two powers were similar. Now that they understood this point, they also believed that it was definitely true. So there's such a connection between the three great abyss. Xiran sighed, no wonder they're called the three great abyss. If Hongzhuang and Beichen can also obtain the inheritance of the bitter sea abyss, wouldn't that be amazing? Shang Guanying's eyes lit up. Among all of them, only Beichen and Hongzhuang had obtained the inheritance of the two great abyss. The inheritance of the third great abyss was the most difficult, and it would be very difficult to obtain the inheritance. If you can obtain it, it's naturally great. But before you try, you'd better think carefully. If you fail, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Nine-tailed Inferno Fox's gaze fell on Beichen. Don't forget your promise, you still have to follow me to another place. Hearing this, Beichen nodded. Don't worry, I'll always remember this. So, it's best if you don't go in. If you go crazy, then everything I've done will be meaningless. Looking at the serious look on the nine-tailed Inferno Fox's face, everyone finally understood the reason why he introduced so many things. In fact, after understanding all of this, everyone's hearts were beating like drums. If they didn't know, they would have definitely entered directly. However, now that they understood so much, once they entered, they might also become people who lost their minds and ultimately die in the sea of misery. Why don't we give up? Bailey Union's face revealed a trace of fear. Originally, she didn't think of anything, but now that she understood, she felt that this place was not just a little scary. If they gave up, they might lose something. But if they entered, they might lose everything. Di Xiaofeng had already returned to his original appearance. Although the nine-tailed Inferno Fox was using his body to speak, he still understood everything clearly. Di Xiaofeng gestured for Bailey Yunyan to keep quiet, and Bailey Yunyan immediately stopped talking. In such a situation, everyone needed some time to think. Compared to the bloodiness and cruelty of the other two abysses, she felt that the original intention of the Sea of Misery's existence was not to drive countless cultivators into madness, but only to strengthen the cultivators' beliefs. However, the cultivators' hearts were far from being as strong as the Sea of Misery thought, which was why there were so many problems. Previously, when she passed a test on the coast, she felt that she had gained quite a lot. After entering, she might be able to hone her willpower and face her heart. However, if she could not bear it, it would be extremely painful. When their hearts were unable to bear such pain, they might lose their lives. Silence. A long silence. Everyone just stood there quietly and looked at the majestic pagoda in front of them. They were struggling in their hearts. They had spent so much effort to come here and found the long-lost Sea of Misery. If they just stood in front of the door, they would be too unwilling. However, going in required too much courage. At this moment, a distant and ancient voice echoed from the Sea of Misery. Unlike when they were on the coast, they did not know where the voice came from. Now, they clearly knew that the voice came from the pagoda. It was a voice that they did not understand at all. It sounded like a chant, but the magical language was something that they had never come into contact with before. It carried a special power. Hearing the magical voice, everyone felt their hearts tremble, and their bodies were baptized. Unconsciously, everyone sat down at the entrance of the Sea of Misery. They closed their eyes and emptied their minds, quietly listening to the mysterious voice. All of their distracting thoughts had disappeared at this moment, leaving only nothingness and purity. They sat there for a long time, and no one knew how long they had been sitting there. When Bailey Hongzhuang woke up, she felt that her body was a little stiff as if she had been in the same position for a long time. The door of the Sea of Misery had been opened unknowingly. Looking at the heavy door, she only felt a strong attraction inviting her in. Her footsteps unconsciously pulsed, and she slowly walked through the door. Walking into the first floor, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the layout was very different from what she had imagined, but it also seemed like it should be like this. The simplicity of this place was vividly displayed. There was no dazzling brilliance. Everything here seemed to have returned to its origin, bringing with it a simple and unadorned power. Simple wooden chairs and simple and casual furnishings. However, it was precisely these things that they would not have taken a fancy to on a normal day that appeared grand and simple here. At a glance, the main hall was empty except for some decorations. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned to the stairs in front of her. It was said that the Bitter Sea Abyss was not like the other two abyss that had a special place to break through. The Bitter Sea Abyss only existed for one purpose, and that was to break through. As long as he could reach the top of the tower, it meant that he had successfully passed the trial. However, after so many years, other than one person, no one else had been able to reach the top of the tower. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about what kind of test there would be on this floor, but found that nothing happened, so she walked directly in the direction of the stairs. Could it be that because the Bitter Sea Abyss has disappeared for so many years, even this level has become different? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little puzzled. She thought that the first level would be very difficult, but she did not expect to go directly to the second floor. However, Bailey Hongzhuang soon understood that things were not as she thought. It was just that the first floor did not have an assessment. As soon as she walked to the second floor, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the scene in front of her changed. Familiar and ferocious faces appeared in front of her. Bailey Yuyan, Shan Yuanheng, all of her former opponents had appeared in front of her. These people had been the stumbling blocks on her path, and now they had all appeared. They all look down on you and want to kill you. Now that you have become stronger, you should kill all of them, these bitches. They think of ways to bully you and humiliate you. You should kill all of them. In a world where the strong are respected, these people are just cheap lives. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ferocious faces in front of her. In addition to some familiar faces, there were also some unfamiliar faces. Vaguely, she also remembered the faces of these people. Whether it was in Fengbo country, Tiangang sect, or even Punlai Palace, these people had mocked her and concluded that she would die miserably. A lot of messy rumors were spread by these people. If it weren't for these guys, she wouldn't have been criticized all the time. Bailey Hongzhuang, go to hell. Xiaoso stabbed directly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her ferocious and terrifying appearance showed that she wanted to kill her. You stole my man and destroyed my family. I must kill you today. Bailey Hongzhuang held the sharp sword in her hand and moved directly to meet her. There should be an end between them. Ding ding ding. Their figures moved and the two directly confronted each other. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure was as fast as lightning. Her sword rose and fell without mercy. Chi. The long sword pierced Xiaoso's chest, producing a dull sound. After Xiaoso's death, Han Xiling appeared in front of her again. Beichen will always be mine. You don't deserve to be with him. If I kill you, Beichen will be with me forever. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. She didn't want to say anything more to this woman. All this time, she had already given in quite a bit, but Han Xiling had always been pushing her bottom line. Since it was destined that only one of them could survive, then she could only take action. One by one, her enemies fell in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Fresh blood splattered onto her fair face. There was a faint smell of blood, but it stimulated her heart. Kill them all. Kill them all. This thought screamed madly in her heart. Every single one of them deserves to die. Unknowingly, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes had turned red with bloodlust. The sharp sword in her hand continued to wave as she faced the disgusting faces. It was as if she would only be able to truly calm down after killing everyone. However, in the process of killing, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but recall her time in the magic tower. She had experienced a similar scene. She had never been a kind person and would never use the word kind to describe herself. Because in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, kindness was a luxury. She saved people and also killed people. She would never be merciful to those who crossed her bottom line or her true enemies. However, how many people in this world would find her an eyesore, because she had become stronger, Because she had obtained better cultivation resources, there were bound to be many people who would gossip and secretly curse her. She had never taken these people to heart. This was because this was the most common phenomenon. No matter who it was, this kind of situation would happen. Facing these people, she could directly ignore them and act as if she had never seen them. If she had to kill everyone who had opinions about her, wouldn't she be exhausted to death? She was not a dictator and did not mind others having opinions about her. As long as they did not cross her bottom line and did not touch her reverse scale, she could act as if she had never seen them. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped her sword. Looking at the blood dripping from the tip of the sword, the rationality that she had lost gradually came back. In the next moment, she realized that the ferocious faces in front of her had disappeared and the empty second floor of the demonic training tower had returned. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that her emotions had unknowingly been infected and she had forgotten where she was. The power of the abyss of misery is really terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang murmured. She had always thought that she had to stay calm, and no matter what the situation was, she should not be infected by the power here. However, from the moment she walked in, her emotions had been infected. Now that she thought about it, all of this was clearly a very fake scene. Those people who had already died would not appear in front of her, but she could not see through all of this. Under the influence of the strange power of the abyss of misery, all of the impossible situations would become reality in one's mind. It was a reality that one could not question at all. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that her emotions had been completely infected and she only wanted to kill everything. If she had to kill everyone who was dissatisfied with her, how tiring would it be for her to live her life? What's more, envy, jealousy, and hatred were emotions that humans were born with and could never be eliminated. If he had to kill everything just because of this, he would be reduced to a killing machine. I finally understand why so many people lose their rationality in such a situation. Once they can't get out of it, they will forever be trapped in such emotions. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. Fortunately, her rationality finally pulled her back to reality. Looking at the staircase that led to the third floor, she did not immediately go up. Although everything that had happened just now was only in her mind, she felt exceptionally exhausted. She did not know when, but her back was already drenched in sweat. I think I should rest here for a while before continuing. Bailey Hongzhuang was afraid. The second level was already very scary. The remaining levels would be even scarier. If she wasn't in a good state, the chances of her failing would be even higher. She couldn't let that happen. While Bailey Hongzhuang was trying to break through, Bewitching was also trying to break through. However, even if the two of them were in the same place, they could not see each other at all. Bailey Hongzhuang had rested on the second level for 2 whole days. The feeling of experiencing everything was difficult to describe with words. Only she knew how difficult it was. She needed to completely digest all these emotions before she could return to her best state of mind. Digesting these emotions would require her to think carefully about every detail and the reason why her emotions had collapsed. However, this problem itself was very difficult to understand. When faced with enemies, killing them without hesitation had always been her principle. If one does not remove the roots when cutting the weeds, they would grow again when the spring breeze blows. Once those fellows were at death's door, they would definitely find ways to deal with them in some dark corner. It was very likely that they would cause them great losses. Hence, she did not think that there was anything wrong with being ruthless towards these people. However, she could not kill everyone because of this. Everyone would have their own way of measuring the scale of this. Xiaohe noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang had not made it to the third level for a long time and understood how terrifying this trial was. Actually, when its master was undergoing the trial, it had not been able to see anything at all. It also did not know what kind of situation its master was in. After resting for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes filled with determination. Since she was already here, she must make use of this opportunity to train herself properly. If she could really succeed in breaking through this trial, she would welcome a new lease of life. However, even if she failed, as long as she could escape unscathed, it would be a great help to her. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang made her way to the third level of the pagoda. The scene before her eyes became familiar and her memories were traced back to the past. Hongzhuang, that bunch of old fogies kept saying that the name grandfather had given you isn't good. That's because they have no taste at all. The old man, who was over 60 years old, sat in front of Bailey Hongzhuang as he fumed with rage. His face was filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. Grandfather, actually, this name itself is quite strange. Bailey Hongzhuang probed. How is it strange? The old man's face stiffened. Isn't this name easy to pronounce? You have no idea how happy your grandmother was when she had given you this name. What does this have to do with grandma? Back then, when I married your grandmother, it was surely Hongzhuang. However, your grandmother was proud and arrogant. She felt that it couldn't be done. She had to be Bailey Hongzhuang. However, I still married her back then. In the years that followed, sometimes she would talk about it, until our family finally gave birth to you, a little girl. I gave you the name Bailey Hongzhuang. From then on, your grandma never talked about it again. She likes you the most. A kind smile appeared on Bailey Jingyu's face. I think this name sounds good. It suits my precious granddaughter the best. Grandpa, I like this name too. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Unconsciously, Bailey Hongzhuang had a bright and warm smile on her face. That was her carefree time. However, before she could be happy for long, the situation before her eyes suddenly changed. Hongzhuang, we put so much effort into cultivating you, but you failed to live up to our expectations and caused the entire family to decline. It's because you disappeared with the inheritance that we couldn't defeat the other families. Do you know how many cultivators from the family have fallen because of you? The questions were like sharp blades that pierced Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. It was dripping with blood, and the pain was unbearable. It's not like that. All explanations seemed feeble and powerless under such circumstances. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was deathly pale, and the guilt in her heart all this time had completely exploded. The Bailey family had declined for so many years. Even if she had tried her best to make the current Bailey family stronger, over the years, too many people had been hurt because of her mistakes. When she had fallen, the situation in the family must have been very chaotic at that time. Perhaps no one could understand why she had done this. With her strength, as long as she had cultivated well in the family, her future would definitely not be bad. However, it was precisely because she had arrogantly wanted to go out and make a name for herself that she had lost her little life in the end. Why won't you listen to us obediently? Hongzhuang, you've really disappointed grandfather. Looking at the disappointed Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes. Grandfather, I'm sorry. Bailey Jingyu turned around indifferently, and his majestic voice was filled with iciness. What's the use of saying these words now? What I regret the most is handing over the position of the family head to you. The sky seemed to have fallen into darkness at this moment. Endless darkness enveloped Bailey Hongzhuang, and an unspeakable pain pierced her heart. She had always known that this was her fault, and that her family would never forgive her. Master, wake up. Xiaohei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's pained and desperate appearance, and its face was full of worry. It had been with its master for so long, but this was the first time it had seen its master reveal such a desperate expression. Even it could empathize with this kind of bone-deep pain. What kind of test was this to cause its master to fall into such emotions? Master. However, no matter how Xiaohei tried to wake Bailey Hongzhuang up, it was of no use. Xiaohei stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, and its heart sank into sorrow. Its master should not be like this. She was usually smiling like a flower, and she should be like this. This kind of test was too cruel for anyone. Some were quite cool. As long as you didn't think about it, you wouldn't feel pain. However, in this abyss of the sea of bitterness, it forced you to face the pain. It even tore open the scabs and looked directly at the bloody wounds. Bailey Hongzhuang fell into a long period of grief. She wanted to disappear from this world just like that. She didn't want to think or do anything. Perhaps she could be completely liberated. Outside the abyss of the sea of bitterness, Shangguan Yingying looked at Xiren beside her and said, Xiren, don't you intend to go in and try your luck? When Xiren shook his head slightly. Although the reward is very tempting, the success rate is too low. He had already experienced it once before. Although he felt that his heart had become clearer, when he thought about it carefully, the whole process was still very frightening. I don't have the confidence to break through these stages, so I might as well not go in. He was very clear about his situation. If he could withdraw from this stage even if he failed, then so be it. It was just like how he had failed in the demonic tower. He would definitely give it a try. However, facing the abyss of the sea of bitterness, he could not try. This was because he knew very well that his chances of success were too small. Hearing Xiren's words, Shangguanning nodded slightly. I also feel that this test is too terrifying. I definitely won't succeed. Actually, most people won't succeed. Choosing to give up at this time isn't a shameful decision. Di Xiaofeng's face was calm. In fact, after the nine-tailed inferno fox introduced the situation here, he already had the intention to retreat. It wasn't because he didn't dare to try. If there was a 30% chance of success, he would be willing to try. However, reality was cruel. Not to mention 30%, there wasn't even 10%. To him, this wasn't a wise move. So even if there was a trace of unwillingness in his heart, he didn't walk through the door. Bailey Yunyan also let out a sigh of relief after seeing that Di Xiaofeng didn't go in. She was most worried that Di Xiaofeng would go in. The situation introduced by the nine-tailed inferno fox was too terrifying. If there were any problems, she wouldn't be able to accept it. But Hong Zhuang and Beichen both went in. Bailey Yunyan revealed a worried expression. In fact, she hoped that everyone would leave here. Since the bitter sea abyss was imprisoned here, there must be a reason. In such a dangerous place, disappearing might not be a bad thing. This is also expected. Di Xiaofeng sighed. Long ago, he felt that Hong Zhuang and Beichen would go in. He wanted to say a few words to persuade them, but in the end, he didn't say it. Because Hong Zhuang and Beichen were different from them. They had already obtained the inheritance of the previous two abyss, so the bitter sea abyss was more attractive to them. Most importantly, in the previous test, Hong Zhuang and Beichen were the first to wake up. Their chances of success were much higher than theirs. I hope they can succeed. Mo Yunjue looked deeply at the spectacular abyss of the bitter sea in front of him. He didn't know which level they had reached. Yunjue, you don't plan to try? Shangguanning wasn't surprised that the others didn't choose to try it. However, she was surprised when she noticed that Mo Yunjue didn't try it either. In her heart, Mo Yunjue had always been as outstanding as Beichen and Hong Zhuang. It was just like when Yunju had successfully passed through the demonic abyss. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue shook his head. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, if it were anything else, I would give it a try. But this psychological test is not suitable for me. His life in the past was too dark. In the abyss of the sea of bitterness, everything was magnified. Normally, it was already difficult for him to stop himself from thinking about those things. If he hadn't come to the upper realm with everyone else, his situation might have been even worse. In the past, he had wanted to destroy himself and everyone around him more than once. That kind of feeling did not feel good, and he did not want to experience it again. Most importantly, he felt that once he went in, he would not be able to come out again. Everyone nodded. Yunju's life in the past was not easy. The shackles in his heart were more serious than any of them. Yunju, even if you don't enter the bitter sea abyss, your future achievements will definitely surpass others, Di Xiaofeng suddenly said. This was what he had always felt. Even if Yunju rarely spoke, he had the characteristics of a powerhouse. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, Xiren and the others all nodded. There was more than one path to cultivation. Sometimes, with shackles in the heart, one steps forward would be firmer. Mo Yunjue's gaze swept across everyone's faces and then revealed a faint smile. You don't have to comfort me. I won't be disappointed because of this. He was very clear about his situation. He wouldn't take the risk to try something that was destined to fail. Looking at Mo Yunjue's indifferent and calm appearance, everyone was slightly startled and then revealed a smile. In fact, in their hearts, this wasn't comfort at all. It was their heartfelt words. The cold darkness enveloped Bailey Hongzhuang. The whole world was strangely cold, without the slightest warmth, as if it was gradually freezing her. At this moment, a struggling thought appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Scenes from when she was young appeared in her mind. Hongzhuang, it's good to study hard, but don't work too hard. Bailey Hongzhuang lovingly stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's head. Grandpa only wants you to live happily. Grandpa, is it okay if I don't study well? It's okay. Bewitching smiled. You are Grandpa's precious granddaughter. No matter what you do in the future, even if it's wrong, you have to believe that Grandpa will never blame you or be angry with Hongzhuang. That warm smile was an eternal memory in her heart. Although the old man had a childish side, he was warm and tolerant most of the time. She remembered the many days when her grandfather taught her how to grow up. He was so tolerant and warm. Even if she really did something wrong, he wouldn't blame her. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly brightened. Her family would be sad and upset, but the people who loved her would only be sad because of her death. She was wrong. She was indeed wrong. Facing up to her mistakes and finding ways to make up for it was all she could do now. If she treated death as a release, then she would be doing nothing. She wouldn't even be able to make up for it. Kacha. The scene in front of her suddenly began to shatter. Kacha kacha, the sound of breaking continued to resound, and Bailey Hongzhuang found that she had returned to the third layer of the bitter sea abyss. After seeing this familiar yet strange environment, she sat down on the ground weakly. It was too terrifying. This stage was truly too terrifying. She was so close to not being able to walk out of it forever. If she hadn't thought of that idea at the last moment, she would have been gradually frozen by the ice, and her heart would never have been able to walk out. Master, are you all right? Xiaohei rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang's side as soon as she saw Bailey Hongzhuang come out of the illusion. Her face was filled with worry. Previously, its heart had been hanging by a thread. It had a vague feeling that its master would never be able to walk out of it. Fortunately, master still passed this stage in the end. Looking at the teary-eyed Xiaohei, Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed its little head and hugged it again. Don't worry, it's all right now. Master, this stage is really too scary. It's only the third stage and it's already so difficult. I don't know what the next stages will be like. They should take advantage of the fact that they were still able to escape unscathed. If this continued, they might have to stay here forever. Bailey Hongzhuang fell into silence. Every level was really terrifying. It was like endless self-abuse. This method was enough to break one's spirit. Even though she had successfully passed the level, her heart could not calm down for a long time. That indescribable sadness spread in her heart, making her feel at a loss. Xiaohei, I want to rest for a while. After a while, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Hearing this, Xiaohei quickly nodded. It did not dare to say anything else, for fear of disturbing Bailey Hongzhuang. Slowly closing her eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang did not cultivate. She was too tired now. All her emotions filled her mind, making it impossible for her to calm down and think about anything. Therefore, she only wanted to sleep quietly. Perhaps she would understand by then. Xiaohei quietly guarded by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Through these 3 levels, it understood the power of the abyss of misery. Now, it only hoped that its master could think through everything and leave this place. Their lives were already good. Even if they did not obtain the inheritance of the abyss of misery, it would not affect them much. At the same time, Bewitching was also sitting on the 3rd level of the abyss of misery. Although there was also some palpitations on his face, it was obvious that his situation was much better than Bailey Hongzhuang's. Xiaobai stayed by Bewitching's side. Master, is this level really difficult? It's very difficult. Bewitching nodded slightly. However, this level should be set according to a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. The difficulty should not increase with each level. Instead, every cultivator has their own most difficult level. To me, this 3rd level is not as difficult as the 2nd level. I see. Xiaobai immediately understood. I wonder what the 4th level will be. Bewitching smiled faintly. No matter what it is, I have to give it a try. However, I have to rest for a while. Time passed slowly, but Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, who were in the abyss of the sea of bitterness, could no longer tell the passage of time. After each challenge, they needed to spend a lot of time to sort out their emotions. Outside the abyss, Xianxia and the others waited patiently. Bewitching and the others have already been in there for a month. I wonder how they are doing now. Shangguan Ying looked at the tightly shut door of the bitter sea abyss with a distressed expression. They didn't dare to enter, so naturally, it was impossible for them to understand the situation of Bailey Hongshuang. It was this feeling of not being able to understand at all and being anxious that made people feel particularly helpless. Their minds were always filled with worries about various situations that could occur at any time. For us right now, no news is probably the best news, Di Xiaofeng said slowly. In fact, as time passed, they became very anxious. However, other than waiting patiently, there was no other way to find out. If they fail, will they come out? Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but ask. Then as long as they don't come out, it means that they are still challenging the level? Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly and said with a serious expression. The nine-tailed inferno fox said that all the cultivators who failed the level would not be killed. However, it is very likely that they would come out unconscious. Now that you mention it, I feel a lot more at ease. With Beichen's ability, even if they fail, it shouldn't be a problem for them to escape unscathed. Xiren let out a sigh of relief. Since they grew up together, he had long regarded Beichen as his own brother. His heart had always been in suspense, afraid that he would encounter any bad situation. However, he was very clear about Di Beichen's talent. Since someone could escape unscathed, then Beichen and the others shouldn't have any problems. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly, his heavy heart quietly relaxing a bit. I also think they'll be fine. In a month's time, I think they'd at least reach the 3rd level. Shang Guanying smiled. They're all working hard to improve, so we can't fall behind. Let's take advantage of this time to cultivate. Otherwise, when Beichen and the others succeed, they'll definitely surpass us by far. That's true. Xiren nodded. Beichen and Hongshuang's cultivation speed is really amazing. If we don't speed up, we won't even be able to keep up with them. Letting go of the nervousness and worry in their hearts, everyone began to cultivate in peace. Although they were in the deep sea, with their current cultivation, there wouldn't be any problems even if they stayed here for a long time. Not only that, this sea of bitterness contained a special kind of pure energy. Perhaps it was a mysterious energy that could see through all illusions, allowing them to be able to concentrate when cultivating. This was a very strange feeling. Normally, they wouldn't even care about it when cultivating, but after truly feeling this difference, they found that in this environment, their cultivation speed was actually faster. Bailey Hongshuang would rest for a long time after each breakthrough. During this time, her mood fluctuated the most. After transmigrating for such a long time, she had never faced so many problems. However, every time she digested these emotions, she would find that she had improved quite a bit compared to before. This improvement also made her determined to continue to challenge the trial. She didn't know if her footsteps would stop here, but she had to try. After seeing her master's decision, Xiao Hei felt a little helpless, but she still supported her master's decision. All along, the reason why her master was able to stand out from so many people was mainly because of her personality and temperament. The 4th level. The 5th level. The 6th level. Every time she climbed a level, Bailey Hongshuang felt like she had passed a disaster. She couldn't differentiate between the real environment one by one. Even in the most illogical situation, because of her own mind, everything became real. There are only 3 levels left. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the stairs in front of her. This period of time was extremely long for her, but she had finally passed the 6th level. Her heart had gone through many trials and was no longer the same as before. However, she also felt exceptionally tired, not physically tired, but mentally tired. Master, I believe you can do it. Little Black waved its 2 little arms and said with a smile. Then, Bailey Hongshuang bravely walked the 7th level. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Everything around the bitter sea abyss seemed to be still. Even the seawater did not have any waves. When Xiren and the rest would look at the black and white library every once in a while. However, there was no movement after such a long time. 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, it has already been an entire year and they still haven't come out. Isn't this too long? Shang Guanying had a worried expression. Originally, she felt that no news was the best news. However, after waiting for so long, there was no news at all. Their hearts started to pound. It has indeed been too long, Xiren's gaze was deep. It had been so long that he started to wonder if Beichen and Bai Yunfei had really entered the bitter sea abyss. I'd better go in and take a look. Mo Yunjue looked at the entrance to the bitter sea abyss. His handsome face was filled with determination. He knew that his mental state was insufficient. It would be very dangerous if he entered. However, after entering, he would at least know what situation Hong Zhuang and the rest were in. Even if it was dangerous, it would be better than staying here and worrying. Yunjue, that won't do. Xiren quickly objected, if you want to go, I might as well go. Although he did not have much confidence, his situation should be better than Yunjue's. Just then, the nine-tailed inferno fox's voice rang out, it's useless for you to be anxious. This is normal. Once you enter the bitter sea abyss, you will abandon all distracting thoughts. You will forget all your friends, family, and lovers. The only thing left will be the thought of passing and giving up. Not only that, everyone will only see themselves after entering. Even if they are in the same place, they will not be able to see anyone else. Thus, even if you enter, you will not gain anything. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Thick astonishment appeared on their faces. The situation after entering is actually so strange? Bailey Yunyan said in disbelief. The bitter sea abyss tests the cultivator. All external influences will be eliminated. However, contracted beasts might know a thing or two, the nine-tailed inferno fox said after thinking. Hearing that, Bai Lianche and Ling Er's expressions became complicated. If they had known earlier, they would have gone in with Hong Zhuang. That way, they wouldn't have to be so anxious. Then they won't be able to come out for 3 to 5 years, right? Shang Guanying was secretly speechless. If it took such a long time, it would be a little terrifying. Di Xiaofeng smiled and said, for cultivators, it's not strange for them to train for 3 to 5 years. The vast majority of cultivators usually take this long when they go out for training. In fact, it should be because your training speed is usually very fast, so you forget the time that others take. That's true. Bailey Yunyan nodded slightly. Although she hadn't gone out much, she was aware of other people's situations. With such strength, 3 to 5 years was nothing out of the ordinary. Is that so? Shang Guanying murmured. Indeed. Think about it. Even in the entire upper realm, how many cultivators are able to reach such cultivation at such an age? Normally, the people you come in contact with are all the geniuses of the various large factions. They have cultivation resources that other cultivators can't reach. Under the accumulation of countless natural treasures, they have their current achievements. Di Xiaofeng understood a little. This bitter sea abyss was so different, it would take a long time to pass. A year's time was actually not that long. It seems that we have no other choice but to continue waiting. Ling Er had a complicated expression. As a contract beast, she had some telepathy. She had felt the pain that went deep into her bones, just like the pain when she thought of Bai Yunjiao. She knew that Hong Zhuang must have experienced a lot of pain. It was just that these emotions disappeared later on. The only thing she could feel now was that Hong Zhuang was still alive. Other than that, she did not know anything else. If it was somewhere else, it would be enough to know that she was still alive. However, in such a place, knowing this was obviously not enough. Time passed, and all the confusion in the world lingered in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. She sat quietly in the 9th level of the bitter sea abyss. Her expression was calm with her eyes closed, like an old monk in meditation. There was no emotional fluctuation on her calm face. Time, space, everything had already dissipated in her heart. She was her, but also seemed not to be her. The world changed, everything changed, and whether it moved or not, it was all in her heart. She saw through it but did not say it out loud. There were all kinds of things in the world, and she could transcend everything in the mortal world. Her heart was unprecedentedly calm. After experiencing all kinds of disasters, looking back at the shackles in her heart, she would find that she was unwilling to let go from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, a golden light burst out, and the top of the bitter sea abyss bloomed with a strong light, illuminating the entire sea area, when Xiren and the others who were cultivating felt as if they were shrouded by a mysterious force. They immediately opened their eyes. After seeing the dazzling golden light at the top of the tower, everyone's face showed a happy smile. I knew they would succeed. Shang Guanying's face showed ecstasy. After so many days of nervousness, her heart finally calmed down. This kind of hurdle that is as difficult as ascending to the heavens in the eyes of others seems to be easily broken through by them. I can be considered to have seen through it. Wen Xiren sighed. He was clearly shaking his head, but the curve of his lips couldn't help but rise. Shang Guanying glanced at Xiren and said, "Come on, aren't you always so nervous that you don't know what to do?" Di Xiaofeng and the others softly chuckled. Looking at the golden light, they exclaimed. I didn't think that someone would actually succeed. The nine-tailed inferno fox had a rueful look on its face. The reason why it had stopped Bewitching earlier was because it really didn't think well of him. The danger was too great. The slightest carelessness could turn one into a cripple. Who would have thought that it would witness something that no one had succeeded in so many years? But I wonder who succeeded in passing the trial. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Beichen and Hong Zhuang went in together. Now that one of them had succeeded, they could only relax by half. Since they succeeded, I think they should be coming down soon. Let's wait patiently. Mo Yunjue slowly said, his dark eyes carrying a trace of expectation. Both of them are so outstanding. Since one of them succeeded, it should only be a matter of time before the other succeeds. I think this might be fate. Beichen and Hong Zhuang are both people who have obtained 2 great inheritances of the abyss. They also coincidentally gathered 4 pieces of the map and came to the Bitter Sea Abyss. Now, one of them has obtained the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss. That means they can fuse the 3 great inheritances together. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Bailey Yunyan's eyes shone brightly. Even if all this had nothing to do with her, she couldn't help but feel happy for Beichen and Hong Zhuang. Di Xiaofeng patted Bailey Yunyan's head. When they come out, you'll know what kind of changes will happen after the 3 great powers fuse. After Bailey Hongzhuang succeeded in passing the level, she felt that everything had suddenly become clear. Looking at the splendid surroundings, a faint smile appeared on her face. If one looked closely, they would find that her eyes had become deeper and calmer than before, revealing a hidden sharpness. Her face obviously didn't change, but it had a trace of tranquility and detachment from worldly affairs. Congratulations, you've passed the level. Reward, see through all falsehoods, Heaven's Eye. The ancient voice sounded again, but it didn't have the same distant feeling as before. Instead, it became incomparably clear, as if an old man was standing beside her. A bright golden light wrapped Bailey Hongzhuang. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a sharp pain between her eyebrows, as if something had broken out from between her eyebrows. Blood dripped from between her eyebrows, but she couldn't move. However, this warm golden light was filled with a mysterious power. This power flowed through her body, as if her body had been baptized. The tiredness from these days disappeared with this power. Her body felt relaxed, and she also felt that her cultivation was gradually increasing. When the golden light disappeared, everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was keenly aware that there was an extra thing between her eyebrows. With a thought, an eye appeared between her eyebrows. Through this eye, she could see much more clearly than the naked eye, and the range of her vision was completely beyond imagination. However, there was nothing to see at the moment, so she put it away. With a thought, the third eye disappeared, and the skin between her eyebrows returned to its usual appearance. There were no visible changes at all. So this is the Heaven's Eye. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. Even though she couldn't use it for the time being, she had already felt that the Heaven's Eye was extraordinary. None of the inheritances of the 3 great abyss were simple, and the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss was even more impressive. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly realized that the bloody aura and killing aura had changed. A powerful and terrifying power had wrapped around her. The bloody aura and killing aura clashed, turning the surroundings into a battlefield. A shocking aura swept through the battlefield, filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. The bloody scene was terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Normally, the energy of the blood chi field and the killing chi field had always been very shocking. However, this was the first time that such a situation had occurred. It was really unexpected. The 3 types of power engulfed Bailey Hongzhuang and swept up into a terrifying storm. She was in the center of the storm. At that moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if she was in the center of a whirlpool. Her body was completely out of her control and she felt as if she was about to be torn to pieces. "Master, are you all right?" Xiaohei looked nervously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Such a terrifying power was truly shocking. Even though it was outside the storm, it felt that this power was exceptionally terrifying, not to mention Bailey Hongzhuang who was in the center of the storm. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had no time to answer Xiaohei's question. She could only focus all her energy on dealing with these three types of power. Otherwise, once she was torn to pieces by this storm, she would probably cease to exist. Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. Her fair and delicate face was now a little pale. She gritted her teeth and held on bitterly. Every second was torture. As time slowly passed, Bailey Hongzhuang's third type of power gradually emitted a simple and peaceful aura. It was this aura that began to neutralize the evil aura of the other two types of power. Even though it was only a slight change, Bailey Hongzhuang could sense that her situation had taken a turn for the better. As the peaceful power gradually increased, the pain she had to endure also began to lessen. She faintly began to realize that perhaps this process was the process of the three great abyss inheritance merging. Because these three types of power were the powers of the three great abyss. However, the nine-tailed inferno fox had never mentioned that the merging process would be so painful. However, she was also beginning to look forward to what kind of surprise the merging of the three types of power would bring her. Xiaohei was originally looking nervously at Bailey Hongzhuang who was in the center of the storm. It was only when it saw that the storm had gradually calmed down that it felt a little more at ease. In this abyss of the sea of misery, there were strange things everywhere. Even though its master had succeeded in breaking through, it did not expect such a thing to happen. It was really worried about what would happen next. Fortunately, what Xiaohei was worried about did not happen again. As the three powers gradually subsided, the golden light also completely disappeared. A smile appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. She had passed through so many stages in fear and trepidation. Now, she had finally completed it. "Master, is it over?" Xiaohei asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "We've been here for a long time. Let's get out quickly. I'm sure everyone is worried about us." Ever since she entered the sea of misery, she could only sense the passage of time, but she was unable to discern how much time had passed. After going through the final trial of time, she felt as if she had walked through an entire lifetime. She felt as if she had spent an endless amount of time in the abyss of bitterness. In fact, she was a little scared now. If she had really stayed in the bitter sea abyss for a few decades, would everyone still be outside? "I can finally leave this place." Xiaohei heaved a sigh of relief, a look of relief on its face. "Staying in this place all day long has almost suffocated me to death. The only good thing is that my cultivation has increased. If it was on a normal day, it could play around or look for delicious food. Its cultivation would not increase as quickly as it did now. After all, in this abyss of bitterness, it could not find anything else to do other than cultivate. My cultivation base has increased by 2 levels." Xiaohei replied honestly. "Then I can rest assured." Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief, her entire being feeling much lighter. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Xiaohei was a little confused. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "Originally, I was worried that we would stay here for too long, but according to your cultivation progress, you've improved by 2 levels. At least, it means that we haven't stayed here for too long." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei immediately understood and chuckled. That's right, that's right. I feel that my cultivation speed has been faster than usual." Their cultivation would only improve rapidly when they went out for training or when they encountered great opportunities. As for other times, if they only went into closed-door cultivation, it would take more than a year for them to increase by 2 levels. Although I have become very strong in this 1 year, for most cultivators, this is already considered a very fast speed. When Mo Yunjue and the others saw that the golden light at the top of the pagoda had disappeared, their eyes were filled with anticipation. If they had guessed correctly, this inheritance should have already ended. "I wonder who will come out first?" Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with anticipation. "I think it could be Hong Zhuang. Her attainments in this area have always been astonishing." "I think it should be Beichen." when Xiren pondered and said, I know Beichen quite well. To be honest, although he has had some unfortunate experiences in the past, these things did not have much of an impact on his heart. I think it won't be too difficult for him to pass the trial. As for Hong Zhuang, her situation in the past was even more difficult than Beichen's. Hearing Xiren's words, everyone immediately understood. Although Di Beichen had been assassinated by the Jun family when he was young and had been sent to the lower realm, sect leader Sidhu had always raised him as his own grandson. Although he had suffered some hardships during his training, this was something that every cultivator would experience. In comparison, Hong Zhuang had it much harder. In the past, she had always been bullied in Fengbo country and even had her engagement broken off. After that, she only wanted her parents to be in pain. This journey was really not easy. Shangguan was originally very insistent on her idea, but after hearing what Xiren said, she felt that it made sense. Even if Hong Zhuang's speed is slower than Beichen's, I believe that she will succeed. In her heart, Hong Zhuang was the most powerful person. I think so too. Xiren smiled. Creak. The door to the bitter sea abyss was opened. Everyone's eyes fell on the door, looking forward to the person who would come out. However, when they saw the cultivator's appearance clearly, everyone's faces were filled with shock. It can't be? This? Am I seeing things? Xiren and the others were stunned. The situation in front of them was really beyond their expectations. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the door of the bitter sea abyss, she recalled everything that had happened in the past. Actually, she was also curious. Did Beichen also go through the trial while she was going through the trial? With her understanding of Beichen's character, it was most likely so. However, even if she had already broken through, she still felt very scared when she thought about it. She did not know if Beichen could succeed. Beichen? Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and beautiful face could not hide the surprise in her heart. Her eyes were as bright as the stars and her clear voice was filled with excitement. Wife, you've succeeded? Di Beichen's lips curled into a warm smile. Wu Shuang's face was also filled with surprise, but more than that, it was a sense of relief. He had long guessed that Hong Zhuang would not give up on this opportunity. Therefore, after they had succeeded, he had been worried about this problem. In fact, when he heard Hong Zhuang mention his name, he felt relieved. This meant that even if she had not succeeded, Hong Zhuang had retreated safely. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. It seems that we've both succeeded. This is what it means to be a couple singing together. Di Beichen's lips curled into a devilish smile. Even he was amazed by this amazing tacit understanding between them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly but did not refute. She also felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Therefore, just as Shang Guanying and the others were wondering who had come out, they saw two figures appear in front of the door together. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen walked side by side. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. You've both come out together? Xiren quickened his pace and quickly greeted them. Previously, I only saw a flash of golden light. What's going on? Not only Xiren, but everyone else was also puzzled. If both of them had succeeded, there should have been two flashes of golden light. However, only one of them had appeared. Could it be that only one of them had succeeded? Looking at everyone's puzzled expression, Bailey Hongzhuang only smiled faintly and did not speak. Di Beichen asked, can't we both succeed at the same time? Don't joke around. How could there be such a coincidence? Xiren rolled his eyes, his face full of disbelief. You must have waited for the other party to succeed before coming out together, right? Emperor Xiaofeng asked. Then which one of you succeeded? Everyone was very curious about this question. Although they hoped that both of them would succeed, failure was also expected. After all, so many people had failed. If one of them could succeed, it would already be very impressive. We both succeeded, Di Beichen said frankly. Beichen, it's meaningless for you to make such a joke. At a time like this. Xiren frowned. They were really curious about this result. I'm telling the truth. Di Beichen's face was calm, but he no longer paid any attention to Xiren. His meaning was clear, it was up to him to believe it or not. Xiren and the others were confused. They could only look at Bailey Hongzhuang for help. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled. Beichin is telling the truth. What's the truth? You both succeeded? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The smile on her face made her even more beautiful. That's right. But why did we only see one flash of golden light? This doesn't make sense. Emperor Xiaofeng frowned. Even he felt that this situation did not make sense. It really is such a coincidence. When I found out, I was also very surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled. Let alone everyone else's reaction, even she felt that it was impossible. I finally understand now. The two of you are really a match made in heaven. Not only did you pass such a difficult checkpoint together, you even passed the checkpoint at the same time. There is no one else who can show off their love like this. Xiren shook his head. Although he already knew that these two guys were beasts, it seemed that he still underestimated the extent of their beastliness. It was obviously a life and death experience. Everyone was worried about their situation, but the result made everyone really speechless. Following Xiren's words, Shang Guaning and the others also nodded. This was really what they were thinking. This dog food, they ate it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichin smiled faintly and didn't say anything. They were very clear about the tacit understanding between them. Although this result also made them feel very surprised, but thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. By the way, how long have we been in the Bitter Sea Abyss? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. She was very curious about this question. Bailey Yunyan replied, we're not too sure how long we've been in there, but it should be more than a year. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. The situation wasn't too different from what she had guessed. During this period of time, we stayed outside all day worrying. Now we can finally rest assured. Di Xiaofeng sighed faintly, but this bitter sea is really boring. There's not even a fish swimming in it. We're now done with the level. You can also end these boring days. Di Beichin smiled faintly, we've been out for so long. It's time for us to go back. Everyone nodded. For ordinary cultivators, more than a year of experience wasn't long. But judging from their daily experience, this time wasn't short. We can finally go back. Looking at this scenery all day is really boring. Xiren stretched lazily. His posture was lazy and casual. By the way, what's the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss? Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Is this the power that the nine-tailed inferno fox mentioned? That's right, this is it. Di Beichin nodded. He was a little more curious about the nine-tailed inferno fox. So many people did not know the specific situation of the Bitter Sea Abyss, but the nine-tailed inferno fox knew so much. It was indeed surprising. The inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss is the Heaven's Eye, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. As soon as these words came out, a trace of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. Heaven's Eye, just hearing this name makes me feel that it's very impressive. Heaven's Eye, to see through all illusions. This name is really good. Xiren smiled brightly. If we follow you in the future, won't we be able to eat and drink well? Looking at Xiren's smug face, Shang Guaning rolled her eyes. Get away from me. It's embarrassing. With this power, you won't fall into the illusion set up by other experts in the future. This is really a very powerful power. I'm sure it will be very useful in the future. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with envy. Almost everyone wanted to have this ability. However, the difficulty of the level was too high. Otherwise, he would also want to go in and try. Following Bailey Yanch's words, everyone had a look of agreement on their faces. How terrifying was the Bitter Sea's level, since they were able to pass, it meant that their hearts had passed the test. The tests set by other powerhouses were only a test of one aspect, but they had all passed the test, so what was there to worry about? Beichin, you've obtained the inheritance of the three abyss, so has the power merged? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. The Heaven's Eye was very powerful, but he was more curious about what kind of power the inheritance of the three abyss would be after merging. So far, only one cultivator had managed to do so. Moreover, that cultivator was someone from many years ago. Thus, it was likely that no one in the entire upper realm knew about this. It's merged. Di Beichin's lips curled up slightly. Even he was deeply shocked by the power after the merging. What kind of power is that? Xiran asked curiously. Bewitching looked at the curious crowd. This power is different from the power we usually come into contact with. When I have the chance, I'll show it to you and you'll understand. Looking at your appearance, I'm afraid that your strength is truly incredible. Xiran's eyes were filled with joy. He knew Bewitching very well. This guy had always had high standards. However, his expression alone was enough to prove that he was satisfied. The inheritance of each abyss is very amazing. With the three combined, the power will definitely surpass any one of them. Lingler's voice was cold, and there was a faint joy on her calm face. To her, nothing else was important. The most important thing was that everyone was safe, so she could be at ease. Looking at the bitter sea's abyss that was shackled, the shock in everyone's hearts did not dissipate. Such a mysterious and powerful place contained a very terrifying power in this world. In their opinion, the bitter sea's abyss itself was not a sin. It only existed to temper everyone's hearts, and it did not deliberately turn them into crazy demons. However, it was too difficult to break through the barrier in one's heart. Most of the cultivators failed at this point. From the beginning to the end, the abyss of misery had only existed for the sake of its existence. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed deeply to the bitter sea abyss. Compared to the other two abyss, she admired the bitter sea abyss more. Even though it was shackled, it was still as immovable as a mountain. It was like a Buddha, exuding a calming power. Let's go. Before they left, everyone glanced once more at the sea of misery, and they seemed to want to forever remember its vast and magnificent appearance in their hearts. In the future, they might never come to this place again, but just seeing the bitter sea abyss made them feel that this trip was worth it. After leaving the sea of misery, the group walked on the shore. Now, the coast no longer had the previous 4 seasons of rain and snow. Instead, it had become an extremely ordinary coast. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw the scene. There was even a trace of an illusion in their minds. Could it be that everything we experienced before was not real? However, that feeling was just too real. If everything before was an illusion, then the abyss of misery is really terrifying. Di Xiaofeng looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him in disbelief. He had never seen such a realistic environment. Even though they had this thought at the beginning, they still erased it in the end. This was because they couldn't find any flaws in the illusion. Perhaps it was because all the weather was unreasonable, so they could no longer distinguish between the reasonable and the unreasonable among the countless unreasonable weather. Even after entering the abyss of the bitter sea, they had never realized that all of this was fake. Since the abyss of misery can see through all fabrications, then the illusion it creates will naturally be even more terrifying. Bewitching was not as surprised as the others. In fact, after passing all the levels in the abyss of misery, he already understood everything. Only by understanding everything could he create such a realistic and impeccable illusion. The power after the fusion of the 3 great powers is somewhat similar to the illusion we encountered before. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. In the past, when she faced the sudden change in weather, she was also helpless and anxious. Now that she understood everything, she was more in awe. Even if their cultivation was getting stronger, they still had to be in awe in the face of these powerful powers. That was because these powers had completely exceeded their understanding. As the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang fell, everyone present was startled, and then there was a deep shock and joy in their eyes. Is that true? After the fusion of the 3 powers, there's actually such a shocking power? If you really master this power, it'll be a great killing weapon. Illusionary realms were something that every cultivator yearned for and feared. They often encountered illusions, and the various powers in these illusions would cause them to fall into a predicament. It was not easy to break out of the illusion. If they also had the means to create illusions, it meant that they had another powerful means. If they directly created an illusion when facing an opponent, it would take a lot of effort for the opponent to break out of the illusion. Taking advantage of this time, they could easily get rid of a difficult opponent. The powers we have are very similar. If I'm not wrong, everything we encountered before was not an illusion. Her pitch-black phoenix eyes flickered with wisdom, and her delicate jade-like face bloomed with confidence. Hongzhuang, what do you mean? Mo Yunjue raised his eyebrows in confusion. It's not an illusion. It's an existence that's one level higher than an illusion, a boundary. A boundary? Everyone chanted this strange yet familiar word in unison. The illusory realm is an illusory world created by a cultivator. It is a type of illusory technique. Everything is fake. A boundary is a small world condensed by the cultivator's own power. Every blade of grass and every tree there is created by the cultivator. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly expressed her opinion. When she was in an illusion, she would always find a way to break through it by looking at some details. End of chapter 63:31. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.